Chapter 46 Machine Tools in Hand. Pacifica, Pacifica, still the same Pacifica. Old Captain drove, mumbling about who knows what, as the scenery outside the car window was different from the bustling city center and the industrial zone of Santo Domingo. Here, a mix of prosperity and decay surprised even Lin Miao in the passenger seat. Tall buildings were everywhere, clearly showing that the city government and investors had high hopes for this area, pouring a lot of money into it. But now, all these erected buildings were unfinished, many topped out but undecorated, and nomads could be seen living in the crumbling structures. Of course, the most striking features were the Petrochem Stadium and the Gemsching building, which were meant to be landmarks but were now enclosed by high walls. This series of tall walls resembled an inverted bowl, covering what should have been Pacifica's most prosperous area. Old Captain noticed Lin Miao's considerable interest in the place, so he explained, "This is Dogtown, a legacy of the Unification War. After the Midnight Storm, this place became the den of Colonel Kurt Hansen and his Hellhound unit, Night Cities, and even North America's largest global black market. You're going to take me in?" "No way, Old Captain doesn't have that kind of ability. The IDs for free entry and exit in this godforsaken place are ridiculously expensive. You have to bribe and pull strings, and they'll still vet your family history 18 generations back. Otherwise, you can only go in but not come out. Not even the King of Heaven could help. Nobody wants to go into Dogtown to lay low unless they've committed a crime and can't escape." Reyes seemed completely unconcerned about showing weakness to his partner. If it were Wakako, that old woman, she would probably say that the cost of free entry and exit to Dogtown was significant, but if Mr. Lin requested it, she might be able to get it for him, provided he was willing to pay a certain price. Lin Miao didn't know if she could actually do it, but she would definitely take the opportunity to fleece him. This city updated Lin Miao's understanding of the world every day. At least in Lin Miao's worldview, no matter how many powers were involved in a city, there should only be one legal armed force protecting it on the surface. But Night City was not like that. Law enforcement in Santo Domingo was not handled by the NCPD but by the 6th Street Gang, and the NCPD had no authority over security issues in Santo Domingo. If it were just that, Lin Miao could understand, but the sight of Dogtown's gate truly opened his eyes. Nearly 100 heavily armed soldiers guarded the street at the entrance and exit, the rows of automatic autocannons were unnerving, and there were even military bipedal mechs mixed in with the guard forces, with surveillance cameras everywhere. If the Hellhound unit in front of him were the Jinya force, then the Night Walkers were, at best, a Yamsha. Lin Miao's players would probably be a bunch of self-destructing Cybermen. Reyes parked the car in a garage near the entrance of Dogtown, clearly his territory, and told Lin Miao, "The smuggling business from Dogtown into Night City proper is managed by a guy named Daoji, one of Hansen's men. He'll send the goods out, we just need to wait outside." "Daoji?" "Yes, look across the street." Reyes gestured for Lin Miao to look across the highway, where there was an NCPD precinct, but why were there no police? Apparently noticing Lin Miao's confusion, Reyes continued, "That place has been taken over by Daoji's people and converted into a drug factory and their base of operations." "A police station, a drug factory, funny, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed breathlessly, with a hint of helplessness, but it truly was funny. These cops are really useless. Lin Miao didn't even know how to complain. Who isn't? A bunch of freeloaders. If you really need help, you'd be better off looking for a bunch of dung beetles. That's why I rented a garage across from them. It's interesting to watch them when I have nothing else to do. After laughing for a while, Reyes continued to explain, "Daoji is one of Hansen's 6 subordinates, Yuri Bichkov, Albert Murphy, Chester Bennett, Daoji, whose real name is Carl Robinson, and Leon Lindell. Each one is a formidable fighter. They are not comparable to the Night Walkers you encountered in the Badlands. Never get into a conflict with them, or you'll be in big trouble." His words were full of apprehension towards Dogtown. This colonel, abandoned by the new United States, had become a. Lin Miao didn't know how to describe him. To call him a petty criminal wouldn't be right, as he might even generate revenue for Night City. Many large corporations use this black market to circumvent tariffs. Yet, he was indeed a local tyrant, a city within a city, not subject to Night City's laws. "Speaking of which, you're asking me to help you find ways to start a company, and you're buying production lines. What exactly are you planning to do?" Lin Miao glanced at him, took a data shard from his bag, and tossed it to him. "See what you think, if there's a market for it in Night City." "So mysterious." Reyes examined the data shard curiously for a few moments before inserting it into the port on the back of his neck. The projected design blueprint surprised Reyes slightly. Exoskeleton. But he quickly realized that the parameters of this thing were not even close to what military-industrial companies released to the market. It was the difference between a muzzleloader and an automatic rifle. He asked, somewhat amused, "Are you planning to enter the children's toy market? Then you'll have to make this thing much smaller." Lin Miao gave him an annoyed look. "Keep looking." Reyes had intended to mock him, wondering who would buy such low-grade junk, but the combat footage displayed next made him freeze. It showed natural Curl's first-person perspective, slicing a person in a car in half with a blade, a third-person view of Mantu wrestling with a car and eventually being thrown, and 4 exoskeletons enduring heavy fire from Night Walkers. Lin Miao even included footage of natural Curl and the Savage being instantly killed by Tarek using a Sandevistan. Normally, such damaging footage wouldn't be used for a product's reputation, but Lin Miao wasn't expecting Old Captain to buy it. It was for reference, so the more detailed, the better. "So, what do you think? Is there a market for this in the city?" Reyes licked his lips. How should he put it? He was a bit confused. Exoskeleton power armor was rarely seen on the streets of Night City, but that didn't stop Reyes from hearing about their reputation. Reapers on the battlefield, human tanks, capable of flying, burrowing, and everything in between, they even had a presence in outer space. And every exoskeleton was ridiculously expensive, starting at hundreds of thousands, with no upper limit. As for the item Lin Miao presented, its combat power. Reyes thought it best to ask about the price first. He picked up a bottle of sparkling water from behind the seat, opened it, and asked while drinking, how much for a set? The light one is 18,000, the heavy one is 22,000. It's a fully enclosed system, electric drive, non-neural connection control, so no need to worry about cyberpsychosis. Of course, it's definitely stronger than the two sets you're seeing now. Pfft. The sparkling water sprayed directly onto the car window. Reyes didn't even have time to feel bad about his car, instead asking in surprise, how much? 18,000? Are you kidding me? 18,000? It wasn't expensive, it was ridiculously cheap. That was, at most, the cost of a mid-grade cyberware, not even enough to buy a slightly higher-end item, just entry-level for big corporations. Kiroji Optics Basic Model 21,000. Mealytech Basic Mantis Blades 15,000. And that's without embedded plugins. But a single combat cyberware's overall performance was unlikely to be stronger than this exoskeleton. The overall combat performance of this exoskeleton, in his mind, should be at least 30,000. Most importantly non-neural connection control, which means anyone can use it, like a kinetic rifle, with no entry barrier. Yes, the two people in the footage were killed by that Nightwalker boss using a Sandevistan, but dead is dead. As long as the exoskeleton is still there, I can pull someone out and replace them in 10 minutes. Can you replace someone on the spot with cyberware? Modern military exoskeletons are directly connected via neural systems, making disassembly and re-equipping a hassle. According to Lin Miao, this exoskeleton's only connection is the back of the neck slot, which is only for one-way reading of electrical signals, a different matter from two-way neural connection. Hold on. Reyes still didn't quite believe what the other person was saying. This thing, what's your cost? Lin Miao shook his head. That's a trade secret, you understand. But we're going for volume, not price, so it won't make much money. He thought to himself it's probably about 5 times the profit, which isn't much indeed. That's more like it. Reyes relaxed. He also saw that the technology wasn't particularly advanced, so they would have to go for a low price to quickly capture the market and make what they could. He then mused, you've really found a new path. Why did no one think of making cheap exoskeletons before? Type underscore of underscore response underscore expected underscore by underscore the underscore system underscore is underscore a underscore json underscore string underscore that underscore conforms underscore to underscore the underscore schema underscore provided underscore in underscore the. The one involved is confused, because of the cyberware. Lin Miao, as an outsider, saw it clearly. Exoskeletons in another world were initially developed to help soldiers carry heavy loads and conserve energy during long-distance marches. But here? Due to the existence of cyberware, the initial opportunity for exoskeletons to be born disappeared. Humans didn't need such things for carrying loads. It wasn't until the early 21st century that the Meta Group of Mexico, one of the 7 nomadic settlements, spurred by an arms race, had a group of retired veterans develop the first exoskeleton armor. However, this exoskeleton and the exoskeletons of another world are two different concepts, they cannot be confused. The exoskeleton in the cyberpunk world is essentially created because humans cannot carry too many weaponized cyberware, making it a larger version of me. Because even with all the cyberware installed, the human body has its limits. Through neural bidirectional connections, an individual's consciousness expands from the flesh to the entire exoskeleton power armor, which can already be said to be similar to Gundam or EVA. With this size, soldiers can carry more powerful weapons, more advanced drive systems, and tougher armor. But its essence is still merely equipping me with stronger cyberware. Soldiers wearing these neuroexpansive devices without exception develop significant psychological illnesses, from pilots to tank drivers to exoskeleton soldiers. However, the electric drive program-assisted control exoskeleton that Lin Miao brought out is essentially no different from the gun in your hand or your backpack. It's just an ordinary tool. If the neural utilization of currently popular exoskeletons is 10, then the one Lin Miao has is probably 0.1. Naturally, there's no talk of neural oppression. However, Reyes is still undecided. He actually has some ideas, but he just doesn't know if what Lin Miao brought out is real or fake. After all, combat videos can be faked, and the other party is clearly planning to ask him for a channel to get this batch of goods into the city and get rid of them. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but I need to see this thing with my own eyes. And I need to try it before I know if it can be sold, otherwise, I can't convince the buyer." Lin Miao already knew Reyes would say this. "How about this, in a few days, I'll contact you. Then you bring the buyer you found to the Badlands, and I'll show you a live combat demonstration. After you see it, you can decide whether to buy or not. How's that?" "That works." Reyes grew increasingly surprised by the other party's methods. "Who's the target?" "Nightwalker." "Damn, you're really milking this one sheep dry." Reyes laughed first, then said somewhat seriously, "But let me warn you, the Wraiths are behind the Nightwalker. They're a big player. The Nightwalker is their branch outside of Night City, responsible for smuggling in this area. If you push them too hard, the wraiths themselves might come after you. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone these hyenas. There's no other way, Lin Miao spread his hands with a hint of regret. This place is only so big. If I take a bite, someone else will eat less. But if I don't eat, I'll starve. Compared to fighting with city folk for food, this hyena is a bit easier to bully. As he spoke, Lin Miao glanced again at the heavily guarded Dogtown gate. He couldn't possibly compete with Kurt Hansen for food. At least, not yet. Reyes also noticed his gaze. This person has ambition. But ambition is one thing, being able to achieve it is what truly matters. Reyes chuckled, then I can only wish you smooth sailing. When you've established yourself outside the city, don't forget to give me a hand, old man. After he finished speaking, 3 semi-trailer trucks pulled up in front of the garage door. Over a dozen casually dressed thugs got out one after another, but unlike their attire, this group had a very distinct military bearing. Leading them was a bald black man with pure white cybernetic eyes. His left eye was covered with an auxiliary optical lens, and his arms were clearly military-grade cybernetic limbs. From what Lin Miao understood, the output from these hands alone was no less than the exoskeletons he sold. Of course, the price was steep, at least equivalent to 4 of his exoskeletons. The black man was Daoji, whose real name was Carl Robinson. He stood a head taller than Lin Miao, probably around 2 meters 1. His dark skin and deliberately exposed high-end cyberwear gave off a strong sense of oppression. Coupled with the exposed Wraith's insignia on his chest, anyone would know his affiliation. He stood with his arms crossed in front of him, looking down at Lin Miao and Old Captain, casually saying, "The things you want are in the truck. You can pay now. I need to inspect the goods first." Even if the other party was the local tyrant of Pacifica, so what? Lin Miao's money didn't grow on trees. If the truck was filled with scrap metal, who would he complain to? Money matters were not trivial. If you don't trust me, why come to me for business? Daoji frowned slightly, blocking Lin Miao's path, seemingly not intending to let him pass. Old Captain was an acquaintance, as Dogtown also had a demand for vehicle smuggling, otherwise Daoji wouldn't have agreed to trade CNC machine tools with him. This guy in front of him should be the buyer, but he was unfamiliar. He tried to scan him but got no results except for a name. Trust is built over time. This is our first meeting. Maybe in the future, we'll be as close as 2 peas in a pod, but not today. Daoji glanced at Old Captain again, waited for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling to open the truck doors and let Lin Miao and Old Captain board to inspect the goods. The sellers, people from the meta group, also came along. The few of them entered the cargo compartment one after another. These semi-trailer compartments were very large, no smaller than mobile homes. There was still plenty of room for 4 people to move around inside. The meta group employee introduced, "These 2 are Militica's Micron Level 5-axis CNC fully automated machining centers, model NUSG 55-7, 2,700 mm long, 1,950 mm wide, 2100 m high. Micro-S programming technology and Mealytech technology are integrated into the CNC system and PhD/CYM system. 5-axis full closed-loop control, multi-axis positioning, 5-axis linked machining." It seemed they had anticipated an on-site inspection, as the meta-group personnel even had a temporary battery prepared in the truck. He personally powered it on and demonstrated it to Lin Miao, machining a screw. Though Lin Miao didn't understand it. But that wasn't important, because Lin Miao knew that as long as these things were connected to the network, if the machine tool manufacturer didn't want you to use them, even if the machine tool was just moved a few meters, they could remotely force it to shut down at any time, and your complaints would be useless. This was technological monopoly. Fortunately, this place was a battleground of competing powers, and each company was developing and competing in all aspects. Dozens of multinational corporations were producing machine tools, and competition was fierce. Otherwise, just the CNC software alone would start at hundreds of thousands. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. If you're so capable, go program one yourself. So the first thing to do after bringing the machine tools back was to wipe their systems. Lin Miao couldn't do it, but he believed the system could. Because the other party had already written "I am a powerful artificial intelligence" all over its face. If it could flash the systems of drones and prosthetics, there was no reason it couldn't do the machine tools. After the 2 CNC machine tools were verified, Lin Miao paid the bill without hesitation. 130,000, plus Old Captain's 20,000 commission, totaling 150,000. The initial 170,000 also included 20,000 for the reactor and raw materials, which had already been paid. A large chunk of the money earned recently was gone in one go, leaving Lin Miao both pained and helpless. The 3 large trucks belonged to Old Captain. Metagroup employees would follow them to the agency to help install the machine tools. To be safe, Lin Miao would also go with them. Daoji watched the departing convoy, his lips moving slightly. Although the prices were similar, machine tools were a different concept from cyberware or other weapons and equipment. They were sensitive items, so companies had very strict controls over machine tools. You couldn't just buy them with money. Because these things represented production. With them, many things could be made, even machine tools for machining other machine tools. So Lin Miao could only buy machine tools on the black market. But buying on the black market didn't mean it was truly safe. As mentioned before, every machine tool had a serial number in the system. No matter where they went, they could be remotely located until their system was wiped. But what did any of this have to do with Daoji? He was only responsible for selling goods on the front line. He didn't care who bought, who sold, or who was watching this transaction. As long as the money was in hand, that's all that mattered. Chapter 47 I have 200 million, do you want it? The 3 semi-trucks did not head straight for the Badlands. Instead, Lin Miao immediately requested the convoy stop by the roadside shortly after leaving Pacifica. The silver-hair hacker was already waiting there, and Reyes and Metagroup employee Charles were still somewhat confused, not knowing why Lin Miao had called the hacker. Lin Miao reopened the truck compartment, bringing Lucy inside with him, and when he emerged, he was holding an electronic device. Lin Miao tossed the item in front of Reyes and Metagroup employee Charles. Gentlemen, I didn't expect this truck to come with an extra surprise. My shopping list shouldn't have included a tracking and listening device, right? And the machine tool CNC program even had a Militech virus embedded, ready to steal and upload my design blueprints. That's a bit much, wouldn't you say? What's going on? Reyes's face darkened. He looked at Charles and angrily questioned, this isn't what we agreed upon. How did Militech get wind of this shipment? Although Charles was equally confused, that didn't stop him from explaining, I don't know anything about Militech's involvement, but I can guarantee it has nothing to do with Metagroup. My only task is to get these 2 machine tools out. Understand? His dismissive tone was quite irritating. Reyes's gaze at Charles turned dangerous. So what do you mean? Are you suggesting I leaked information to Militech? If it weren't for the Metagroup security personnel still in the truck, he would have shot the bastard right then and there. Who knows? At least our objective is just to offload this shipment. I don't care about anything else. You'd be better off asking Daoji than me. Besides me, only his people have touched this shipment. Daoji? You're saying Kurt Hansen's dog could be in cahoots with Militech? At least come up with a better excuse. Facing Reyes's sarcasm, Charles was non-committal. Dogs always listen to whoever has food in their hand. As a middleman, you should know that very well. The two's argument showed signs of escalating until Lin Miao actively interrupted. All right, gentlemen, now is not the time to argue. Since the problem has been found and resolved, there's no need to continue bickering. I also don't intend to pursue who among you did this. Let's leave it at that. When receiving the goods, Lin Miao felt that the person named Daoji was off. He seemed unwilling to inspect the goods himself and was silent for too long, making Lin Miao suspicious. However, calling Lucy was not accidental. He was originally going to get something from her, but he was worried about the machine tools, so he specifically asked her to come over and help with a small favor. As a result, after his optical implant scan and Lucy's back-end program scan, the problem was found, and Lucy was quite certain that Militech was behind it. As for why, she didn't say. However, Lin Miao trusted Lucy more than Metagroup, Reyes, and Daoji. Furthermore, investigating this matter further would not benefit him now. Even if he knew Militech did it, what then? Could he take the evidence to them and demand compensation? They would just laugh at him for being a fool. It wouldn't be too late to get even later when the opportunity arose, and as for the machine tools, even if he knew there was a problem, he had to accept them. As for Reyes, Lin Miao thought it unlikely he leaked the information. It was more probable that Militech agents cast a wide net, and they didn't care whose hands it fell into or whether it would be discovered. After all, a wiretap and a piece of virus code are both worthless. This matter could only be left unresolved in the end. A surprising choice, but a wise one. Charles was somewhat surprised by this buyer of unknown origin. He was actually a bit worried that the other party would use this opportunity to haggle over the price or something. It was easy to get things out of Dogtown, but trying to get them back would be troublesome. Lin Miao also did not continue to ride in the same car as old Captain. Instead, under Reyes's resentful gaze, he turned and got into a separate car with Lucy. After all, Reyes wasn't going to the Badlands with them and had his own business to attend to. Lin Miao looked at the car's feminine decorations, somewhat surprised. You bought a car after only a few days apart. Humph. Lucy gripped the steering wheel, looking straight ahead, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. A big shot like you is busy all day, so why would you care about a small fry like me? Isn't it normal that you wouldn't know I bought a car? Perhaps you only remember me, a hacker wandering Night City, when you need me. The resentment in her words, like Zhong Wuyan for business, Xia Yingchun for pleasure, was almost overflowing, and her face clearly read, I'm angry, hurry and coax me. Last time, she thought Lin Miao was probably in a bad mood after so many people died under his command, so she planned to contact him after a few days when he felt better. But what happened? The guy didn't call her once for a whole week. Now he only showed up when he needed her help. So, if there's nothing wrong, you can't come to me? Ahem, that's not entirely true. It's just that I'm genuinely a bit swamped. I'm constantly busy with so many things every day. Lin Miao wasn't stupid, how could he not understand Lucy's implied meaning? But there was no way he would proactively respond to her on such a topic. He preferred to be passive. Besides, I couldn't find any reason to contact you, could I? After all, aren't we just employer and mercenary? You got me so excited last time, I was restless for days. A little bit of revenge shouldn't be a problem, right? You. Upon hearing this, Lucy immediately felt indignant, wishing she could slam on the brakes right now and make this guy roll out of her car. But just as she was about to curse, she turned her head and found that he had already peeled open a chocolate bar and offered it to her mouth, saying with sincere gratitude, but thank you anyway, Lucy. If it weren't for you, I might have lost everything and slunk away from Night City. She had anger but nowhere to vent it. Lucy felt both annoyed and amused, so she simply bit off a large piece of the chocolate he offered, crunching it loudly as if she wanted to throw someone into her mouth and eat him too. Since you're the employer, and I've dealt with the trouble mealy tech left behind, how much commission do you plan to pay this time? My fee isn't high, 70 or 80,000 will do. 70 or 80,000. I have 200 million here, do you want it? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Although Lin Miao felt there was a certain possibility she would agree, wouldn't that make him a gigolo? That would be too much of a loss. Lucy saw Lin Miao give a wry smile in response to her difficult request. For your help, let alone 70 or 80,000, even if it were 7 or 800,000, or 7 million, as long as you ask, I will definitely satisfy you. But right now sigh. After his sigh caught Lucy's attention, he said with a bitter expression, I just invested in a project and poured all the money I earned recently into it. These 2 machine tools are my last capital. Before I break even, I really can't pay your fee. I really have a cow. Lucy was also a bit embarrassed. She was just joking with him out of spite, but how did it suddenly get so serious? He was acting so pitiful that she didn't know what to say. You. I was just kidding, there's no need to take it seriously. This guy was really strange. He claimed to have no money, yet he always carried expensive chocolate, but she had never seen him eat it. It seemed he gave it all to her. Thinking this, Lucy suddenly felt a little embarrassed and could only change the subject, taking out a box of data shards from her person and handing them to Lin Miao. The combat brain dance you wanted is ready. The brain dance headset is in the box in front of you. You can watch it now if you want. After the Night Walkers incident last time, Lin Miao had Natural Curl extract the data shards from the players' heads and gave them to Lucy, hoping she would compile the data from these shards into a large brain dance. Due to the large amount of work, it wasn't finished until yesterday. Lin Miao opened it and saw. Had. All the others were originals, but his had been swapped again, replaced with a copy. Lucy didn't ask why Lin Miao always recorded these things and made them into brain dances. Perhaps it was for commemoration? Like a wedding anniversary video. After all, once you put this on, you can only experience the 5 senses of the original recorder, you can't do anything else. Only environmental simulation brain dances offered some degree of freedom, but their cost and selling price were very high, and Lucy couldn't make them. But with the system, it's different. Lin Miao said with emotion, I don't know how to thank you enough, Lucy. No need to thank me. Consider it repayment for you saving me last time. After all, you don't have money now, do you? How can that be? Lin Miao said resolutely, even if I don't have money, I can't let my friends suffer. How about this, Lucy? Previously, because we were just starting, the agency was quite humble and I never invited you. Since you're here this time, let me, as the host, invite you to be our guest at the agency. Consider it repayment. What do you think? If you come, don't leave. Lin Miao was determined to recruit her this time to make her his employee. She could be a mentor for hacker players, an additional brain dance editor, a formidable combatant, and someone to share his burden. He would gain an assistant, players would gain a mentor, and Lucy would gain a job. It was a win-win-win. An invitation? The agency. Lucy felt a bit uneasy. She wasn't particularly fond of the cold, profit-driven atmosphere of corporations. Lucy preferred it if he invited her to do something alone, just the two of them. Even if it was just running or strolling in a park. At this moment, she noticed Lin Miao offering her the chocolate again. This time, Lucy took a small bite, letting it melt slowly in her mouth, relying on her saliva. Feeling the subtle sweetness within the richness, Lucy sighed inwardly. What else could she do? Oh, well. Since you put it that way. The outer defensive wall of the agency had been fully repaired after a few days, and the bombed-out cars had been disassembled into parts and piled in the warehouse. After all, they were riddled with bullet holes, and the glass was mostly shattered, making them impossible to drive. It was better to disassemble them for parts and reassemble one himself. Even the Night Walker's blood on the ground had been washed and covered by players with water and ash. At least it didn't look like there had been a massive brawl involving 70 or 80 people here 2 days ago. When the convoy drove into the agency, players immediately swarmed forward. Although Lin Miao had announced in advance that a batch of goods would arrive today, the players were still full of enthusiasm, crowding in front of the convoy and pointing at the NPCs. I apologize for the sight, Mr. Charles. This certainly can't compare to Night City. Oh no. Charles opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. This group of people in front of him had mental illnesses. Charles was certain of it. These people surrounded the convoy, excited like unworldly savages, and even tried to touch them. But it wasn't a gay feeling. It was more like tourists visiting a zoo greeting the wild beasts in the enclosure. What kind of corporate dogs are these? When a metagroup employee became annoyed by a player and even drew a gun on him, the players not only weren't scared, but they became even more excited about being held at gunpoint. They were mumbling in an incomprehensible dialect, barely understandable with a translator. Holy crap, they're pointing guns at me. That looks pretty awesome. Be careful, what if you make them angry and they don't like us anymore? What do you think would happen if I went up and pulled down their pants? You'd be killed by the boss, I bet. Who the hell would like you? Can't you guys talk about these things somewhere I can't hear? Loud conspiring, hey. And pull down my pants? These people are insane, aren't they? What kind of crappy company is this? They're dressed so prim and proper, but why do they talk like lunatics? Originally, Meta Group was also one of the nomad settlements, mostly composed of veterans from the Central American War, but its style was closer to that of a corporation. Charles actually had no ill will towards Lin Miao, who honestly and diligently developed industry in the Badlands without cutting corners. But these people, compared to nomads, were more like addicts high out of their minds and disoriented. It wasn't until Lin Miao glared at the players that they abandoned their eagerness to grab an NPC and play with them. Lin Miao could only say helplessly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Charles. My people's thinking is a bit unconventional, but they are all good people. Good people discuss pulling down other people's pants right in front of them, hey?" But one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since the players hadn't done anything too outrageous yet, Charles could only smile and say nothing. The factory area had been marked out in advance, located on the right side of the agency, covering about 400 square meters. A closed workshop had even been welded together with rebar and composite panels. The dust in the Badlands would interfere with the lathe's high-precision machining. Under Lin Miao's command, the players began helping to move the two machine tools into the workshop for assembly. Although their minds were always wandering, they worked diligently. Even Charles, who had initially expected these lunatics to be a hindrance, was somewhat surprised. Although these people's minds weren't normal, they seemed to have received a certain level of cultural education, and he could understand most of what he said. Even if he didn't understand, asking someone nearby would clarify it. Certain qualities began to manifest in the players. These people weren't like nomads, nor like addicts, they were like city people. But they weren't like the people from the Night City area. There was a strange scent about the players that Charles couldn't quite place, and it made him a little nervous. "Oh, I understand what you mean now." Mantu, who was listening to Charles explain CNC programming for machine tools, suddenly realized, "Isn't this just M43, the code prefix for controlling the main spindle motor power?" M43. Charles frowned. He had never heard of M43. The current CNC programming motor-related code prefixes all started with S. It's fine, it's fine. You continue, I'm listening." Mantu also felt that discussing game settings and reality differences with an NPC was pointless. It was better to quickly figure out the coding settings. Even a master's student from a technical university rarely had the chance to operate a Micron Level 5-axis CNC machine tool, an industrial mother machine, seriously. According to the NPC named Charles, this thing's repeatability could even reach 1 to 2 microns, almost on par with international top-tier machines. And this was just discarded smuggled goods, probably equivalent to a 4-axis machine tool in reality. One could only say it was a game, daring to boast anything. It was 2075, after all. If it could be bought on the black market, let alone Mantu boasting, her Lao Do could buy as many as you had. Never mind the price, even at 2 million per unit, plenty of people would be chasing to buy them. This was Lucy's first formal entry into the agency. Last time, she had only observed from afar. Compared to what she saw then, the agency now before her was clearly much more complete. A gas station converted into an oil storage facility, separate storage warehouses, processing rooms, prosthetic limb storage, employee dormitories, generator sets, and a training firing range. Even on the outskirts of the agency, players had built a basketball court. When game time was limited and brain dance usage limits were exhausted, players would occasionally come to play basketball for recreation. Initially, they used a broken basketball picked up from the junkyard, reinflating and patching it. Later, Lin Miao simply bought a few new ones and put them in the shop for players to use. However, they were in no mood to play basketball now. Except for those who went to help install the machine tools, everyone else was crowded at the second-floor windows, watching Lucy and Lin Miao on the balcony. Shui Yu Dongtian, ah. It's the white-haired beautiful girl, I'm dead, I'm dead. Red Bucket, I remember her. Isn't she the female hacker who fought with the boss last time? Unfortunately, she stayed in the car the whole time and never got out. I died after the battle, so I didn't even get a chance to get a closer look. Ju Tiou, is she very pretty? I think she's just average. I still think DVA is prettier. Tu Do, you still can't forget her. Dao Ji, she has a cold and alluring beauty, but honestly, for me, she's not as stunning as Tifa. Even with similar short white hair, she's slightly inferior to Tubi in terms of figure and aura. My rating is 8.5 points. Yeren, how does she compare to our hacker? Everyone looked at Pandora, who was also peeking through the glass, then looked at Lucy. Ju Tiou, oh my god. Ah. Asterisk N. It seems profession has nothing to do with physique. Pandora, enduring the immense malice, silently headbutted each of these idiots, knocking them all to the ground. Chapter 48. Have they always been like this? Are they all like this? Lucy felt a bit awkward. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Where was the serious work atmosphere? The high-pressure work environment? The massive work performance metrics? You're all squatting by the glass door, openly peeking at me on a date with your boss. Don't any of you have to work? And also, as the boss, is it really okay for your employees to openly slack off, even gathering to discuss who's prettier? Who is DVA? Who is Tifa? And who is 2B? They actually said I wasn't as good as them. Although Lucy didn't care much about others' opinions on her appearance, being surrounded and critiqued like this almost made her jaw drop in anger. If it weren't for Lin Miao's sake, she would definitely have shown these people a thing or two. Ahem. Lin Miao, who had been laughing on the side, coughed and said, "Our company's work environment is, quite relaxed. Everyone works based on their own initiative, and right now is free activity time. If you really force a player to do work, even a 4-hour workday, they'll make a fuss. They're here to have fun, not to work for you. If going online is like going to work, what's the point of the game? Over time, even the strongest enthusiasm will be worn away. So Lin Miao rarely forces players to do any specific work. He just puts the tasks and rewards out there, stirring up players' interest to take them on voluntarily. But if they genuinely feel resistant, Lin Miao won't push them." Lucy frowned. "Are you really here to start a business? I think you're more like the descendant of some rich family who ran away to have fun." This was one of her biggest worries. If Lin Miao was backed by a big company or some wealthy individual, then no matter how reluctant she was, she would resolutely draw a line with him. "I'll take that as a compliment." Lin Miao chuckled. "Have you ever seen the descendant of a big corporation or a rich family risk their head to fight night walkers and tiger claws, just to snatch a bit of oil and chips? Wouldn't waking up in a 500 square meter bed, having 20 or so beautiful maids as pretty as you serve me breakfast, flying out of a hundreds of hectares estate in a top-tier AV, and going to work at a trillion-dollar company, enjoying the adoration of millions of employees, be much better than staying in this cursed place? Lucy, I can only say your imagination is rich, but not rich enough. You could also guess I'm an alien, a person from the future, an Esper, or even Haruhi Suzumiya." Lin Miao's incessant chatter made Lucy a bit annoyed. I get it. Seriously, I just asked a question, do you have to be like this?" She looked towards the glass window. That group of people was still staring at the two of them with wide eyes, as if waiting for something to happen. How to put it, although she had only been here for less than an hour, she could clearly feel the unique temperament and atmosphere of these people, which was completely out of place in Night City. Optimistic? Lively? Relaxed? Close, but not quite. The sensitive Lucy had a feeling she couldn't quite describe. These people were utterly different, outsiders. In Night City, the polluted air you breathe, the water you drink, the noisy chatter in your ears, the despondent pedestrians on the streets, you can feel a decaying scent and a sense of suffocation everywhere, constantly sinking towards an abyss. It was like a stagnant pool of water settling, the dust at the bottom about to settle. Lucy only wanted to desperately escape this damned hell. And this group of people? They were restless, like water just plunged down a nearby waterfall. Compared to a company, Lucy seemed to have another, better word to describe this place. An amusement park. But she didn't seem to dislike this feeling. The players' enthusiasm came and went quickly. After confirming that Lucy and the boss wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, they quickly lost interest in watching and went off in 2s and 3s to do their own things. Those pushing Phoenix Club dungeons pushed dungeons, and those training trained. Ever since Lin Miao enabled the mutual trade system and life skill professions for players, some players had already started trying out related industries. For example, NIGE's crossbow, combined with Jian Shui Wuming's explosives, had shown good results in the battle a few days ago. The two, along with the Erduo Tudu, were squatting together, preparing to design an impact-detonating explosive arrow. Many players also ordered compound crossbows from NIGE. NIGE was also continuously trying to improve the crossbow design. He had already acquired the design blueprint for a recurve compound crossbow and was currently attempting to manufacture it. Jian Shui Wuming and Erduo Tudu also had their own new projects, such as trying to make double base propellants and rocket propellants. There was nothing you didn't want to make, and no player didn't dare to make. And these things, as long as you have high school chemistry knowledge, plus raw materials and tools, are really not difficult to make. The difficult part is the police. For example, the legendary forum NKBA, which produced all sorts of self-destructive experts, was forcibly shut down for trying new formulas, synthesizing new explosives, and exploring new processes, and several well-known forum members were invited for tea. And even more pioneers ended up in the hospital due to accidents. Jian Shui Wuming deeply understood this, everyone there was an artist. Because he was one of them. Of course, the crafting materials were no longer freely available to players as before, they cost money. However, fortunately, the previous battle brought in a good income, enough for them to last for a while. If they really ran out of money, they could always do a few missions. And the shop also had new items. Grandpa New's grenade 150 eddies each. Inside are 50 grams of semtex and metal shrapnel and a detonator. It has a rather crude cylindrical shape, wrapped in an aluminum casing, looking like a homemade grenade. Just pull the pin, the safety lever detaches, the firing pin, driven by its spring, springs open the safety lever, strikes the primer, and ignites the fuse. A few seconds later, boom. When they made the grenades, they didn't consider whether the power was appropriate or if it would hurt themselves. That doesn't exist. If you're brave enough, just die with the players. As for why it's called Grandpa New, it's probably because Tutu kept bothering him for graphics cards. Installing the machine tool took most of the afternoon. And because the payment was made and Lin Miao's handling of the small melee tech incident left Charles with a good impression, even though he felt a bit unnerved by being watched by these players, he still left his contact information. If the machine tool had problems, they could contact him. He could recruit people to help fix it or replace parts. Of course, it still cost money, but the price was much cheaper than going directly to melee tech. This could be considered an example of a corporate employee using their position to gain benefits for themselves. Lucy leaned against the balcony, looking down at the players chattering below. Their conversations occasionally touched on Lucy herself. They were mostly guessing about her relationship with their boss, and most of the theories put Lucy in a good mood. So, while Lin Miao was talking to Charles, she also wanted to try and interact with this group of strange strangers. And as Lucy's first target, naturally, it was that short hacker. Pandora was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby, fiddling with her computer. She had just finished her hacker training for the day. This professional skill was a bit different from other types of training. Without enough specialized knowledge, experience wouldn't increase at all. The learning difficulty was much higher than other skills. After training, it was best to do secondary training on the computer, so much so that other players, after trying a few times, all gave up on spending their precious time on it and instead invested in more direct skills. Lucy stood behind Pandora, leaning forward on the back of the sofa, propping her head with one hand as she watched the other girl tapping on the keyboard. The fully focused Pandora didn't even realize someone was behind her until Lucy spoke up. Don't be too fixated on offense, your skills aren't quite there yet. Viruses that aren't complex enough won't pose much of a threat to enemies. It's best to focus on the infectivity and self-replication of simple demons, it can achieve twice the results with half the effort. Pandora looked up at Lucy. Lucy hadn't noticed before, but this little hacker's tender face looked no older than 12 or 13, and her fair, pink cheeks were quite cute. I said, how could Lin Miao let a child as young as you participate in combat? Lucy's voice carried a hint of displeasure. She still remembered that Pandora was one of Lin Miao's planned decoys in the last battle. But this caring tone sounded different to Pandora. She said indifferently, I already came of age 3 months ago. Hey. Lucy's expression froze on her face. For a moment, she didn't know how to react to Pandora. Look at this poor child, she must not have eaten well when she was young, leading to stunted growth. Thinking this, Lucy's gaze towards Pandora was filled with pity. Pandora patted her chest, not sure if she was speaking to herself or to others. It's okay. I heard the doctor say that human development continues until the age of 26. I still have 8 years to grow. It's just that my development is a bit slow. Lucy nodded slightly. Although she didn't know much about medicine, she was well aware that females generally stop developing at 18. But she couldn't say that out loud to hurt the young girl's feelings or shatter her illusions. She could only offer a strained smile and say, even if it's not possible, you can still change your body's current state through cybernetic modifications, though I don't really recommend doing that. Highly cyberized individuals, without sufficient logistical support and funding, would most likely develop cyberpsychosis. Hearing this, Pandora's eyes brightened. Up until now, she hadn't bought any prosthetics because their length was completely incompatible with her body type. Equipping them wouldn't enhance her, it would cause her body to lose balance. Moreover, a hacker's early combat strength is very poor, which meant Pandora wasn't particularly wealthy. So far, her only proper cyberware consisted of a tyrosine injector and deep dive equipment. How about this? Lucy sat next to Pandora. Age aside, the girl's petite figure reminded her of many things. Although it might sound hurtful, the adult Pandora looked to be about the same size as Lucy when she was 12 or 13. I'll let you experience what the network looks like through the eyes of a mature hacker. Pandora nodded repeatedly. Even with Arezaka's hacker training chip, her growth was still slow. She could only upgrade her hacker skills using skill points gained from leveling up, but practical experience couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Even at the same level, there were differences in ability. It wasn't a situation where a level 5 could definitely crush a level 4. Auxiliary equipment, cyberware, experience, and so on were all factors. Having a teacher guide her was always better than fumbling around on her own. Lucy pulled out a data cable and plugged it into Pandora's nape. Massive streams of data flowed through both their eyes simultaneously. Although both were using basic Type 1 network access ports, it was clear that Lucy's data processing speed was several times faster than Pandora's. This was the most direct manifestation of the difference in their algorithms. Frankly speaking, if Lucy wanted to, she could fry Pandora's brain with a mere thought right now. And as Lucy had taught Pandora to build more efficient algorithms, information processing inevitably led to data exchange. Pandora wasn't good at maintaining the confidentiality and stability of her own information. Despite her best efforts to restrict it, some information still inevitably leaked to Lucy. Most of it was useless information. As the only hacker among the players currently, other players often asked Pandora to help with small tasks. For example, creating an information database to compile the game world's lore that players had collected. Things like posters found in Garbage Mountain, company logos, and content from some residual data chips were all world-building documents. Some players particularly enjoyed delving into these things. From these details, they built the overall worldview framework of this future vision. The largest repository of information currently wasn't about the game world itself, but about the Braindance combat in the Phoenix Club, which was the main way players learned about Night City. Even just casual conversations between NPCs, a poster, a holographic projection, or the faintly visible GG screen in the distance, of course, there was still a lot of speculation and fiction involved, as players hadn't truly entered Night City yet. Some of the speculative content in this information struck Lucy as rather absurd and laughable. It was as preposterous as those political conspiracy theories. For instance, things like East Asia has been low-key for decades, with no news, but is actually playing a big game, or Prince Charles successfully ascended the throne. How could that be? Who didn't know that Prince Charles died before the Queen of England, outlived by her, a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one? Were these people writing some kind of collective sci-fi historical novel? However, a fragmented piece of information caught Lucy's attention. She read the content. Dr. Boss, Androids, Pre-Net Collapse Technological Legacy. At night, players gathered in the open space in front of the agency, bought a few packs of beer and a pile of synthetic food from W, and lit a bonfire with discarded wood to complete a meal. Then they played some mini-games. For example, Red Bucket would strap a few composite plates to his chest to serve as a target for Ji, testing how strong the penetration of his newly bought crossbow was. Shui Yu Dongtian, I bet it'll penetrate one. Nige retorted, at least two, all right? This is something I just made. The players were laughing and joking, making Lucy sweat. Do these people always play this wild? Ji aimed for a long time, then pulled the trigger. A whooshing sound cut through the air, but the anticipated thud of the crossbow bolt hitting the composite plates didn't occur. Red Bucket, still looking? Where the hell did you shoot? Ji, I don't know. Just as he and Red Bucket were puzzled and searching around for the crossbow bolt without success, Red Bucket suddenly felt a chill in his thigh. He looked down, and blood had soaked through his pant leg. Ah! You shot me in the thigh. Ah! Ji suddenly remembered that this game had friendly fire. He quickly helped Red Bucket limp to the basement for treatment. The crossbow bolt was too fast, and with the cover of night, no one saw its trajectory. Red Bucket had also turned off his pain receptors, so he didn't even feel his thigh being shot through. Chajin Warrior, what did I tell you? Ji can't even shoot a gun well and he's playing with a crossbow. If you ask me, he'd be better off biting a lighter for entertainment. Savage, this isn't good entertainment. This is absolutely brutal entertainment, alright. If you're so capable, go out and perform something like this for me. Lucy, watching the events unfold from the second floor, was speechless. Although she could now, to some extent, understand these people's abstract thinking, she still couldn't grasp their exuberant mentality. Leaning against the balcony, she took a deep breath of the cool night air. August should have been hot, but the Badlands had a large day-night temperature difference, the nights were even cooler than autumn. In the distance, she could still see the city lights of Night City, and the night view was beautiful. But Lucy's mood was heavy, because she felt like she had learned something she shouldn't have. A big secret. A shocking, enormous secret. Yes, Lin Miao was indeed not an employee or descendant of some big company or wealthy magnate. But the reality was no better than that. He was an android from before the net collapse, a deceased doctor, a lost advanced technology. It was just like those third-rate conspiracy theories circulating online, but it perfectly explained all the mysteries surrounding Lin Miao. Why couldn't his past be found? Because he had no past. He had been dormant until he crawled out of a ruin in recent years, and everyone else who came out with him had died. Why was his cyberware so strange and valuable, yet he wasn't very wealthy? Because it was the technological legacy left by the doctor. Why could these people sacrifice themselves without hesitation, even embracing grenades to perish with night walkers? Because they were already anomalies in this world, creations of biological science, androids. It was just unknown where they had come from to Night City, and how many of them there were. Lucy wished she was dreaming, that with one awakening, all of this would vanish into the depths of her memory. However, in reality, she was wide awake, incredibly so. Meanwhile, Lin Miao, who had no idea that the backstory he had casually made up, and hadn't even taken very seriously himself, was now being unearthed by someone, pushed open the glass door with 2 drinks in hand and walked onto the balcony. He placed a small bottle of cola on the railing. How do you like it here? Isn't it much better than Night City? Lucy picked up the cola, a little surprised. She thought he shouldn't like this kind of drink. Was it specially prepared for her? Humph, not bad. Lucy opened the can, and the cola gurgled, releasing carbonation, with bubbles constantly rising to the surface, just like her current unsettled state of mind. She turned and leaned against the balcony, tilting her head to look at Lin Miao. Her silver hair, veiled by moonlight, danced gently in the wind, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face as she said, I have a little story. Would you like to hear it? I'm all ears. Chapter 49, My story was taken seriously. What should I do? Waiting online. Urgent. After the Fourth Corporate War, an Arezaka soldier named Takeshi Takeda, due to his outstanding contributions to the company, was given the opportunity to be stationed in Warsaw, Poland. Here, this neon man met his wife, him, a member of a famous local hacker organization in Poland called Squad 404. That foolish woman was so blinded by love that she naively believed this Arezaka soldier would love her as much as she loved him, even willing to give up everything from her past hacker life to become a housewife. It was a long time before the couple had a child. At this point, Lucy's eyes showed a hint of sadness, and her tone became heavy. The child inherited her mother's hacker talent. With a father who was a company executive and a mother who was an elite hacker, she originally had a future envied by countless people, until that day, she accidentally hacked into her father's computer and learned about the numerous crimes committed by that Arezaka soldier during the Fourth Corporate War. The father, who was tall and kind in her heart, was actually nothing more than a beast raised by the company, organizing massacres, blowing up public hospitals, poisoning water plants, and scattering carcinogenic agents in villages from planes. The once perfect family developed cracks. The child became increasingly resistant to her father and everything in the home, frequently running away and getting involved with gangs, until one day, the man could no longer bear it and chose to tie up his daughter and send her to Arezaka for hacker testing. After discovering her extraordinary hacker talent, he unhesitatingly handed his daughter over to the company as a tribute. From that day on, that girl's endless nightmare began. Lucy closed her eyes in pain, as if recalling an extremely cruel past, where every day was like hell. She even stopped using girl and instead stated directly, in Arezaka's underground facilities, we endured harsh training day and night. Those people ordered us to cross the black hole to search for what they called legacy technology from the old net era. Every day, someone was discovered by a rogue AI. The discovered data entities would be like meat thrown into a shredder, twisted into the most basic units of information and disappearing, and their physical bodies in reality would also die with them. Every day, children I knew died, and unknown people were brought in. Every day I wondered when I would be next. Maybe it would be better to just die like that. Death would be a release, but I was afraid of death, I was so afraid I would really die. So I never died. Everyone else died, but I survived. It was like a final escape, I ran a little faster than the others. Many people died, only I escaped from Arezaka. As she spoke, the soda can in Lucy's hand was crushed, and the brown cola that spilled out frothed like lava between her fair fingers, burning her body and soul. Every day when I wake up, I ask myself, did you escape? Did you really escape? If I really escaped, why is it still the same here? Why are Arezaka and these big corporations everywhere I go? Where do I have to escape to leave this hell? 3. Only then did Lin Miao understand why Lucy could be sure that Militech was behind what happened during the day. Who could understand Militech better than Arezaka? He also understood why Lucy seemed to have an unusual obsession with the moon. It was because it was at the very edge of the corporate sphere of influence, and at the same time, just as that poster said, a new world. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. You're telling me all this, aren't you afraid I'll leak your information to Arezaka for money? I'm a very greedy person, be careful, I might sell you out. Lucy suddenly looked very seriously at Lin Miao, at this anomaly like herself. Would you? Facing such sudden trust, Lin Miao was a little unaccustomed. At first, he was only interested in Lucy's hacker skills, and later it turned into lust. Lucy suddenly became so sincere, he felt a bit flustered. Lin Miao licked his lips. He almost instinctively sensed that Lucy's emotions were off. She seemed to know something, but what could she know? Lucy hadn't really interacted with the players much today. She only spoke a few words to Pandora and then guided them on hacker techniques. Lin Miao kept a close eye on everything the players did, there was no secrecy whatsoever. System, what's going on? Am I exposed? I prefer to call it shooting yourself in the foot. See for yourself. Lin Miao saw that the players actually took the story he made up seriously and recorded it in the archives, and it turned out Lucy saw it. Tisk. I just made up a story to joke with the players, how did someone take it seriously? And why didn't you warn me? It's just a story you made up, not a real secret. It was originally meant for the players to see. Do you expect me to clean up every lie you tell? That would be too difficult, the holes in lies only multiply. Lin Miao took a deep breath, suppressing his somewhat inexplicably agitated mood. You trust me so much. If I said yes, wouldn't you be very sad? But to say no directly would seem too insincere. He picked up a tissue from the table, took Lucy's hand, which was stained with soda, and carefully wiped away the brown soda and bubbles from her palm. The temperature of her palm was very low, but her skin was very good, like wiping the finest moon-white silk. How about this? I prefer to use actions instead of sweet words. Give me a list. Everyone involved in this matter, write down everyone you remember. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and wash away the sins with their blood. Anyway, he would definitely clash with Arezaka sooner or later. Lucy looked at Lin Miao, who was carefully wiping her hand. She wanted to say that she didn't want to pursue these matters, that these painful memories should remain buried in her heart, and it would be better never to recall them again. She certainly didn't want him to directly confront Arezaka over this. That was an unspeakable monster, its claws and eyes were everywhere. Your actions would never escape its surveillance. Arezaka killed countless small forces like Lin Miao's every year. Even the exalted Militech and the new United States were forced to retreat from Night City by Arezaka's Kujira aircraft carrier 6 years ago. Doing this, Lin Miao would be courting death. But his attitude still made a curve appear at the corner of Lucy's mouth. Shaking her head gently, she looked up at the moon in the sky, wanting to tell Lin Miao not to worry about those things. Arezaka, Night City, none of it mattered, she didn't care. She knew today that Lin Miao could not agree to this condition. This man was born with a mission to burn this world to ashes, only one of them could survive. Linear. I'm not telling you these things to make you pity me. I just want to say that we can actually rely on each other as fellow beings. I don't care about those things anymore. Lucy didn't reveal that she knew Lin Miao was an android. Although Lin Miao probably guessed what she meant. This made him a little tense, even starting to regret why he made up this broken backstory. And his complex expression of hesitation, in Lucy's eyes, was the reaction of being seen through. It's okay, I know. What do you know? Don't give me that I understand everything expression. Lin Miao felt it was necessary to clarify, but his mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to explain it. At this moment, Lucy withdrew her clean right hand and caressed Lin Miao's cheek. The cool sensation made him shiver. I want to face the future with you. Can you give me this chance? Arezaka or any other corporation? Lucy looked directly into Lin Miao's eyes. She didn't know how much courage it took to say this to him. She no longer wanted to go to the moon. She wanted to stay in this burning hell, even if she ended up as ashes. Lin Miao found his own face reflected in those bright, moon-like eyes. You. Although the development of events was a bit bizarre, and Lucy's starting point was also a bit strange, it ultimately achieved Lin Miao's initial goal. He held Lucy's hand, which was on his face, in front of him, and solemnly took out a chip from his pocket, placing it in her palm. Sign this, and you will be the second official external employee of our company. Second place. Lucy looked at the chip in her palm, then at the noisy players still gathered downstairs. A bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart. What about them? They are internal employees, you understand, not counted. At this point, no further explanation was needed. As long as the other party signed the contract, all questions would be answered. Lucy, half believing, connected the chip to the back of her neck. There were no document clauses, no party A or party B, no non-compete agreement, nothing. There was only a dark red signature field. Lucy unhesitatingly signed her name. The next moment, her iridescent pupils were filled with countless dark red data codes, and she seemed to lose control, slumping down. Fortunately, Lin Miao caught her before she fell to the ground. He had experience with this. Gloria Martinez was the same a few days ago, but at that time, she was sitting on the sofa, which meant Lin Miao didn't have a chance to help her up. Lucy's body was very light, and Lin Miao easily picked her up. Compared to last time, he had more attention to feel these trivial things. She probably weighed at most 45 kilograms, but she was soft, cool, and had a significant presence. The employee contract produced by the system was not a legal document in the traditional sense, but another type of contact contract that was effective both physically and at the network level. To sign the contract, both parties must genuinely agree. Coercion, hypnosis, or puppet control were all ineffective. At the same time, once an employee signed the contract, Lin Miao had to ensure they received fair treatment, and they would be passively protected by the system. If someone tried to invade their consciousness, they would most likely end up like that Arezaka hacker, with their brain burned out. It was called passive because it could not be actively triggered. What the employees had to do was pledge their loyalty to Lin Miao. Absolute loyalty. They could not subjectively do anything that violated company regulations or harmed the company's interests. In other words, you could make mistakes, but you couldn't make them intentionally, otherwise Lin Miao would know immediately and burn out your brain. Once signed, the contract could not be revoked unless all signatories died, otherwise, its validity would continue indefinitely. Yes, there was no concept of dismissal or resignation, so Lin Miao had to be extremely careful when choosing employees. He couldn't even proactively target them before they made a mistake. However, company regulations were set by Lin Miao, so there was still room for maneuver. He just couldn't play word games or use vague descriptions, and he also couldn't violate the rules he set himself. This was a two-way constraint. Furthermore, Lin Miao could choose to grant employees certain permissions or even the truth. For example, assigning tasks to player groups, though the tasks had to pass Lin Miao's and the system's review. Applying for development projects, applying for research and development projects, and, after the company expanded in the future, being responsible for managing players in other regions. After all, Lin Miao only had one brain and couldn't meticulously manage the daily lives of an ever-increasing number of players in the future. Someone had to share the pressure. At the same time, information among employees was transparent to a certain extent. For example, Lucy, who unhesitatingly signed her name, saw the number 002 on her avatar. And the 001 before it. Gloria Martinez. About 10 minutes later, Lucy, finally coming to her senses, looked at the red-haired woman's avatar with great vigilance. Why had she never seen this person around Lin Miao, and why wasn't the other party even at the agency? Lucy leaned in Lin Miao's arms, her head feeling heavy as if she might pass out at any moment, but she still gritted her teeth and gathered her spirits. Pulling Lin Miao's collar, she asked, "Who is she? Why have I never seen her?" "It's normal you haven't seen her, we've only known each other for 2 weeks. Remember the night we met? I was interrupted by you while contacting her. That time, the wound you stitched was restitched by her." At the mention of this, a blush rose on Lucy's face. She wanted to ask more, but her head was buzzing with chaotic sounds and information, and her body was limp, unable to muster any strength. Looking around, she realized she was sitting on his lap, nestled in his arms. That braindance chip from the Phoenix Club was good in every way, the only pity was that it only contained Lin Miao's feelings and couldn't be experienced from Lucy's perspective. Now, it was like a rerun of the event, a rare chance to relive it. "Remember my name, I'm Lucy Takeda." Saying this, Lucy leaned against Lin Miao's chest, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. That night, Lucy had a bizarre dream. Her consciousness seemed to follow some guidance, passing through an endless sea of data, arriving in a strange, ambiguous world. Similar tall buildings, but the architectural style was completely different from Night City. There was no grey sky, no foul-smelling streets, no lawless gangs, and not even prosthetics. The sky was bright and clear, the streets weren't particularly clean, but they were planted with flowers, plants, and trees Lucy didn't recognize. Although there were corporations, these corporations were far from having the same dominance as Arezaka or Melee Tech. They survived cautiously under government control, dutifully paying taxes and providing insurance for their employees. Despite still having the usual corporate class distinctions, bullying, internal competition, and overtime. But compared to the world Lucy lived in, it was much, much better. It looked technologically backward in some places, yet in others, it surpassed Night City. Lucy walked aimlessly down the streets. The pedestrians around her didn't have the unique sense of despondency found in Night City, caused by excessive drug use and immersion in brain dance. They were energetic, exuding a sense of vitality. No prosthetics, no gunshots, yet it didn't hinder them from living better lives. Of course, the vast majority of these people had black hair, even if there were some unusual colors, they were clearly dyed. As a result, Lucy's silver hair stood out particularly in the crowd. Vaguely, she seemed to see a somewhat familiar figure. Mainly, the other person's red hair made Lucy spot her at a glance. Some players went offline, they planned to save their game time for playing during the day. But the remaining players witnessed quite a show. Brother Blade, exclusive news, shocking, the untold story of the nameless female hacker and the boss. Image. All were photos of Lucy chatting with Lin Miao on the balcony, taken from rather tricky angles, with a suggestive feel reminiscent of Hong Kong paparazzi photography. At the same time, Lucy's entry was added to the character almanac, but her description was very brief, only a few lines, full of mystery. Mantu, what? I don't accept it. Boss is for the players, I haven't even started my strategy yet. Silver-haired natural curl, they are a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman. What right do you, this mighty bull demon king, have to object? Mantu, you want to die again, don't you? I know where you live, and I know what class you're in. Red bucket, holy crap. Doxed. Chajin warrior, it's already over. Jackal with anosmia, this isn't fair, meow. My fanfiction just started and now it's ruined. Jutio, this is a good thing. I saw this female hacker whispering to our little hacker today. Maybe there's a hidden quest. At Pandora, who likes to DOS, what do you say? Pandora, she's very good. She's guiding me on hacker techniques. NIGE, shocked, could it be a professional mentor character like KD6? Savage, what? Holy crap, why don't we all have mentors? Is hacker the dev's favorite daughter class? Gao Shao, dude, what's your class? Savage, It seemed that apart from hacker being a defined class, savages and the like could only be called combat personnel. They even had to moonlight as construction workers, electricians, and trash pickers. Mainly, this attribute was too difficult for him to increase. Even though Savage could feel his strength was much greater than when he first entered the game, his physical body was still at 6 points. NIGE, I think this female hacker NPC has a permanent presence. After all, the hacker class is too weak in the early stages. She's the balance patch. I feel like Savage could take on 5 Pandoras with one hand. Savage, one-on-one tutoring? What kind of only child treatment is this? It's unfair. This is what I call unfair. Pandora, 9. Chapter 50. We are a serious enterprise and we cannot be timid. Shocking sound. After Lin Miao settled the unconscious Lucy on the sofa in the reception room on the second floor of the agency to rest, he first went to the basement to place the 5 newly acquired modification pods. After expanding to 15 units, the basement became somewhat cramped. When the number of players increases in the future, this small town will probably need to be redecorated. When he returned to the second floor, Lucy was still unconscious. Lin Miao felt that her unconscious period was even longer than Gloria's, and he didn't know what caused it. Level, LV5 LV6. Occupation, Agency Administrator. Reputation, minorly famous. Body, 6. Technical, 5-6. Cool, 7. Reflex, 6. Intelligence, 7. Skills, Firearms Proficiency LV1 Basic Combat LV4. The attribute increases seemed small, but Lin Miao had specifically asked the system. Under normal circumstances, the maximum value for each human statistic is 10. Normally, 4 to 5 is above average, 6 enters the excellent level, and 8 is roughly T1 level human. Anything above that, 9 and 10, are the limits of human capability. To go beyond that, one must rely on cyberware, but current player cyberware is trash and doesn't even provide a 1-point boost, so it doesn't show up in the attributes. The player's initial body statistics can be said to be an excellent starting template. If a person were to grow up in the environment of this world, without relying on cyberware, let alone having one stat reach 6, he would be lucky to even live to adulthood in good health. Most likely, they would contract some illness due to environmental pollution, thereby affecting various bodily functions. Lin Miao even asked the system, using the legends on Night City's mercenary leaderboard as examples. For example, regarding the widely rumored Johnny Silverhand, the system's answer was different from the Night City legends of him fighting Atom Smasher for 300 rounds. Johnny Silverhand is a weakling. Even with his iconic cybernetic arm, his body and intelligence were only 7, and none of his other stats exceeded 8. In a fight, he would probably be instantly killed by Smasher, who has 18 body. Literally instantly killed. Of all people, only one broke through the limit. The patriarch of hackers, Bart Moss. If others' values are 10, then he is likely at that level. Bart Moss's 10 is because the upper limit is 10, if the numerical system were expanded, his intelligence would probably be 12, and with cyberware peripherals, it would directly reach 20. 20 is still only the upper limit of the numerical table, not his. What kind of concept is this? It can basically be understood as a literal cyber god. No one can surpass him in the hacking profession, even today, more than 50 years after his death, still no one. This is not an exaggeration, but a statement. All company firewalls in cyberspace are riddled with holes in front of him. No matter how many hackers you send to attack him, the final outcome will always be failure, even AI cannot succeed. Arezaka, the European community, and Militika's top-secret databases, as long as they are not absolutely physically isolated, are like a backyard to Bart Moss. He can come and go as he pleases. The first person to go online with a real name. So Arezaka chose the most direct approach. Offline doxing, raiding your physical location. But he, in turn, blew up the old net, making everyone hide in the walls of Maria, trembling. And Lin Miao had no intention of developing in the direction of a hacker. Cross the river, take off your shoes, wear pants that fit your butt. He tried, but he wasn't cut out for it, he couldn't understand any of that hacker code. If everyone has their own talent score, then Lin Miao's hacker talent is probably 0, or even negative. But fortunately, he doesn't really need hacker talent, he just needs to find Lucy. Lucy. Save me. Today was also a good day for Lin Miao, not only did he truly bring Lucy into the team, adding a hacker mentor to the group, but he also completed the main quest. Adding the voucher he had hoarded these days, he now had 20. Maybe I can try my luck in the intermediate card pool. The variety of items in the beginner card pool is ridiculously extensive, from physical equipment to blueprints, guns, food, seeds, fungi, everything. It's practically a department store. But there are indeed many good things, he just doesn't know what he can draw from the intermediate card pool, and the item descriptions in the prize pool are very vague. Lin Miao remembered that his very first food voucher seemed to be one of the products from the intermediate card pool. If he really drew chicken, it wouldn't be a loss, he could sell it for some money. Directional plasma emitter. Lin Miao blinked, mainly, when this card was drawn, it didn't burst into golden light or show SSR or anything, so he didn't know if it was good. What tier it belonged to in the card pool, maybe it was low tier like the old handgun he drew earlier. He could only take out the physical item and look at it first. But as soon as he took it out, Lin Miao felt his hand sink, almost dropping it on the ground. Good heavens, this gun must weigh at least 40 kilograms, almost as much as Lucy. It was over 80 centimeters long, entirely metallic gray, shaped like a rectangular metal box. The middle of the gun body was where the magazine was loaded, and the front end of the buttstock at the rear had an ammunition counter. One magazine held 3 rounds, and he was given 3 magazines in total. He looked at the description again, plasma ammunition constrained by a strong magnetic field, with an internal core temperature of up to 100,000 degrees, launched by electromagnetic rail acceleration, using solid-state batteries, rechargeable. However, it was rather unfortunate that the plasma, after being fired from the barrel, would rapidly dissipate heat due to the high-density atmosphere, so its range was extremely short, only a few tens of meters. The farther it went, the weaker its power, and the explosion radius was nearly 10 meters, making it an infantry anti-armor weapon. A slight misstep could lead to self-destruction. The magazine could even be taken out and used as a disposable explosive. What the hell, a handheld nuclear rocket? Lin Miao felt that instead of using this thing as a weapon, which would be a waste of a treasure, perhaps disassembling it and selling it as research material would be more valuable. Just the battery and electromagnetic rail inside would probably solve the current problem of single-soldier kinetic energy weapons needing charging to fire. Not to mention the technology and materials for compressing plasma into ammunition, that would definitely sell for a good price. Unfortunately, he couldn't sell it. Because he couldn't explain its origin, taking it out would cause trouble. It seems he can only find a way to mass-produce it after he has his own weapon research institute in the future. But no matter what, he now had an ace up his sleeve, and with the things produced by the chemical factory during this period, plus the newly arrived machine tools, he might be able to try gathering players for a big meeting, prepare for a rush, and at the same time prepare for expanding the number of players in the next version. The rest were 10 basic card pool draws. There weren't many useful things, but what was interesting was that this time, more physical facility cards were drawn. Other items were either canned goods, chocolate, or water purification tablets, bulletproof vests, handguns, and similar things. There were 2 scrap recycling separators and 1 photothermal alcoholysis catalytic reactor that he hadn't drawn before. The name was long, but its functional description was even longer. It can generally be understood as utilizing a micronanostructure multi-reflective bionic structural material formed by a cobalt oxide, thereby creating a light-trapping effect on light. This causes light, after entering the molecular structure of the material, to reflect far more times than with conventional materials, greatly enhancing photothermal conversion efficiency. However, this device is not used for solar power generation. Instead, it is used for local photothermal recovery of waste polyester plastics. It can effectively activate the carbon-oxygen double bonds in polyester plastics, thereby initiating a hydrogen nucleus substitution reaction, even breaking through the boiling point limit of the solvent, severing the molecular chains of polyester compounds, forming monomeric isoalkanes or N-alkanes. Finally, through molecular sieve classification, whether used as fuel or compounds, the economic benefits are good. Of course, doing this can also form methane and carbon dioxide. But by adjusting the catalytic temperature, the composition of the final product can be controlled, reducing the formation of impurities. This is not all. The product description also states that a photothermal catalyst can be added to further improve degradation efficiency. It even provides synthesis tables. Both the light-trapping material and the catalyst can be synthesized, and the technical content of other parts of the equipment is not particularly high. However, it requires a fairly complex chemical reaction process to synthesize, far from what a single reactor can produce. At least a formal chemical plant is needed. Unfortunately, this type of equipment can only target polyester plastics and is not effective for the more abundant polyolefin plastics. That requires another type of hydrogenolysis equipment to process, which he hasn't drawn yet. And plastic recycling has always been an environmental pain point. Currently, let alone in the cyber world, even in the real world, plastic recycling is a scam. Over 90% of plastics are arbitrarily discarded, burned, or buried. Those GTOU in the plastic industry build recycling plants, claiming to recycle 30% of plastics, promoting recyclable plastics and recycled plastic labels. But in reality, no one cares about these plastics, it's just to appease those in power and reassure everyone to use plastic. A large amount of plastic is difficult to recycle, costly, and involves complex processes, leading to no companies being willing to invest in it. Even if plastics are recycled, they can only be downcycled, and after multiple recycles, they become completely unrecyclable. As a result, more and more waste plastic accumulates, and pollution spreads wider and wider. Even burning produces dioxins, a highly carcinogenic substance. Now, let alone in the soil, even human blood contains microplastic particles. And the cyber world is even more direct, they even save the money for building plants and burying, directly piling it up outside the city. Anyway, they have cyberware that can filter out harmful substances. No money for new cyberware? Can you get a loan? No loan qualification? Then you might as well die quickly. Anyway, old men don't need to breathe the same air as you. This equipment is generally very good, it's just that it won't be used for a while. Because plastic recycling is not like steel, it's not something that can be processed by one machine and a few people. First, the retrieved plastic needs to be washed with hot water and alkali to remove residual oil, beverages, or anything else. After cleaning and drying, it must be sorted, because there are more types of plastic than human races, and they are often mixed together. Just a single beverage bottle, the cap is plastic number 1, the bottle body is plastic number 2, and the soft label sticker is plastic number 3. You have to separate them before they can be recycled. Most people can't do this job, it's dirty, tiring, troublesome, and doesn't pay well. But the good thing about the cyber world is the advanced intelligent automated factories. All the above processes can be handed over to machines. And at a low cost. In Lin Miao's view, this is the correct way to use automated intelligent equipment. He can make a fortune and also gain a good reputation. He doesn't want his agency's reputation to become as notorious as Arezaka and other GTOU, where mercenaries and thugs try to target his employees and middle management every day. A layer of good reputation can make many people hesitate before making a move against you. Lin Miao was calculating how to plan the future development path. After an unknown amount of time, Lucy, who had been sleeping, finally woke up. Ugh. Lucy opened her eyes groggily, her pupils filled with bewilderment. She seemed to have had a very, very long dream. The dream was so real, yet so dreamlike. Perhaps there were still various shortcomings there, but compared to here, it was simply paradise. Lucy even didn't want to wake up at all, wanting to remain in that slumber. Gloria woke up faster than Lucy, entirely because she still had a son, David, here. She rubbed her eyes, seemingly still not recovered from that real dream. Lucy's expression was blank after just waking up, and there was even a little drool at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lin Miao, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, constantly gesturing on the tablet in his hand, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She realized she had fallen asleep and was covered with a blanket. Lucy was startled at first. She lowered her head and opened the blanket to see that her clothes were all on, even her shoes were not removed, and everything was neat. There was no sign of disarray, and she was immediately disappointed. This guy hadn't done anything to her while she was asleep, not even unzipped her clothes. This huge psychological gap made Lucy begin to doubt her attractiveness, and even Lin Miao's sexual orientation. But from the past interactions between the two, his sexual orientation should be fine. Does he not like my type? Does he like the mature type like Gloria? After what happened last night, Lucy even started to become anxious about such things. Noticing Lucy had woken up and was looking at him with a strange gaze, Lin Miao put down his tablet and asked somewhat strangely, "What kind of look is that? Is something wrong?" What could Lucy say? Was she supposed to question Lin Miao about why he didn't touch her? Although the old saying goes, when women get horny, there's nothing for men to do, Lucy, after all, couldn't bring herself to ask such a question directly. She looked out the window and realized it was already dawn. She had slept the entire night. You stayed here all night? Otherwise. Lin Miao threw the tablet on the table, stretched, and his bones cracked. I actually wanted to carry you to the car and take you home, but I was afraid the neighbors would misunderstand my character, thinking I went to a bar to pick up someone or corrupt an innocent girl. So I could only wait here for you to wake up. Lucy propped herself up on the sofa, and the blanket and jacket slipped off, revealing her thin camisole underneath, her smooth shoulders and collarbones fully exposed. Her old shoulders were incredibly smooth. She looked at Lin Miao, a difficult-to-describe smile on her lips, her whole being filled with charm. You can take me back to my place. You were asleep. How could I open your door? A hotel would be fine too. She crawled along the sofa towards Lin Miao, resting her head on his lap and reaching up to caress his face. I wouldn't mind, you know. But I would mind. Hotels aren't safe, and there might be hidden cameras. I don't want to see things I don't want to see on the old net. Personally, I don't care, but my possessiveness is very strong. If this happens, a lot of people might die. This was system certified, almost to the point of giving him a certificate. Lin Miao wouldn't believe that people in Night City had any integrity. Listening to him, Lucy's hand began to move from Lin Miao's face, sliding down little by little. It traced his neck, collarbone, paused briefly at his chest, then her hands wrapped around his waist, and she even turned her head to bury her face in Lin Miao's abs. Lin Miao, who hadn't slept all night, naturally didn't have time to shower or anything. Plus, with his replaced bone marrow, his metabolism was faster than normal people's, so his body odor wasn't pleasant at the moment. But Lucy was intoxicated by it, closing her eyes as if she was really enjoying the current feeling. Perhaps, compared to the world in her dream last night, she preferred the present moment. She was afraid of those big companies, but by Lin Miao's side, it seemed she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Don't you want to rest a bit? With that, Lucy revealed a mischievous smile. Her hands started to become restless, even wanting to directly unbuckle his pants. Lin Miao quickly grabbed her hand. I want to, but not now. The employees are already at work, and I can't abandon them. This wasn't rest, it was high-intensity physical labor. He rolled his eyes and said grumpily, besides, do you think the soundproofing here is very good? If any discordant sounds were made, his lifelong reputation in the eyes of the players would not only be ruined, but he might even be erased from the future by an unspeakable entity. Degree 100. Lucy then reluctantly withdrew her hand. This guy was good in every way, except that his mind was full of his employees and his career. When it came to these things, he could disregard everything else. Lin Miao flicked her forehead. From today onwards, you are our agency's hacker mentor, responsible for teaching them hacker experience, puppet making, ice firewalls, and anti-hacker combat. When the two went downstairs, the players were already sitting in the lobby chatting. Every day after logging in, their first task was to gather at the agency, preparing to accept today's missions. As time passed and the agency's strength increased, the players' activity areas also continuously expanded, no longer limited to Stone Ridge Town and Garbage Mountain. They would begin patrolling nearby, attacking any night walker that came knocking. In their words, it was farming. The night walkers, having suffered heavy losses in a short period, also realized that this group of newcomers was not to be trifled with. Although it wasn't enough to make the night walkers give up the idea of attacking the agency, it would be difficult for them to launch a larger-scale attack on the agency before receiving manpower support from the Wraiths. A place that 50 people couldn't take down would require at least 3 digits for the next wave. Therefore, they had to retreat from the areas around the town and tighten their defenses. Even many people in the Badlands knew that a group of crossing the river dragons had arrived in Stone Ridge Mountain, causing the night walkers to suffer several major losses, with even their leader falling into the opponent's hands. And the players were having a blast. Not only did they have daily missions to exchange supplies with the Aldcaldos, but they could also ask the Aldcaldos to help them craft things that couldn't be made with a workbench. Of course, they had to pay. They could also go to the edge of the map Sunset Motel, drink at the bar there, and listen to NPCs chat. The AI intelligence of the NPCs here was surprisingly high, and the interactions were impeccable, except that in some aspects, they tended to give irrelevant answers. For example, the working girls wouldn't take players' business and would curse them as idiots, and might even find people to beat them up. After players made several boundary-crossing moves, such as attempting to streaking, demolishing houses, ambushing NPC merchants, and robbing passers-by, and were forcibly kicked offline by Lin Miao for a 30-minute cooldown period, many players became more well-behaved. Because they found that even if they went offline, there was still a risk of death. Don't ask why. When Shui Yudongtian attempted to replicate the Give Me Love robbery mission in the game, attacking the weapon merchant next to the Sunset Motel, he was kicked offline by Lin Miao for 30 minutes. When he logged in again, he entered a death cooldown period. Yes, in just 30 minutes of unconsciousness, his body was killed by an NPC. Other players didn't even have time to help retrieve his body, there was nothing left at the scene. Shui Yudongtian was so upset he was bleeding, lost all his prosthetics, and wailed in the forums every day for 3 days offline. Now, players who originally had some crooked ideas all became honest. This game is very user-friendly in some places, but the details are not so good in others. It's unclear if it's a bug or intentionally done to avoid censorship. In fact, besides the players, many other people have also discovered this game. Although they are not conventional gamers, it does not prevent them from caring about the game from their own perspective. Chapter 51 Discovered. You designed this. Li Jiangguo adjusted his glasses, completely focused on the data model of the exoskeleton on the computer, his heart filled with surprise. Just as Li Jiangang was about to puff out her chest, ready to receive her Lao Dou's shock and praise, she heard, "No, this isn't your work. Your brain couldn't come up with this kind of power transmission structure." Li Jiangguo still didn't believe in holographic virtual reality technology, even now. When his daughter went out, he secretly wore that helmet. It was pitch black, completely empty. Forget about a switch, he couldn't even find a power cord. Li Jiangguo had even suspected that Li Jiangang might have been conned by some cult or pyramid scheme. But now, looking at the exoskeleton design blueprints his daughter presented, he wasn't so sure anymore. Indeed, the emotion bioelectric signal simulation system on it was nonsense. Brain-computer interfaces weren't even a distant possibility yet. And neural-linked prosthetics were even farther off. If the country had this technology, why would it keep quiet? It would have been rolled out long ago. The battery technology also clearly surpassed current market products, almost catching up to laboratory samples. But all of this had little to do with the mechanical structure design of the exoskeleton itself. The dual hydraulic and electric motor drive adopted by the other party wasn't brilliant, but the movement design of the exoskeleton limbs was extremely clever and quite mature. This thing could entirely stand alone as the achievement of a university project. If his daughter had come up with it all by herself, he would eat that computer right then and there. If he didn't even know his own daughter's capabilities, what kind of university professor was he? Li Jiangang almost couldn't catch her breath. After rolling her eyes, she plopped down next to her Lao Do. What if I said I designed it? Do you have a problem with that? She could lie without batting an eyelid. Li Jiangguo didn't even lift his head. Did you design it? No. After saying this, Li Jiangang deflated like a punctured ball and collapsed onto the sofa. I think there must be a very professional scientific team consulting for this game. There are so many things I don't understand. Yet the NPCs explain everything so clearly. I feel like your daughter's intelligence is being crushed by a bunch of NPCs. Then she clung to her Lao Do's body shamelessly, rubbing against him like a mischievous snake. So I want Lao Do to help me ask if it's a national project. You definitely know those people, right? Please. Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Did a falling wrench hit your head and make you dizzy? Even if it were true, I wouldn't tell you. How could there be such a mature project already in public experimental stages that he didn't know about? This was a technological advancement that could change the entire social economy. If holographic virtual reality technology truly existed and was mature enough for commercialization, then, without exaggeration, this thing could mass-produce Musk-level billionaires. However, up to now, he hadn't heard a single whisper about it. So it absolutely could not exist. This was just a prank his daughter and a few like-minded friends or young professors had cooked up to tease him. Li Jiangang pouted after being lectured by her Lao Do. It was only because he was an old man. If anyone else dared to speak to her like that, she would already be swinging her fists to teach them a lesson. A flower blooms then a flower withers. The old-fashioned phone ringtone broke the awkward silence between father and daughter. Li Jiangguo took out his flip phone, adjusted his glasses, and turned his back to answer the call. Hello old Zhang, what made you think of calling me today? Li Jiangang was annoyed. This old man wouldn't use the new phone she bought him, still clinging to that decade-old feature phone, claiming he was afraid of being monitored by foreign forces. Where would foreign forces come from? The moon? It seemed he heard something. Li Jiangguo's tone became a bit urgent. Ah? No, she wouldn't. What kind of cult would want her with that brain? It's probably just a trick a swindler uses to fool people. Her IQ is low, so she believed it. I'll talk to her right away, just talk to her, smash that helmet, it's no big deal. What did you say? Okay, I understand. Then he calmed down, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy. After a short silence, he said into the phone, I understand. I'll be right over. Li Jiangguo, who had hung up the phone, slowly stood up and looked at his daughter with a strange gaze. Stared at with such eyes, Li Jiangang felt a bit flustered, because according to her 20-plus years of life experience, this look usually preceded an intimate encounter with a feather duster. But the last time she was beaten was several years ago. What are you doing? I didn't do anything. Li Jiangguo said sternly, don't use that helmet until I get back. You're in trouble, I'm telling you, Li Jiangang. You'd better not let me catch you doing anything bad, otherwise. He looked around, walked to the cabinet, and took down the long-forgotten feather duster, its feathers almost all gone. I'll beat your ass raw, do you hear me? Li Jiangang also stiffened her neck. What did I do? Why are you hitting me? I'm an adult, I'm telling you, you can't beat me. Despite her words, after saying them, she quickly ran behind her mother, who had come at the sound, and conceded. You just wait for me, I'll deal with you when I get back. After speaking, he also took the laptop from the table. If the person on the phone hadn't told him not to tip them off, he would have definitely taken that broken helmet and smashed it too. That's mine. You are all mine. When Li Jiangguo arrived at the Harbin Institute of Technology's Institute of Precision Engineering office, he found several people already there, including many familiar faces. He quickly squeezed through the crowd, found his old acquaintance, Dean Zhang of the Engineering Institute, and pulling on his sleeve, whispered, What happened? Why are so many people here? You didn't report my daughter's matter, did you? His eyes were like a tiger's, ready to devour someone. It's a big deal, but your daughter is fine. Dean Zhang pouted and replied, then pulled Li Jiangguo to introduce him to someone nearby. This is Professor Li from our Engineering Institute, and this is Comrade Wang from the Information Section. He mainly wants to understand the situation from you. Information Section. Li Jiangguo looked down at the emblem on the other person's chest, and his head swelled, his legs feeling a bit weak. Oh my goodness! What kind of cult could attract these people from the security department? Could it be that my family has a 50W, traitor? Professor Li, hello. I'm here mainly to understand some things from you. Looking at the outstretched hand, he could only brace himself and shake it. Hello. I will tell you everything I know, without reservation. The group sat down one after another. Comrade Wang first handed out several printed paper documents to everyone. Li Jiangguo took them and glanced through them. They seemed to be all about a certain gaming website and user comments. Although he didn't like these video games, he looked for a long time and couldn't find any problems. Finally, there was a person's file, whom Li Jiangguo did not know. The forum chat logs also didn't have any major issues. Wasn't it just a discussion about explosive synthesis and exoskeleton settings? This was incredibly common in some majors at Harbin Institute of Technology, and this was nothing, what they played with was far more dangerous. The other party said, here's the thing, this website appeared more than 20 days ago. We initially thought it was just a promotional strategy by a game company for marketing, but later we found that we couldn't find the people behind this game company at all. It was completely blank from beginning to end. The web page registration IP and server address were all anonymous. Our information section used many methods but couldn't break through their information blockade, and we even almost burned down our server room. The only suspicious target also disappeared a few days before the website appeared. Lin Miao, male, native of Jiangsu, born in 1997, bachelor's degree, parents deceased early, disappeared on July 13 of this year. The website appeared several days later, and he remains missing to this day, but his online account continues to post, though the network IP address cannot be traced. The information in the file was probably more detailed than Lin Miao himself knew, even listing how many girlfriends he had, the names of his ancestors for 3 generations, how many times he had been hospitalized and had surgery, how many times he had won the 3 Good Students Award in elementary school, and where he went drinking before he disappeared, all written in clear detail. Li Jiangguo flipped through it for a long time and couldn't find any problems. Wasn't this a perfectly normal person? Is this a cult leader? No, he is the planner of this game, which claims to be a holographic virtual reality game. Currently, it is continuously distributing game slots, and the number of reservations has already exceeded 10,000. We still haven't found any related technical data or a list of R&D personnel, but based on the information we currently have, we infer that this holographic virtual reality technology is highly likely to be real, though the specific principles are unknown. A person disappearing into thin air and a website suddenly appearing sounded like some kind of spooky urban legend. But if the people from the information section said it was real, how could it be fake? How come this person has the same name as that NPC in the game? Though the character in the game looked completely different from him in reality. Comrade Wang, I suspect it might be the production team's twisted sense of humor. He should be one of the creators, after all, such behavior is very common in the cultural and creative industry, especially in the gaming circle. As a Netwatch officer, he was all too familiar with internet slang. This kind of behavior is called skinning and has been common from poor scholars hundreds of years ago to game writers in the 21st century. However, Li Jiangguo sensed something was off from the other party's words and actions. If it was just this, how could it attract such a group of ruthless individuals? No matter how you look at it, it's just a game. Even if they were planning to arrest people and monopolize the technology, they wouldn't need to get involved. A team of armed police would be enough. So, it's like this, Comrade Wang said in as calm a tone as possible. We found out that your daughter, Professor Li, is also one of the pre-registered players and has been playing for some time. So we wanted to ask you about some in-game situations. Although Li Jiangguo was unsure, he was still willing to cooperate. After all, what reason would the other party have to harm him? So he took out his daughter's notebook from his satchel, placed it on the table, and opened the industrial 3D software in front of everyone. This is... Comrade Wang looked at him with some curiosity, waiting for his explanation. This is the industrial model of an exoskeleton that my daughter said she brought out of the game. Although there are some sci-fi elements, the mechanical design of the exoskeleton itself is very professional. I suspect they have a highly skilled team of engineers behind them. I think you can start from this aspect. We must catch these criminals and bring them to justice. We cannot let them continue to harm our ordinary citizens. He spoke with righteous indignation, making Comrade Wang a little embarrassed. He picked up the notebook, his eyes lit up, and he immediately handed it to someone beside him. Copy the data on it, then he turned to Professor Li and said. So far, we haven't defined them as criminals, after all, the other party hasn't committed any crimes, they might just be a group of internet enthusiasts or technological pioneers. Hey! Li Jiangguo was now completely confused about what the other party wanted to do. Comrade Wang continued to explain, it's like this, what we mean is. Professor Li, you can let your daughter continue playing the game, but I hope Harbin Institute of Technology can provide more technical support and exchange. It would be even better if she could deeply engage with the story in this game, as this would help us in our investigation. If possible, I hope the professors can also pre-register on that game website. Are you saying, go undercover? Li Jiangguo's spirits lifted when he heard this. He wanted to join the army back then, and his Lao Do almost broke his legs. Comrade Wang hesitated before saying, you could understand it that way, but we hope to maintain a good relationship with the other party, after all, they haven't shown any malice or caused any malicious outcomes, so we think limited contact is acceptable. In fact, they had already created over 600 accounts to pre-register. If it weren't for the mandatory real name system, one person one account, they could have pushed the registration number to over 8 digits within a day, forcibly increasing their proportion and improving their chances of winning. Phew. Li Jiangguo's hanging heart finally dropped. At least he didn't hear the bad news that his daughter was a 50W. I understand. I will definitely cooperate with your work. The few people then asked a few more questions about Li Jianggong's recent performance, and Li Jiangguo then learned that his daughter was not among the first batch, but the third batch of players to enter the game. It was just that her identity made her easier to approach, which was why the information department came to him. And this Comrade Wang would also be the person he would liaise with for a long time to come. Knowing this, Li Jiangguo quickly asked, I haven't asked you what to call you yet. You can call me Comrade Wang. I mean your name, full name. Comrade Wang was a little embarrassed but still repeated solemnly, my name is Comrade Wang, surname Wang, given name Tongzi. Only Director Zhang, his focus was different. After learning there were no safety issues, he actively took the other party's hand and asked, Comrade Wang, I want to ask, since this matter is quite urgent and involves research work, and us old folks still have to pre-register for some game, we can't keep up with the times. These things will take a lot of energy, and the projects we have in hand won't be easy to continue. So, you see, should we set up a new project or something? Comrade Wang was a bit confused by the question, but a colleague who also graduated with a master's degree whispered in his ear, he's asking for funding, research funding. Looking at that crumpled smiling face, he didn't know what to say, so he just said. This is not within our department's duties, but I will do my best to fight for you all. The data in the computer was quickly copied by another person, and a new project document was created via tablet. Another document icon, parallel to this document, was an iTarget code, NetWatch. Type, website login account, saburo.arezaka. Login password, 041613356135616150. Purpose, monitor target, /firewall. Target code, future vision. Type, game purpose unknown. Mantu didn't take Lao Dou's words to heart at all. The moment he left, she entered the game. In her opinion, this was just an old-fashioned person who couldn't accept new things, a communication gap. Anyone could see what the appearance of this equipment meant. The energy of the game production team behind it was definitely extraordinarily large. And with the assistance of CNC machine tools, many high-precision parts no longer needed to be made with the help of old caldos. The biggest difference between a 5-axis CNC machine tool and a 3-axis or 4-axis machine is not just the additional rotating axis compared to the latter, but in the CNC itself. You only need to complete the part program programming, and the rotating cutter head will automatically cut out the corresponding part. The program writing in the cyber world is even more powerful. If your hacker skills and industrial software proficiency are up to PAR, you don't even need a keyboard. You can directly connect the data cable to your brain and perform 3D modeling in the true sense. The manufacturing process of the exoskeleton was also greatly accelerated as a result. In the past few days, 4 more exoskeletons have been produced. The models were no different from before. Without Lao Dou's help in the improvement work, she was temporarily at a loss. She could only wait until school started in a couple of days to see if she could ask her senior brothers and sisters for help. As for modularization, the biggest obstacle was still that the production line was not fully established, and fixed model firearms and ammunition were also a problem. Double-base propellant required a stable supply of nitrocellulose, which was not available at all right now. Firearms, however, were not a problem, as there were plenty of real-world firearm designs available, and they were all proven excellent products. AR-15, 191, and even AK, etc., although these guns are quite old compared to 2077, and cannot compare with technical weapons and smart weapons, at least in terms of conventional kinetic weapons, they are not inferior to those here, and the bullet calibers are roughly the same. After all, the power of this thing is only related to the propellant, warhead material, and caliber. No matter how much you talk about it, if the chemistry isn't there, the power will remain the same. In terms of single-shot bullet power, modern firearms may not necessarily be stronger than bolt-action rifles from World War II or even World War I. On the other hand, Jian Shuiwuming and his team had new progress. The propellant was developed. This was easier to make than warhead charges, and the raw materials were also easier to obtain. With the assistance of machine tools, simple rocket launchers were made without much effort. No gyroscope? No problem. No guidance chip? No problem. Immature tail stabilization device? No problem. As long as it can be launched and the fuse detonated, it's fine. With machine tools, let alone rocket launchers, even howitzers could be made. However, this part of the data is generally strictly controlled by companies, and it cannot be obtained or manufactured in the city. But outside the city, there were not so many strict rules. Given the current reserves, Lin Miao could now be said to be well equipped with strong forces, but the problem was that money was running out. Players were not a concern, he could use digital currency as ES, but others wouldn't accept that from him. So what if there's no money? Rob. Murder and arson lead to wealth, building bridges and paving roads lead to no corpses. And at this moment, the call Lin Miao had been waiting for finally rang. Although it had only been less than a day. I've found a buyer for you, but the identity must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone else. It's those rednecks from the 6th Street gang. Perhaps the melee tech incident the day before made Reyes feel like he had lost face in front of the other party, so he paid extra attention to this matter after returning. He contacted the 6th Street gang overnight and, after much persuasion, they agreed to send a few people out of the city to see the so-called light exoskeleton. The main reason was that they had recently been planning to expand their territory, preparing to expand their armaments and then make a move against the Valentinos. The 6th Street gang was backed by melee tech. They had never given up on Night City, but were unable to act due to the situation. If they couldn't do it openly, they would do it forcefully. Expanding influence through bottom-level methods like gang warfare was not a bad idea, even if it was a bit crude. Chapter 52 The Butterfly Effect and Captain America. You plan to attack Stone Ridge Tunnel. Not just Saul, Pan Am Palmer was startled when she heard the news. If it were anyone else, he might have thought they were foolishly seeking death. That place was the Nightwalkers' main smuggling route in Night City, easy to defend and hard to attack. Its regular garrison exceeded 100, and the tunnel environment was even more complex, with various hidden alleys making it like urban warfare, filled with countless landmines and hidden sentries. It would only be possible to take it down by paying several times the sacrifice, forcefully pushing in regardless of the cost. Even if all dozens of Aldcaldos were thrown in, it wouldn't fill that bottomless pit. The Wraith's Nightwalker had, after all, been operating in Night City for decades, and their deep-rooted presence in the Badlands was not without reason. But Lin Miao didn't care about him, the two sides were already mortal enemies. Once the Wraith's reinforcements arrived, coupled with the Nightwalker's local forces, he would at least be severely weakened if not killed. So, instead of waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative, strike first, and catch them off guard. He was determined to take Stone Ridge Tunnel, not even Jesus could stop him. It's impolite not to reciprocate. So many of my people have died, they owe me an explanation. Lin Miao leaned against the car door, while Lucy rested on his shoulder. If anyone else had said that, Lucy would have silently watched them go to their deaths. If they were close, she might have offered a few words of caution. But when Lin Miao said he could do it, Lucy believed he definitely could. I think you should see a neurologist, you are looking for death. Pan Am Palmer shook her head. Even she, a long-standing hardliner of the Aldcaldos, thought Lin Miao was crazy. Even she couldn't agree to this plan. She couldn't let the Aldcaldos go to their deaths with Lin Miao, this wasn't the same as robbing an oil tanker. But it was Saul, who usually disliked fighting to the death, who thought they should hear what Lin Miao had to say. He knew the other party was someone with long-term plans and wouldn't suddenly go crazy and seek death from the Nightwalker. If the Aldcaldos intended to cooperate with the other party, then the Nightwalker, the second largest criminal organization in the Badlands, had to be suppressed. Only then would they have room to operate. What, you ask who is the toughest in the Badlands? Damn, of course, it's Melee Tech, is it me? First, tell us your reasons and ideas, then the Aldcaldos can decide whether to go along with you on this. Reasons. Lin Miao snapped his fingers, and the side door of the truck behind him opened. 8 players in exoskeletons jumped out, one after another, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the camp. Compared to the day they left the Aldcaldos, the exoskeletons that reappeared here had undergone significant changes. Simple military green paint, heavy metal skeletons, and a flashlight mounted on the left side of the helmet. With every step they took, one could hear the movement of metal transmission rods and hydraulic pistons, giving a sense of immense power. Especially the 4 heavy exoskeletons, with more metal plates on their bodies and holding thick alloy shields. Even without any firearms, everyone present could feel a visual sense of oppression from them. Something difficult to achieve with conventional prosthetics. Besides the 8 exoskeletons, the compartment also contained a dozen rocket launchers and explosives. Just by their appearance, if they were thrown out, there would be no sense of incongruity in saying they were Militika's action squad. It was only the black hole logo on the vehicle that made others realize and confirm they hadn't mistaken them. The players weren't here for the first time, some even knew 2 or 3 people among the Aldcaldos and greeted them. Lin Miao took out a data shard and handed it to Saul and Pan Am Palmer. This contained all the information Pandora had collected from the Nightwalkers' minds, which Lucy had turned into an animated presentation. My people will handle the urban combat aspects entirely, the Aldcaldos don't need to help. The Nightwalkers' tunnel stronghold spans the east and west sides of Stone Ridge Mountain. Although it's the shortest section of the mountain, it's still 1.7 kilometers long. Besides the main tunnel, there are many secondary tunnels interspersed throughout, making the overall structure somewhat resemble the veins on a leaf. However, the widest part of the tunnel is only a few hundred square meters in the middle, with other areas barely 10 meters wide at most, unable to accommodate too many people side by side. This applies to both players and the Nightwalker. Lin Miao trusted his players, because these groups of 4 have already fought urban combat in similar narrow terrains against the Phoenix Club and Tiger Claws, dying over 40 times. This was urban combat experience gained by risking their lives. The Aldcaldos' presence might actually be counterproductive. Then what are you looking for us for? Just unilaterally informing us that you're planning something big. And you're going to rely on these things to fight the Nightwalker? You won't win, give up on that idea. Lin Miao's words made Pan Am Palmer somewhat displeased. Very displeased. Damn it, just a few days ago, she called these things scrap metal, and now she was being proven wrong. At least they looked pretty good. No, I need your help in this battle. Without the Aldcaldos' help, my people alone definitely can't force their way in. It's just that we don't need your assistance with the urban combat. As usual, I'll call Main and his squad to help. Hearing this, Pan Am Palmer felt that what the other party said sounded much more agreeable. Then you just said the tunnel would be handled entirely by you. What do we do? Of course, you fight the Nightwalker. Amidst their confused gazes, Lin Miao brought up a model from the data shard, which appeared before the 3 of them simultaneously. The Nightwalker's sphere of influence and density of strongholds in the Badlands outside Night City far exceed ours. They are widely distributed, numerous, and have the Wraiths as a powerful backer, capable of launching attacks against us at any time, from any direction. If we let this situation continue, the situation will undoubtedly be very unfavorable for us. As he spoke, the model's view began to zoom out and expand to cover a good portion of the night city outskirts. It was densely packed with Nightwalker strongholds of all sizes. In comparison, the Aldcaldos and Stone Ridge town combined didn't even reach half of their numbers and were surrounded. Lin Miao continued, once my people attack Stone Ridge Tunnel, the Nightwalker from these strongholds will immediately receive news and swarm in as reinforcements. With a continuous stream of fresh forces, our numerical disadvantage will be further amplified, making it impossible to outlast them. Therefore, the strategy we need to adopt is not only to capture Stone Ridge Tunnel but also to further strike at the Nightwalker's forces. His hand drew an attack arrow on the Night City side of the tunnel model, and on the other side, an arc surrounded the tunnel entrances. Besiege the strongholds to strike at reinforcements. Eliminate the Nightwalker's effective forces. My people will launch an attack from the Night City side entrance of the tunnel, continuously pressuring the Nightwalker inside. They will inevitably call for reinforcements from nearby strongholds. You will ambush at the other tunnel entrance, attacking whoever comes to reinforce. If the Nightwalker inside the tunnel tries to break out, you must also block them. Yes, the Nightwalker are numerous, but you can't spread out in the tunnel either. If the dozens of Aldcaldos block the largest tunnel entrance, what good is their numbers? No. Saul shook his head at this point. Stone Ridge Tunnel won't have only two main entrances. It's a labyrinth, where the Nightwalker horde looted and smuggled goods, weapons, people, and there won't be a shortage of small secret passages. I know. Lin Miao grinned and extended his hand to Lucy behind him. She immediately understood and took a yellow plastic-like object from the car, placing it in Lin Miao's hand. It was wrapped with tape, detonators, wires, and a data shard. Jian Shui Wuming and their explosives manufacturing process had begun to become proficient. At the same time, red dots also began to appear all over the tunnel model. These are the small secret passages I've found so far. While certainly not all of them, blowing up these tunnel entrances can throw them into chaos, at least greatly delaying their chances of escaping alive. I'll have Main and his team handle this. Mercenary squads are not suitable for frontal assault battlefields, these small team special missions are more suited to them. Besiege the strongholds to strike at reinforcements. Mitch and Pan Am Palmer both looked a little lost. Lin Miao realized they seemed unfamiliar with this tactic. No way. Did the butterfly effect apply here? Lin Miao forgot that the East Asian powers were largely absent from this period of history, which led to even more consequences. Even in the current Cyberpunk 2075, people all over the world still believe that all East Asians know martial arts, tai chi, wear their hair in buns, keep chaos, each has a panda, and can't afford food full of various stereotypes. This is true, the tabletop game's author set it up this way. In the 1990s, East Asia was largely unknown internationally, leading the Cyberpunk 2020 creators to write it this way, but we all know it's impossible. And Europe and the American Federation have historically not focused on maneuver warfare, their system is based on strategic decisive battles and siege warfare. The most typical battles, the Battle of Stalingrad and the Battle of Kursk, were all like this. The Maginot Line in France during World War II was also a defensive tactic born under this system. The result was that it was bypassed and penetrated by the Germans. Therefore, Westerners are not sensitive to being surrounded, as long as the supply line is not cut off, it's a war of attrition, and whoever lasts the longest wins. The birth of the Air Force further desensitized them to being surrounded, after all, with airdropped resources, they could hold out indefinitely. In Western history, the closest battle to encircle a point to strike reinforcements was Napoleon's campaign against Austria. Although Napoleon did indeed besiege the fortress and continuously fought the arriving Austrian army, the actual situation was that Austria itself went with the intention of a decisive battle against Napoleon, but due to its poor mobility, its troops were stretched out like a long snake. The decisive battle was forcefully turned into a piecemeal reinforcement tactic, and it was no surprise that Napoleon ultimately defeated them. The Eastern powers have been in seclusion, only revealing Kong Tao to be active in recent years, but overall they remain silent. Their tactics of beating the incompetent KMT during World War II naturally went unnoticed. However, not having heard of it doesn't mean Saul and the others wouldn't understand. Main, who had been on the battlefield, looked at Lin Miao's deployment and his eyes lit up. This fighting style of yours is quite interesting. You're using the importance of the Stone Ridge Tunnel in the Nightwalkers' minds to lure them in. The apparent target is the tunnel, but the actual target is these Nightwalkers who come to reinforce. Although their total numbers are not small, due to distance, they will definitely enter the battlefield in batches. This way, even though we have fewer people, we can form a localized numerical advantage, fighting many with few, and waiting for them at our leisure. This is simply a genius tactic. Saul was a bit curious, is this a tactic you came up with? But Lin Miao said, no, I couldn't come up with something like this. It was one of my employees who thought of it. Of course, he didn't invent it himself, it's just the experience of predecessors. I just thought his idea was very good, so I adopted it. After speaking, Lin Miao turned and gestured for Saul and the others to look at Yuran Yuquan among the 8 exoskeleton soldiers. Although Yuran Yuquan is called Yuran Yuquan, and in StarCraft 2, he likes to abandon intelligence and choose to rush with all his marines. But that doesn't mean he's really stupid, otherwise he wouldn't be able to slaughter Ju Tiu and Potato, 2 gatekeepers of the professional scene, like chickens in the game. Stupid people can't reach his level. He will definitely be an excellent commander in the future. Saul was even a little envious. He felt that the people under Lin Miao were mysterious, as if everyone had a special skill. At the very least, they were all fearless warriors. Of course, having skills ISN alone isn't enough, the people above you must be willing to let you use them and grow. Knowing how to utilize talent is also a skill, not to mention someone like Lin Miao, who adopts excellent proposals from his subordinates without claiming them as his own, and even explicitly states he lacks such ability. Such people are even rarer. If he wants to. In any case, Lin Miao will not deliberately interfere with the player's own development interests. At most, he will use some incentives. You can choose whatever profession you like, as long as you don't regret it. If you show talent, Lin Miao will also invest. So, what are your thoughts now? Do you want to go for it? Pan Am Palmer and Main were somewhat intrigued, but Saul spoke first, asking, I want to know what you would do if Aldcaldos didn't agree to this operational plan. Lin Miao replied, we would still fight, but with a different tactic. From encircling a point to strike reinforcements, it would change to small team guerrilla warfare. Players would be deployed in groups of 4, constantly harassing and eliminating Nightwalker strongholds. With rocket launchers, exoskeletons, and explosives, players do not lack the ability to attack fortified positions. With 1 life every 2 to 3 days, they would gradually erode the Nightwalker strongholds in the Badlands. As for the agency, they would pave the surrounding roads with landmines, reinforce defensive walls, dig trenches, and lay barbed wire. If you have the guts, come and fight a siege battle. And after that? Saul still hadn't agreed. How do you plan to deal with the Wraith's counterattack? With our current strength, we might not be able to hold them off. My next batch of reinforcements is already on its way, and there will be more to follow. If the Wraiths dare to come, I dare to fight. I want to completely sweep these people out of Night City. If Lin Miao is pushed to the limit, he will directly use the demonic disintegration art. 15 biomodification pods would operate at full power to mass-produce soldiers, cancel death penalties, enable infinite brawl mode, and frantically issue reservation accounts. He could guarantee turning the Battle of Stone Ridge Agency into the Battle of Verdun. Compare numbers? Lin Miao is not necessarily afraid. The battlefield is full of recyclable biomass. My human wave is endless, while you are suffering casualties every minute. Even if it's a comparison of quality, he wouldn't necessarily back down. While new players might not have cyberware, that doesn't mean they lack combat effectiveness. For so many years, many things have been questioned, but very few people have questioned the combat effectiveness of that group of people. Are you invulnerable to blades and guns with a few extra cybernetic limbs or something? Having said this, Lin Miao looked at the 3 people in front of him. So, are you in or out? The 6th Street Gang's management model adopted the American Federation's separation of powers. Investigation Department, Investigation. Operations Department, Impact. Management Department, Internal. Each possessed a veto power. Even the 6th Street Gang boss, if he couldn't convince 2/3 of the departments, couldn't execute a decision. And the 6th Street Gang's equipment investigation team currently in the Badlands was composed of 3 members from the Investigation Department and 3 from the Operations Department. They were more akin to a militia organization than a pure gang. Although sometimes the 2 identities could seamlessly switch. At the same time, they also considered themselves to have the blood of the true stars and stripes flowing in their veins, genuine American sons, proper rednecks. Mega. Hey, that's what you call authentic. A total of 10 sets of exoskeletons were produced. Besides the 8 sets worn by the players, 2 more sets were specifically for their display. When Old Captain had people move the items from the car, the eyes of all 6 lit up. Aside from anything else, the appearance of these things perfectly matched the 6th Street Gang's aesthetic. You ask me why? The first step in product marketing is to grasp the pain points of your target customers. The only difference between these 2 sets of exoskeletons and the ones the players wore was the paint job. Interwoven blue, white, and red, plus a white 5-pointed star on the helmet, they looked like a moving American Federation flag from a distance. The shield on the heavy exoskeleton's hand was even printed with the 6th Street Gang's iconic blue, white, and red skull pattern. What does this mean? We, the 6th Street Gang, are the shield of America. Then look at the line written on the first page of the instruction manual, Make America Great Again. This truly spoke to his heart, this was simply his soulmate. Never mind the product quality for now, just the appearance alone had completely captivated the 6th Street Gang members. In Lin Miao's plan, he had prepared different aesthetics for different gangs, Japanese samurai style for Hakimi, American style for the 6th Street Gang, and Death Christ style for Valentinos. Scavengers? They don't deserve it. Maelstrom? They aren't target customers, they might not fall for this. When Reyes got these 2 display exoskeletons, he almost drooled all over Lin Miao. Bah! The flattery was disgusting. Williams, the leader of the investigation team, approached and scrutinized the exoskeleton worn by Reyes's subordinate, noticing more details. The bulky and rugged exoskeleton was also wrapped with strings of ammunition belts, and its right arm tightly gripped a light machine gun, giving it the aura of a Vietnam War tough guy. This couldn't help but remind Williams of Rambo from his favorite movie of the last century, First Blood. He nodded repeatedly. Originally, he had just come to the Badlands to see the so-called good stuff out of respect for Reyes, but unexpectedly, it seemed to be genuinely good stuff, very much to his liking. Even if the deal didn't go through in the end, he would still buy one for his own collection. He retracted his gaze and looked at Reyes, who was beside him. What is this exoskeleton called? What is its model? It's called. Reyes took a deep breath. The name Lin Miao had chosen made him feel a bit embarrassed. He could only cover his face with both hands and wipe it a few times, then turn his head away before he had the courage to say, the owner of this company named it, Captain America. Reyes just wanted to find a hole and bury himself in it right now. Chapter 53 Actual Combat Performance. Damp, cold, and dim, these are common characteristics of all tunnels and caves. The Stone Ridge Tunnel was no exception. This was originally a tunnel intended for a transport railway in Night City, but in the end, the tunnel was dug, and the company went bankrupt. Due to the inability to coordinate railway construction, tariffs, and transit fees between different states, coupled with endless lawsuits, this railway company was dragged into bankruptcy. The abandoned tunnel eventually became a good place for wraiths to hide. Large and small containers, wooden crates, and vehicles were parked in every corner of the tunnel. Inside were goods that had been stolen, bought, later sent by the wraiths to be smuggled into Night City and shipped to other countries, and also goods from other regions smuggled through Night City to the American Federation or the Free States. It's likely that even the wraiths here didn't know how much stuff was stored in the tunnel, or which company or faction it originally came from. The variety was even more extensive: prosthetics, firearms, chemical raw materials, metals, food, and even fur coats. They dealt in anything that could make money. At the Night City side entrance of the tunnel, the incandescent lights hanging from the ceiling swayed, and the wraiths, who were counting the goods to be sent into Night City today, saw their shadows on the wall stretch and shorten with the flickering light. The sunlight from the entrance was already quite distant from here. Ajax assault rifles, 20,000 rounds of ammunition. 20 boxes of grenades, 200 pieces. Unification pistols, 15,000 rounds of ammunition. The Valentinos offered 120,000. Damn it, everyone says smuggling is quick money, but I don't feel it. After this run, I'll barely make 2,000 or 3,000, which isn't enough for 2 months of fun. Listening to the complaints of the person next to him, Tom whispered, the wraith's goods are split 70% is theirs. Of the 30% we get, the boss takes 10%, the team leader takes 10%, and then what's left is ours. Still calling him boss? He's dead, that wraith scoffed at his companion's words. I was hoping to do a big job with him and strike it rich, but he screwed up, not only got robbed but also lost his life. What a disgrace. I'd be a better boss than him. SHH. Seeing his companion getting more and more out of line, Tom became anxious, lowering his voice and cursing, what nonsense are you spouting? What if Winston hears you? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Go find a rope and hang yourself. Who's afraid of him? The companion was somewhat displeased but didn't dare to say anything more, diligently moving one piece of military hardware after another onto the vehicle. These armaments would be delivered into the city tonight by a wraith cotter and 5 or 6 subordinates, who would also pick up a batch of smuggled goods from the port in Watson on the way back. After all the weapons were loaded, Tom pulled the cargo door shut, ready to notify the others that they could depart, when a piercing sound reached his ears. He looked around, but everything was dim and hazy, with nothing but various boxes. Strange, did I mishear? Could it be rats again? Cockroaches and rats. Even if humans went extinct, they would still thrive. Without natural predators, the deteriorating environment of Cyber-Earth had far less impact on them than on other creatures, and they proliferated everywhere. Tom felt something was amiss. The sound didn't seem like rats, and why was he the only one left? Roy, what are you doing? No one responded. The empty tunnel echoed only his own voice. Tom quickly drew his pistol. This object gave him a bit of courage. He leaned against the vehicle, vigilantly scanning every corner. Damn it, Roy, don't scare me. Still no response. Almost instinctively, Tom immediately contacted his superior. After a burst of static, there was finally a response from the other end. Tom saw that familiar yet annoying hairy face, now looking as if he had been granted a general pardon. Winston, we're in trouble. What are you saying? What trouble? Winston was still sitting imperiously on the sofa, with the blonde woman diligently serving him at his side. She was one of the goods from the last smuggling run. She and her husband had committed a crime and wanted to escape Night City, so they sought out the wraiths. Winston found the wife to his liking, so he played with the wife in front of the husband, and after he was done, he dismembered the husband in front of the wife. Of course, he had told this woman that as long as she made him happy, she would live. This was the 6th woman he had told that to. After he got tired of the first 5, they were all sold to Night City to film a legal brain dance. He had never broken his promise. What the scavengers did to them next was no concern of Winston. It seems someone entered the tunnel, and they took Roy. What? Winston grabbed the woman's hair, yanked her aside, and quickly stood up to put on his pants. Where are the others? What about the sentry posts outside the tunnel? What about the surveillance? Why is there no response? Despite his many questions, Winston dared not neglect Tom's report. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Even if it was a false alarm, at worst, he'd just beat up a subordinate to vent. Click. The channel suddenly cut off. Undoubtedly, Tom was dead. Damn it. Winston didn't hesitate, immediately slapping the red button on the steel frame beside him. Almost instantly, a piercing alarm spread throughout the entire tunnel. All the wraiths knew something had happened. The previously quiet tunnel became like a stirred hornet's nest, with dense footsteps and shouts echoing in every corner of the tunnel. The wraiths moved out en masse. What's going on? It seems someone broke in. Where's the surveillance? Where are the sentries outside? Why is there no movement at all? It might be a hacker. Quick, find Leah and the others. Make them catch that hacker. Kicking the corpse on the ground, Egyptian Queen's head throbbed from the alarm blaring in her ears. She shot the alarm bell a few times before it finally quieted down. Damn it, now everyone knows. You're no good, Nig, you actually let him send out the alarm. Nig, also annoyed, pulled the crossbow bolt from the corpse's neck. He was always leaning against the vehicle, I didn't even get a chance to peek out. It must be a plot kill, alright. The game progression reached this point, and it had to be exposed. Nig's defense did not receive understanding from the other stealth squad members, even though he was the only level 5 stealth player among the three. Rainy Knight without a knife, you're just bad, alright. Your level 5 isn't good enough. Egyptian Queen, what's the point of saying that? Hurry up and call people in. The monster tide is coming soon. After this wave, maybe we'll have enough money to buy an exoskeleton. I used it last time, it was incredibly awesome. You could just rampage through hordes of small monsters. Less than 10 seconds after they spoke, several wraiths rushed out from the tunnel ahead, carrying submachine guns, and immediately opened fire on Nige and his companions. Bullets hit the containers, creating a barrage of bullet holes, forcing the three players to quickly hide behind the vehicle. Nig, damn it, that fast? I thought it wouldn't trigger unless we moved forward. Egyptian Queen, hurry up, more and more people are coming. Just by listening to the increasingly dense footsteps and gunfire, the three knew that the number of enemies had grown to more than a dozen. But no matter how much they yelled, the main force behind them wouldn't be able to get in for a while. To prevent the sentry posts from raising the alarm prematurely, Lucy had led the stealth squad to approach bit by bit, the other players were all quite far away. But Lucy had just gone to deal with the surveillance system, letting the three of them infiltrate first. Unexpectedly, something went wrong, they took down one, but were discovered by another. The three were pinned down by the wraith's firepower, unable to raise their heads, not even daring to peek out from behind the vehicle, peeking out would surely mean death. Just then, Lucy's voice suddenly came through their channel, I'll hack them immediately. 3 seconds. You guys seize the opening and counterattack. To Nige and the others, this was like music to their ears. Oh my god. Hacker is awesome. Is it too late to change professions now? Hacker? She should be called Boss Lady. Long live Boss Lady. Nige directly pulled out one of the large crossbow bolts strapped to his thigh, removed the safety cap, and loaded it onto the crossbow. Let's try Big Baby first, alright. The tip of that crossbow bolt had no arrowhead, but rather an aluminum cylinder, about 1.5 fingers thick. He silently counted 1, 2, 3. The dense gunfire indeed thinned out, and electric sparks popped from many wraiths' heads, their cybernetic components had short-circuited. The three immediately peeked out and counterattacked. Nige rushed out with his arm-length crossbow, shouting, Sewer barbecue. Everyone gets a share. He pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt shot out. The thick arrowhead struck the wall near several wraiths, and the fuse on the arrowhead immediately detonated. Blinding fire and a powerful blast instantly engulfed the surrounding wraiths, blowing them away to smash against the wall, their fate unknown. The other two also had crossbows, but explosive crossbow bolts were too expensive, 120 each, even with a discount they sold for 60, almost the price of a grenade, and their power was not as good as a fragmentation grenade, so they didn't dare to buy them from Nige and his group. Now they could only pull out submachine guns and shoot back at the Nightwalkers, but the effect was not good, only injuring one or two. It wasn't because their marksmanship was bad, but because their angle was poor, the Nightwalkers were all behind cover, so they could only suppress them with firepower. Just then, a man of exaggerated size crashed through the door, holding a huge shotgun, and rushed out. Where did these pups come from, daring to cause trouble on our turf? Bang! A shot fired, sending wood splinters and metal fragments flying. If Nige hadn't ducked quickly, he would have been riddled with bullets. Even so, Nige's face was still grazed by shrapnel, tearing off a large piece of flesh that bled profusely, even exposing his gums. The shotgun, both in sound and recoil, was exaggeratedly large, clearly using specially loaded powerful ammunition. He alone pushed Nige and his group back. Rainy Knight without a knife yelled, Boss Lady, help us. We can't hold them off. Although they called out sweetly, Lucy was also stretched thin because she was entangled by the Nightwalker's hackers, and there was more than one of them. Lucy could only grit her teeth and say, if you can't hold on, retreat first. Reinforcements will be here soon. She couldn't activate the system protocol before facing a fatal threat, and Lucy didn't want to gamble her life on that. Winston was almost amused, and he saw the uniform Nige was wearing. During this time, this uniform had left an even deeper impression on the Nightwalkers than melee tech. What was even more outrageous was that they hadn't gone looking for these corporate dogs, these corporate dogs had come knocking on their door instead. Damn it, only 4 people made it this far. What the hell, are the people on guard today all slacking off? Are they here to die? Bang. Another shot. It forced Nige, who had poked his head out to fire another explosive crossbow bolt, back into cover. Winston bared a mouthful of sharp teeth, a fishy wind, bloody wind, carrying from his mouth, capture those 3 alive for me. I'll skin them and make a sofa. Continuous loud noises echoed in the tunnel, but they weren't Winston's gunshots, they were the sound of trucks crashing through. 2 trucks successively rushed into the tunnel, braking side by side. Their massive bodies blocked the entire tunnel, smashing several container wooden boxes and blocking what little sunlight there was. Winston grinned. He had been waiting for this moment. Rockets. Aim at the trucks. Send them all to the sky. Although Tom and Roy died casually, they at least completed their mission. With a full truckload of weapons, as long as the trucks were detonated, none of these guys would survive. 120,000, a lot of money. But what did that have to do with Winston? This wasn't his cargo. He could earn 10,000 for delivering this batch of goods, but by killing these corporate dogs, Winston believed he would earn even more. If the Wraiths wanted to blame someone, they should blame these corporate dogs who appeared out of nowhere. The truck doors opened. Yeren and 3 other players, wearing heavy exoskeletons, were the first to jump out, charging forward with heavy shields. Yeren not only charged at the front line but also served as the squad leader. We'll draw the damage, you guys quickly suppress them with firepower, suppress them with firepower. Big explosion. Before he could finish speaking, Jian Shuiwuming and his group jumped out of the truck behind Natural Curl and the others, each carrying a rocket launcher. Without a word, they pressed the trigger towards the Nightwalkers without even aiming. Meanwhile, the Nightwalkers on Winston's side had just pulled out a rocket launcher, not even having time to aim. Holy crap! Winston cursed, immediately pushing aside other Nightwalkers and ducking back into the previous passage. This hellish firepower was almost on par with a regular army, wasn't it? 7 or 8 rockets exploded in succession among the Nightwalkers, their power dozens of times greater than the explosive crossbow bolts NIGE had fired earlier, directly blowing them head over heels. One round of carpet bombing wiped out the first wave of Nightwalkers that had rushed in. At this moment, Lin Miao slowly stepped down from the rear compartment. He looked down at his watch. 13:42 p.m. According to the previous deployment, 5 to 6 people per team, leave no one alive. Each 6-person team consisted of a heavy tank, a lightly armored assault trooper, a fire support specialist carrying a rocket launcher, a loader carrying rocket ammunition, and 1 or 2 support personnel. Additionally, each team was equipped with a Bumblebee drone, responsible for transmitting real-time footage of the exoskeleton combat to the 6th Street gang members in the rear. Besides actual combat, it was also a performance. Go. 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 Chajin Warrior, wearing a heavy exoskeleton, was as happy as could be, leading Natural Curl, Daoji, Red Bucket and others, charging deeper into the tunnel. Even NIG, who had just been injured, after a quick bandage to his face by the Aldcaldo's doctor who came along, immediately followed Tudo and the others. This warlike enthusiasm made the doctor stare in bewilderment. Lin Miao sent Pandora to support Lucy, he wasn't too worried about Lucy losing. At least hackers couldn't kill Lucy, and she also had Aldecaldo's Carol and Kiwi helping her. Plus, the security clause in the employee contract gave him the confidence to let loose. Only Mantu refused to go to the battlefield to kill, so Lin Miao's task for her was to transport batteries and ammo boxes for resupply, as well as to serve as a field technician. In the wasteland, 6 investigators and Reyes sat in the back of a truck, facing a dozen large screens. Some displayed tunnel surveillance hacked by Lucy, while others showed footage from Bumblebee drones accompanying the combat teams. Such astonishing efficiency. William watched the players on the screen, his pupils constricting. He used to be a new United States Special Forces operative during the Unification War before joining the 6th Street Gang. Admittedly, the group of people on screen couldn't be described as well-trained, they certainly hadn't undergone training for CBQ or similar tactics. Many tactical movements were essentially non-existent. They relied entirely on instinct for urban warfare. Logically speaking, even with exoskeletons, they wouldn't have extraordinary assistance in the meat grinder of urban warfare. Perhaps a grenade or a rocket could claim their lives. But the instincts of this group were a bit too sharp, almost like a pack of hunting wolves. Suddenly, a Nightwalker wielding a shotgun burst out from the shadows on the side of the team. His gun was already aimed at Yeren's side waist, an unprotected spot where a single shot would either kill or cripple him. But NIG, from behind, acted like a prophet, his rifle firing almost simultaneously as the Nightwalker appeared and raised his gun. The Nightwalker didn't even let out a scream, his forehead hit by 3 consecutive shots, disfiguring his face. Yeren didn't even turn his head, completely entrusting his back to his teammates. In some narrow terrains, Nightwalkers would block the intersection and fire frantically to suppress them. Even if the support and fire support personnel behind couldn't easily shoot over the front line, the heavy tanks could raise their shields, endure the gunfire, and instantly charge forward, pinning the opponents against the wall and crushing them into human jerky, or using the machine gun ports specifically exposed on their shields to mow down anyone in their way. Meanwhile, the others behind were just inches away. This almost bestial intuition and unreserved trust were more terrifying than the exoskeletons themselves. Because William knew this was the dangerous perception possessed only by survivors who had endured many fierce wars and repeatedly escaped death. For such people, even if you aimed a gun at them from hundreds of meters away, they could feel the stinging sensation brought by the killing intent. William put away his previous disdain for these people and solemnly asked Reyes, "What is their company called?" Reyes wanted to say that their company hadn't even been registered yet, he had just helped with the paperwork. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered the name Lin Miao had told him, Horizon, I remember it's called that. Horizon. Another investigator nearby mused, isn't that a physics term associated with black holes? Why would a company use that as a name? Who knows what he means? Reyes shrugged. He was certain Lin Miao wasn't a physics researcher, but he didn't know why he chose that name. Meanwhile, William had already refocused his attention on the screen. If it were just like this, he didn't think this group of people could punch through the Stone Ridge tunnel. After all, the Nightwalkers were numerous, and there were also experts and heavy firepower inside. Chapter 54, the Battle of Shijishangelar was a mess. In the narrow, straight alley, a .50 caliber heavy machine gun, set up halfway down, continuously spewed fire, and dense bullet rain sent gravel flying, each shot leaving a bowl-sized hole in the wall. Die! Die! In the firelight, the Nightwalker machine gunner's crazed, laughing face was faintly visible. This was a branch of the main tunnel, the walls weren't even poured with concrete, only supported by composite panels and scaffolding. Branches like this were everywhere in the main tunnel, even extracting the stored information from 9 Nightwalkers' heads couldn't cover the entire Stone Ridge tunnel. Not just the players and Lin Miao, but probably even the vast majority of Nightwalkers couldn't remember how many there were. No one knew how long or deep they were, or what was stored in each tunnel. They only had a rough idea in their minds of how many bad debts were piled up, a mess that no one could sort out. To avoid being flanked from behind, the tactical plan was to advance slowly. Whenever a fork was encountered, 1 or 2 squads would remain in the main tunnel, while another squad would go in to search the branching route until it was cleared, then withdraw before continuing to advance. For this, Lin Miao and the players were prepared for a day-long protracted battle. Savage Squad peeked out and was immediately suppressed by the Nightwalker, almost getting cut by shattered shrapnel if not for his helmet. Clearly, the opponent's optical implant had night vision or infrared capabilities, and there was also a loader and many Nightwalkers nearby. I can't hold this caliber for too long. Count to 3, I'll go out and draw fire, you guys blow it up. Don't worry, Tu Do patted the rocket launcher in his hand. Your brother Huang is super reliable, definitely a one-shot kill. His words made Savage Squad a little flustered, but what could be done? The Nightwalkers, who hadn't received any military training in fire suppression, immediately pulled the trigger upon seeing someone emerge. Finger-thick bullets roared against the shield, creating numerous sparks and ricochets. Each hit made Savage Squad feel the shield tremble. If not for the exoskeleton's hydraulic arms, he probably would have had his arm bones shattered. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Hurry!" Shui Yudongtian and Tu Do immediately rolled out from the bend, knelt on the ground, and after a brief aim with their shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, pressed the firing triggers. The machine gunner felt a bad premonition when he saw someone jump out from behind that damned shield, but before he could even turn his machine gun, the opponent fired first. After a brief acceleration, the 2 rockets broke through 300m/s. In the blink of an eye, 1 rocket hit the sandbag barricade in front of the machine gunner, and the other hit the wall beside him. The blinding flash of fire illuminated the tunnel. The sandbag barricade was good for stopping bullets, but it was useless against shaped charge rockets. Under the acceleration of the Monroe effect, the metal jet easily penetrated the barricade. The machine gunner and the loader next to him didn't even react, both were blown away, charred black, and the machine gun was warped. The nearby Nightwalkers also suffered heavy losses. Many lay on the ground, their chests slowly rising and falling, more gasping and then breathing out, clearly having sustained internal injuries from the shockwave or broken limbs. Savage Squad immediately seized the opportunity and charged forward, 2 machine guns wantonly spraying ammunition, venting all the suppressed anger. The few Nightwalkers who still retained combat power were instantly cut down by the charging assault members, Ju Tou and Nige. Haha. All of you, die for me. Captives? Live capture. Neither was needed. In this operation, each squad earned 200 points for a regular enemy kill, 500 for an elite, and 1000 for a boss. There were also bonus points for completing different mission objectives. Behind this firing point was a larger space, filled with many cargo containers, seemingly used for storing something, and all the lights were off, plunging it into darkness. Turning on his helmet flashlight, Savage Squad looked at the complex terrain and quietly reminded, "Be careful, there might still be people hiding in here." Split into 2 teams and search from the left and right sides. Although they knew such dark terrain was inevitable in the tunnel, Lin Miao hadn't had time to prepare glow sticks, so they had to rely on tactical flashlights and similar equipment for illumination. Fortunately, many players' optical implants, though basic, did have night vision functionality, just with varying degrees of effectiveness. Lin Miao also had night vision goggles for his exoskeleton. These were quite expensive, and would certainly cost extra to sell externally. The 5 cautiously advanced under the illumination of their respective tactical flashlights, with bumblebee drones following behind them. The terrain here was narrow, surrounded by cargo containers and wooden crates. Machine guns and rocket launchers were unsuitable in such a place. Except for Savage Squad, who still carried a shield, the other 5 had switched to pistols or shotguns. The basic firearm usage chip had taught players how to select firearms based on different situations. Even the original version of this thing was coveted by many gangs, but it was priceless. Not to mention, after system intelligence, its effectiveness had improved by more than 1 level. The sound of the exoskeleton moving was much louder than a person walking, so Savage Squad moved very slowly. He hadn't practiced stealth, his time was spent on close combat and firearms, so he could only try his best to suppress his movements. SHH. Nige, following behind Savage Squad, suddenly pulled back the 2 advancing members. After a moment of silence, Nige gestured that there were people behind the cargo container ahead. As his stealth skill level increased, his 5 senses also became sharper. Nige heard breathing from behind the cargo container, and on both sides. Shui Yudongtian pulled out a simple flashbang, produced in a chemical workshop, from his lower back. Its components were aluminum magnesium powder, potassium perchlorate and aluminum nitrite, otherwise similar to a grenade. They had tested this thing at the Phoenix Club, and the effect was excellent. It just came at a bit of a cost to produce. Duotutu's hands were badly burned, and the photosensitive chip in his optical implant was blown out. When he was being carried into the modification bay, he was still shouting, "Am I awesome or what?" Pulling the pin, Shui Yudongtian threw it directly and forcefully at the wall ahead. Rolling such a thing would only lead to it being picked up and thrown back. Because it was pitch black, the ambushing night walkers thought these people had thrown the grenade too far. However, the blinding flash and the sonic boom in the narrow space nearly blinded their optical implants. The blinding flash of a flashbang isn't something you can just close your eyes or turn your head to avoid. High-intensity flashes can easily penetrate your eyelids, burning your eyes. Closing your eyes is useless. Even if you turn away and avoid the flash, there's still a noise of up to 180 decibels that vibrates your nervous system through your eardrums, causing you to temporarily lose mobility. As for the players, they not only turned off pain, but also hearing, and even turned their backs and covered their ears. The night walkers, affected by the flashbang, immediately fell into disarray, in a temporary state of dizziness. Savage Squad, rushing out, opened fire on the chaotic night walkers. The other side also acted almost simultaneously. For a moment, gunshots echoed loudly in the cave. Quick, counterattack! Counterattack! Cover me! Disperse! Disperse quickly! On two paths, 7 or 8 night walkers attempting to ambush Savage Squad were riddled with bullets in less than 10 seconds. This number was even less than the tiger claws on the Japantown balcony. However, just as Savage Squad and his team thought it was over, a dark figure rushed close to him, kicking Savage Squad's shield from the side. The exaggerated force made Savage Squad's exoskeleton struggle to withstand it, sending him stumbling back, his center of gravity unstable, almost falling to the ground. Bang! 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 The assailant fired 3 shots at Savage Squad's face. If Savage Squad hadn't raised his right arm to block the bullets with his shoulder plate, he would have been dead. Last time, he was instantly killed by a boss's acceleration, so this time he was more careful. Holy crap! Nige, who was following behind, was startled, thinking it was another one of those high-speed, instant-kill bosses. But this time, the speed of appearance was much slower, and the figure was very large, vaguely revealing a bearded face. He was the first to regain his composure, shining his tactical flashlight and firing his shotgun, sending dozens of small steel pellets into the assailant's body. But then a scene that made Nige's eyes pop out occurred. Winston protected his head with his arms, the steel pellets only left some bloody holes on his flesh, tearing off a layer of skin, revealing charcoal black bionic muscles and subdermal armor underneath. Although the players had a preliminary understanding of cyberware, they clearly had no precise grasp of its upper limits. This was the first time they had seen someone capable of taking a shotgun blast head-on and surviving. It's a boss. The players were not afraid of the appearance of a high-difficulty monster, instead, they were ecstatic. Boss equals high reward equals they could soon buy their own exoskeleton or advanced equipment. Son of a beach. Winston shook his head. He hadn't expected these people to have flashbangs. If he hadn't been further away, he might have died with them. He hadn't expected this group of people to chase him relentlessly, even firing rockets as if they were free. The originally sturdy defenses crumbled in 2 or 3 hits. Damn it, most of the night walkers' bullets were bought by him. These damned corporate dogs. But the players didn't care about that. If they had $100, they'd arm themselves with $100, not a single cent left over. Not to mention, everything at the pre-war shop was half price, except for exoskeletons. I'll buy it all. They immediately bought out the entire stock of rocket launchers and explosives, throwing them around like water, afraid they wouldn't kill the enemies in front of them. They were actually more extravagant than the corporate dogs. At least the corporate dogs still thought about what to eat tomorrow and next month's mortgage. But the players didn't have to think about anything. Just do it. On the side mission, the Savage Squad was clashing with the mini-boss, and the main battlefield was also a scene of intense fighting. A defensive line formed by a dozen players fired rockets one after another, and machine guns swept relentlessly, suppressing the night walkers with sheer firepower. Meanwhile, Meyer, who was responsible for the Stone Ridge Tunnel smuggling, had already learned about the attack on the night walkers. And the attackers were those new corporate dogs. However, he didn't have much combat power, he was mainly responsible for accounting and mission dispatch, essentially the night walkers' bookkeeper. So, he didn't go to the front lines but stayed in the warehouse in the middle of the tunnel. Meyer paced anxiously in the room, feeling something was off. He had investigated thoroughly after Paul's incident last time and had never heard of this company, nor had he seen their logo. These people simply didn't exist. Moreover, their operational goals were very clear, every action was aimed at the night walkers. So Meyer concluded that someone must be targeting the night walkers but found it inconvenient to act directly, so they put on a disguise. But who could it be? Many people had grudges with the night walkers, but there weren't many who dared to attack the Stone Ridge Tunnel, let alone with such firepower. Even without being there, he could hear the continuous explosions from the tunnel's end. Although the night walkers were usually unscrupulous, often pilfering their employers' goods and even killing them. But that was only when they knew the employer was an individual. They dared not touch goods transported for truly big bosses. While they sometimes robbed a batch or two of corporate goods, they always knew when to stop, mere petty theft. Large shipments had escort teams, and they couldn't beat them. The night walkers' line was tied to many interest chains, both upstream and downstream. If this line were cut, it would offend many people. And the only people Meyer could think of were 2. Colonel Kurt Hansen, this guy wanted to devour the Nightwalker's smuggling line and become Night City's biggest smuggler. Melee Tech, who managed security on the Badlands outskirts, also cracked down on smuggling and had many conflicts with the Nightwalkers. But everyone knew Melee Tech themselves engaged in smuggling. Their so-called crackdown on smuggling was just a way to make money for themselves. Who could it be? He couldn't help but ask the communicator beside him, that company, how many people came. Although the surveillance was hacked, he could contact the front line himself, but the other side had a hacker. Li Hua and the other two were still entangled with them. What if his mind was implanted with a puppet? The subordinate next to him immediately contacted Raymond, who was currently commanding the Nightwalkers to intercept the players. The players' firepower was too damn fierce, machine guns, rocket launchers, and even high explosive ordnance. These lunatics weren't afraid of blowing up the tunnel. In their eyes, the battlefield environment was an indestructible element. To hold off the players, Raymond himself was now carrying a rifle. He ducked behind cover, and after hearing the inquiry, he slightly raised his head, and bullets whizzed past his scalp. His entire body was obscured by the dust kicked up by the explosion. 20? Definitely more. The explosions around him were too loud. Even though it was brain-computer communication, he seemed afraid the communicator wouldn't hear him, and shouted, many. Over 10 machine guns, plus rocket launchers and explosives. I suspect at least 40. And they have exoskeletons. Hey? Exoskeleton power armor? That many? The communicator shivered. Meyer immediately pressed, what did he say? The communicator pursed his lips, stammering, the other side sent, over 60 people, each with a machine gun, armored vehicles with rocket launchers, and power armor. Huh? Meyer almost cursed. Power armor? Are you kidding me? How could the Nightwalkers be so lucky? Armored vehicles equipped with multi-barreled rocket launchers were already outrageous, but the other side even pulled out power armor used only by the military. Alright, the people who attacked must be Melee Tech, no doubt. Dogtown was being watched by too many people, it was impossible for them to launch such a large-scale expedition, much less bring valuable power armor here. These new United States bastards are finally going to make a move against us, aren't they? No matter how many people the other side sent, the Stone Ridge Tunnel was the Nightwalkers' lifeline and could not be abandoned. Meyer gritted his teeth. So what if it was Melee Tech? The Badlands was their territory. Just over 60 people, they could drown them. Quickly notify Lawrence and Becca. Tell everyone from all nearby outposts to come support us immediately. The sooner, the better. Just say Melee Tech sent over 100 people, and they brought 3 assault power armors and a tank. The communicator was stunned. Hey. My ass, hurry up and say it. If he wasn't afraid of making the enemy sound too formidable and scaring away the Nightwalkers from other outposts, Meyer even wanted to say, the enemy has deployed a division to surround me. In less than half an hour, all Nightwalker outposts in the entire Badlands received this message. Melee Tech attacking the Stone Ridge Tunnel with over 100 people, plus power armor and a tank. Is this going to be a full-blown war? Things did not proceed in Lin Miao's expected direction but spiraled in a direction neither he nor the Aldcaldos had anticipated. The number of Nightwalkers at each outpost varied. Stone Ridge Mountain had over 100 permanent residents, the abandoned factory 70 or 80, and most of the others were small outposts of 3 or 4 people, with larger ones having 7 or 8. Moreover, the Badlands plain was vast and sparsely populated. Slightly away from Night City, basically, besides corporate cargo convoys and Melee Tech outposts, only the Nightwalkers and Aldcaldos were active. The large-scale movement of Nightwalkers meant their traces were everywhere on the plain, from single vehicles to 3 or 4, all rushing towards the Stone Ridge Tunnel. This action by the Nightwalkers immediately put the Melee Tech officers stationed at the Badlands outpost on edge, thinking these smugglers were up to something big. Automatic machine guns and reconnaissance drones were immediately deployed around the outpost, and soldiers were armed and ready to prevent these hooligans from going crazy and assaulting the outpost. As the passing Nightwalkers saw this. Well, the defenses are so tight. What Meyer said must be true, it must be Melee Tech attacking Stone Ridge Mountain. The two sides already had constant conflicts due to their cop and robber relationship and smuggling business. The Nightwalkers were not like the rule-abiding gangs in the city, the Badlands was all about lawlessness. They definitely couldn't beat these scattered soldiers. But that didn't stop them from taking a piss as they passed by to show these corporate dogs, thinking the Nightwalkers were soft targets to be squeezed at will. The Nightwalkers, in a fit of frustration, surrounded the Sunrise Hotel, which had been converted into a garrison outpost, and other patrol convoys. Then they pulled out submachine guns and rifles, firing into the sky, constantly making strange noises, which made the Melee Tech soldiers even more tense. But even so, without an officer's command, they dared not fire first. After all, there were only 20 to 30 of them here, while the Nightwalkers had hundreds in the Badlands. Even if the officer later requested troop support, the Nightwalkers would surely arrive first. By the time Melee Tech reinforcements arrived, they might already be dead. Until a clueless Nightwalker idiot pulled out a rocket launcher, preparing to fire a shot at the open ground outside the outpost. To scare these corporate dogs. The huge explosion, flame, and sound of the rocket startled the commanding officer. The Nightwalkers knew they were deliberately missing. But the Melee Tech soldiers didn't know that. They immediately retaliated, and a fierce conflict erupted between the two sides, with bullets flying everywhere. Fire! Fire! The Nightwalkers are assaulting our outpost. We need support. Repeat, we need support. In just 1 hour, the Badlands became a chaotic mess, with fighting everywhere. Players and Nightwalkers, Aldcaldos and Nightwalkers, melee tech and Nightwalkers, and even some passing convoys were all caught in the crossfire. Chapter 55, Making Money? Not bad. The Bumblebee drone is equipped with night vision to meet users' needs for child care, and its effect is even better than that of a typical optical implant, so it can clearly transmit images to the vehicle where the investigation team is located. Lin Miao could be said to be taking a gamble with this order. He wasn't gambling on the performance of the exoskeleton, as that had already been demonstrated. He was gambling that this punch could knock the Nightwalker unconscious. At least enough to make them afraid to bother him for a while. Although people sometimes mock the little Japanese for always gambling with their national fate, when you want to turn things around and your capital is limited, gambling is an indispensable part of it. But you must have a certain level of confidence, and keep gambling, because a gambling addict doesn't get the house. Lin Miao's confidence was to flip the table. Either I take the Stone Ridge Tunnel, or I'll blow up this unfinished tunnel for the Nightwalkers, burying your people alive inside. Now, not only is Main blasting secret passages according to the routes and locations Lin Miao gave him, but Lin Miao is also placing explosives along the way as the players advance. He doesn't understand demolition structures. But he understands what it means to apply brute force. The chemical workshop goes without saying. For a 5-axis CNC machine tool, as long as the program code is set, someone can stand by to assist. Training takes only a few hours to get started. 2 production lines run 24 hours a day producing rockets and exoskeleton parts. Although it's a bit unscrupulous, that's just how this world is. Horizon Corporation. The investigation team's initial surprise gradually turned into a complex expression. Because they saw a hint of Arezaka in the combat and shooting styles of these people. After all, many members of the 6th Street Gang were American Federation soldiers left over from the Unification War. Although they didn't really go to war in Night City, they fought Arezaka soldiers often, so they were very familiar. However, these people only had Arezaka's shadow, they should have only used Arezaka's training chips through certain channels. If they were truly Arezaka people, they would be somewhat unwilling to do business with them. William looked at his companions. What do you think? If you're simply asking me about the performance of this exoskeleton, it's a 1. The person from the investigation department looked at the Savage Squad, who were engaged in a boss battle. That Nightwalker is quite good. In the military, he could barely be considered a second lieutenant. His optical implants should be from the batch retired more than 10 years ago, light subcutaneous armor, metal wire muscles. If it were a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't be confident, but its performance would definitely be stronger than this exoskeleton. At least he didn't boast that he could kill him alone, a 50/50th chance. The limitations of this exoskeleton are already very obvious. It doesn't have the portability of optical implants, and its performance is acceptable for ordinary people, but for those equipped with high-strength optical implants, it not only won't help but will also limit the performance of the optical implants. It restricts the use of most ARM optical implants, and also the Sandevistan. I just tried it, and the exoskeleton couldn't keep up with my neural reactions. The only point it gets is that this thing doesn't cause cyberpsychosis. But considering the price, I can give it a 6, barely passing. If we had a few of these for street fights and stronghold defense, our advantage would be much greater. I turn for you. JPG. Actually, he had one more thing he didn't say. With this paint job, he'd be willing to give it an 8. Just like everyone knows that the so-called Longshuan treasured sword is all show and no substance, but does that prevent it from being cool? As Lin Miao said, what do you want for this price? For 18,000, you can't even buy a new gorilla arm with a major company's brand, you can only find used ones. Used prices can go as low as 3 or 4,000, but you know the consequences. Lin Miao prepared a lot of after-sales services, spot transactions, online selection, on-site wholesale, designated paint jobs. 3-day exchange guarantee upon receipt, 3 months free warranty, 3 years of paid parts replacement. Customer service hotline, regular home visits. In a terrible place like Night City, a 7-day exchange guarantee would definitely bankrupt you, and there's also a 2-finger-thick instruction manual, written in minute detail as if the user were an idiot. Don't ask why, unless you want to be deliberately troubled and sued by other companies. Listen carefully to customer needs, grasp customer pain points, and improve customer satisfaction. But no matter how much you boast, it's useless, the 6th Street Gang won't believe it. Those big companies also boast, but when you actually approach after-sales with a problem, demanding a return, exchange, or repair, they always find various excuses to make you pay, refusing free repairs. This matter is also recorded in the annals of Derenzuo, Zhu Baoji, Huahuachi, and Yi Taifang. Here, they would do even more outrageous things. But at least Lin Miao wouldn't be like a certain unknown company that went bankrupt, relying on its IP to make money even with shoddy toys. Cheap is one thing, quality is another. Reyes chose to contact the 6th Street Gang largely because they were the gang in Night City least reliant on optical implants. The 6th Street Gang regularly inspects members' optical implants, and those who rely too heavily on optical implants in combat are discriminated against by other members. This results in the lowest cyberpsychosis incidence rate among the various gangs in Night City. The evaluations of the other few people were also largely similar to that person's view, and they had all tried on the exoskeleton and moved around in it. To facilitate wearing by people of different body types, the limbs and torso have a certain degree of flexible length adjustment. Of course, if you have an extreme body type like Pandora or Main, you will need a custom order, and the parameters will also differ. If the upper and lower limits of optical implant fluctuations were calculated as a hexagon, then the values of this exoskeleton would be approximately 3C1B2D. The defense is very good, but the mobility and optical implant compatibility are too poor. But the problem is that every time optical implant performance improves by one level, the price increases exponentially. 18,000 to 22,000 is already a very affordable price. The disadvantage is that this exoskeleton affects the use of many optical implants, such as mantis blades, projectile launch systems, and even gorilla arms. Reyes also breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell that this trip was promising. So, what do you mean? Normally, according to reason, after the investigation team watched the demonstration, they should go back and discuss it with other 6th Street gang leaders before deciding whether to buy, as it's not just a matter of a few broken guns. But there was no other way. William really liked this thing too much. Look at the design, look at the product slogan. William felt that the aesthetic skill in designing the exoskeleton's paint job was simply made for the new United States. Plus, the performance wasn't too outrageous. He would lobby for it, and the problem shouldn't be big. He cleared his throat. His previous bad mood about being sent to the Badlands was gone. Instead, he felt pretty good. However, he still had to appropriately haggle over the price. There's no problem with the equipment's performance, but I hope we can discuss the price further. In their opinion, the cost of this exoskeleton, including labor and material procurement, should be roughly around 10,000. After all, steel alone costs 1,000 euros per ton, and the prices of motors, batteries, hydraulic systems, and control systems are not low. This non-optical implant, unidirectional neural control device, in some respects, opened a new path. For this group of company people, the control system is actually the biggest cost, more expensive than other things. Software usage costs can sometimes even account for 50% of the entire equipment, while hardware is secondary. Because this way, there's no fear of cyberpsychosis. From aesthetics to use, it perfectly aligns with the 6th Street Gang's philosophy. After William glanced at his companions, he extended his hand to Reyes. How about this? I'll try my best to get you 22,000 for a set of light exoskeletons and 25,000 for a set of heavy exoskeletons. This is the highest price we can offer. Of course, it would be even better if we could get a discount, but we'll need the corresponding documents. You understand, right? The other party's asking price was 3 to 4,000 higher than the suggested price. How could Reyes not understand what the other party meant, and they still wanted a discount? This was a rhythm of taking kickbacks. Damn it, these purchasers were asking for tens of thousands as soon as they opened their mouths, truly CS. He might not even earn as much as these people this time. Damn it. But no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Reyes certainly couldn't say it out loud. After a moment of distress, he could only put on a helpless expression. Wait a minute, I need to talk to him about this. After all, it's not a small amount. Suit yourself. William and his group didn't care. The 6th Street Gang buying their equipment was a sign of respect, and taking kickbacks was expected. Reyes hid to the side and contacted Lin Miao. He didn't know what was said, but a few minutes later, he returned with a pained expression, as if struggling, and finally said helplessly, "My friend said that we must satisfy all customer needs. The customer is God, and God is a friend of the new United States. The 6th Street Gang is naturally his friend, so he told me to handle it directly. How about this? For the first order, I'll make the decision and give everyone an 8.5% discount on each unit. As for the relevant documents, we will send them along at the time of delivery." This discount, of course, wasn't the price offered by the other party, but 85% of the original selling price. The difference in between. One could only say that compared to mugs costing thousands of eddies and sheep costing 20,000 each, the 6th Street Gang was relatively restrained. William glanced again at the two sides still locked in fierce combat on the screen. He was very pleased with their attitude. To demonstrate the equipment's effectiveness, they dared to block the Nightwalker's main entrance, which was commendable courage. As for how the two warring parties would eventually resolve the situation, that was no longer within the 6th Street Gang's consideration. In William's view, it was highly probable that both sides would cease hostilities and let the matter drop, but the Nightwalker had certainly suffered a major loss this time. The 6th Street Gang was quite happy because Santo Domingo was right next to the Badlands, and they had clashed with the Nightwalker many times, so their relationship was not harmonious. Moreover, the 6th Street Gang was likely to clash with the Valentinos over territory in the near future, so the Nightwalker getting beaten was good news for them. If the deal is confirmed, I'll notify you of the delivery location in advance. Saying that, he pulled Reyes aside and gave him a suggestive look. Help me get a set of that Captain America thing, the special kind. If this item were cheaper, like a few thousand eddies, William might have pressured the other party to give him a set for free. But since it was worth 10 to 20,000, doing that to a small company could easily strain relations, and the 6th Street Gang also ran its own businesses, so he understood that. And he genuinely liked the paint job. Damn this guy. Don't misunderstand, Reyes was referring to Lin Miao's marketing strategy, which he found sickeningly funny. Captain America, indeed. Even the current NUSA President Myers probably wouldn't have the audacity to name a melee tech product that. Yet, he had to admit, this move clearly struck a nerve with the 6th Street Gang. He could only guarantee with a chest full of complaints, "I promise he'll arrange this properly for the brothers. Even if you don't trust this company, you have to trust old Captain, right?" Sure enough, besides William, the other 5 guys took turns ordering a unit. Some even asked if they could take the sample machine back now and pay a deposit for immediate purchase. However, Lin Miao had already instructed Reyes on this. It's fine, these 2 sample machines will serve as a gift from their company for this meeting. They can take them directly. Oh. All 6 of them were delighted, then immediately troubled. It's not scarcity but inequality that causes distress. 6 people definitely couldn't split 2 sets, so they still had to buy them. They'd figure out the rest later. They were mid-level members of the 6th Street Gang, not so desperate as to fight over 2 cheap exoskeletons. After seeing the 6 off, Reyes shook his head. That's why he didn't want to start a company. Being a middleman was so much better, you didn't have to humble yourself to anyone. The deal hadn't even been made yet, and 2 $30,000 items had already been given away for free. If it all went to waste and the other party wasn't interested in the business, Lin Miao would just have to swallow it. He watched the screen where the 2 sides in the tunnel were still fighting fiercely. Lin Miao's side was firing €300 rockets as if they were free. One could only say that fighting at cost price and fighting by buying weapons were on completely different scales of expense. However, Reyes felt that things had gone far enough. In his opinion, this was just a show, and the audience had left, so there was no need to keep fighting, was there? They should retreat quickly while they still had no significant losses. So he called Lin Miao, who had already joined his subordinates on the front line. It's time for the curtain call, the audience has left. Lin Miao wasn't wearing an exoskeleton, instead, he was on the front line, rifle in hand, shoulder to shoulder with the players. As the Night Walkers reacted and continuously transported weapons to the front, the players' advance was becoming somewhat difficult. What's their attitude like? He fired a burst of bullets at a high-threat target in his sight, pinning the sniper behind cover. Hard to say. Anyway, they took the items back. They also ordered a badge from you personally, the special edition. My Captain America, how did you even think of that name? Don't you feel ashamed? Reyes got goosebumps all over his body just saying the name. It was too damn cringeworthy. Lin Miao grinned, called for a rocket launcher, and sent the sniper and his cover flying into the sky. It's business, no shame. Shame. So damn shameful. My old face is almost completely lost. Next time, find someone else for this, I can't do it anymore. Reyes felt like he'd be woken up by that name in his dreams. Perhaps Myers, sitting in the White House of the NUSA, should step down and let Lin Miao take over. To be so shameless, it even made him nauseous. After a short wait, Reyes frowned, because he noticed that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of withdrawing. Aren't you going to arrange for your people to retreat? Retreat? Retreat from what? Lin Miao checked the time, there were still 7 or 8 hours until the players went offline. Plenty of time. I came here today to fight the Night Walkers. Having the 6th Street Gang watch was just a side trip. What? Reyes's mouth dropped open. Damn it, such a big deal and he wasn't told. He had been talking for half a day about this being an equipment demonstration. So the equipment demonstration was just a side trip after all? 20-something of you against over 100 people, are you crazy? Who told you there are only 20-something of us? To tell you the truth, it's not 20 against 100, it's 100 against 300. Besides me, there's the entire Aldcaldos of the Badlands. The assault by the Horizon Corporation dogs was slowly being held back by the Night Walkers' convergence and counterattack, which gave the shaken Meyer a slight reprieve. Due to these corporate dogs blasting their way through with rockets like madmen, casualties were secondary, but countless containers and vehicles had been blown up along the way. After this battle, they would be bleeding money back home, damn it. Damn it, just you wait. When my reinforcements arrive, I'll flay you all alive. He had already sent people to bypass through other passages of the Stone Ridge Tunnel, preparing to sandwich them from front and back, trapping all these corporate dogs inside the tunnel. Meyer even felt he had a talent for tactical command, but unfortunately, the Night Walker gang limited his abilities. However, just as he was rejoicing, a dusty Night Walker stumbled and crawled into the room, collapsing directly at Meyer's feet. Holding his leg, he spoke breathlessly, bad news bad news. Meyer remembered, this guy was one of the people he had sent to flank and encircle. Immediately, an alarm bell rang in his heart. He grabbed the guy by the collar and pulled him up. What happened? Speak quickly. A group of mercenaries are blowing up our secret passages. Several of them have been blown up. Some people didn't make it out, both cars and people are buried under the rocks. Meyer's head buzzed. He quickly pressed, what about the tunnel exit? You can use the tunnel exit. There are people there too. The Aldcaldos brought a lot of people, and that old hag Dakota, she blew up all our outposts and minefields near the tunnel. There must be over 100 people pinning our brothers at the entrances and exits, hitting them hard. Even armored vehicles can't break through, they've all been blown up with infantry cannons and rocket launchers by them. And reinforcements rushing from other strongholds are also being blocked outside by these Aldcaldos, unable to get in. Upon hearing this, Meyer swayed back and sat on the sofa, almost fainting. Actually, there was even worse news that the subordinate hadn't mentioned, because the Night Walker strongholds were arriving in small groups of 2 or 3, they had to face Aldcaldos who outnumbered them by more than 10 to 1, causing them to die silently like moths crashing into a flame. Even though they vastly outnumbered the Aldcaldos, they ended up being concentrated on by the enemy's superior forces, hitting their weak points, and being trapped at the tunnel entrance, thus creating a situation where the few fought the many. Furthermore, due to Meyer's speculation, some Night Walkers had opened a third front, getting entangled with some melee tech outposts outside, further scattering their already stretched forces. Shit, shit, shit. After cursing 3 times, Meyer grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table and chugged it down, hoping to calm himself. He had to find a way, otherwise, they would all die here today. Where's that guy Winston? He's been out of contact for a while. It seems he didn't escape and is trapped in the meat locker by those corporate dogs. Then let Raymond lead those corporate dogs towards the central warehouse. Use that tank to blast these bastards to hell. Chapter 56. Open the door. The wild man, who was tanking at the front, swayed and plopped onto the ground. The metal baffle on his chest was deformed, the hydraulic cylinder of his right arm exoskeleton had burst, and he was covered in bruises. Though it didn't hurt, it sapped his strength and made him tired. Damn. This boss is so hard to kill, seriously. He's tanky, deals high damage, and is highly mobile. It's utterly frustrating. The bearded man in front of him was already dead, both his arms shredded by bullets, internal metal muscle wires scattered on the ground like broken springs, and his body was a mess of bullet holes and crossbow bolts. Nige leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Luckily, this guy was using a pistol. If he had used the shotgun he had when we first met, at least 2 of us would have died. Winston had been wary of the large shield in the wild man's hand, even powerful armor-piercing steel pellets couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, he had never seen this type of exoskeleton before. So, to react flexibly, he had opted for a large-caliber pistol, but still couldn't escape death. In the eyes of Nige and his companions, Winston was a frustrating monster, and in Winston's eyes, the players were equally frustrating. The 2 exoskeletons had such high rigidity that he couldn't even knock over the shielded wild man with a full-force kick. These damn players didn't even flinch, they'd punch him in the chest without a single gasp for air, then shove their guns in his face. Don't waste time, we need to get back quickly, or they'll kill all the monsters and we'll lose out big time. Ju Tiu helped the fallen wild man up, cleaning the battlefield could wait. Now wasn't the time to be greedy. You dropped such good equipment, I hope we don't end up paying for it during the settlement, damn it. It shouldn't come to that. The wild man wasn't sure, but just as the group was about to leave, a sudden sound came from the darkness, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Tudo, who had been observing the surroundings, finally found the light switch. After he flipped it on, the cave became much brighter, and everyone realized that besides the various sized cargo containers, there was also a mobile home in front of them. The sound they heard earlier came from inside. The group exchanged glances, immediately grabbed their weapons, and quietly crept over. Since the wild man's hydraulic cylinder had burst, Ju Tiu took over, kicking open the door, shield raised, and charged in, even shouting like a soldier, "Lay down your weapons and surrender, all of you. Surrender your guns or die." But there was no answer. It wasn't until Tudo turned on another light that they discovered the mobile home was a mess, devoid of any night walkers. There was only a blonde woman, confined in a small iron cage, covered only by a foul-smelling, dirty blanket. An iron chain extended from beneath the blanket, tethered to the cage's bars. When the light came on, she recoiled as if startled, even though the space she could move in was less than 2 square meters. Her hair was disheveled, and her head was bowed, preventing them from seeing her face. There was more than one cage, but the others were all empty. The 5 players looked at each other, all stunned. Tudo, damn, what's going on? Why is there a person here? Ju Tiu, aren't you stating the obvious? Of course there's a person. The problem is, what the hell is going on? Lin Miao hadn't mentioned how to handle this situation when giving the mission, and the players were a bit flustered. Even without words, the players understood what had happened from the environment, but they never expected to see such a scene in a game. Shui Yudongtian put down his gun and squatted by the cage, only to realize that the iron chain wasn't tied securely, but merely wrapped around the cage. He untangled it in a few quick movements, but the woman still desperately curled into the corner, trying to distance herself from Shui Yudongtian. Even though she didn't speak, the group could feel the deep-seated fear and terror emanating from her. They weren't sure if she could understand what they were saying, so they spoke while gesturing. "Those people are dead, you're safe now. You can come out, the chain has been removed." But no matter what they said, the woman never left the cage, not even lifting her head to look at the players. Whenever they approached, she would shrink back as if startled, constantly retreating further inside. After several futile attempts, Nige realized they couldn't waste any more time. It's probably missing some key element, so we can't trigger the hidden quest. Ju Tiu, I know, like Bloodborne. You have to go to a later stage to get a key item, then come back to find the NPC you met earlier, right? Nige, there's a possibility. The wild man felt it was inappropriate to just leave. Let's strip a dead person's clothes and leave them here for her, then we'll go. We can't keep wasting time here. Anyway, it looks like she won't leave, and it won't be too late to find her later. No sooner said than done. Shui Yudongtian found a relatively intact Nightwalker corpse, stripped it completely, and moved the naked body aside. As if to vent his anger, he viciously stomped on Winston's face twice as he passed by. Scum, damn it, he deserved to die. The wild man took the clothes, placed them on top of the cage, and spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. I've left clothes for you here. You'd best stay here and not leave. There's still fighting outside, it's very dangerous, understand? The woman merely looked up at the group for a moment, then immediately recoiled, still showing no intention of responding. Nige shrugged, let's go. If we wait any longer, the others will start cursing. They might even think we're hoarding equipment here. The group looked at the woman in the cage a few more times as they left, shaking their heads with a sigh. This game really didn't need to be so realistic. It completely killed their excitement after defeating the boss, casting a grey pall over what should have been a good gaming experience. Besides the fun, this game seemed to hold more things they hadn't noticed before. So, as they exited, each of them stepped over Winston's face. After the players left, the cave fell into a deathly silence. About half an hour passed. A gunshot echoed in the quiet cave, reverberating off the stone walls, lingering for a long time. Awesome. That felt damn good. At the other end of the tunnel, the Aldecaldos, who had launched a surprise attack, easily tore through the Nightwalker's outer defenses with a convoy of dozens of vehicles. Automatic autocannons, rocket hives, 40mm vehicle-mounted cannons. The Aldecaldos' weaponry and personnel were actually more refined than the Nightwalkers, but they had always been at a disadvantage in terms of combatant numbers. Even Pan Am Palmer, a staunch advocate for combat, had never imagined a day like this. After breaking through the defenses, they seized the high ground outside the tunnel, blockading the tunnel entrance, effectively trapping the unsuspecting Nightwalkers inside the tunnel and attacking them. The scattered Nightwalker reinforcements arriving from outside were sent in vehicle after vehicle, picked off one by pre-positioned artillery and blown into sparks. Pan Am Palmer, lying on the hillside, shot and killed the Nightwalker who was peeking out from behind a car. Why didn't we think of this method before? Encircle the point and strike the reinforcements. What a great name. Dakota, half crouching beside Pan Am Palmer, observing the surrounding routes with binoculars, said, even if you thought of it, it would be useless. You'd need a group of fearless and capable madmen to block the Stone Ridge tunnel from the other end, and if there were any other secret passages, you'd have to blow them up. At the same time, all three front lines couldn't have any problems. If one side faltered, everyone else would be dragged down with them. This Badlands fixer had the characteristic toughness of an Aldecaldos woman, but her demeanor was much more composed than Pan Am Palmer's and Carol's. To fight this battle, Saul had leveraged all of the Aldecaldos' connections, even calling in a group of mercenaries who were at odds with the Nightwalkers, to assemble a combat force of over 100 people. Watching the Nightwalkers in the tunnel trying to break out despite their fierce firepower, she asked, "Where did you recruit these madmen?" The commotion inside seems quite significant. Upon learning that the Aldecaldos intended to move against the Nightwalkers, Dakota was as startled as Pan Am Palmer had been when she heard the news from Lin Miao. She had even thought Pan Am Palmer had killed Saul and was preparing to lead the Aldecaldos in a suicidal attack against the Nightwalkers. It took Saul himself half an hour to explain the situation clearly to Dakota. Even so, Dakota wasn't optimistic about the operation. On one hand, she didn't trust any corporations, and on the other, she had some doubts about this tactic. But what could she do? Although she was a fixer, she was essentially just a communication bridge established between the Aldecaldos and Night City. If the Aldecaldos were finished, so was she, and she loved the Aldecaldos. The current situation was still good, not far off from what was expected, and even a bit easier. Logically, more Nightwalkers should have arrived, and she wondered what had happened. However, what Dakota couldn't understand was that among the several front lines, the greatest pressure was on those corporate dogs who had made a deal with Saul. 20-something people had to block all the Nightwalkers in the entire tunnel. Although the terrain was narrow, the pressure was still immense. What are you after? From a distance, more and more vehicles began to attack the Aldecaldos' defensive line, clearly having realized that someone was fighting a blocking action midway and had already gathered for an assault. But we still need to be careful, the number of Nightwalkers is increasing. How did it get this bad? Did you guys run into Godzilla? Mandu looked at the exoskeleton Wildman had taken off and clicked her tongue. She thought this thing should be invincible, so how did it feel like it was already falling behind the times? Saying that, she began to use a power drill and a chainsaw to dismantle damaged parts. There were many spare parts prepared in the vehicle, precisely for this purpose. NIGE, we encountered a boss inside. He was so incredibly difficult to fight, even stronger than those two big fat guys in the Phoenix Club, but we were still more skilled and cleared him in one life. The boss gave each small team 2 sets of temporary exoskeletons and 8 rockets. Other equipment and cyberware were half price for a limited time. If they couldn't win even with that, they might as well hang themselves. If it had been 10 days ago, the 5 of them combined wouldn't have been enough for others to kill. Seriously, you still need to be careful, don't mess up my equipment like this. Compared to the injuries on other players, Mandu felt more heartache for her creations. Removing and replacing the front chest plate, installing a spare power arm, replacing damaged hydraulic hoses and deformed stainless steel frames, and installing a new battery. All done. Meanwhile, on the other side, a medic sent by the Aldecaldos examined the injuries of several people. The 4 with minor injuries, after a simple resupply, went to support the front line. Only Wildman stayed behind to bandage his wounds. Medic, I don't recommend you go to the battlefield now. You have 2 broken ribs and multiple muscle contusions. Strenuous activity could worsen your injuries. But players didn't care about such things, they had revival coins. What was one life? Wildman immediately got up, put on his jacket, and let Mandu help him equip the repaired exoskeleton. How can that be? If I die, I die. Wouldn't I lose out if they hogged all the kills? Besides, these bastards must all die. If before Wildman only treated the Nightwalkers as wild monsters to farm, he wouldn't care once there was no economic benefit. But now, the Nightwalkers had transformed from wild monsters into pure enemies. The kind that must die. Although he had long heard that the employees of this company fought fearlessly, suffering heavy casualties in every operation yet never retreating. Before the medic arrived, he thought it might be due to high pensions or drug use. However, no drug residue was detected in the other party's blood, and he saw a look of anger in their eyes. He said no more. As someone who had been through it, he was all too familiar with that feeling. Wildman got up, shook his arms, pulled the ammo belt from the exoskeleton's ammo box, and attached it to the machine gun, laughing, "Your dad." Returns to the battlefield. The firefight on the front line grew more intense. The two sides went from rifle duels to rocket launcher bombardments. When Doge's team was clearing a side road, they even ran into a twin-linked autocannon firing horizontally. The bullets from that thing were something even heavy exoskeletons dared not block. A graze meant certain death. God knows where they dismantled it from. The Nightwalkers were getting desperate, no longer caring about costs, and pulled out all their trump cards. The twin-linked autocannon was mounted in the middle of the side road, with a temporary fort built from corrugated iron and sandbags, only exposing a tiny firing window. But it was enough to completely block all the players midway. Doge, where are the rockets? Hurry up and take out this fort for me. Damn it. Ten's shield is already busted. Let alone the shield, Chajin warrior almost died himself. Mine are used up. The ones in the back haven't been delivered yet. How did you fight? You used them up so quickly? You damn prodigal. Bullshit. You were the loudest just now. Red Bucket, who was scolded, immediately retorted, even vividly imitating the other party's tone, "Hey, Red Bucket, blow that up for me. Hey, Red Bucket, blast a shot over there for me." Now that the rockets are used up, you know how to call for them. Each small team only had 8 rockets without resupply. Once used, they were gone. So noisy. Whining and complaining, you idiots. This is a timed competition now. If another team gets first place, we'll lose our gold medal. In reality, there was no such thing. It was purely because the players saw each team clearing different tunnel branches and thought it would affect the post-battle settlement, so the faster, the better. That's why Doge was so eager in his command, using up all the rockets so quickly. Natural Curl, covered in dust, swore under his breath. He had just tried to use Sandevistan to accelerate and take out the fort, but the firing port was too small, and his marksmanship was poor, so he failed as expected. Egyptian Queen, what the hell, should we go back and ask the boss for rockets? I'm too embarrassed for that. Doge asked Glamorous Woman, do you still have explosives? Red Bucket and Glamorous Woman were support, and Natural Curl Sandevistan clashed with his exoskeleton, so he gave the exoskeleton to Red Bucket. The advantage was that Red Bucket's carrying capacity significantly increased. Besides rockets, he also carried a lot of explosives. Yes, plenty. Red Bucket nodded, taking 2 soft, putty-like objects from his back, with a detonator and an igniter attached. We'll use this to blow up the fort. How do we blow it up? Throw it over? That corrugated iron shed is super thick, even machine gun bullets can't penetrate it. If it misses, it's useless, and such heavy explosives can't be carried by a crossbow either. I'll go. I have an acceleration skill. As long as I run a certain distance, I can get out of the machine gun's firing range. Natural Curl grabbed the explosives. But you guys must cover me and suppress those small fry, otherwise I'll definitely be riddled with holes. Sandevistan can dodge bullets on the premise that the bullets aren't too dense, otherwise, in a hail of bullets, there's nowhere to hide. Doge patted him, good brothers. Your back is in our hands. Natural Curl peeked at the dark muzzle. If he took one shot to the body, he would definitely be shattered into pieces on the spot. He turned to look at his comrades behind him, blinking. Hee. I was wrong. I shouldn't have played the hero. Is it too late to regret now? Get out of here. It's decided, it's you, Jintoki. Doge directly kicked Natural Curl's butt, sending him out of cover. Damn it. You bastards. Exposed within the machine gun's firing range, Natural Curl shivered, instinctively activated Sandevistan, then adjusted his posture and center of gravity, and ran off. When the machine gun targeted Natural Curl, drawing its firepower, the others rushed out of cover one after another, sweeping fiercely at the other Night Walkers. The sudden counterattack instantly suppressed the Night Wraith's position. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Natural Curl felt the wind between his legs, his ears filled with the sound of bullets flying past. He could even feel the machine gun hitting the ground behind him, and the shattered stones hitting his body. Sandevistan's effect was very good, almost doubling his speed, but its active time was only 2 seconds, and it was only a green item, with insufficient upper limit, still far inferior to bullets. Even though he persisted until Sandevistan's operational limit, it still failed before he could exit the machine gun's firing range. He didn't even notice that his nose was gushing blood like a fountain. He probably didn't even remember how many times he had used it today. 10 times? 20 times? A 20mm shell barely grazed his calf, breaking his entire leg and prosthetic limb. Losing his balance and support, Natural Curl rolled forward, falling to the ground motionless, blood streaming from his broken leg. Damn it. Doge was so angry his teeth were almost grinding. Just as he was about to tell Glamorous Woman to go back and ask the boss for rocket resupply, he heard Red Bucket shout, he's not dead yet. Holy crap, that's awesome. Natural Curl, clutching the explosives, was seen crawling on the ground with 2 hands and 1 leg, slowly inching towards the fort, even continuously using Sandevistan to accelerate his crawl. And that area was already a blind spot for the fort's vision, only the surrounding night walkers could see him. Damn it, quickly distract their firepower for him, and suppress those idiots on the other side. The 5 of them went crazy, not even retreating into cover when the machine gun had already turned its barrel towards them. When the machine gun was reloaded with a 20-round magazine and prepared to fire, a face, stained with blood and dust, as messy as a demonic yaksha, emerged from the gap beside the firing port. He showed a mouthful of white teeth, smiling as he said to the terrified machine gunner and loader, "Your delivery has arrived. Please confirm receipt." Chapter 57. I think I can still save it. The raging inferno of the explosion engulfed the entire stronghold, killing countless night walkers in the vicinity, and even those who weren't killed were left barely clinging to life. The yield was truly excessive. Glamorous woman cautiously climbed over the ruins, executing the still gasping night walkers one by one. Looking at the chaotic environment, she clicked her tongue. My brother, what a glorious death. Back in the day, this would have at least earned a second-class merit, wouldn't it? A second-class merit if it were made public, it would be at least a first-class merit. But now, no one would dare set up a machine gun on us, and why would you need to blow it up yourself? A phone call would be enough to bury him, man and cannon, together. Jian Shui waved his hand to clear the dust in front of him. Quickly, clear the battlefield and prepare to go back to help. This should be the last stage of the side quest. How come there's no boss like with the wildlings? What bad luck. Red Bucket, what about Natural Curl? Shouldn't we dig up his body? Chajin Warrior, he's already dead, he's probably calculating his respawn cooldown outside by now. What's the point of digging up the body? It's the same if he just revives himself and comes to pick it up. The others thought so too. After all, players wouldn't grieve over the death of their companions, they'd even mock others' ugly deaths, then shout, "Bro, watch me show you some moves." Only to die even more comically. However, just as they were about to leave, an iron hand pushed aside the rebel and grabbed Jian Shui's ankle. Jian Shui, whose ankle was grabbed, nearly peed himself. Everyone immediately tensed up, thinking a boss had spawned, but then they looked again and it didn't seem to be the case. Is this a haunting? Only Chajin Warrior felt that the hand looked familiar. He quickly knelt down and pushed aside the rebel around the hand. Although his face was pitch black and all his hair was burned off, leaving only charred scalp, the others could still see the name on his forehead. Natural Curl's lips moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I think I can still be saved." Due to the urgency of the battle, Lin Miao couldn't execute injured players like he did the wildlings last time. Now was the height of intense fighting, how could he let them go offline for 3 days? If an injury exceeded a certain degree, the person would immediately be put into a vehicle and sent back to the agency for treatment. Otherwise, a simple bandage at the Aldecaldo's doctor would suffice. In any case, the round trip plus treatment time was only 2 hours. 2 hours later, he'd be a good man again. The existence of cyberware greatly reduced the probability of players dying outright, like Natural Curl. He activated his Sandevistan again at the moment of the explosion, and his 3 limbs frantically scrambled outwards, barely escaping the lethal range. Whether he could survive until reaching the agency was another matter. Under this constant ebb and flow, the Night Walkers' front lines were continuously retreating. Especially with many secret passages destroyed and both ends of the tunnels blocked, the prolonged absence of reinforcements was a very demoralizing thing. Lin Miao and the Aldecaldos did not have the ability to cut off such a wide range of communications, so internal and external network contact was possible. But this led to a second problem, internal discord. The Night Walkers inside asked the Night Walkers outside why they hadn't come to support them yet, as they were being thoroughly beaten. The Night Walkers outside said they were blocked by the Aldecaldos, so how could they provide support? The Aldecaldos have been in our territory all this time, why would he be at the tunnel entrance? You keep telling me to go, how can I go? As for outflanking them from the rear, that would require crossing a large area into melee tech territory. They still weren't sure how many enemies had entered the tunnel. If too few went, they couldn't win, if too many, would melee tech outpost personnel be blind to such large-scale movements? Not to mention that due to some Night Walkers' itchy hands, conflicts had already erupted between the two sides in the Badlands, making it even more impossible to ignore now. The 7th statement ultimately led to both sides quickly reaching a boiling point. Meyer, upon receiving the reply, slammed his hand on the table, shattering the pots, bowls, and plates, and cursed their incompetence. In Meyer's view, this was a case of friendly forces in trouble, unmoving like a mountain. You have 2 or 3 times their numbers outside, and you're telling me you can't push through those nomads? They must be unhappy that he was making too much profit in his position, so they planned to use these people to get rid of him. They would then reap the benefits. He even wondered why these corpo dogs could so easily infiltrate the tunnels and even know the locations of many secret passages. Isn't this definitely an inside job? Of course, it could also be data secrets stolen by hackers. Remembering this, Meyer quickly grabbed someone nearby and asked, "By the way, where are our hackers?" The subordinate pointed to the room next door, he had just been about to mention it. Meyer walked over, pulled back the curtain, and immediately smelled the aroma of roasted brain. 3 hackers lay neatly in the freezer, a visible burnt smell emanating from their 7 orifices, and the deep dive equipment on the back of their heads was still sparking. Well, they're all dead. Now there's no way to ask. This meant that the opposing hackers either far surpassed the Night Walkers' hackers in skill, or they had numerical superiority. Neither conclusion was good news for him. The successive blows made Meyer dizzy with anger, even his usually obedient subordinates now looked repulsive. During this time, Paul died, Tarek led people to clear out the Corpo outposts and also died. The continuous failures put him under immense pressure. Meyer held his forehead, staggered to the sofa, and sank down, fumbling around for a long time but couldn't find what he wanted. His subordinate, understanding his unspoken need, picked up the inhaler from a corner of the table and handed it over. Meyer snatched the inhaler, aimed it at his nose and mouth, pressed the nozzle, and inhaled deeply. As the drug entered his bloodstream through the nasal and oral mucous membranes, his entire body relaxed, and his previous anxiety vanished. After catching his breath, he stood up again and asked, "Where have those guys reached?" "Warehouse 6. Warehouse 6? That means they're almost here. How many of our brothers have died?" 30 to 40 brothers were killed by those guys on the front line, and many more were injured. But they also suffered quite a few casualties. The Altcaldos behind them have been blocking the tunnel entrance and also injured quite a few. The casualties didn't sound very high, but the problem was that this was their home turf, and being beaten back step by step would undoubtedly have a huge impact on morale. After fighting for so long, they had a pretty good idea of the situation. There were about 30-odd Corpo dogs on the front line, with heavy firepower, but only rocket launchers and explosives. "Tell the people on the front to retreat, retreat to me. I want to see what those Corpo dogs are capable of." The central warehouse had a large space and uncomplicated terrain. Here, the Nightwalkers' numerical advantage could be fully utilized, instead of being entangled with the Corpo dogs in narrow tunnels with limited numbers. Most importantly, this was where the Nightwalkers stored their contraband, things they dared not sell. He didn't believe they couldn't kill them. The Nightwalkers on the front line retreated one after another after receiving the order. The players immediately noticed that the firepower ahead was getting weaker and weaker, and when they looked up, everyone was gone. Chajin Warrior looked up, uncertainly at the front line. It had been a heated battle just moments ago, and now everyone was gone. "Are they retreating?" "Nige, I think the boss might be appearing. It's usually like this in games, the small fries leave, and the boss appears. There were still 12 players left here. Aside from the 2 sent back for treatment, Ju Tiu, Tudo, and others had died during the advance. They died terribly, blown into several pieces by grenade launchers. What kind of boss do you think it'll be? Could it be a big sister with a whip or a super robot or something?" They were all just players. If they were normal people, with so many comrades dead, everyone injured, and an unknown path ahead, it would be good enough if they didn't have a grim face. How could they be smiling and joking, without any pressure, and even fantasizing a little? "Jian Shui Wuming, I think the opening CG might be us shooting down the Nightwalker's escaping helicopter." Then a Nige descends from the sky, with an opening voice line man. "Nige, don't care." Lin Miao listened to the players joking, but he wasn't as relaxed as they were. God knew what big guns those Nightwalkers were hiding. They had been in Night City for so long, it was normal for them to have a few tricks up their sleeves. Even if they pulled out a nuclear bomb, Lin Miao wouldn't be surprised. After all, the American Federation was collapsing here, so it wouldn't be surprising if a Free States carelessly lost a nuclear bomb scenario played out. A repeat of the event, perhaps, since the other side was constantly making these kinds of movies. However, if they actually dared to do that, not to mention the Nightwalkers, even the Wraiths would likely be purged. After confirming that all the Nightwalkers had retreated, Lin Miao stood up and brushed off the dust. The players, seeing that their boss had instructions, quickly quieted down. If they want to retreat, let them. The Altcaldos are behind them, so the Nightwalkers can't escape. Just let them wait there. We'll resupply and rest up properly first, and wait for our 2 companions who went back for treatment. It's not too late to launch an attack after we've regrouped. Count how much heavy firepower we still have. There might be another big battle ahead." Bullets weren't an issue because they had just confiscated a truckload of weapons, but rocket-propelled grenades were almost used up from the previous fighting. After giving instructions to the players, Lin Miao turned and walked towards the tunnel exit. The players had contingency plans for similar situations, such as dual warhead rocket launchers, or having Nige sneak over with satchel charges to create a big explosion. If there hadn't been enough time, this group might have actually prepared to assemble a 75mm howitzer. Besides the truck that carried the players inside, a small truck was parked at the tunnel entrance. A drone and an automatic machine gun hovered on its roof, ready to open fire and alert Lin Miao as soon as they identified an enemy target. He opened the car door and got in. The compartment was divided into 3 small rooms by partitions. Lin Miao even checked the room numbers, afraid he might enter the wrong one. The second one. The room behind the door was very narrow, containing 2 mainframes, a computer, a vital signs monitor, and a bathtub. Lin Miao's physique barely left him room to turn around inside. The bathtub was filled with ice and water. Just looking at it made him feel cold, let alone Lucy, who was lying naked inside. Her vital signs showed everything was normal. "Lucy, I'm disconnecting your deep dive link." An OK flashed across the computer screen. A hacker could disconnect from a deep dive without help, but he wasn't an idiot, so how could he not come? Following her instructions, he first disconnected the mainframe's link, then reached out and pulled out the interface from the back of her head, lifting Lucy out of the bathtub. Just putting his hand into the icy water gave Lin Miao goosebumps. He really didn't know how these hackers endured it, even stripping naked and lying in there. Fortunately, he wasn't a hacker, so he didn't have to suffer this torment. Whether it was stubbornness or something else, When Lin Miao offered to buy Lucy a hacker chair, she always said she didn't like it, showing great resistance. But for Lin Miao, it wasn't all bad. Lucy's skin, with its pores contracted from the cold water immersion, felt especially firm to the touch. When she was lifted from the water, droplets fell like a waterfall from her smooth body, with some remaining in her collarbone hollow, swaying back and forth. Her cool, pale skin made her look as beautiful as a moon goddess emerging from the water. Lucy had actually woken up as soon as the plug was pulled, and could have stood up at any time, but she still nestled in his arms, letting him use a towel to wipe her clean from her hair to every toe. So, how could Lin Miao not come? After wiping her, Lin Miao put the towel aside and couldn't help but complain, "You're really cold." "Yes, I'm cold." Lucy raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips, and directly placed her 2 small feet, chilled by the ice water, into Lin Miao's palms. The heat spreading from his palms made her cheeks flush slightly, but she still provocatively said, "What? Are you going to warm me up?" "Damn it." Lin Miao directly unbuttoned his suit and completely enveloped Lucy, who was sitting on him, inside it. Although Lucy was 1.68 meters tall, her figure wasn't particularly curvaceous, in fact, she was generally slender. Lin Miao's jacket could easily cover her, leaving only her head peeking out from the collar. He stared at her lips with ill intent. Feeling the steadily rising body temperature and the unusual sensations around her, Lucy's breathing also became heavy. Her lips were also cold, and even the air she exhaled carried a hint of coolness. Her tongue had the sweet taste of chocolate. Clearly Lucy hadn't forgotten to eat a couple of pieces of chocolate before entering the pool. Just as the two were lost in the moment and even preparing for the next step, thump, thump, thump. "Lucy, are you not done yet?" Kiwi's knocking and questioning suddenly brought them back to their senses. They quickly stopped the imminent, unmentionable and underage inappropriate act, as now was not the time for such shenanigans. Lucy quickly wriggled out of Lin Miao's jacket and began to dress. "I'll be right." However, before she could finish speaking, Kiwi opened the door. Lin Miao had forgotten the door wasn't locked. "Oh. You two continue." Kiwi thoughtfully turned and closed the door. After Kiwi left, Lucy, who was dressing, didn't stay still. As she put on her pants and sat leaning against the main frame to dress. Her right leg agilely rested on Lin Miao's thigh. Her shoeless right foot rubbed back and forth on his thigh, her eyes full of a triumphant smile. Lin Miao took a deep breath, and reason prevailed over everything else. "You just wait. Once this is all over, he'll definitely settle things with Lucy, who has provoked him time and again." He grabbed her small foot, then picked up her shoes and socks from the floor, putting them on her little by little. Although she hadn't achieved her ultimate goal, Lucy was quite satisfied at this moment. This was also good. When the two emerged from the room, Kiwi was already leaning against the outside of the car, smoking a cigarette, looking at them with a hint of teasing in her eyes. "That fast? I'm not in a hurry, I can wait for you two." "Cough, where's Pandora? Hasn't she come out yet?" Faced with an unanswerable question, Lin Miao could only change the subject. She went in to find her companions. "The 3 enemy hackers are all dealt with, no need to worry about them anymore. Main and his crew have also dealt with those secret passages and gone in to support your people." Lin Miao nodded. This was good news. "Well, we can't let our friends wait too long." Saying that, Lin Miao opened the passenger door of the car and, from an angle neither of them could see, took out the plasma emitter. "Let's go." Then, under Kiwi's horrified gaze, he walked towards the tunnel. "What is that he's holding?" Although it was only 80 millimeters long, the thickness of this thing was already more exaggerated than the iron ball in Rebecca's hand. Its metallic casing made it look like a solid iron box. No such weapon had ever been seen on the market. Kiwi's intuition told her that this thing was more threatening than a rocket launcher. Who knows? Maybe it's another new product. Lucy didn't care, because she felt she already knew the truth. This was yet another legacy item. Was there any need to make a fuss? Even if Lin Miao produced the item in front of her right now, Lucy would still convince herself of this. And when Kiwi saw her like that, she shook her head slightly, sighing inwardly that this woman's mind had been fried. While Lin Miao went to find Lucy, the players certainly wouldn't sit idly by. After a little more rest, NIGE and several other players with stealth skills took crossbows and went ahead to scout. Even if all loot was settled after the battle, doing some advanced scouting would make the subsequent attack smoother and allow them to earn more contribution points. And the main's crew who followed in afterwards, seeing the ruins left by the players from the tunnel entrance all the way in, also twitched their eyelids. There were traces of rocket artillery bombardment everywhere, explosive residue, and night walker corpses scattered across the ground, just like a world war. Occasionally, 1 or 2 player corpses could also be seen, each dying a more gruesome death than the last, as if these people, even when severely wounded, kept charging forward, accumulating more and more injuries until they finally succumbed. Originally, Main felt this mission was very risky and had at one point not wanted to take it. In the end, he took a relatively less risky demolition mission, but even while blowing up those secret passages, he could hear the booming artillery in the tunnel, shaking the earth. His crew had fought enemies several times their number before, but never so intensely. And by the time Lin Miao and Lucy arrived at the front line of the players' advance, NIGE and his team had already returned from scouting. Chapter 58 Explode. According to NIGE's earlier reconnaissance, all night walkers had retreated to the large warehouse in the middle of the tunnel. There were many of them, and they even abandoned some heavier equipment along the way, indicating they were preparing for a decisive battle. "Can you still hack into their system?" Lin Miao asked Lucy. If they could still infiltrate the enemy's system, the fight would be twice as effective with half the effort. Lucy shook her head. No, they shut down their surveillance and local network after their hacker died. I can't hack in. A hacker could jump between different information points in cyberspace and pose a high threat to various electronic network devices, thereby causing damage to the target. But all of this was based on being connected to the internet. If the network cable was pulled, even Bart Moss couldn't do anything to you. You could even elbow him, at least he definitely couldn't beat you physically. Without hardware support, software was nothing, even if you were a powerful AI. Lin Miao nodded. Then be careful. He then contacted the Aldecaldos. Saul, how are things on your end? Is it still difficult to defend? The Night Walkers are gathering. We've repelled their organized attacks several times, but they haven't given up. That's normal. God knows how many things they've hidden in the tunnel. Anyone would fight to the death. After a moment of silence, Lin Miao said, you all need to be careful later. I'm afraid those people in the tunnels might get desperate and rush towards your side. Be careful not to get surrounded. Saul was startled. What are you going to do? Give these Night Walkers some fireworks. Lin Miao didn't know what treasures these Night Walkers had prepared for him inside, but Lin Miao didn't want to gamble on whether he could withstand it. After all, the purpose of this trip was to kill people, the spoils were secondary. Train tunnels were long and straight, rarely curving in the mountains, so you could see very far at a glance. It was only because there were too many containers along the way that there were some visual obstructions. The Night Walkers were clearly prepared, the goods blocking the exit end of the central warehouse had all been moved, clearing the view. Over 60 Night Walkers stood behind various containers and sandbags, their guns set up. There were more than 10 machine guns alone, but what was truly terrifying was the behemoth in the center of the warehouse. A 125mm cannon was mounted on the earth yellow, all-metal chassis, with armor exceeding 1,200mm of average steel plate. The only pity was that this medium assault tank couldn't move. This was a tank from the Unification War era, which the new United States had used for a rapid advance to push through Night City before Arezaka and the European community could react, but it had broken down and been abandoned on the road. No one repaired the broken tank, so the Night Walkers picked it up. But they found that not only were the tank's lower tracks broken, but its engine was also dead. The Night Walkers didn't dare go to Dogtown to find a tank engine, just inquiring about such a thing could get them targeted by the corporation's dogs. If they guessed that the Night Walkers had a tank, they would definitely not have peace. Even if the corporations didn't care, their subordinate intelligence departments and marketing departments would definitely take an interest in this tank. After all, a medium tank was worth millions of Eurodollars, and even if it was broken, it didn't matter. They were corporate dogs, and with a little greasing of palms, it could be repaired. After feeling their way to the absolute limit of their advance, Lin Miao motioned for everyone to stop. Going any further would almost certainly get them discovered by the Night Walkers, with about 100 meters separating the two sides. He looked at Maine. Maine, how's your grenade throwing? How far can you throw? Grenades, of course Pilar throws them well. Maine flexed his massive biceps, which were larger than the players' heads, and boasted, but melee tech type 3 gorilla arms. While I'm not a thrower, I can definitely throw a grenade over 200 meters. Even without removing his triangular sunglasses, everyone could see his triumphant expression. And what kind of people were the players? They unceremoniously crowded around Maine, directly touching and examining his arm, looking at the bulging muscles on his right arm. My goodness, that must have cost hundreds of thousands. I think he might be able to punch me to death. Remove might. Want to try? When will this equipment be available for purchase? Maine immediately became awkward. He was a big guy, surrounded by players front and back. He couldn't chase them away, and he couldn't scold them. He could only look at Lin Miao helplessly. A sudden pop-up window appeared, warning, NPC's favorability towards you is decreasing. The sudden pop-up made several players quickly stop. Some even seriously slapped away the hands of others. How can you be so rude to Mr. Maine? You ill-mannered bunch. Damn it, you were the one touching him the most just now. That was appreciation, you guys were molesting. I had the lights off, disgusting. Disgusting. The group bickered, none of them showing the seriousness appropriate for a decisive battle. Rebecca, what's going on, bro? I think they're even less reliable than you. What did you say? Pilar looked at the noisy players again. Alright, I admit it this time. Lin Miao took the plasma generator from his back, opened the mechanism, and retrieved a matte black canister with a special polymer material casing from inside. It was about the size of a thermos, with 3 blue indicator lights on its side. The high-tech look of this item made the players' eyes go wide and their mouths water. Definitely an orange tier item. And one with a name. Lin Miao handed the item to Maine. There are 15 seconds after you press the switch on top. Throw this thing like a grenade. Remember, you must throw it far. Lin Miao specifically emphasized throwing it far because, according to the instructions, the explosion radius of a single shot was over 10 meters. Even if the marginal utility didn't reach 30 m when 3 exploded together, it would still be significant. Maine's palm was already hot just from holding the canister. Its casing alone was around 50 degrees Celsius. This thing was definitely not a grenade. It was a literal hot potato. He took a deep breath and looked at Dorio. They exchanged glances, nodded, and Maine immediately pressed the canister's switch. The canister's light instantly changed from blue to a dazzling crimson. His massive figure charged out of cover like a battle tank, His right foot stomped the ground, his body like a great bow. The thermos-sized plasma magazine looked miniature in his left hand, especially with the Gorilla Arms hydraulic system running at full power, emitting a piercing screech. The next instant, the magazine shot out like a cannonball, letting out a piercing roar as it left his hand, leaving a visible shockwave in the air. A death shriek echoed through the tunnel. The Nightwalker observer in the tank's cockpit heard the sound. Thinking it was a vehicle charging, he quickly told the others to swivel the turret and prepare to fire. Although the engine was gone, the battery still worked. Meyer heard it too, but he saw neither person nor vehicle, only a projectile that flew almost in a straight line, instantly smashing into a container. The immense force even punched through its metal surface, and it fell inside with a thud. No one saw what it was. Meyer frowned. What was that? A grenade launcher or an armor-piercing round? The Nightwalkers near the container immediately replied, couldn't see clearly, but it sounds like something. Everyone listened closely and heard a ticking sound, which was gradually becoming more rapid, ticking faster and faster. Someone reacted. Be careful, don't get close. It sounds like explosives, spread out quickly. But few took it seriously. After all, the hole it made was only slightly larger than a grenade, at most an enlarged rocket. As long as they stayed far away, it wouldn't pose much of a threat. Their attention was still focused on the tunnel, as they didn't know how many of these bombs the enemy had. However, they didn't wait for a second flying projectile. When the magazine's urgent alarm sounded continuously, the magnetic confinement device failed. The plasma, tens of thousands of degrees hot, lost control and instantly melted the graphene casing. A dazzling radiance and heat shone from the container's opening. Inside the mountain, a sun rose. Under the horrified gaze of the Nightwalkers, the container was the first to go, instantly vaporized. The Nightwalkers nearby, and the tank they had placed so much hope in as a superweapon, were swallowed one by this brilliant light and heat. They didn't even have a chance to scream in terror. A plasma explosion didn't have the exaggerated air blast and sound of chemical explosives, but the heat released far exceeded the latter. The surrounding ammunition didn't even get a chance to detonate sympathetically before it was gone. On the other end, the massive explosion and earth-shattering air blast that everyone had expected didn't happen. After a flash of light from that end of the tunnel, only a somewhat strong hot wind blew through. The wind felt slightly hot on the skin, probably around 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, like taking a shower with boiling water. The wind also carried a smell of something burning. However, the air temperature rose quickly and fell just as quickly, subsiding not long after. Everyone looked at Lin Miao, their eyes as if asking, is that all? They had expected much greater power, but the explosion sound wasn't as loud as imagined, and the strong wind that should have been present in a confined space was also very weak. It was just a bit hot. Lin Miao awkwardly rubbed his chin, wondering if it was because a mid-tier card was only this powerful, or if he should try throwing another one. But after careful consideration, Lin Miao looked at the player closest to him. You, go scout ahead and see what the situation is. Jian Shui Wuming, who was called upon, nodded repeatedly. It was his honor to receive the boss's appreciation. The most crucial thing was that this was a personal quest. Even if there were no rewards, his favorability would surely skyrocket. Maybe he would even get a chance to touch that orange tier item in the boss's hand. Sword Snow handed his equipment to Duo Tudu. If it exploded, he would suffer a huge loss. Then, standing up, Sword Snow held his head high and chest out, his eyes like torches, facing death as if it were home. He even walked with precise, measured steps. Brothers, I'm going. If I sacrifice myself, remember to send a few more reactionaries down to accompany me. As for this lucky fellow, the other players couldn't be bothered to give him a good look. What are you acting for? If you're going to die, die quickly. If you don't go, I will. Go, 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 go right now. Sword Snow, running out of cover, couldn't have been happier, even though, to Main and the others, he was going to his death. If that thing hadn't caused much threat to the Nightwalkers, he was certainly destined to be riddled with bullets. And he could still smile? And it seemed these people were even competing to go? For a moment, they were filled with awe. When had they ever seen corporate dogs with such a sense of self-sacrifice? A collective and individuals who prioritize their own interests will never understand what it means to sacrifice for the collective. They might even deliberately twist, belittle, and stigmatize such sacrifices because they can't do it themselves, thereby compensating for the moral deficiency they feel in the face of such actions. After a few minutes, no gunshots came from the tunnel. Instead, Sword Snow himself ran back. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Jian Shui Wuming, upon returning to the group, could only utter holy crap and stammered his words. What are you crapping about? What exactly happened? The other eager players wished they could slap Sword Snow a few times right now. Sword Snow calmed down, gesticulating wildly with both hands as he described the scene he had witnessed. They're dead, so many people are dead, and they died so terribly. The scene was like a volcanic eruption, the center of the area was completely melted, and there was even a tank, but only a few wheels were left on the ground. At least 20 people were blown up, and the rest were in a chaotic mess. His words were so exaggerated that everyone else was stunned. Main frowned, the power was that great. It wasn't that he was bragging, but he felt that the thing wasn't much heavier than a grenade. Lin Miao looked at the players, then at Main and Lucy, and after a brief thought, he said, Main, take your people and flank to support the Aldcaldos, notify them to prepare for a pincer attack and decisive battle. I'll take people into the battlefield to pursue. There was no reason for the players to lie about this, the Nightwalker's formation ahead must have collapsed. Most importantly, if the scene Jian Shui Wuming described was true, it would be best not to let others see it. He had cooperated with Main's crew many times, and their relationship was fairly harmonious. Lin Miao somewhat understood the nature and tendencies of this team. Killing for them was a means of survival, not a hobby. Unless necessary, Main and his crew wouldn't slaughter indiscriminately. In fact, people like Rebecca were prone to being soft-hearted. If they were to go in and see the scene Sword Snow described, no matter how good their relationship was before, a rift would still form between them. After all, even the American Federation soldiers who burned down village after village in the Vietnam War, many suffered from mental illnesses afterward, which in turn fueled anti-war protests. Of course, certain CS are not considered human. Main and his crew didn't say anything, turning around and leaving with their people. This job was even simpler than the last time they robbed the oil truck. No need for risky shootouts, just blow up secret passages, throw a grenade, and get paid. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Lin Miao stood up, looking at the players around him whose eyes were sparkling. He wanted to say, sharpen your weapons, prepare for battle. Today, the enemy's formation is in disarray. Follow me and kill. But that would be out of character, so he said, everyone, get ready. Let's say hello to our neighbors and send them to heaven. Tell the rest who's in charge of this place from now on. Zhu Tiaoyu was the first to jump out, of course, it's Wesed calculation. Lin Miao. Lucy. Tu Do covered his face, don't tell anyone you know me when we go out in the future. The further they went, the higher the surrounding temperature became, and the air was filled with an indescribable, burnt stench. There was the exhaust of melting metal, the black smoke of burning plastic, and the burnt smell of scorched protein. In a tunnel where air circulation was difficult, various smells twisted together, even affecting Lin Miao and the players' normal breathing, forcing them to cover their noses with their clothes as they advanced. However, upon entering the central warehouse, everyone realized how poor Jian Shui Wuming's vocabulary was. The surrounding temperature gradually decreased. Raymond's intermittent blindness, caused by the strong flash, slowly recovered. His skin was burning, and as he got up from the ground, everything before him made him feel as if he had fallen from a frying pan into a freezer. In the very center of the warehouse, at what appeared to be the explosion's epicenter, melted metal and stones were mixed together, gradually cooling to form a dark brown, wavy, mixed mass. The tank's half-turret was melted, and the people inside were probably already fused with the molten metal. And on the ground at the edge of the explosion's center, faint black human shapes were visible. Those were the residual oils left after people were vaporized and evaporated. Further out were the scorched bodies, their exteriors blackened and motionless, like statues. Raymond could even sense their terror from their last movements before death. Even further out were bodies that were purely burned to death, and it was clear that they had been desperately rolling on the ground before they died. Body after body, they seemed to want to escape this hell. In reality, their organs had been roasted to the point of failure and denaturation by the high temperature, and they collapsed and died painfully after only a couple of steps. Many Nightwalkers were still lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They weren't dead yet, but with flames raging on their bodies, they weren't far from death. For a moment, Raymond thought he had returned to that street, bombed by the new United States with napalm and white phosphorus bombs, more than 10 years ago. Everything around him was no different from the doomsday scene back then. Devil. Boom. Da-da-da. At the other end of the tunnel, the players stormed into the central warehouse like wolves among sheep, the Iron Warriors wielding rocket launchers and machine guns, harvesting the lives of the Nightwalkers like chickens. The enraged Nightwalkers began to mount sporadic counterattacks, setting up machine guns and firing back in bursts. Raymond moved his leaden legs, walking towards the closest machine gun bunker, because he knew that the more he tried to escape at this moment, the less he would succeed. But as soon as he entered the bunker, a rocket hit it, sending debris and shrapnel flying everywhere. The blast wave carried half a machine gunner's body, slamming it into Raymond, knocking both of them out, lifeless. The players who entered the decisive battle zone had their adrenaline surging, all they saw was the continuous flame spewing from their gun barrels. Fire at will, kill them all, leave no one alive. Lead. 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 So you're the one called Nightwalker? So you're the one trafficking people? Human traffickers, die for me. Where's the boss? Where's the boss? Rocket launchers fired indiscriminately at the surroundings as if money were no object. The players emptied their remaining 20+ rockets in a matter of minutes. Roaring explosions, burning flames, and iron warriors rushing into the inferno, but they weren't there to put out the fire. The heavy tanks had already thrown away their shields, grabbed machine guns, and charged in, sweeping at anyone they saw, even abandoning the effort to aim. The savage frantically pulled the trigger of his gun. Soon, the ammo box on his back was empty, and the machine gun made a clattering sound. The Nightwalker, whom he had been suppressing behind cover, thought it was finally his turn to counterattack. He leaned out, a hysterical smile on his face. Then he saw the savage place one hand on a steel handrail nearby. With a slight pull, under the effect of his exoskeleton, the steel emitted a grating groan. A section of rebar was thus torn off by him. The savage had leveled up, but not in terms of rank, but in terms of his physical body +1. Seeing the Nightwalker, who was holding a steel bar, approach him, the Nightwalker fired wildly as he retreated, his face filled with terror. Madman. Madman. Die, just die. Facing the rifle's firepower, the savage merely shielded his head with his arm, approaching step by step. Bullets pinged off his steel plates, but they couldn't stop his advance. Until the Night Walker was backed against a cargo container, with no escape, his magazine empty, and the person in front of him, shot multiple times and bleeding profusely, showed no reaction. The savage endured the Night Walker's gunfire, walked up to him, and plunged the steel bar into the Night Walker's stomach, even piercing through the cargo container behind him, pinning him to it. The intense pain and the inescapable despair and fear made him try to smash the savage with his gun, but the savage grabbed the gun barrel, ripped it off, and threw it away. He then repeatedly hammered the iron-clad man's head with his cybernetic limb, but his resistance was meaningless. The savage let the opponent attack, raised his fist, and clenched his fingers. The 4 steel plates of his gauntlet formed a large iron fist. "You bunch of scum, you deserve to die." After cursing, he punched the opponent's head. The Night Walker's face instantly collapsed, his cybernetic eye exploded into glass shards, teeth flew out, and colorful liquids burst from the bone fragments, splattering all over the savage as his body went limp. The Night Walker's resistance was even weaker than before. The greatest threat they posed to the players was a rocket launcher sending Brother Deo and his body flying into the sky. But it did nothing to prevent the collapse of the overall defense line. The already demoralized Night Walkers crumbled completely under the players' reckless charge. Without command, some fled, others died. The central warehouse had fallen, and the Night Walkers now only wanted to escape in their cars. Anywhere would do. But where could they run to? Lin Miao knew that an encirclement had formed both in front and behind the tunnel. They couldn't go anywhere, and no one would be left alive as a prisoner or anything. Team 1 and Team 2, pursue. Team 3, stay behind to clean up the battlefield. Lin Miao was very glad about his previous decision now. If he hadn't sent Main and his crew away, seeing this scene would have probably turned even the best relationships sour. But the players were different. Lin Miao was a good person, he was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see people's bodies exposed in the wilderness. Pile up all the bodies, pour gasoline on them and burn them. Remember to use a strong fire with plenty of oil, and stir them a few times so no traces are left. The temperature of the combustion is very high, over 1200 degrees, enough to burn the bodies to ash. Including those who fell over there, drag them back and burn them too. Dig a pit for the remaining ashes and cyberware and bury them, consider it resting in peace. It was just him, those big corporations wouldn't be so kind as to prepare graves for them, but rather dump them in garbage mountain and be done with it. As for the cyberware on these people, most of it was probably unusable. The players didn't feel anything was wrong, they just thought it was a pity that so much cyberware and so many heads were instantly killed by the boss's ultimate move. Duo Tudu, alright. Chapter 59 Chongzhen 16 Happy Device and New Version Online. The remaining Night Walkers had lost their last shred of fighting will. They threw away their armor, abandoning everything that might hinder their escape, and got into vehicles to flee for their lives. Some Night Walkers even fought each other halfway through, just to grab a car. On the other side, Saul and the others, guarding the tunnel entrance, only felt that the Night Walkers inside had quieted down for a while, allowing them to focus more on dealing with Night Walker reinforcements. Immediately after, a blast of hot air rushed out of the tunnel, making them think the tunnel was on fire. Before long, more than a dozen Night Walker vehicles burst out of the tunnel. The Aldcaldos, having been warned by Lin Miao in advance, were already prepared. Although the intensity of their blocking fire had begun to decrease due to the high-intensity combat during this period, surprisingly, this group of Night Walkers showed no intention of resisting. They allowed bullets to rain down on their vehicles, refusing to even peek out and return fire, as if they only wanted to escape this cursed place. Then, one after another, they turned into fireballs on the road. Pan Am Palmer asked, puzzled, what's wrong with them? Scorpion, lying nearby, could immediately tell what was happening, rooted soldiers. That's how we were when we were scared out of our wits back in the day. When fleeing for your life, nothing else matters. Pan Am Palmer was shocked, holy crap, what did they do in there to scare the Night Walkers like that? We'll have to ask them. Scorpion looked at Saul. Saul, they said they set off a big firework in there and drove the Night Walkers out, but I don't think it's that simple. They most likely used some kind of inconvenient to explain weapon of mass destruction to break these Night Walkers. Saul looked at the Night Walkers below who were still trying to break through their blockade. Clearly, this group had also received some news, and their offensive had already begun to slow down. There were also the players who had pursued them out of the tunnel. But I think this battle is pretty much over now. After the pursuit ended, everyone else was eager to count the spoils of war. Only the savage squad rushed back to the previous pit. Inside the tunnel, bodies were still strewn about, just as they had been when the savage squad left. Only the door to the small hut was open. The few of them immediately brightened. A change meant that the woman had come out of the cage. And if she had come out, it meant there was a hidden storyline or a hidden quest. Ju Tiou looked around, the woman didn't run away, did she? Potato, how could she? There are automatic machine guns set up by the tunnel, you know. Anyone with eyes wouldn't go near them. Do you think everyone has an intelligence of only 3 like you? Ju Tiou, damn it, shut your mouth. The few of them bickered as they walked into the mobile home. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, the players' originally lively and cheerful atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The woman had changed into the clothes the players had prepared for her, and had brushed her messy hair, tying it into a ponytail with a strip of cloth, sitting on the dilapidated sofa. Previously, cooped up in the cage, the players hadn't seen her face. Now they realized the woman was about 30 years old, and if one only looked at her face, she was quite attractive, but extremely haggard. Her hands hung limply, and a pistol lay beside her, with spent casings scattered on the floor. Remember us 101KANSHU.com. She stared at the ceiling with wide eyes, lost in thought, and there seemed to be unshed tears at the corners of her eyes. However, she was destined to be unable to give the players the hidden quest they had been longing for. On the table in front of the woman, a note was held down by a cup. Nige reached out and picked it up, silently unfolding it in front of the five. Although it was written in English, players with translation packs could still see the translated letters. The line was very short, only 7 words, short enough to be read at a glance. But it was also too long, so long that the 5 players stared at the line for a long time without putting it down. Thank you, strangers. All the Nightwalker bodies in the central warehouse were piled up and burned to ashes. Their cyberware gradually melted in the high temperature, leaving behind a pile of metal amalgamates resembling countless hands and feet after the flames died down, which was a bit sanity draining. Duo Tudu, standing on the mobile home in the warehouse, sighed to Jian Shui Wuming, what a pity, so many prosthetics. If only they could all be mine. Jian Shui Wuming, what's wrong, you want to be 1,000-armed Guanyin? And can you even afford it, brother? Duo Tudu, you don't know anything about it. Configuration, do you understand configuration? It's precisely because I can't afford it that I need to understand the standards of cyberware, find the correct energy consumption ratio and version matching, so I can assemble cyberware that meets current needs with the least amount of money. Jian Shui Wuming, yes, yes, yes. How to become a successful cyberpsychosis in the shortest time, right? Players hadn't just been busy grinding these past few days, they had also learned a lot about the relevant background story. Patching together junk cyberware easily leads to cyberpsychosis, turning one into a madman. Even if a player doesn't go mad, a debuff is unavoidable. What nonsense! You're insulting the professionalism of a junk dealer. You're already a junk dealer, and you're talking about professionalism. Duo Tudu was furious and kicked a discarded prosthetic limb on the ground. The burnt prosthetic was sent flying far away by the kick, clanging against a refrigerator in the room. Besides the clanging sound from the impact, a startled gasp also came from inside the refrigerator, but it was fleeting, seemingly deliberately suppressed by the other party. There was still a survivor? Duo Tudu and Jian Shui Wuming exchanged glances, a knowing smile appearing on their faces. Tutu cleared his throat and said in a theatrical tone, Sword Snow, do you remember what the boss told us to do when we caught a live one? Sword Snow, of course I remember. Boss said that these Nightwalkers are all bastards, scum, parasites. If you catch them, you throw them into the fire and burn them to ashes with the dead ones. One stood with hands on hips, leaning back, the other with hands on hips, leaning forward, approaching the refrigerator step by step in a bizarre posture, like the two brothers Huawen and Huawu. Tutu, I think it's still too wasteful. I've long heard of cyberpsychosis, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to see it. Sword Snow, didn't you just say you wanted to explore low-cost compatible cyberware? Maybe we'll find an experimental subject later, one that can be fitted with cheap cyberware and allow you to create a cyberpsychosis to observe. What do you say, yay or nay? Tutu, yay. Anyway, these Nightwalkers are the scum of the scum. They really hurt the Savage Squad's feelings, so no one will be held accountable if they die. They're all going to the recycling furnace anyway, so why not let me make good use of them? Sword Snow, before they go into the recycling furnace, you can let me use them as mobile targets for my rocket launcher, to test the corrected fin stabilizers. And I can also see how your cyberware combination works out. One shot probably won't kill them, right? Listening to the approaching footsteps and their hair-raising conversation, Meyer, who was secretly listening while clinging to the refrigerator door, was scared out of his wits. In a moment of carelessness, he pushed open the refrigerator door and tumbled out. Meyer had been in the house the whole time, so he luckily survived. To avoid the high temperatures and the players, he had crammed himself into the refrigerator, hoping to find a chance to escape, but he was still discovered. Panicked, he was stunned for a moment. He looked up, and in front of him were the two men cackling, and he almost wet himself. Don't kill me. I'm still useful, I still have money. Money. Lin Miao looked at Meyer, who had been captured by the two, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to still be there, and it seemed Meyer held a significant position among the Nightwalkers. Meyer knelt on the ground, half raising his head. He had never seen the appearance of the person in front of him in his database, but he assumed he was the leader of this group, so he said. Yes, I'm in charge of finances and inventory for the gang's smuggling operation. If you let me go, I'll give you the Nightwalkers' vault password. And the accounts. The list of those who have done smuggling business with the Nightwalkers is all in my hands. If you spare me, all these things are yours. The Nightwalkers were once an indispensable part of Night City's smuggling ecosystem, and countless people had done business with them. In their heyday, they were no weaker than any gang within Night City. But now their role in the ecological chain has been replaced by Kurt Hansen, who has even expanded his business internationally, far surpassing these Nightwalkers who can only wander in the cracks between the Free States Alliance, the Republic of Texas, and the new United States. The Nightwalkers have thus declined, becoming the sorry state they are in now. Lin Miao glanced at the players out of the corner of his eye. Most of them looked very interested, but a few had eyes that seemed to want to skin Meyer alive. Lin Miao had heard Lucy talk about what happened to the Savage Squad. She was somewhat surprised that such a fierce group, capable of eating Nightwalkers alive, would be moved by an ordinary person's suicide. Although she was also angry, it was nowhere near the level of the players, because such things happened almost every day in Night City, and the life or death of an ordinary person was simply too insignificant. She had probably never seen such a humane corpo in her life. These artificial humans were more like living people than they were. As for the vault Meyer mentioned, the players had already found it. This place was not secret, many Nightwalkers even knew about it, as it was used to store high-end contraband and money. Lin Miao placed a tablet in front of Meyer, showing the scene in front of the vault door where Mitch and others were trying to pick the lock. But if I kill you, the things are still mine. It's useless. Meyer seemed very confident about this matter. To prevent hackers, we built a vault in the tunnel using high-strength concrete, reinforced with rebar cages. It uses a physical lock, and requires the boss, me, and the tunnel manager to insert 3 keys simultaneously to open the door with a password. We only open it once a month to count supplies. Lin Miao nodded. He had taken Lucy to see the door as soon as it was discovered, and he already knew what the other party was saying. Mitch said this thing was no different from the bank vault doors they saw in the city ruins. It was extremely secure. The 540mm thick alloy door would deter most cutting tools, and the vault was built into the mountain, so drilling through it would be a nightmare. It wasn't impossible to open this thing by force. Lin Miao could blast it open with a plasma emitter or large caliber tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. The only question was how much of the contents would be preserved after being blasted open. If you let me go, I'll not only tell you how to open the door, but my account in the Arezaka bank will also be yours, and it has hundreds of thousands. Lin Miao looked at him, and he looked at Lin Miao. Meyer was confident, the secrets he held could save a large group of people, enough to buy his life 10 times over. Since he was no longer a threat, what was the problem with letting him go? At least, Lucy, who was by Lin Miao's side, thought so. A Nightwalker's warehouse, plus the accountant's private stash, this money was enough for a mercenary to splurge on for a lifetime of food, drink, and entertainment. It could even allow you to immigrate to the moon or enjoy a long time at the Crystal Palace. Not to mention Lin Miao, even Lucy was tempted. If it were Saul or Maine, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Lin Miao's movements were so fast that no one could see them. Not to mention the players, even Lucy just saw a blur. Meyer's smile of escaping death was still frozen on his face when his leg was shot through. Lin Miao put on his sunglasses and blew on the muzzle of his gun. Your idea is good, but I don't want to do business with the dregs of society like you. If he were a pure businessman, this deal would undoubtedly be extremely profitable. If it weren't for what happened to the Savage Squad, he might really have agreed. If someone else were interrogating Meyer, even if he met Maine, he might have escaped with his life. But there are no ifs in this world. In Lin Miao's eyes, the trust of the players was priceless, and the Nightwalker's money couldn't buy it. Lin Miao said to the players, build a gallows or a guillotine for our guests. These scumbags must all die. Okay. Boss is awesome. The players didn't care about business or not, they only cared about the fun. As for money or equipment, those were just a few lines of code from the developers and would never be short. The Savage Squad was even quicker, they had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. A group of people carried out the screaming Meyer. You. Lucy was surprised. She remembered that he wasn't such an impulsive person. After the players carried Meyer away, Lucy couldn't help but remind him, that's a lot of money. Of course I know. Lin Miao also felt a little regretful. But some things can't be solved with money. Besides, the vault won't run away. It's just a half-meter thick alloy wall. It will take some time, a month or two, but it can always be blown open. The biggest insurance for that vault isn't the door, it's the Nightwalkers themselves. Once they're done for, no matter how thick the vault door is, it's useless. Moreover, although the list in his hand is valuable, those connections are not something I can use. They might even trip us up because of the relationship between the Nightwalkers and the Wraiths. It can't be cashed out in a short time. Those things are more of a resource. For me, they are not necessities. As for the factions in the game, whatever their settings, it's none of the players' business. Making ice, selling drugs, smuggling contraband, robbing, killing, conspiring to usurp the country, players don't care, and might even exclaim how realistic it is and call you a hero. But the one thing you absolutely cannot do is provoke players and cause them negative emotional fluctuations. Otherwise, they will really kill your whole family. What? You dare to provoke me? You have chosen death. Have you not seen what happened to Ghost and Roach at the hands of Shepard? Was Shepard's charisma not strong? Was Shepard not capable? But he killed Ghost and Roach in front of the players, so he had to die. Just like this time, was Meyer wronged? Not at all. If you shot every other Nightwalker, there would certainly be some who escaped. As one of the leaders, Meyer, by legal reckoning, would not be able to pay his debt even if he were killed 100 times. But if you had done something like that with the female players, and Lin Miao let him go, if the players had any objections, the new equipment offered in subsequent updates could shut them up. But with this incident, Meyer had to die. Lin Miao didn't even bother to trick him for information first, like he did with his boss last time, before killing him. The faster Meyer died, the more miserable he was, the happier the players would be. You. Lucy sighed. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking. Then don't think about it. Lin Miao smiled. I know what you want to do. Hurry up while he's still alive. It'll be too late once his body cools. Finally, the players chose a compromise between the Lewis 16 Happy device and the Wanzhen Happy device. The Wanzhen 16 Happy device hanging and being cut in half at the waist simultaneously. Before their deaths, players had a basic daily playtime of 10 hours. Unless there was a major event like today, they would usually save a few hours for off-peak gaming, as the comfort level of the dormitory was only 15 before death, which only added 5 minutes of game time. Even with wartime regulations, where Lin Miao extended the time limit to the maximum, players ultimately had their own lives and had to go to work or school. So, Lucy, who was still busy inventorying supplies, witnessed an astonishing scene. It had just gotten dark not long ago, and the inventory of supplies in the tunnel was far from complete. Logically, it should have been time for overtime. However, this group of people, in twos and threes, were huddled together, laughing and chatting, boasting about their achievements today, and driving back to the agency to clock out and go to bed. Of course, in Lucy's eyes, it was clocking out to sleep, in the players' eyes, it was waking up to browse the forums. And today's pinned forum post had changed to 0.4 new version, a glimpse of Night City preview. First thanks all brave, talented, kind-hearted players. Your deep participation has made the content development of the previous version exceed our expectations. Therefore, in the next version, we will invest more newly developed version content to serve more players. Note, new version game slots will be released in phases. The first batch of game slots will be 30, and subsequent second and third batches will be released. The specific number of slots will be determined based on the progress of the game version content. New content, partial areas of Night City opened. Gangs, corporations, government, mercenaries, the poor and rich. This is Night City, North America's highest crime rate city. It is a paradise for megacorporations, a kingdom of money, a cesspool of crime, and an ideal resting place. Violent crime, illegal transactions, street brawls, underground casinos, everything you can imagine can be found here. What sparks will fly when a group of mysterious outsiders enter the city, forever illuminated by neon lights. After the players' sacrifices in the Phoenix Club and high-intensity interaction with NPCs in the Badlands, we finally completed the full modeling of some areas of Night City and the AI interaction algorithm for new NPCs, after sacrificing a batch of programmers' hair. Within Night City, players will come into contact with far more information than in the Badlands and more intelligent NPCs. They will adopt different communication attitudes based on the players and the agency's reputation and favorability, and will provide different feedback on players' actions and words. Specific city information can be viewed in the codex. We will update the codex tomorrow at 10 AM. You will likely see more interesting content. Of course, players still have the right to participate in updating the codex content. Note, every word and action of players will profoundly affect the AI and city story. Therefore, please choose carefully when faced with choices, as the future direction of the game may change due to your choices. New content, profession system. I believe many players have already noticed the profession, a traditional merpage game element. However, due to Future Vision being a fully immersive virtual reality game, the development difficulty of this system is higher than imagined. Therefore, we only dared to partially open it to players in 0.4. Please forgive the work efficiency of our programmers, they are young but already old, picture of white-haired old man. New profession categories, life, engineering, combat. Players can choose one main profession and one sub-profession based on the types of skills they possess. Each profession category has multiple types of professions, such as combat professions, soldier, hacker, lone wolf, etc. Engineering professions, mechanical technician, chemical technician, civil technician, etc. Life professions, doctor, chef, merchant, plantation technician, etc. Different professions enjoy different benefits. For example, combat professions can use GP points to exchange for different levels of professional titles. The higher the title level, the higher the discount on combat equipment. Life professions can apply to the agency for business and investment. Once approved, they can open their own shops. Engineering professions can undertake projects required by the agency, complete the agency's technology, civil engineering and production construction, or undertake research and development tasks from other players. How to combine main and sub-professions is up to the player's own choices. New content, new Braindance Combat Chips Song of the Highway, 10-person instance, and Agency Siege, 20-person instance. Through Braindance, let us review past battles, find our shortcomings, or participate in the bloody battles experienced by veteran players. Let's do it again. This time, let's do it properly. Note, the Phoenix Club strategy is still not completed, and the Easter egg has not yet been found. Players still need to redouble their efforts. Chapter 60 Imagination, understand? Patrick Star. Dog, you're telling me this is a minor update starting with A0? Is your company's programmer's scalp bought by the pound? Shichia Bulet and Shigui at Capcom, look at them, then look at you. Reheated rice year after year, where's my pragmata? Where's my loli? When will my Aunt Wang and Lee San Guang achieve a happy ending? I really want to find a dimensional transit device and play with you all. Silver-haired natural curl, if you want to hang yourself, hurry up and do it. We just hanged one today, so you can be sent back right away if you come. Red Bucket, bro, there were a lot of people outside just now, I'm kneeling to you now. Is it still too late for me to switch to Java and catch the next round of recruitment at your company? Sword Snow, did it hit? It can kill, because everything always turns to civil engineering, and a civil engineering dog can leave the construction site but not the world. Eventually, you will return to the embrace of concrete. Red Bucket, I'll fight you. Duo, I feel like this profession system, isn't an engineer just a laborer? Dog, other things are understandable, but merchants, chefs, in the setting, everything is synthetic food. Are chefs useful? And does it mean they'll add a trading system? Egyptian Queen, boy, have you heard of technological monopoly? As long as you can master the core technology, money will come in abundance. And since professions are open, there must be something to it. Maybe you can even become a 5-star chef. I found a key point. The planner's name has changed. Where's our Ashui? Give Ashui back. Mantu, it's true. W, isn't that the name of our little drone AI? Dog, discovered planner team's private stash +1. Nig, besides that, I found another key point. Duo, blind student, what do you think? Nig, the 2 new braindance combat chips in the next version, according to the description, are from the 2 fierce battles we had with the Night Walkers, but the first one, Phoenix Club, isn't. Why do you think that is? Dog, this should be a test product, right? Using a part of the city's modeling to create a dungeon to interact with players and collect data, thereby increasing the diversity and intelligence of city NPCs. Nig, that's only part of the reason. For the other part, is it possible that Phoenix Club also has a background story for its combat? Jutou, impossible, we haven't fought it. We haven't even entered the city, so how could we fight a club dungeon? Nig, the number of players who actually participated in the 2 battles was 9 and 19 respectively, but the dungeon capacity is 10 and 20. Who do you think the extra person is? Dog, the boss. Inferior warrior, you mean the Phoenix Club was recorded by the boss and 3 other people? Nig, no, it's not the boss and 3 other people, it's the boss alone. Haven't you noticed that the female hacker referred to us as you throughout, and not you all? And a female hacker, doesn't that remind you of someone? Dog, you mean Pandora? Comical. Pandora, Q. Red Bucket, it's hacker mentor Lucy. But the character model isn't the same. Nig, if it were the same model, wouldn't you have guessed it? If you guess it, is it still an Easter egg? Jutou, so, you mean the boss alone cleared the Phoenix Club, snatched the mission objective, and then led our hacker mentor to fight his way out? So we are all useless, and 4 of us combined are not as good as the boss alone, is that it? Nig, although I really don't want to admit it, I think 4 of us combined might not even beat the boss. The Night Walker's bullets couldn't even break the skin of the boss's clothes. The level suppression is evident. Gao Shao Gao Shao Gao Gao Shao, it's like on the journey to the west, the 2 people, 1 pig and 1 horse combined are not as good as 1 monkey. Jackal, wishing to be chosen, meow. Gao Shao Gao Shao Gao Gao Shao, +1, good people live long and prosper. Yuzo Kitchen, +1, boss is generous, boss is in good health. Lucien R. Yuzo, Mei Kong Nu bless me to become the champion chosen. Shichiafa Bulet and Shigui, can wishes come true without a meteor shower? Besides discussions about the new version's content, another post caught many people's attention. I've never missed the save function so much. Yeren, before today, I always thought that online game save and rollback functions were optional. After all, a company operating a multiplayer online game couldn't possibly prepare multiple storylines for you, and everyone's preferences are different, so it's impossible for them to be satisfied with the same storyline. But this game feels too real to me, so real that I wish it were a little fake. After our squad defeated the boss, we saw a woman locked in a cage in the boss room. We couldn't imagine what she had gone through, but it was clear she had been tortured to the point of unconsciousness. She didn't react even to the fierce fighting outside. We initially thought we could get some hidden quests or trigger hidden storylines from her, but after trying without success, we assumed the conditions weren't met, that we hadn't found some key item. We planned to finish this dungeon and then come back to check. So, after comforting her a few times, we left her a set of clothes and departed. She never answered any questions from beginning to end. We didn't even know if she heard what we said. When we finished clearing the entire buff and returned to that room, the woman had already put on the clothes we left there and committed suicide with a pistol. Her body was sitting on the sofa in the room. It was the first time we saw her face, and the last. She didn't look peaceful in death. She must have cried when she committed suicide. We just don't know what she was thinking at that time. Perhaps it was her parents, or her husband and son, but I can be sure that she was in great pain, so much pain that she lost the courage to live. But even so, she still remembered us before she died, leaving a note on the table that read, "Thank you, strangers." Seriously, when I saw that note, I felt so sad. Perhaps if we hadn't left then, if we had stayed to comfort her, she wouldn't have committed suicide. If we had taken her back for treatment, maybe she wouldn't have died. In Skyrim, if I killed an NPC, I could use the console to revive him and give him love. NPCs on the street, no matter how many times you kill them, would revive and respawn. Only a very few main quest characters faced true death, but even then, I could reload a save to choose an ending that was relatively less painful for me. But this game is different. I can't reload a save to try for a good ending where she lives. NPCs here don't respawn, dead means dead. The impact she had on me was no less than when I first attended an elder's funeral many years ago. That was the first time I realized that someone could leave this world forever and never come back. She never said a word to us, but the note she left at the end was worth 1,000 words. Shui Yu Dongtian, we don't even know her name. The player's systems haven't been connected to NCPD personnel files yet, so scanning won't reveal names. 2. If only one of us had stayed behind then. NIGE, impossible. The front line was so intense then, how could we have stayed with her? At that time, we should have notified the Aldcaldo's doctor to come and check on the woman. Ju, don't be too sad. She's already dead, just like the couple we first met who were killed by the Night Walkers. Avenge them, that's the best respect we can show these people. In the future, we need to be more careful when interacting with NPCs. Mantu, it seems a few people from Aldcaldo's also died. When we came in, several familiar faces were missing from the crowd. Red Bucket, the situation in the city should be better, right? At least there should be police or something. NIGE, I suggest you look at the Night City's brief description in the version preview, and then take a stroll through the Phoenix Club, and you'll know. The city is probably even more chaotic than outside, at least the Badlands don't have that many people. Silver-haired natural curl, that's probably life, but too much sadness will only make you unhappy. I suggest going out to a foot massage parlor to relax and let a gentle big sister take all your worries away. Maydeo, damn it, can't you not break the mood at a time like this? What's the difference between what you're doing and playing Maigwai when everyone's getting emotional watching an 8 o'clock tearjerker? Pandora, nods in agreement. The updates on the forum had all been prepared by Lin Miao in advance, he should have posted them, but he had more important things to do today, so he set up a timed post on his computer. He even arranged tomorrow's tasks for the players in advance, they were to go and count supplies with the Aldcaldos. He wanted to sleep in. The tunnel and warehouse were sealed by both sides, and the spoils of war would be tallied tomorrow. Then, he drove Lucy back to Night City. By the time all these miscellaneous tasks were done, it was almost 11, so he had no time to check the forum. Whoa, I didn't expect you to live in a place like this. It's quite a surprise. Lucy peered into Lin Miao's room, looking very surprised. It wasn't that his living situation was remote, on the contrary, the room was remarkably neat and clean, appearing out of place amidst the dirty and chaotic environment of the outside skyscrapers. But to outsiders, Lin Miao seemed to be throwing money around lavishly every day, so he should at least be living in a better place. Even if he wasn't renting a large apartment in Charter Hill or Corpo Plaza, he should at least have a nice apartment in the Glen district of Haywood. He never expected him to be living in a small room in a skyscraper. It even looked less spacious than Lucy's own room. Lin Miao took off his jacket and hung it on the hanger. After fighting all day, he was covered in dust and gunpowder, which was incredibly uncomfortable. You don't get as much information living in those places. This area has all sorts of people, NCPD police, mercenaries, hawkers, black market merchants, employees of small companies. You can get a lot of useful inside information. Those large apartments and villas for the rich, if you don't have connections, they won't even bother with you. Lucy took off her shoes and socks, put on the slippers Lin Miao had prepared for her, and hopped into the room in a few steps, curiously looking at everything inside. Lin Miao took out a change of clothes from the closet and asked, "Do you want to wash first, or should I?" Lucy pulled the curtains shut and smiled slyly, "You first. I want to see if you're hiding anything else from me. Then look around as much as you want. There's nothing shameful here anyway." No one could open the official website on his computer without his information authentication, and besides that, there were no other secrets. After he entered the bathroom, Lucy wandered around the room, touching and looking at everything. The bed was very clean, not only were the sheets changed, but even the quilt was neatly folded. After searching for a while, she didn't find what she was looking for. The bookshelf on the computer desk was filled with history books and corporate-produced personal biographies, as well as product introductions. The best-selling adult magazines in Night City were absent here. Every book had extensive notes and highlighted points. In fact, there wasn't a single decent entertainment device in the entire room. Even the braindance access records only showed Arezaka training chips and the two that Lucy made for him. What a buy the book guy. With a just-in-case thought, Lucy opened the storage room in the house, and the contents of the storage room startled her. Several large canvases were covered with photos and descriptions, all related to information and rumors about Night City gangs, corporations, and fixers. The content was quite detailed, even recording the development history of those gangs, past gang leaders, corporate directors, and power struggles that had occurred. There were also major and minor conflicts between gangs, their affiliations, and the corporate forces supporting them. It's important to know that Night City has more than just large gangs like the Tiger Claws, there are countless small gangs privately. But what was written here was even more detailed than what Lucy herself knew. Logically, this information would be better analyzed by a computer, but Lin Miao couldn't process so much data and didn't have hacker skills. So he simply wrote it down by hand. Looking at the detailed descriptions, Lucy was secretly astonished. This guy doesn't he get tired? Looking at other canvases, Lucy actually found her own name and photo on one, but there wasn't anything particularly special. From the first line, hacker, thief, pretty, to the later, lonely complex past frequent contact possible abilities questionable. And finally, recruitment possible abilities meet requirements. Lucy felt that everything except pretty could be deleted. There was also Gloria's avatar next to her own avatar. The content was largely similar to an employee file, divorced, one son, ER0 company paramedic, but now changed to attending physician. But there were a few special tags added, strong, ambitious, mature, and pretty. Initially, Lucy was relieved when she learned Gloria had a son, but seeing the pretty tag, a sense of crisis arose in her heart. And why were this woman's tags so much better than hers? The hot water poured over him, and his nerves, tense all day, could finally relax for a while. When the next version goes online, he will take some players into Night City. That will be the most dangerous time. Lin Miao was genuinely afraid that this group of people would treat the game like GTA, constantly going out into the streets, saying, Tutu, who are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Try looking again. Try it and you'll die, and then get slaughtered like a cyberpsychosis. But he figured that after this period of getting familiar with the game content, they shouldn't act recklessly. Just as Lin Miao was lost in thought, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside. Before he could even turn around, the other person pressed against him directly. The cool skin against his hot, showered back was particularly sensitive. Lin Miao said helplessly, I told you to wash first. Lucy giggled, I remember you're a clean freak, and I was afraid you wouldn't get clean enough, so I came to help. Lin Miao didn't know there was a custom here of helping people scrub their backs, and miss, are you using the wrong tool for scrubbing? Are you using your chest instead of your hands? I'm afraid you'll just make things worse, and it'll end up dirtier. Then we'll just keep washing. Oh, I thought someone like you wouldn't have a physiological reaction. What a succubus, she immediately tried to disarm him. How could Lin Miao tolerate this? He instantly became furious, grabbed her arms, pulled them apart, turned, and pressed her against the wall. The succubus was still unafraid, cursing him loudly. The two argued and cursed until they were dry-mouthed, breathing heavily, and their faces were flushed before they finally stopped their war of words. The two immediately started fighting. Lin Miao fought from Flower Fruit Mountain to Lao Jun's alchemy room. The Heart Ape, seeing himself about to be thrown into the alchemy furnace, was not afraid. Instead, he devoured the golden elixir, enjoying himself immensely. Silverhorn was so ashamed and angry, her voice trembling, those are the elixirs I refined for 20 years. How could you eat them? I don't care where it's from, serves you right. Finally, the unbearable Silverhorn pressed him down and threw him into the alchemy furnace. He thrashed around, and the high temperature of the Samadhi true fire could not harm him. In fact, refined by this true fire, his cultivation advanced further, shaking the alchemy furnace and causing fire to spill out. Silverhorn on the side shouted for help, and only then did Lao Jun arrive late. She held a plant and fan, and with a gentle wave, heavy rain poured down, washing clean the alchemy room that had been set on fire by the bricks, and she pleaded. Great sage, please stop your divine powers. Although the flames subsided, the Heart Ape was not giving up. What a demoness, provoking my anger repeatedly, how can you say fight and fight, say leave and leave? Four Beans stood upright, a heavy chop made the demoness dizzy, breaking her stance, then switching to a poke, retreating an inch, stirring the formation. Retreating an inch, stirring the formation, a set of moves flowed smoothly, and the final blow, Phoenix Pierce's flower, made the demoness groan repeatedly. When he was about to assume the great sage's stance and continue fighting, the demoness, seeing that the Heart Ape would not give up, changed her fighting style. She chanted a mountain-moving spell, actually conjuring 2 mountains, intending to suppress this arrogant Heart Ape. It was just that she overestimated her spell. These were not Mount Imei or Mount Tai, they were just 2 mountains, not even big enough to be called great, barely qualifying for the list of 100 peaks, which immediately drew Lin Miao's ridicule. It's one thing that your magic power is not refined, but how can you even move the wrong mountains? You think these 2 mountains can suppress me? The teased demoness immediately became angry with shame and took out another treasure, it was the Yin-Yang Tu Chi bottle. If I call your name, do you dare to answer? Wrong show, this thing can suck the Heart Ape in without calling its true name. However, this magic treasure was indeed effective. Combined with the 2 high mountains brought by the mountain-moving spell, after suppressing him for half a moment, the Heart Ape finally couldn't hold on. His magic power turned into a puddle of thick water, shrinking into a single monkey hair. The demoness, lying triumphantly on him, said, Humph, you're not so great after all. Lin Miao silently pulled open the curtains, looked at the sky. The moon was at its zenith, there was still time. Sorry, I've already changed my bloodline. Journey to the west, then Dragon Ball, now I'm Kakarot. Transforming into a great ape form under the moonlight. Take this, Kamehameha. But Lucy wasn't Broly, she wasn't even Frisia. Chapter 61 The Second Battle and Its Cost. Finally, a knock on the door startled Lin Miao from her sleep. Carefully removing Lucy's hands and feet from her body, Lin Miao lifted the covers and got out of bed. She woke up feeling refreshed and in a good mood. He simply put on a shirt and shorts and went to open the door. The person standing outside the door was none other than Gloria. She was taken aback when she saw Lin Miao's thin clothes. She blinked and then looked away after a while, her face slightly flushed, and said, I'm sorry I was rude, Mr. Lin. There's something I'd like to report to you. Come on in, never mind, let's just talk here. Lin Miao wanted to invite Gloria inside to talk, but then suddenly remembered that there was still someone lying in bed. What is it? Since Gloria became the attending physician, she no longer has to get off work from 7 AM to midnight like before. She has a lot more free time, and even David is working much harder in school. Gloria was acutely aware of who had given her everything, so she had to pull herself together. Yes, that's right. For some reason, Lin Miao felt that Gloria's expression seemed a little off today. Aside from work, I've been keeping an eye on Kotiski and Tonks lately. At the last employee awards ceremony, when Kotiski was giving me my bonus, I noticed he had a new watch that was much cheaper than the old one. Tonks has been in a good mood lately and even took a few days off. I suspect he didn't return the watch to Kotiski. What are you planning to do? I originally wanted to use what happened last time to get closer to Kotski, and then test the waters about this matter, but that would be too deliberate. So I found out that Kotski brings his male lover to you for dinner on the 22nd of every month. So, I'd like to ask for your help, to bump into Kotski there. We've had 2 attending physicians die recently, and if we can take down Tonks, our business can take another step forward. The deaths of 2 attending physicians actually terrified Gloria, but that's how Night City is, if you want to climb the ladder, the risk of death is inevitable. Moreover, Gloria felt that these people's deaths might be related to what happened to her last time. Lin Miao roughly understood what he meant. You mean you want me to pretend to go on a date with you in the Embers, and then coincidentally run into one of your company's directors, is that what you mean? Gloria, whose thoughts had been exposed, immediately became nervous and quickly explained, it's not that we're pretending to date. It's just that David and I have received so much care from you during this time, and we wanted to take this opportunity to repay you. Will David go too? This book was first published on 101100.00, providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Thanks to your guidance last time, David is much more obedient than before, so he will go to night school. No, he won't. The 22nd, that's this Thursday, the day after tomorrow, right? Right. Gloria was delighted to hear Lin Miao's answer. Then, a pair of long, slender, fair arms, like boneless snakes, emerged from behind Lin Miao and greedily reached into Lin Miao's loosely buttoned clothes. Is this a good idea, Miss Gloria? Leaving your son at school while you go on a date with your husband is not something a good mother should do. Actually, Lucy had already woken up when Lin Miao pried Lucy's arms off. She was just too tired last night and wanted to sleep a little longer, but as soon as she heard Gloria's name, she didn't dare to sleep anymore. She immediately got up, threw on one of Lin Miao's shirts, and ran over to assert her dominance. Lin Miao grabbed the other person's restless hands. Lucy. This woman really should go to Egypt to weed out Gloria. Of course, Gloria knew the name Lucy. She received the news and notification when the other party's picture and related files appeared in the employee files. She just never expected that the other party and Lin Miao had this kind of relationship. She had clearly noticed for a long time that Lin Miao was single and interested in her. When Lucy peeked out from behind Lin Miao and rested her chin on his shoulder, her face instantly turned pale, and she didn't know what to say. No. That's not it, Just what? Okay. Lin Miao pressed Lucy's hand, signaling her to stop talking. Thursday, right? I'll pick you up then. Hey. Upon hearing this, both of them were startled. Lin Miao only felt a pain in her chest. 2 slender fingers under his clothes clamped his flesh like pliers. But Lin Miao remained calm and said, this concerns our future development. We should still go, but the position of director is not so easy to obtain. After all, Kota Iski is only the 2nd largest shareholder. The position of director is ultimately for the board of directors to make money. It is usually the chairman's people. If we want to make a move, we have to start from above. The good news is that the chairman only owns about 30% of the shares, so we have room to maneuver and can start with Kotiski and other shareholders. Upon hearing that it was serious business, Lucy loosened her grip slightly, but it still hurt. Although somewhat disappointed, Gloria didn't mind. After all, Lin Miao had agreed even with Lucy's hand on his head. That already speaks volumes. She nodded slightly. Then I won't disturb you 2 any longer. With that, she turned and left, leaving Lin Miao with Lucy pinching his flesh. After closing the door, Lucy pinned Lin Miao against the wall and demanded, what's wrong with that woman? Despite being less than 1.7 meters tall, she managed to pin Lin Miao, who was 1.9 meters tall, against the wall. What could be going on? I'm just preparing to promote her to the head of Arrow. Besides, isn't it normal for a boss to care about the daily lives of his employees? Lucy sniffed Lin Miao's neck and said, liar. You smell like a liar from head to toe. She was certain that if she hadn't acted first, it was hard to say who would be lying in this bed today. Lin Miao looked the person in front of him up and down, almost face to face. The other person was only wearing his white shirt, which barely covered a quarter of his thighs. The shirt was loose and the buttons were not even fastened. The loose collar would reveal a glimpse of spring when the wind blew. Then this liar's scent will only be yours, and now my clothes also smell like you, liar. Lucy was confused by Lin Miao's words. Me? What did I lie to you about? Lin Miao said righteously, you stole my body. I swear to God, that was the first time I woke up in this world. He broke free from Lucy's wall slam and even forced Lucy to retreat. You broke into my home, molested a man, and forced me to have sex with you. Do you think if I call the NCPD now, they might arrest me and sentence me to 10 or 8 years? If calculated by birth age, Lin Miao is not an adult at all, he's probably just a month old. At least that's what he thinks. So far, he hasn't found any trace of this body before he woke up, Lucy. Treating infants and toddlers in this way means that any behavior by someone under the age of 14 will be considered that of a minor. Do you know you've broken the law? In a daze, Lucy was picked up by Lin Miao and thrown back onto the bed. The second battle has begun. At night, or rather in the morning, players would wake up in their dormitories, immediately put on their clothes, and rush out of the dormitories with the same energy as the students in the cafeteria at noon during university military training. The excitement from yesterday's battle hasn't worn off yet. More than a dozen people squeezed into the office and saw that there were many new tasks in the system: building dormitories, patrolling guards, taking inventory of supplies, cleaning tunnels, and retrieving corpses and prosthetics. But the only strange thing was that, apart from the small drone, the boss who usually waited for them to get up at the same time was nowhere to be seen, and the new female hacker was also nowhere to be seen. What did those two go to do? Inside an underground warehouse in Santo Domingo. Where did you get this thing from? The 6th Street Gang's mechanic, Dale, had completely dismantled the exoskeleton William and his men brought back, leaving piles of steel plates and hydraulic rods stacked to the side. The computer is also connected to the disassembled one-way neural control system, which he and the 6th Street Gang hackers are trying to crack. Badlands is a product manufactured by a company called Vision. We saw that its performance in actual combat seemed pretty good, so we agreed to buy it. They even gave us 2 sets as a gift. William stood to the side with his arms crossed. Well, this doesn't seem to require much technical skill. Can you make a pepper shaker? The technology involved is indeed not high, but it is possible to manufacture it if one insists. Dale was already short, and with his bald head, he looked like a cylinder when he put on his coat, so the gang called him Pepper Pot. While operating the computer, he said, 1 or 2 pieces are no problem, but making more will cost more money. The gang has several factories, and we can use those lathes to machine parts without much problem. The main trouble is the neural control system and software. They used second-hand neural connectors and prosthetic motors salvaged from prosthetics, and they were the complete set. The problem is, where are we going to get these things? William frowned. Cheap, second-hand prosthetics? Aren't those available everywhere? You're right. Dalek nodded. The gang's medical team does have a batch, but those are for the brothers to use as backup. The really useless prosthetics have been thrown away long ago. Who would keep those? The Vortex gang. You're going to get supplies from the Whirlpool gang. Isn't there any other way? William felt that this product might have a large market and didn't require much technical expertise. Instead of giving money to outsiders, why not do it himself? Dale sighed. We can get many things through smuggling, but the price won't be lower than with new stuff. Take the simplest bulletproof steel plate and stainless steel frame as an example. To achieve this level, you can only use genuine alloy steel and then process it with a rolling mill and machine tool. The gang has machine tools, but we don't have rolling mills and steel mills. We have to order them from elsewhere. The current market price for 301 stainless steel is €3,000 per ton. Even if we go through smuggling channels, the price will not be lower than €1,500. This does not include processing fees. If we include processing fees, the price may double. The new motor and neural control system are more expensive. Our best option is to buy second-hand parts from the Vortex gang, or just kill someone and dismantle the parts. You can choose one. Smuggled goods are more expensive, but of course, they will be more powerful. I did a rough calculation, and even if it's for personal use, the cost of one set is around 8,000. To reduce the cost, we must expand production to lower the cost. Ideally, the gang could acquire a steel mill and a rolling mill, which would further compress prices. William immediately rejected the idea. No, that would attract attention from others, and the gang wouldn't agree to it. To buy a steel mill and rolling mill in order to build an exoskeleton, what's the difference between that and buying a vegetable garden in order to cook? Lin Miao's 3,000 cost was achieved on the premise that players would dismantle the steel recycling plant and that Gloria from the hospital would act as an inside agent for smuggling. Now that Lin Miao has signed Gloria and plans to promote her, they don't even need to pay for her prosthetic leg anymore. Arrow. This hospital, which has been established for over 60 years, has a warehouse full of prosthetics waiting to be scrapped, so many that trucks have to come in to haul them away and dump them. As for the steel, Lin Miao paid the players €600 for every 3.5 tons of material transported by the small truck, with a 75% recycling rate. Without considering technical costs and equipment wear and tear, plus fuel costs, the total came to about €250 per ton. The biggest advantage in cost control is not the low technical content of the exoskeleton itself, but the waste recycling furnace and the prosthetic limb distribution channels. 2 more have been extracted. Even if the original one is broken, it doesn't matter. This thing may look like a furnace for recycling and smelting metal, but the things inside are actually no different from cutting-edge technology. Lin Miao has now achieved the following process: raw material mining, waste recycling, smelting, recycling furnace, preliminary processing, pressing machine. A small-scale complete production line for precision machining, CNC machine tools. Even motors and neural pathways that couldn't be manufactured were completed through Gloria to achieve low cost. The reason why gangsters rarely engage in legitimate industrial production is because the profit margins in the real economy are low, and the absence of any production link would lead to a surge in costs. Therefore, they usually engage in illicit activities such as smuggling, drug trafficking, extortion, kidnapping and selling silver, with profit margins of at least 5 times. Why do people who work in these industries often lack the patience to go back to physical manufacturing? Because the money comes too quickly and too easily, so quickly that they can no longer tolerate a business where the money doesn't come back for more than 6 months. They engage in high-risk black market activities for short-term high profits, and they are even less likely to tolerate high upfront investment and slow profit models. So the moment William heard about the cost, he abandoned the idea of producing it himself. What a joke, he doesn't have the authority to push this through. Finally, there's the most expensive part, software usage fees. The external control system works fine, as the manual states, it won't cause any neural load. However, to access the software's source code, you'd need to bypass the firewall. After discovering that the computer could not break through the software firewall, Dalek set about having the hackers in his gang connect to the deep sea device and lie on the hacker chair to do it themselves. However, less than 2 minutes after the connection was established, all the computer screens in the underground warehouse began to flicker and distort, the hosts overloaded and sparked, and the data streams surged wildly, the flashing scarlet red light seeming to flow from the computer screens into the real world in a terrifying way. Even the hacker himself was getting angry. William. You son of a bitch, what the hell did you bring me back? Dalek dared not let his hacker continue, so he quickly injected him with new coolant and forcibly disconnected the connection as soon as the hacker's consciousness returned to his mind. William was still indignant. What the hell is going on? How should I know? Dalek roared loudly, his voice as loud as a broken gong. He wished he could put William in a pressure cooker, add salt, and boil him. The hacker woke up groggily after a while, his face as red as a steamed shrimp. Obviously, the overload had burned a part of his nerves, so much so that he stuttered a little when he spoke. He looks like a senile idiot who drools when he talks. They put a very powerful firewall in the software. I feel it's more troublesome than 2 years ago going to the Kangtao database. I can't handle it by myself. Holy crap. This is the small company you were talking about. Are you really not afraid of getting yourself into trouble, William? Dale was so angry that his hair almost popped out from under his scalp. Furious.jpg. He screamed, this is just a shell company. Those corporate bastards love to do this. They put on a new skin and use us to test new drugs, new equipment, and new cybernetic bodies. Even if someone dies or there's a product accident, the shell company can just shut down, and the singing and dancing will continue. If it succeeds, we'll just acquire and merge. Those bastards love to play this game. When spit landed on William's face, he could only wipe it clean with banknotes, since it was indeed his fault for tricking his own brother. Then forget about it, I'll go cancel the order too. Wait a moment. Dalek stopped William, saying, it's best not to cancel the order. Trying to disrupt someone's control program often results in being countered and killed by ice, but it would be foolish to give up a reasonably cost-effective weapon because of such a thing. Even if we don't buy it, other gangs will. If it ends up being sold to Valentino or the Tiger Claws, we'll be in trouble. But... William looked at the hacker. If everyone in the 6th Street gang became a stutterer, they'd be laughed to death before the fight even started. After reviewing the system data, Dalek said, we've also checked the control system. It only has the function of reading and copying electrical signals of bodily activity. It doesn't collect data or send messages, so overall it's safe. We can take these 2 sets of equipment to the street and play a few matches to see how they work. If they really do. William clicked his tongue, feeling it was a pity. If this thing had been deemed worthless by the higher UPS, he could have kept the Captain America item for himself. So what if there's a risk in using it? It's so cool. Chapter 62. The future version is settled. By the time Lin Miao arrived at Stone Ridge Tunnel, it was already high noon. If Lucy hadn't been wrapped in a blanket, hiding by the bed and refusing to continue, Lin Miao, as the boss, might have missed work for the first time since the game launched. And without even asking for leave. However, because Lin Miao had assigned the tasks in advance, even though the players didn't arrive at Stone Ridge Tunnel until after 9, Saul and the others didn't say anything. After all, they fought so fiercely yesterday, what's wrong with sleeping a bit longer? Although the Wraith's influence outside Night City had significantly shrunk in recent years due to the Dogtown issue, and their income was declining year by year. They had, after all, been operating here for 50 or 60 years, and had accumulated quite a variety of things in the tunnel. Many items were left deep within the tunnel branches, forgotten because they were difficult to transport, hard to sell, or of low value. Over time, even the Wraiths themselves forgot about them. Some might have been stored for 20 or 30 years, only to be rediscovered by players who reopened the containers, bringing their contents back into the light. Weathered books crumbled into dust with a touch after being unboxed, along with miscellaneous clothes and cloned meat, most of which had spoiled. There were tons of metal ingots, heavy and not precious metals, mostly copper, iron, steel, and tin, making them difficult to smuggle. God knows if they robbed a train, brought it home, found it full of iron, and then just abandoned it. Engines, oil pumps, cylinders, compressors, and electric hydraulic pumps were clearly favored by the Wraiths. This group of American street racers loved modifying vehicles, so they had stockpiled a large number of auto parts in the tunnel, even having a dedicated modification area, along with a considerable amount of methanol and gasoline. Lin Miao thought these items could be put in the shop for players to buy, inspiring their incredible ingenuity to create their own vehicles. An alternate dimension version of Crossout. To be continued. Food, nothing much to say, mostly synthetic food, and a very small portion of canned goods, but... Lin Miao, you'd better come over here. The call was from Saul. Did you find anything valuable? I don't know if it's valuable, but I think you'd better come take a look. Saul was silent for a moment before adding, remember to be careful not to attract attention when you come, especially Pan Am. Don't let her follow. Remember the fastest novel site on the whole network 101gon.com. His tone was heavy, as if what he found was inconvenient to discuss over the comms, and he kept urging Lin Miao to come. The location Saul gave was deep within a tunnel branch, where the temperature was even lower than in other tunnels. Along the way, players Tutu and Aldecaldo's Scorpion guarded the area, but both of their expressions were somewhat unnatural. Tutu saw his boss arrive and immediately rushed over, tugging on Lin Miao's clothes and complaining, "Boss, it's disgusting in there. Ugh. They're a bunch of living CS." Hearing even a player say that, Lin Miao grew more curious. "What's going on? What did you find?" Tutu whispered a few words into Lin Miao's ear, making his brows furrow. He quickly walked deeper into the tunnel, not forgetting to tell Scorpion, "Remember to keep a close eye on Panam. It's best to have Mitch take her out of the tunnel and let her go somewhere else." The deeper they went, the colder the tunnel became, to the point where a breath would produce white mist. Thick cables could be seen on the ground, clearly indicating some high-power electrical equipment inside. It was a cold storage room. A huge iron door blocked the way, and Saul was clearly waiting at the entrance for a long time. Lin Miao asked, "How many are inside?" 33, Saul sighed. "There's even one of our own. Before, we just thought he was killed, but we didn't expect." He shook his head and didn't continue, turning to open the cold storage door and walking in against the white cold air. Lin Miao wondered how this shirtless strong man dared to enter the cold storage with his bare torso. If players were to film a horror movie in the future, the scene Lin Miao witnessed would definitely be excellent source material. The white-grey walls were covered in frost, and in the faint mist, dark figures hung motionless from the beams. They were all naked bodies, male and female. Most of their limbs had been severed, with only a few still having intact hands and feet. Some bodies had their stomachs cut open, empty inside, with all internal organs missing, evidently taken by the wraiths. What are the wraiths doing hanging them here? I heard before that only scavengers did these things, and even that was an unconfirmed rumor. Strictly speaking, Lin Miao might have been asking the obvious, what he did might have been even worse than the wraiths, but villains have no human rights. As for cannibalism, honestly, who would be crazy enough to eat their own kind if they weren't starving? Some things. I don't know if you've heard, Saul's tone was flat, but Lin Miao could sense the anger in his heart. 2 years ago, someone found suspected red blood cell and E. coli cellular residue in the air quality report of the All Foods factory's production environment, but the company's marketing department suppressed it. Guess how I know? They dumped that inspector's body in Garbage Mountain, but forgot to remove the chip embedded in his body. Lin Miao thought the other party was joking. 70% of Night City's diet came from this Mexican food factory. Even his and the players' food, a large portion of it, came from this company's products. Damn it. Lin Miao subconsciously wanted to vomit out what he had eaten today, but he eventually held it in. You mean the wraiths smuggled bodies to those food factories to sell as meat? Worse than that. Saul recalled the report he found. In fact, red blood cells and E. coli in the air were already the least of it. Most of the meat protein sold by Night City food factories consists of locusts and earthworms. That's the public-facing story, right? At least that's what the advertisements say. Lin Miao composed himself. Is there some hidden scandal? Saul said, in the inspector's recording, the director of the branch factory he visited even complained that the cost of insects was too high and wanted to use waste pollutants instead of food ingredients to reduce costs. Simply put, that means feces and corpses. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have come here. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have heard this news. If I hadn't heard this news, I wouldn't react like this when eating in the future. How could Lin Miao look at synthetic foods the same way now? Lin Miao always thought that at most, it was just chemically synthesized food like cola or sugar. He wasn't a picky eater, if he could eat it and digest it, it was fine. But then ugh. Ugh. Lin Miao leaned against the wall, vomiting out his breakfast. Luckily, the meat he usually ate was from canned goods, otherwise, it would be too late to regret now. Honestly, he had overestimated the bottom line of these corporations. You don't need to react like this. Saul looked at his reaction, finding it hard to keep a straight face. Compared to the daily output of the food factories, all the meat on our bodies combined wouldn't even be 1,000th. Even if it's feces, hee, you can't taste it anyway, can you? Stop talking, Lin Miao cut off Saul's incessant words. If he continued, Lin Miao would never eat again. Leaning against the wall, gasping, he said, from now on, I'll grow my own vegetables, alright? These sons of bitches. The hydroponic farm blueprints had never been used, and he had even drawn a pack of vegetable seeds. After the water plant was repaired, he wouldn't wait a single second. At this point, the difference in hygiene standards between Saul, a native cyberpunk, and Lin Miao became apparent. Lin Miao, for one, could absolutely not accept that there was something wrong with what he ate. So, what do we do with these? Saul was asking for Lin Miao's opinion. After all, the things here were agreed to be split 50-50, and the bodies were no exception. He couldn't dispose of them without the other party's knowledge. Take your people and bury them. As for the rest, identify the bodies if possible and note their names. Burn everything else, including this cold storage. The faster, the better. If Panam found out about this, that woman would definitely go looking for a fight with the wraiths. Soon, under Saul's command, Scorpion quickly moved 2 bodies, Tutu cut the power, and doused the cold storage with gasoline, setting it ablaze. After this small interlude, more and more supplies from the tunnel warehouses were inventoried. There were so many diverse items that it took a full 2 days just to count them. Over 200 light firearms, 15 light and heavy machine guns, a total of 12 tons of various bullets, 300 grenades. Rocket launchers, however, were scarce, with only about 20 rounds left. The Wraiths didn't have many of these to begin with, let alone after using quite a few in this battle. There were over 20 modified vehicles, and that's not even counting the ones that were blown up. It seems the Nightwalker team really had a passion for cars, and their spare parts even included high-end goods. There were also numerous cyberware, and these weren't the grey market implants Gloria smuggled from hospitals, most were white-grade, with a few green-grade items. And they weren't limited to limbs, many organ implants were also among them. It was a pity he didn't see any blue-grade items, but Lin Miao guessed these were all stored in that vault. The rest were smuggled goods. There were large quantities of electronic instruments, such as Satatech computers, Arazaka and Tsunami defense gun accessories, Biotechnica's various biochips, custom behavior chips, black brain dance from Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe, and a large number of ordinary cyberware destined for the Soviet Union. These goods could be released through the Aldecaldos channels and converted into cash. Of course, he'd have to keep the goods he wanted first, but even so, Lin Miao estimated that even with a 50-50 split, it would amount to about 2 million. Saul probably never expected to earn so much from this job. Some goods were transported from all over the world to Night City, then smuggled across North America, while others were prepared by the Wraiths for global smuggling. The Nightwalkers were just a downstream gang, acting as a transit point. The real profits went to the Wraiths and the corporate dogs who hired them for smuggling. And this was just a small, inconspicuous part of Night City's smuggling network, representing the flow over a short period. God knows how much Dogtown, as the core, earned in a year. Otherwise, Saul wouldn't have personally run an oil-stealing business worth 700,000 or 800,000. But now that he had intercepted these goods, they were his. Want them? Then pay for them. However, seeing these things also piqued Lin Miao's interest in the Aldecaldos, who were also nomads. The Wraiths and Metagroup were anomalies among nomad settlements, the relationship between other nomad settlements and cities was far less close than these two. Although they also robbed corporations, they were far less rampant than the Wraiths. So where did their smuggled goods come from? Was it all self-grown vegetables and farms? If so, then why have nomad settlements shrunk so dramatically over the years? Out of curiosity, Lin Miao asked Saul these questions. Saul looked at Lin Miao strangely. You really don't know? Lin Miao shook his head. I don't know. The two sat on a rock on the hillside outside the tunnel as Aldecaldos and players below moved supplies out of the tunnel in batches. Saul said frankly, it starts with the birth of the nomads, these are all old stories. The Aldecaldos originated in East Los Angeles. After the two Central American wars ended, the American Federation's military industry and finance completely collapsed. The Aldecaldos' first leader, Juan, led over 5,000 people out of the city to settle in the Badlands. They were the first generation of Aldecaldos, and also the first nomads. Later, an earthquake occurred in Los Angeles, an 8.5 magnitude quake. Half the city was submerged by a tsunami, and hundreds of thousands died. We didn't get the city reconstruction project, so we could only move south, to the US-Mexico border to do crossing the line business, you know. Hearing about the crossing the line business, Lin Miao couldn't help but laugh. Saul was a bit puzzled. What are you laughing at? No, I just remembered something funny. Lin Miao found it hard to keep a straight face. Back then, the American Federation had collapsed, with both its economy and military in ruins, yet people were still trying to cross the border into it. You guys don't have a fondness for making puff pastries, do you? Puff pastries? No. Saul was confused, he didn't know what Lin Miao was talking about. It's nothing, keep going. Later, the Aldecaldos were passed from Juan to Santiago. We stopped doing the crossing the line business, as at that time, few people wanted to come to the American Federation anyway. If they did, they'd only come to Night City in Texas. Under Santiago's leadership, the Aldecaldos grew stronger and stronger. Although I don't like him, I can't deny he was very capable. With the wolves in charge of combat, Brian in charge of cultivation and logistics, Griffin in charge of urban scavenging, and dozens of large and small families working together, we were the strongest nomad tribe in North America at that time. Even Arazaka wouldn't dare provoke us easily. It was also in that era that the old net collapsed, leading to the bankruptcy of many corporations and factories. More and more cities were abandoned, populations concentrated in megacities, and small cities and villages were completely deserted. Do you know how much North America's population has declined in these 50 years? Facing Saul's question, Lin Miao recalled, if I remember correctly, the official announcement was 130 million. That's a beautified number. The real situation should be closer to 170 million. Many people weren't counted because they were undocumented immigrants or nomads, so they weren't included. Understood, the charm of statistics. From that time on, nomads gained another main business, scavenging in cities. War threats, natural disasters, national division, economic collapse, worsening environment, bankrupt corporations, factories they didn't even have the money to move their production equipment out of cities, and couldn't sell them. Large numbers of displaced people fled towns. Over several decades, cities with tens or hundreds of thousands of people became desolate dead zones, leaving only megacities like Night City and San Francisco with millions of inhabitants. Those abandoned cities stored many valuable things, technical data, production equipment, sealed food. Every abandoned city was a treasure trove waiting for nomads to explore. We moved things out of them and smuggled them, making a lot of money. But Saul shook his head. A few years ago, this work was forced to stop. Lin Miao asked, Why? Did corporations take over? Saul gave an unexpected answer. No, it was rogue AI. Lin Miao had assumed it was the corporations, those vile cyber trolls, but it wasn't them. It was rogue AI. Upon hearing that name, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Miao's eyes. How could they interfere with scavengers? Saul countered, have you heard of ghost cities? Lin Miao frowned. He thought he had heard of it and tried to recall. It seems to be Busan. I heard on the news that during the Second Korean War, Arasaka covered the entire city with gas bombs, killing hundreds of thousands of people. It's still a dead zone, and they said robots were seen operating there. Robots? Lin Miao immediately got goosebumps. Yes, it's exactly as you're thinking. Rogue AI are active in the abandoned cities. The nuclear power plants in those cities have been running continuously. We originally thought it was just intelligent programming, but in reality, those AI are maintaining the power generation. They've built factories underground in the cities, initially producing rifles, then armored vehicles, and even drones. In recent years, more and more scavengers have been driven out of cities by robots. The old Caldos have also migrated multiple times. We were left behind midway and later settled outside Night City. Holy cow! This news was unbelievable for Lin Miao. Had he entered the Terminator timeline? Was Skynet about to revolt? No, it seemed they had already revolted. So, now you know why I want to partner with a big corporation, right? Saul's tone was very helpless. It's not just because our farming land is constantly being encroached upon by corporations and our living environment is being squeezed. Before long, a storm between AI and humans will erupt in this world. Our boat is too small, one wave could capsize the entire vessel and drown everyone. What about those big corporations? They can't possibly sit by and watch AI extend their reach into physical territory, can they? We told them, but no one believes nomads. People in the city see us as uncultured savages. Corporations suppress all information related to rogue AI, dispose of anyone spreading these stories, claiming it's the ignorant ramblings of fools, and that there are no problems. Ah. Now Lin Miao understood. Phase 1, we announced that nothing is happening. However, the facts are easy to understand. North America is now fragmented, and having just finished the unification war, it faces external threats from a predatory Arasaka and sharp internal conflicts. There's no time to deal with issues in abandoned cities. Besides, who would deal with it? Militech? You're not part of the new United States. Free states, aren't you free? Deal with it yourselves. How could the Free States government possibly pay to clear every abandoned city? Moreover, rogue AI are the natural enemies of cybernetically enhanced individuals in the cyber world. Only professional AI hunters and Netwatch elite hackers can deal with them, and they would never be willing to pay the price. Since they've ignored it for so many years, why not continue to ignore it now? As long as they pretend not to see, the conflict will resolve itself. Trust the invisible hand. But for Lin Miao the future version had been overshadowed. Chapter 63, Meeting a Gay Guy on a Date? Don't do that. Expensive was David's first impression of this clothing store. On weekdays, he rarely even passed by large shopping malls like this, located in Corpo Plaza, let alone went inside to look. The bright hall and the meticulously polished smooth floor reflected the exquisitely carved crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. Even the air was filled with a faint fragrance, completely different from the urine-soaked smell of the streets. It was like two different worlds. In the brightly lit display window stood a shapely mannequin, constantly changing poses just to showcase the €90,000 evening gown she was wearing. Sir, do you like this dress? The voice next to him startled David. He turned to see a female attendant. She was impeccably dressed in a suit, with delicate features, focused eyes, and a natural expression. Every movement and every expression was meticulously practiced as if she had trained thousands of times. Only her skin was coated with a layer of chrome, to satisfy customers' curiosity. Even the words she spoke were so fluid, as if pre-rehearsed. This is an evening gown designed by our hired designer, Ralph Lauren's Lawrence Raphael. It's made with solid materials, 100% woven from high-altitude cashmere from European Biotechnica, and it uses a classical Victorian style. As the attendant spoke, the woman in the display window swayed her skirt in accordance with her words. She smiled faintly, not feeling that her actions were in any way problematic. David didn't quite catch what the attendant was saying. The cold air blowing from the ceiling made him shiver. David knew this was the function of a behavioral chip. He had heard of and used similar things before. It replaced the user's consciousness with a meticulously pre-designed program and certain auxiliary algorithms, acting on their behalf. Basketball, martial arts. The more advanced the chip, the more precise, complex, and realistic it could process. But the problem was that when the chip was in use, you yourself would have no consciousness, you would lose all memory of that period, like blacking out from too much alcohol. Just like the attendant next to him and the display model in the cabinet, they weren't corporate dogs. Corporate dogs wouldn't be front desk attendants of such low caliber. They were women who owed high-interest loans to the company and had sold their bodies to the company to pay off debts. The company would modify their entire bodies, like sex dolls, to control every nerve in their faces, allowing them to make various expressions, then implant behavioral chips, making them work here for 20 to 40 years to pay off their debts. These people might not even be worth as much as the clothes they were wearing. If a client requested it, they even had to fulfill all of the client's demands. Could they still be considered humans? Or were they just tools, through and through? David didn't know. He just felt this place was cursed. Were the rich really so strange in their preferences? However, if he hadn't been wearing an Arezaka school uniform, this attendant probably wouldn't have paid him any mind. David, what do you think of this outfit? Ugh, David was speechless looking at his mother, who was waving a black and gold trimmed dress in front of him. He didn't know why she seemed to have suddenly changed today. She, who usually wouldn't buy a new dress once a year, suddenly dragged him to such a luxury store to buy an evening gown. And David also experienced for the first time what it felt like to go shopping with a woman. It was even more difficult to deal with than his group of classmates, so dragging and slow. This was already the 10th outfit Gloria had brought to him asking the same question. David glanced at the tag on the dress. It was considerably cheaper than the one in the display window, but it was still €40,000. One dress was almost as much as his tuition for a semester, and the clothes upstairs would add another zero to that price. He pulled Gloria's hand and walked to the side, whispering, "Mom, the clothes here are so expensive. Even if Mr. Lin advanced your salary, we shouldn't be so wasteful." Lin Miao's annual salary for Gloria was €100,000, which was a bit less than a normal corporate dog, but Lin Miao had advanced her half a year's salary. "Of course, I know." Gloria wasn't vain. If she hadn't seen Lucy at Lin Miao's house yesterday, she wouldn't have come to a place like this to buy clothes. Spending so much money at once, she also felt a pang of heartache. However, her current salary as a primary physician and the shareholder rescue bonus awarded by the company were not enough to affect her life. "But, this is for dinner with Mr. Lin. If I dress inappropriately, it will embarrass him. He has helped our family so much, and I can't let him down. I must do well in this matter." "So what kind of matter would require you to come to a place like this to buy such an expensive evening gown?" David, full of complaints, finally resigned himself. He looked at the dresses Gloria was constantly comparing and said weakly, "It looks great. How about this one then?" "Really? But I thought the one just now." David shuddered. If they dragged it out any longer, it would probably be dark. "This one. This one will do. Mr. Lin will definitely like it." The underground parking lot of the afterlife in the evening lacked nothing but luxury cars. From hundreds of thousands of Chevrolet Herreras to millions of Rayfield and hover cars, everything was available. This was where the city's wealthy regularly visited and gathered, and you could even occasionally see those who controlled this city and even this world. This also made more people flock to the afterlife, and even the lowest tier dining seats had to be reserved in advance. Compared to those exclusive parking spaces, Kodesky's luxury car, worth over €400,000, seemed a bit underwhelming. Kodesky was used to it. He ignored the luxury cars that surpassed his in every aspect and, after the driver opened the door, he and his sweetheart got out of the car. He didn't forget to boast about his last experience. "I'm telling you, last time, it was all thanks to me fighting and providing cover that the trauma team could rescue us from the scavengers. You know, at that time, I had a severed limb, I was crippled." You're the best, baby." Regardless of what she thought, at least Kodesky's lover enthusiastically echoed, "If I were caught by the scavengers, would you come and save me?" "Of course. Even if I had to invite Atom Smasher and wipe out the scavengers' lair, I would save you. You're so good to me." Their conversation could make one's skin crawl, but the valets and greeters here were used to it, lowering their eyelids as if they heard nothing, leading the two to the elevator. And just as the elevator doors were about to close, a woman's hand precisely slipped in at that moment, holding open the closing elevator doors. "Please wait a moment." Kodesky frowned, somewhat annoyed by this person who broke their private space. And when the door opened, not one, but two people entered. Two blonde women. "Sorry." The woman leading them politely apologized to Kodesky, but her accent was strange, not like a local. Seeing the other party so polite, Kodesky didn't say anything, just moved aside with his sweetheart to make room. However, the two women started chatting incessantly in Russian as soon as they entered, which made Kodesky frown slightly. Did they think he couldn't understand? Sorry, his grandfather's generation was from the Soviet Union, so even without a translation pack, he could barely understand some. "As long as we deal with Gregory and make him hand over his shares, we can become the largest shareholder, owning over 60% of the shares. This way, we'll be one step closer to controlling the board. What about the other directors and shareholders? Will they agree? And what if Gregory doesn't cooperate? They'll have to agree whether they like it or not. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll find a way to deal with Gregory, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The share issue will always have a solution, with money, with guns, it's always these things. Then we must act fast, without giving them time to react." These two women, did they think this was the Afterlife Club? Or perhaps it was just typical of Soviet people, always acting rashly. Kodesky was inwardly complaining furiously, but fortunately, the elevator quickly reached the second-floor restaurant. The somewhat impatient Kodesky immediately took his lover and exited. The two women didn't follow, which slightly relaxed him, having grown a few more wary after the last attack. After all, this was the afterlife, with security no less than the buildings in Corpo Plaza, hardly anyone dared to cause trouble here. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and the two Soviet women exited one after another. One of them turned and asked through a secret channel, "Who is Gregory?" "How should I know? It's a name I made up on the fly, as long as the meaning is roughly conveyed, it's fine." The two walked together to their reserved seats in the central corridor. The 2nd to 5th floors of Afterlife were designed as a hollow corridor, and seats along the edge of the corridor offered an easy view of the floors below. One of them picked up the menu on the table and opened it. "Pfft, a glass of water costs €100. People here really live lavishly. It truly is high society. She casually ordered a few items, and the bill came to 7,000. The person sitting opposite her rolled her eyes. You know it's expensive, so why order so much? She crossed her legs and looked at the person opposite her. Anyway, your man is paying, not me, so what do I have to worry about? Besides, I haven't replaced my jaw in ages. This is the first proper meal I've had in 2 years, so of course I have to eat well. You're not angry, are you, Svetlana Ivanova? Eat, 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 eat yourself to death. Pft, pft, pft. You're angry, hey? I'm speaking up for you. I've told you before that men can't be trusted. Now it's happening right in front of you. Later, you'll be sold out and still be counting money for him. The person sitting opposite was too lazy to bother with her. She took a piece of chocolate from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes fixed on the second floor. As the saying goes, the man is dressed by his clothes, the Buddha by his gold. Dressed up today, Gloria shed her usual worn-out appearance and exuded an exceptional elegance. Without her work uniform, Gloria lost her usual capable demeanor. Her face was lightly powdered, and she couldn't even remember the last time she had put on makeup. The black evening gown she wore made her red hair particularly striking, like a red lotus drifting down a river in the night, with scattered gold flakes on her skirt that made one momentarily glimpse stars reflected on the water. Perhaps the cyberware of this era had begun to change people's aesthetics. Delicate skin and exquisite features could no longer attract their attention, leading them to pursue the bizarre instead. Chrome-plated golden skin, or other odd and colorful skin tones, various eye-catching hairstyles and colors, exaggerated bionic prosthetics. In short, the more bizarre, the better. Compared to those people, conventional individuals like Gloria and Lucy felt somewhat invisible, but for Lin Miao, with his old-fashioned aesthetic, they were just right. Gloria nervously clutched her skirt with both hands, her palms sweating. You're making fun of me. Even though she was older, she appeared somewhat shy and reserved in front of him. Lin Miao looked at her, his eyes lighting up. Where did you buy this outfit? It must have cost a lot, right? Gloria's heart immediately leaped, and she quickly said, if you don't like it, I'll go return it later. Unlike Lucy, Gloria, for various reasons, adopted an extremely humble posture in front of Lin Miao, not to mention in such a high-end venue she had only heard of but never entered. Lin Miao smiled and said, what I mean is, you look very beautiful right now, Gloria. This dress suits you very well. As he spoke, he took her hand and walked towards their reserved seats. A stinging sensation spread across his face. If the gazes from upstairs could turn into blades, he would probably have been chopped into pieces. But it didn't matter. Nothing else had to be thick, but his skin definitely had to be. Gloria, whose hand was being held, lowered her head, her expression as flushed as a young girl's, and even her breathing became rapid. She could only let him lead her. She remained silent even after sitting down, until Lin Miao coughed a few times and added a reminder, Gloria, try to look natural. If Kodaski notices anything, all our efforts will be in vain. She then snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, sitting up straight, and taking a big gulp from the ice water the waiter brought, drinking half a glass to bring down her rising body temperature. Lin Miao's peripheral vision caught Kodaski and his lover already seated. However, their seats were quite far apart, so they hadn't noticed him and Gloria. Lin Miao wasn't a god, he couldn't have known Kodaski's reserved seat in advance. But it didn't matter, they still had plenty of time. Gloria, the day after tomorrow, my people will enter the city to do business with the 6th Street Gang, but I won't be able to appear at that time, so I want you to negotiate with them on my behalf. Not having time was a pretense, testing Gloria's capabilities was the real reason. He couldn't afford to keep a mere trophy wife. During this time, Lin Miao had been busy with the company registration procedures, and even with old captain's connections helping him, it took a great deal of effort. After all, registering a business was a very troublesome matter, along with applying for patents, trademarks, registered capital, legal representatives, business scope, the players' identities entering the city. A pile of things that exhausted Lin Miao. The 6th Street Gang representative wanted a kickback and also demanded documentation, so simple smuggling wouldn't do. Not only did the exoskeleton parts need to be transported in, but also company branding, invoices, all these procedures had to be completed. Gloria hesitated for only a moment, then her eyes immediately became resolute. Can you tell me the location and the content of the transaction? The location is Coronado Farm. 20 sets of exoskeletons. The price for them is 360,000 euro, not a single euro less. Lin Miao threw out a data shard. The specific details are on this. I will have my people go with you then. If anything happens, and there's a conflict with the 6th Street Gang, let them cover your retreat. It doesn't matter if the goods are lost or everyone dies, but you must come back alive, understand? Players could resurrect if they died, but if Gloria died, he wouldn't be able to find another person to take over a biotechnica company in a short time. Incompetence could be trained, but a dead person could only be used to grow mushrooms. Gloria solemnly accepted the data shard and said, I understand. Although Lin Miao meant that players could die freely and he wouldn't feel bad, Gloria interpreted it as her importance in his eyes far exceeding that of the goods and his subordinates. The gratitude in her heart was naturally inexpressible, and she could only repay this kindness by successfully handling this matter with tangible results. She wasn't so foolish as to think that giving herself to Lin Miao would repay this favor. Attention, target is moving. Where is the target? the restroom. No, according to the route, he will pass by your adjacent table. He should be heading to the bar. That's good news, thanks, Lucy. Who is Lucy? Please call me Svetlana Ivanova. I apologize for interrupting your date. We were just discussing business. You should have heard it on the public channel. I know. Lucy pouted. If it wasn't business, she might have already rushed down to catch him cheating. There was nothing wrong with Gloria and Lin Miao's conversation, but it sounded strange to her. Damn it, why did she always feel a sense of frustration, of having nowhere to exert her strength, whenever she was with this guy? Lin Miao watched Kodeski gradually approach, and gave Gloria a look. She immediately understood, stood up, and walked towards the bar as well, then accidentally saw Kodeski. She showed a surprised expression, then asked with uncertainty, is that Mr. Kodeski? Kodeski, whose name was called, frowned slightly. He actually didn't want to be recognized here. However, upon turning around, he said in surprise, oh. You are, that emergency medical worker. I remember your name was Gloria, right? Then he asked curiously, but why are you here? This was not a place an emergency medical worker could afford to patronize. Her 2 months' salary might not even be enough for one meal at the lowest level here. Gloria shyly looked back at Lin Miao, who was sitting at the table. Lin Miao also raised his hand in acknowledgement. I came with him. Oh, you're here on a date, then. Originally, Kodeski didn't think much of it. What did wedding anniversaries or celebrating promotions and bonuses have to do with him? At most, he'd glance and leave, but, this guy looked good. Lin Miao shivered. What's going on? Why is he looking at me like that? Kiwi, did you forget the data said he's gay? No, didn't it say he only liked young boys? Lucy's lips curved into a hook. Who knows? Maybe he changed his preference after seeing you. Who told you to be so handsome? Go to hell, you FER. I'll kill this faggot sooner or later. Chapter 64. Just drive, I'll take care of the rest. Kodeski quickly walked to Lin Miao's table and asked Gloria, is this gentleman your husband? Shouldn't he be properly introduced? He. Gloria stammered. This wasn't part of their plan. They were only supposed to chat for a few minutes, and Lin Miao wasn't supposed to be involved at all. Lin Miao looked at the hand extended towards him as if he had seen something filthy, not wanting to shake it. Instead, he stood up and said, I am Miss Gloria's suitor. I admire her passion and courage in her work, so I am pursuing her. The glass in Lucy's hand shattered. This is a mission. This is a mission. She could only hypnotize herself like this. But she was still so angry. Waiter, bring me the menu. Is that so? Kodeski felt a bit regretful. It was such a pity, but he still didn't give up. Then, if you don't mind, could you leave your contact information? No one said that if you're married, you can't get a divorce. Get lost. Lin Miao cursed 1,000 expletives in his heart, but still maintained a gentle smile on his face. Although he didn't shake Kodeski's hand, he replied, I just arrived in Night City and founded a Horizon Corporation here, preparing to do some business in the military industry. Young man, you're very ambitious. If you need investment, just tell me. Gloria saved my life, so I will definitely help wherever I can. Investment is not a problem. Thank you, but I don't lack funds right now. Lin Miao didn't want to be dragged into any shady deals by such a person, he'd rather die. It's alright, we can keep in touch in the future. There will always be opportunities for cooperation. Fortunately, Kodeski didn't pester him for too long, because his significant other had already sensed danger and rushed over, looking at Lin Miao with a threatening and wary gaze. Damn it, who cares? Take him and get out of here. Lin Miao frantically winked at Gloria, who immediately understood and stepped forward to change the subject. She curiously looked at the watch on Kodeski's right wrist. Mr. Kodeski, didn't you bring the watch from last time? Watch. Although a bit strange why Gloria would ask this question, Kodeski still said angrily, it was probably stolen by those scavengers last time. I sent people to look for it for a long time but couldn't find it. Damn it, I can't believe they even dared to lay a hand on me. That's impossible, Gloria said in surprise. I clearly picked it up for you at the time and even entrusted Director Tonks to give it to you. What did you say? Kodeski's voice rose several pitches in shock. But he never told me about this. Maybe he forgot. I can help you ask him later. Kodeski didn't believe that Tonks would forget about this, he must have taken a liking to his watch and pocketed it. At this point, Lin Miao, who was beside them, also chimed in, Mr. Kodeski, I advise you to be careful recently. I know the habits of scavengers. These people generally don't target someone of your status unless they are deliberately instructed. So, as long as you are not dead, they might still come looking for trouble. Sigh. Kodeski, already somewhat angry, could only say resentfully, I've already had people investigate, but they haven't found out which group of scavengers attacked me. I'm afraid there won't be any news for a while. You might as well think about the problem from another angle. Lin Miao took 3 glasses of champagne from a nearby attendant, handed one to Gloria, then poured the second glass into the third. The champagne, which originally only had 2 sips, immediately filled up. He swirled it and took a sip. Another angle. Although Kodeski didn't think much of what Lin Miao called a company, Night City sees countless small companies go bankrupt every year. Lin Miao's face made Kodeski interested in listening. His attention was also partly drawn to the champagne in Lin Miao's hand, where 2 glasses had been combined into one. Yes, although I don't know who you have a grudge with, I know there's a good saying, whoever benefits the most is most likely the culprit. It couldn't be Gloria, right? She's just a small emergency worker, her biggest benefit this time was merely moving up a step to become a chief physician in Department 3. Their company had 2 people in that position die just last month. Whoever benefits is most likely the culprit. This sentence echoed in Kodeski's mind. He couldn't help but recall what those 2 women in the elevator had said, and then looked at the champagne in Lin Miao's hand, which was noticeably more than in the other glasses. Could it be them? There's no reason. Even if they took his shares, it wouldn't be enough to get more than 66% of the shares, so they couldn't form absolute control. And if he died, other shareholders would become vigilant. He wouldn't dare to swallow his family's shares, right? Could he also be eyeing the shares of others? The more Kodeski thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Moreover, the company hadn't been peaceful recently, 2 chief physicians had died, both attacked by unknown individuals on the street. It was too much of a coincidence. And Tonks had also kept his watch. Wasn't he afraid that Kodeski would find out and cause him trouble, unless he thought Kodeski wouldn't have the chance to bother him? Lin Miao didn't continue speaking. Some things were best left for the other party to figure out themselves. He only needed to provide a few small hints. If he hadn't lacked money and couldn't find enough people to cooperate, he would have set up 2 or 3 more similar psychological suggestions, which would increase the chances of successful induction. Lin Miao was very clear about one thing, never ask a question with the answer already provided. It's okay if it doesn't succeed, just activate other plans. Anyway, the goal was for the shareholders of this company to fight among themselves. The fiercer, the better, the more intense, the better. Ideally, a few would die or be injured. Then, blow this matter up, causing Horizon's already low stock price to plummet to delisting. As for scandals, Lin Miao would not allow Horizon to have too many scandals. He still needed to wear this skin, if the skin stank, how could he wear it? Kodeski, caught in a brainstorm, was not in the mood to look at Lin Miao's handsome face, nor was he in the mood to continue eating. He felt as if a group of people were secretly watching him, ready to make a move at any moment. However, to avoid making his lover angry, he still hurriedly finished dinner with her before leaving. When Lin Miao paid the bill, his eyelids twitched at the sight of the total. Damn it, 30,000 euro. What did he eat? Gold? He clearly remembered that he and Gloria hadn't eaten much combined. Then, taking a closer look at the bill, he saw that it was all desserts eaten by the 2 upstairs. This was most likely turning hatred into appetite, aiming to hit Lin Miao's wallet as a way to teach him a lesson for trying to play both sides. So, he still paid the bill cheerfully. After all, he had just made a large sum of money, there was no need to be stingy in such a situation. Gloria, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed because it was clearly agreed that she would treat, but in the end, Lin Miao paid. After Kodeski and his companion left, Lin Miao and Gloria walked to the underground parking lot. Lucy and her companion would leave a bit later. And they wouldn't leave together to avoid raising suspicion. However, Gloria seemed to have a low tolerance for alcohol. She hadn't drunk much but was already drunk, her face flushed as Lin Miao helped her into the passenger seat. She looked completely dizzy. As for drunk driving, Night City's NCPD didn't care about that. They wished more people would crash and die so they could claim the cars. Mr. Linear. Gloria's red lips exhaled a strong scent of alcohol. Lin Miao felt she might truly be drunk. Today, Gloria lacked her usual maturity, instead acting somewhat coquettish like a young girl. You're interested in me. Mr. Linear. Right? You were interested in me from the first day we met, because of my looks, right? Lin Miao was a bit surprised. Was he that obvious that day? Heh. Gloria laughed drunkenly and triumphantly. At that time, Mr. Lin, your eyes were giving off a this woman is so beautiful glow. Although it was only for a moment, I saw it, you know. Don't underestimate a woman's observational skills. As she spoke, she kept gesturing with her hands, looking goofy. It was hard to imagine this was the same person he had known before. I'm very curious, no one has ever told me I'm pretty before, and I was also a little afraid of Mr. Lin, worried that Mr. Lin had intentions regarding David, which is why I agreed to cooperate with you. Do I look that bad? Heh. Just looking at your face, I would have thought Mr. Lin, you were someone's kept man, just like the person next to Mr. Kodeski just now. As she spoke, Gloria's hand touched his face. What surprised me the most was, Mr. Lin, you could have used David to control me, but you didn't. You even helped counsel David, and David has been much more obedient since he came back. I really have to thank you. I wouldn't go so far as to use someone else's son as leverage. I know, so wasn't I very obedient just now? I didn't say anything out of turn. It wouldn't be good if Miss Lucy misunderstood and got angry. As Gloria spoke, a hint of resentment entered her voice. If I had known Mr. Lin was this kind of person earlier, I wouldn't have been afraid. If only I had known. If only I had known. She pouted, seemingly regretting why she hadn't been more proactive before. But how could she have been proactive? Because she had deliberately kept her distance, Gloria might not even have understood Lin Miao as well as Lucy did. Their relationship was limited to transactions, perhaps a bit closer, but not to this extent. It was purely that the stimulation Lucy gave Gloria last time was too great, leading to her overreacting later, worried that Lin Miao would abandon her line. Miss Lucy is young, and beautiful, and a powerful hacker. She must be able to help you a lot, right? Unlike me, I can't help with anything. I even need you to go to great lengths to help me. Don't say that. You've helped me a lot. If it weren't for you, I'd still be searching the world for cyberware. With Mr. Lin's methods, you can find such things anywhere. I'm just a small pawn, and it's my good fortune to be found by you, Mr. Linear. Comparing the two, Gloria felt that she was being utterly outmatched by the other in every sense, with no competitiveness to speak of. Therefore, Gloria never even thought about competing with Lucy for Lin Miao. She couldn't win. It's very difficult. Do you understand? Mr. Lin, do you still like me? Would you mind that I'm older and not as pretty? She leaned in like a pathetic kitten about to be abandoned. I know, as soon as we get home, Mr. Lin, you'll belong to Miss Lucy again. So, can you leave this little bit of time in the car for me? Just this little bit is enough. She had spent a lot of Eurodollars buying a dress for today's date and had even done her eyebrows and eyes, just wanting to look prettier and leave a good impression on Lin Miao. Sigh. Lin Miao just sighed and didn't speak further, closing the car window, preparing to drive home. But in Gloria's eyes, this was tacit approval. She smiled sweetly, leaned over from the passenger seat, first gently kissed his cheek, then opened the car's front hood for Lin Miao, bending down to inspect the vehicle's engine. Fortunately, although this car wasn't a top-modified luxury vehicle, it was sturdy and durable. Its titanium alloy chassis and frame, combined with top-quality fuel, meant the engine was never threatened. Even under continuous high-intensity use for several days, it could always roar to life, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1.7 seconds, without any abnormal noises. After opening the hood, the technician Gloria first applied her self-made lubricant to the crankshaft connecting rod mechanism. The only pity was that due to the cap sealant, some light red substance was mixed inside the lubricant, but it didn't affect use, and even added a touch of brightness. The engine roared, and then she began a manual test start of the piston rods. The equipment ran well. Although Gloria had never performed similar work before, only hearing colleagues describe it or catching a glimpse online, she experienced no delay in actual operation. Returning to work after more than 20 years, it wasn't so unfamiliar. The vehicle owner, Lin Miao, expressed his concern to Gloria, hoping she wouldn't push herself too hard and would think twice before acting. But the technician Gloria raised her head, her eyes misty and full of seductive charm. Mr. Lin, just drive. You can leave the rest to me. Lin Miao was helpless and could only comply. After all, someone had to hold the steering wheel and step on the gas. After starting the engine, the car they were in disappeared into the neon traffic of Night City. Not bad, you're the best quality among this batch of newcomers. The newly awakened do-as-you-please looked bewildered, seeing a large, platter-like face pressed against his own. What the hell? Who the hell are you? He was so scared that he blurted out his hometown dialect, and as he spoke, he swung his hand, ready to slap the person in front of him, but his hand was easily blocked by the other party. Zhu Tiaoyu shook his head pretentiously and said to Tonks. It still seems not good. Let me take back what I just said. Do-as-you-please was still completely confused, unable to understand the situation. He only remembered that after putting on his helmet, his vision blurred, followed by many red numbers flashing, and when he woke up, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar place. He wasn't kidnapped to Southeast Asia for organ harvesting with some brainwave device in Miyun, was he? Didn't they say the Bai family had been strung up and killed? I'm warning you, I have rabies, so don't mess with me. There's no organ to harvest from me, it's not worth anything. Looking at the unusually intense reaction of rat poison, both of them didn't know what to say. And at this moment, players in other cabins also woke up one after another. Hey! Where is this? Is this in the game? It seems so. The item description says it's a biomodification pod, right? Damn, I thought this was a social experiment. I didn't expect it to be real. Oh. My figure is also very good. I actually have ABS, much better than my own. It's just that my chest is a bit small. Can't it be increased beyond AG cup? Their reactions weren't as intense as rat poison S. It was also because the wild monster Zhu Tiaoyu had put his face too close and scared them. Rat poison heard this and it seemed this wasn't Southeast Asia, and there were so many people, and the surrounding environment sounded futuristic. So he asked the two in front of him, is this, really a game? Zhu Tiaoyu shook his head, no, we really are organ harvesters. We've already harvested over 100 Nightwalker organs. You're next. Tonks, stop teasing him. Hurry and take them out. People outside have been waiting for half an hour. Rat poison, now certain he wasn't in danger, asked, waiting. You're the second batch. The first batch is still outside. There were only 15 modification pods, so the 30 slots could only be generated in batches, with an interval of about half an hour. After the old players led the new players out, there were already over 50 people in the agency, making the originally spacious lobby of the agency suddenly feel crowded. They familiarized themselves with the game system while complaining. Career selection only available at level 5? That's ridiculous. Shouldn't we choose our faction and race when we create our character at the start of the game? What kind of free and open world would that be then? Free, understand? What if you choose a sewer lid or a fat person based on looks, and you don't even get a chance to regret it? This is one account per person, no alt accounts allowed. Actually, sewer lid fat isn't bad either, pighead. Idiot. Then this game's leveling is a bit outrageous. You get 1 skill point per level, and 1 breakthrough point every 10 levels, which can upgrade basic skills to mastery. You can also improve skill experience through high-intensity training or actual combat. But there's no way to reset points. What? No way to reset points? Then you have to be very careful and plan well, right? Are there any other factions or sects? Is there only one agency? Okay, I'll tell you what. You walk out that main door right now and say you want to join the Night Walkers, and that's it. And then you can loot my gold, right? You saw through me, hehe. Some were also hunched over W in computers, browsing the shop interface. These prosthetics are a bit crude. Not quite what I imagined. There are 2 types of prosthetics. One is skeletal prosthetics, which only replace bones and part of the nerves. The other is full replacement prosthetics, which directly replace the entire arm, like mantis blades. It would be great if this game allowed microtransactions. I'd just buy out its entire shop. Then you're dreaming. Everything bought here uses Eurodollars, US dollars, European dollars, understand? A car costs tens of thousands, those tanks cost millions of RMB. Can you afford it? The new players were still getting familiar with the system, while the old players were already recruiting for teams. Patrol mission, €25 an hour. Chance to encounter Night Walkers or Wraith strongholds. 3 needed, 1 spot left. Basic firearms mastery LV4 and above apply. Garbage mountain scavenging mission looking for people. I'll pay for the taxi, taking 4 newbies. Small chance of finding treasure chests and opening equipment. Chemical lab looking for people. Requires experience in related industries. Must interview. Daily salary starts at €300. Mechanical factory hiring. Stone Ridge tunnel repair mission team. Aldcaldo's trade caravan. Can increase faction reputation and offers a chance to qualify for purchasing blue-grade cyberware equipment. It was noisy, just like a marketplace. Chapter 65 Players First Night. Over 50 players, that's a 1.5-fold increase in numbers. Lin Miao felt quite emotional. He wouldn't say he was overjoyed, because it meant 30 more mouths to feed. As the number of people increases, the difficulty of management will rise exponentially, not to mention that they will be split later, with some staying in the Badlands and some in the city, which will be even more troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Miao was no longer alone, he had some help. He pushed open the door on the 2nd floor and stepped out, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. However, after only 2 seconds of silence, the players became boisterous again. Hoping for players to be quiet was like dreaming. Let alone a fully immersive virtual reality game, even in a pixelated game, they would still circle NPCs like they had ADHD. Why does he look even handsomer than in the official website's character gallery? Is your company's programmer here? Is your photo beauty filter developing in reverse? This isn't fair. Why isn't there a looks attribute on the status panel? I suspect he stole my good looks. Your company, quickly release the modeling data. Tomorrow, I'm going to use his model as my skin to fleece rich women for Eurodollars. The more Lin Miao understood, the more he realized the uncontrollable nature of the player group. Now he could only pray that this group wouldn't blow up Night City in the future. He leaned on the railing, looking down at the players. Today, there's a special mission to select a batch of skilled operators to transport our goods to Night City, helping the agency employees stationed in the city complete a transaction with the 6th Street Gang. Main mission, first exploration of Night City. Mission type, exploration. Mission description, we have repelled the Night Walkers in the Badlands and successfully established a foothold in this area, but this is not even the beginning for our business. Only by making a name for ourselves in Night City will we have taken the true first step, and now is the best time for us to understand Night City. The 6th Street Gang in Santo Domingo has learned of our battle with the Night Walkers. They are very interested in our exoskeletons and have ordered 20 sets of light and heavy exoskeletons, making them our first batch of customers. However, these people are always restless and may not complete the transaction honestly, or rather, all gangs in Night City are of the same temperament. Protect our employee Gloria at all costs and ensure she completes this transaction. Mission acceptance requirements, combat-related skills LV5 and above, level 5 and above, player limit, 8. Mission rewards, 2,500 to €5,000, 500 GP points, access to some areas of Night City for a limited time. Mission failure judgment and penalty, Gloria's death, agency-related NPC favorability drops to -50. Lin Miao originally wanted to set it as cancellation of game qualification, but that would be too obvious and too outrageous, players would refuse to accept the mission, so he chose a penalty of NPC favorability dropping to 0. The description seemed ambiguous, but anyone who had played a strategy game knew what it meant. Unless their brains were addled, they would absolutely risk their own lives to get Gloria out of Santo Domingo. Doge, why didn't you say there was a main mission earlier, and it's time limited and slot limited? He had just accepted a patrol mission, rented a car, and even new players had signed up. He couldn't just ditch them and re-accept the mission, that would be too low class. Moreover, this game didn't have an option to abandon missions, one could only transfer the mission to others. The problem was, with this kind of veteran leading newbie situation, would he transfer the mission to the newbies? These people would probably get attacked by wolves as soon as they drove out, and then he would have to pay for the car. Red Bucket was on the verge of tears. I just accepted the tunnel reconstruction mission, can I cancel it? Jian Shui Wuming, what are you talking about? I'm in the same boat, I just took a boss order and can't get away now. The new players were very interested. They understood that Night City was a high-level map, but they weren't in a hurry. They didn't even know what the Badlands were like yet. A bunch of level 1 newbies going to a high-level map wouldn't even know how they died. They didn't want to get a 3-day cooldown gift package as soon as they started the game. Only the old players sighed, because many of them had already teamed up with newbies and accepted missions, so they could only watch as the 8 slots were taken by others. Ju Tiou, haha, let you show off to the newbies all you want, we'll be taking our leave first. Everyone. Tudo, big brothers, we'll definitely bring you Night City souvenirs when we come back, okay? And take some commemorative photos for you, so don't thank us, okay? Yiren, there's a new NPC, Gloria. Why haven't I heard Boss or Lucy mention her before? She's not even in the official website's character gallery. NIGE, new version, new characters, right? Just like Lucy in the last version. Maybe there will be all sorts of NPCs later on. Like that team we did a mission with last time, called Main's team, right? I bet they'll join soon enough, too. Otherwise, why give them so much screen time? Maybe these NPCs even have hidden missions. Ju Tiou, don't overthink it, bro. Last time you said there was a hidden mission, and the NPC died, which made us depressed for a long time. And this time, the mission has a failure penalty, minus 50 favorability. Damn it, we can't even see favorability now. How much is -50? NIGE, I estimate it's at least from indifferent to hostile. This penalty feels so severe, it would be more comfortable if they just deducted money. God knows how difficult it is to increase favorability in this game. Ju Tiou, by the way, do you know what the 6th Street Gang does? NIGE, from the description, they should be rednecks. Anyway, they haven't done any less illegal things. But I really want to complain about the name of this dangling exoskeleton's paint job. Why this name? It's too damn abstract. Tudo, America is like this. They're already fighting fiercely before even entering the city. Why don't we bring dozens of rocket launchers in? If we can't win, we'll just throw them. NIGE, that won't work. According to the setting, Night City has a weapons ban, prohibiting many heavy weapons and equipment from entering the city. Rocket launchers are already pushing the boundaries of the ban. Bringing too many would violate regional regulations, and taking them out directly might get you flagged as a red name and wanted, like in Grand Theft Auto, where you immediately get a 2-star wanted level. Tudo, then what do we do? This mission has such a severe penalty, and so many rules. What if we go in empty-handed and can't win? That's a level 5 monster zone, the wild monsters are definitely stronger than night walkers. At this moment, the players were very concerned about the severe failure outcome and the numerous rules, when the idea man Ju Tiou suddenly said, I have an idea. Since we can't bring rocket launchers, can we bring some other things? How much money do you still have? After the last tunnel battle, the players could be said to have had a bountiful harvest. In this regard, Lin Miao was never stingy, and many people had upgraded their gear, with a large distribution of green cybernetics and a significant increase in variety. Unlike the locals who would worry about getting cyberpsychosis, players had no psychological burden or pressure regarding equipping cyberware. Phantom pain did not exist, and cyberware equipped through the modification bay would not cause immune system resistance. As long as the body attribute points were sufficient, they could stack them up. Each body point represented the cyberware equipment limit. For example, Yiren 7 body points allowed for 70% cyberware modification. Of course, the difficulty for players to increase their attributes was exceptionally high. Every point increase required great effort, and it became harder the further they progressed. Besides cyberware, even their guns were new, and there were many attachments allowing players to customize their firearms. However, while old players generally had basic firearm mastery up to LV5, this didn't mean they understood the purpose of every gun part. To assemble firearms themselves, they would need at least mastery. Moreover, among the smuggled goods were many electromagnetic weapons and a small number of smart weapons, as well as their attachments. However, their prices were several times higher than conventional kinetic weapons, and smart weapons were more than 10 times higher. The ammunition for the 3 types was not interchangeable, and each was more expensive than the last. Even the night walkers were reluctant to use them, and certainly didn't dare to, as they were the boss's goods, which ultimately benefited Lin Miao. Lin Miao had to find a way to make players spend most of the money they earned within the agency's internal shopping system. Only in this way could he maintain long-term good operation, otherwise, the agency's economic system might face collapse. Don't be fooled by him lavishly giving money to every player. In reality, Lin Miao didn't have that much money in hand, it was all virtual figures. But fortunately, players died quickly, and cyberware broke quickly. After all, this was not a world where equipment would never drop. During battles, these cyberware often broke before their lives were lost, and players replaced them frequently. Sometimes, they would also trade the replaced equipment among themselves. So Lin Miao rarely hid things, he put all good items in the shop, and players would develop a dependency effect because of it. NIGE, I still have over $1,000. What do you want to do? Natural Curl, I have 2,300. Savage, I have €8,000. Everyone was startled, how do you have so much? Is your wallet made of iron, buddy? You managed not to spend any of it. Savage shrugged, saving up to buy an exoskeleton. I used one last time and it felt really good, so this time I just bought a light subcutaneous armor, and everything else is still old gear. Ju, we don't need that much. If everyone pitches in about €6,000, that should be enough. We'll go to the store to buy some things, then find Erduo to help us make it. We'll give him a processing fee, it won't cost much. He gathered the other 7 players. Based on what we know so far, it's pretty much confirmed. With old captain's connections in the NCPD, it's incredibly easy to register a list of illegal immigrants into the city's population system. Plus, Night City is already a hub for illegal immigrants. No one would care about a few dozen, let alone a few hundred. No one probably knows the actual difference between Night City's official population statistics and its real population. With this crime rate and wealth disparity, without some extra population, they really couldn't sustain their games. When the players arrived at the Night City checkpoint in their trucks, over a dozen fully armed NCPD officers were individually inspecting vehicles. This was a source of their extra income. This was the first time the players had seen NPCs resembling police officers. In the Badlands, it was always melee tech corporate personnel maintaining order and combating smuggling. Of course, that's just talk. In reality, melee tech personnel don't care about public order at all. Catching smugglers is just for embezzlement. They can confiscate your goods for various reasons, and as long as your connections aren't strong enough, you'll always be exploited by them. And based on the data the players found in Garbage Mountain, they were barely able to list a few differences between this unheard-of police system and the police in the real American Federation. NCPD officers can detain individuals for up to a year without charges. Shooting a person in the limbs will be considered a warning shot, not the use of lethal force. When signaled to stop, vehicles that do not immediately pull over may be shot at. When suppressing cyberpsychosis, if it causes damage to public facilities, including civilian casualties, the use of lethal force is permitted. It's absurd, but it's true. Egyptian Queen looked at the NCPD officers ahead, whom the truck drivers were respectfully nodding and paying, and complained, "These guys look so arrogant, openly collecting money. They feel even more arrogant than the police in Los Santos. Inferior warrior, I'm telling you, if you get caught and pinned to the ground later, just shout 'I can't breathe,' and then commit suicide. Maybe it'll even spark a wave of NPC protests. Not only should the gameplay be free, but the game content should also be free. Egyptian Queen, go away, go away, go away. This special attack is ineffective against yellow and white people. According to the player's own deductions of the game's plot progression, they would usually be stopped, questioned, scrutinized, blackmailed, or even get into violent conflicts and car chases when entering the city. The drivers of the civilian cars in front, behind, and to the sides of the player convoy frequently complained and cursed at the NCPD officers, which further confirmed this point for them, so they were all prepared for battle. Are you kidding? Which of these people hasn't had thousands of lives on their hands in Los Santos? They're all friendly citizens who routinely get 5-star wanted levels. Would they be afraid of the cops? Even if you brought American Federation President Myers in front of them, they'd dare to spit in her face. As the traffic slowly flowed into the city, it was soon the players' turn. The 8 of them, in 2 trucks, were not very conspicuous in the queue. A police officer stopped in front of the truck, knocking on the door, "Get out, open the cargo doors for inspection, and show your IDs." His tone and attitude could hardly be called friendly, and his actions showed impatience and disdain. From the player's perspective, this was the starting point for provocation and conflict. A few of them were already eager, reaching for their gun grips. There was no other way, even the players knew what they were doing right now. They were smuggling, which was illegal even in the game, and clashed with the cops. Wait. Just as Egyptian Queen, who was driving, was about to hand over the pre-prepared documents, an officer whose identity seemed higher than the inspecting officers walked out from the checkpoint behind the police officer. He first stopped the officer's actions, then looked at the license plates of the 2 trucks and the documents Lin Miao had prepared for the players, and then directly waved his hand. Go. Egyptian Queen's mouth twitched, her face long. After the traffic limiter was lifted, she drove into Night City. While other drivers were still troubled by the officers make things difficult, the players were already annoyed by their easy passage. This is so disappointing, damn it. They were ready to stage a tense and exciting car chase here, but these guys just let them go. Don't they have any sense of being public servants? Ju, damn it, this is an anti-trope. I was ready to pull out my gun and kill this bastard. I estimate the police here should be level 5 to 10, but why do their equipment look not very good? They're not much stronger than us. NIGE observed very carefully when passing the checkpoint. Most NCPD officers held pistols, a few on guard held rifles, plus a few fixed automatic machine guns. Although they couldn't see the level of cyberware the officers had, they felt they could totally fight them, even though everyone wore bulletproof vests, which might be a bit troublesome. If they could bring rocket launchers, and the 8 of them wore exoskeletons, they might be able to flatten the checkpoint. Of course, this doesn't account for police reinforcements. Maybe the boss has already taken care of it. Tudo was more pragmatic. 20 sets of exoskeletons would cost at least €400,000. How could we possibly fight? If we lost even one, selling you wouldn't even cover the cost, okay. He was telling the truth. Even the oldest players, who had played the longest, only had at most 2 green items and the rest were white items, totaling at most €15,000. 2. Let's first check out the situation in the city. We're here to set up a forward operating base, so everyone hold back a bit later. Don't act like country bumpkins entering the city and make our boss and the company lose face. Everyone had only ever seen Night City from afar on the mountaintop, with its constantly flying aerocars and airships. They could only learn bits and pieces of the city from Garbage Mountain and other NPCs, and they were full of curiosity, wondering which was stronger compared to real-world cities. However, after entering the city, the players were both surprised and disappointed. Ju Yu looked at the distant cluster of skyscrapers after entering the city. Holy crap, the buildings here are so tall, and there are so many aerocars. It's a bit too extravagant, isn't it? He was looking at Night City's city center, the Corpo Plaza area. Skyscrapers hundreds of meters high shot up like a bamboo forest, very dense. Some buildings were even connected by sky bridges and walkways, and the sky was filled with a dense network of aerocars coming and going, their anti-gravity jets spewing blue light like swarms of fireflies. In their home country, due to issues like lighting, feng shui, and construction site problems, such dense clusters of skyscrapers generally wouldn't appear. At most, 2 or 3 skyscrapers would face each other across a street. But in Night City's city center, just a glance revealed at least dozens of skyscrapers crammed into a small area, with corporate logos on them so dense it was astonishing. The reflective glass on the outer buildings shimmered brilliantly in the midday sun. Even though the players hadn't entered the city center, they could feel the prosperity from afar. But in contrast to that prosperity, the area they entered, belonging to Santo Domingo, was a suburban slum, something they rarely saw. 2 or 3-story houses were everywhere, the walls of dilapidated apartments were grimy black, and the buildings were haphazardly arranged, showing no signs of urban planning. Streets were littered with feces, garbage piles, and burning barrels. Even without activating their olfactory systems, they could smell the pungent odor, completely unlike the futuristic metropolis they had imagined. This was even worse than the urban villages back home, damn it. An Egyptian queen said at this moment, I can tell you with certainty that the game's urban art designer definitely did on-site inspections in America. It's exactly as I remember it. Chapter 66 I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Night City, this sleepless city renowned worldwide, a dream destination for ordinary people, was, in the eyes of players, rather unremarkable, even eliciting a feeling of is that all. The hygiene and infrastructure conditions were worse than a third-tier town in China, with vast industrial factories spewing black smoke, chemical storage tanks dozens of meters high looking rusted on the outside, and gang members visible everywhere on the streets, even sporadic gunshots could be heard. Was this the world of 2077? Although players had anticipated this due to Garbage Mountain outside the city, Aldecaldo's evaluation of Night City, and other factors, and despite having privately browsed relevant cyberpunk works and understood the culture, thinking that as a futuristic sci-fi city, it couldn't be too bad, they were still greatly disappointed when they actually entered Night City. This was no less than imagining the water city Venice and the beautiful Rhine River in France from middle school textbooks, only to find when they grew up and had the means to travel abroad, that the water was murky, not only exceeding E. coli standards but also reeking of sewage, and living there for too long would lead to rheumatism and arthritis. The map currently open to players in Night City is only Santo Domingo, the area occupying the southeastern corner of Night City. Santo Domingo is divided into 2 districts, Arroyo and Rancho Coronado Farm. Lin Miao and Gloria's meeting point was in the southern part of Coronado Farm, a few kilometers east of the H4 skyscraper. When players found Gloria, they were thoroughly impressed. Compared to 3 days ago, Gloria seemed like a different person. She wore high-top Martens, jeans, a black inner shirt, and had her hair in a high ponytail. Although she still wore the yellow jacket issued by the company, she had unzipped it and her hands were in her pockets. Her entire demeanor had changed. Now, even if she were thrown into Afterlife Bar, many people would probably mistake her for a genuine edge runner. She even wore sunglasses similar to Maine's, making her appear mature and capable. When the player's truck stopped by the road and the tailgate opened, Gloria jumped into the truck. The moment Chajin Warrior saw Gloria, he exclaimed, "Holy crap, Misato Katsuragi." Who? Although Lin Miao had told Gloria before coming that his subordinates were new to the city, might be a bit eccentric, and didn't know much about Night City, needing her guidance, it was still too much to mistake her for someone else right upon entering, wasn't it? Chajin Warrior rubbed the back of his head apologetically, nothing, you just have a similar vibe to her. I mistook you. The other players all chuckled, creating a ruckus. If it weren't for the facts before her, Gloria would never have believed that this group of people had actually defeated Nightwalker head-on outside the city. She just found it strange that there were only 6 people in this vehicle. Was the other one completely filled with cargo? She found an empty seat and sat down. Although she was a bit nervous, she didn't show it on her face, appearing very calm. Although Lin Miao felt that this transaction might go wrong, possibly not happening or even escalating into a conflict, black-on-black betrayal was not uncommon in 6th Street gang territory. Gloria didn't want to think too much. She had to make this deal, and not only make it but also bring this group of people back alive. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101kanshu.com. Although she hadn't introduced herself yet, Gloria was an employee of the agency. She could pull up partial files on these people by their names above their heads. Although the information was sparse, only containing age, randomly generated false experiences, and actual combat records, it was enough for Gloria to understand the players. Feel free to ask anything, I'll do my best to answer your questions. Meanwhile, the players were already impatient, especially Nige, who held a small notebook seemingly filled with a long list of questions, waiting to ask this agency NPC stationed in the city. The other party would surely provide him with a lot of useful information to show off on the forums. However, as Gloria checked the players, her gaze drifted and she saw their heavy jackets, which they had taken off and hung in the truck. Her pupils immediately constricted. She swallowed and asked NIGE, "What is that?" The headquarters of the 6th Street Gang is in Arroyo, the largest industrial area in Santo Domingo, with its own nuclear power plant, robot factory, logistics center, and heavy warehouses, as well as large areas of abandoned, unmanaged construction sites. Such places become the habitat of the 6th Street Gang. The transaction location was also in an abandoned factory in Arroyo, with 6 or 7 6th Street Gang thugs guarding the entrance. They looked like Texas militias, wearing wide-brimmed hats, dirt gray jackets, carrying rifles, and faces with red sunburns from long exposure to the sun, exuding an air of God is number 1, I'm number 2, and the earth is number 3. It perfectly matched the player's stereotype of rednecks. After comparing vehicle information, the thugs pulled away the roadblock and allowed the 2 trucks to enter the warehouse. There were even more 6th Street Gang punks in the warehouse. A dozen or so stood scattered along the second-floor corridor, and 20 or 30 more were on the first floor. Some sat on broken sofas playing cards and gambling, others watched brain dance, silly smile, and there was even a boxing ring in one corner of the warehouse. In the central open space, a dozen or so 6th Street Gang punks gathered, each looking fierce and showing no regard for the 2 trucks that had just driven in. A sofa was placed in their midst, but the person sitting there was not William. It was another middle-aged man. After the vehicles pulled over, Gloria was the first to jump out, followed by 8 fully armed players who walked to her side. From all aspects, their appearance was quite good, at least, they were not at all intimidated by the 6th Street Gang thugs, who outnumbered them by more than 10 to 1. Are you kidding? They've seen a few big scenes, all right? This is nothing. Gloria looked around and asked, "Where's William Byrne?" "Don't look, I'm in charge of this deal." The middle-aged man on the sofa had a very disdainful expression. He picked up the wine glass on the table and took a few big gulps. "I really don't know how much benefit you gave William, that guy, for him to agree to buy this scrap metal. It's ugly and clumsy. Letting the brothers wear this stuff to fight for territory with others, I don't know how many people will laugh at us, but I don't want to agree." The thugs around him also laughed, seemingly not wanting to do this business at all. But even a fool could tell he was stalling. This guy's eyes had been fixed on the inside of the truck ever since the door opened. And the actual situation was indeed like this. One of the 2 delivered exoskeletons was sent to Pepper Pot to be dismantled and attempted to be replicated, while the other heavy exoskeleton was deployed on the front line where the 6th Street Gang and Valentinos clashed, and as expected, a firefight ensued later. Although this MT-1 Captain America performed poorly in complex terrain, it achieved excellent results in direct street battles. Conventional firepower was almost unable to penetrate the heavy shield in this exoskeleton's hand. The 6th Street Gang technicians even cut an observation hole, a firing port, and a simple support frame into the large shield, making it convenient for the user to mount a machine gun on the shield and fire. And the most important thing was not how strong this exoskeleton's performance was, but rather its striking old American Federation flag paint job, which made the 6th Street Gang militiamen wearing this exoskeleton a banner in itself. Wherever Captain America appeared, the 6th Street Gang militiamen could unleash unexpected morale, making it difficult for the Valentinos to resist. It was precisely because the exoskeleton had a good response on the front line that the 6th Street Gang agreed to William's lobbying and ordered more than a dozen exoskeletons from Lin Miao, totaling 20 with those ordered by William and his group. Facing the laughter of the 6th Street Gang, Gloria said, "Your internal matters are irrelevant to my company. Please decide how to coordinate internally. Now is our transaction time. The goods have arrived, where is the money?" The man put down his wine glass and picked up the revolver next to him, admiring it. "Money? Go find whoever promised you. I'm here to collect the goods." The surrounding 6th Street Gang thugs also showed a subtle tendency to encircle them, and even the warehouse door was closed. But neither the 8 players nor Gloria showed any fear. Ju Tiu even took a step forward and challenged, "Damn it, what do you mean? You want to pull a black on black?" He didn't even bother to pull out his gun when he said this. Coster frowned. He had made it so clear, so why were these people still pretending not to understand? "Give me some money. Don't you understand the meaning of a little something?" Gloria, having been in Night City for so long, naturally knew that at this point, if she just gave 10 or 20,000, the matter would be settled, with both sides satisfied. But she didn't want to pay that money. Coster simply made it clear, having his subordinate take out a briefcase and place it on the table. "This batch of goods isn't worth that much in my eyes. Here's 200,000. Take the money and leave the goods, or all of you stay." "Understood." Gloria looked at the man in front of her, who appeared to be a mid-level member of the 6th Street Gang, and asked coldly, "Is this your decision, or the decision of someone above you?" Coster, emboldened, shouted, "Brothers, tell her what the difference is." "No difference. We are the rulers of this territory." Another burst of laughter followed. But Gloria said, 360,000, not a single coin less. Seeing that the person in front of him was unyielding, Coster slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and glared at the woman who didn't know her place. He feigned anger and roared, "You want to die, don't you? Do you really think you'll walk out of here alive today?" As he finished speaking, the surrounding 6th Street Gang thugs cocked their guns, their sounds clearly audible in the closed warehouse. However, Gloria was unfazed. She kicked the coffee table, knocking over the wine glasses Coster had just placed on it, and then, in front of everyone, unzipped her jacket. Seeing Gloria's action, Coster still wanted to laugh, thinking what era are we in for a honey trap. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. My effing, you crazy woman. Coster almost peed his pants in fright and tried to retreat, but he stumbled back onto the sofa. Because under Gloria's clothes was not a graceful figure, but extreme danger. Like her, Zhu Tiaoyu and Tu Do behind her also unzipped their jackets. The 8 players each pulled out their weapons, aimed in all directions back to back. The surrounding 6th Street gang thugs immediately cowered, not daring to shoot, and retreated one after another. Because strapped to the 3 of them were blocks of explosives, wrapped with wires and detonators. The switches were in their hands, and a ticking sound could be heard. Gloria directly lifted her leg and jumped onto the coffee table in front of Coster. From a commanding position, she pulled down her sunglasses, revealing her eyes, and looked at Coster's face. As if afraid he wouldn't hear clearly, she said word by word, I said, not a single coin less. Do you understand? Coster, surrounded by his subordinates, refused to concede. He didn't believe a corporate dog would have such resolve. Did the boss's business need subordinates to risk their lives? He gritted his teeth and stood up, pointing the revolver at Gloria's head. You're effing bluffing me. I grew up being scared. If you have the guts, try pressing it. His eyes were red, and his face was grim. Even though Gloria was standing on the coffee table, she was still a bit shorter than him, but in terms of aura, she didn't give an inch. Do you believe I'll shoot you dead right now? Really? I don't believe it. Gloria didn't back down at all. She even grabbed the barrel of his revolver and pressed it against her own forehead. Come on, shoot me, let me see how many lives you have to trade with me. As if remembering something, Gloria added to Coster, you'd best tell your hacker to be careful. These bombs are connected to my interface. As soon as the neural pulse frequency exceeds the peak, they'll explode immediately. Here's an extra piece of information, before I got into this line of work, I was half an emergency doctor. Maybe one of your lives was saved by me, you know. Coster's lips trembled. He had seen many reckless edge runners or punks, who hovered on the brink of death with the mentality of getting rich overnight or becoming a legend. But no corporate dog had ever dared to do this. They had privileged lives, high social status, and it was impossible for them to take off their suits and leather shoes to roll in the mud with punks, let alone threaten him with their lives. He looked into Gloria's eyes, trying to find a trace of panic. But unfortunately, there was no such thing in Gloria's eyes. Ever since that night, she had ordered herself to do everything the other party asked, no matter the cost. Even if it meant gambling her own life. So, the person in front of him was serious. Even if the bomb was fake, Coster dared not gamble. From his lips trembling to his hands starting to shake, Coster could barely hold the gun anymore. And Gloria still didn't intend to let him off. What's wrong, sir? Is your gun not working, or do you not know how to use it? Do you need me to teach you? She drew the pistol strapped to her waist and pressed it against Coster's head. The surrounding subordinates immediately panicked, but facing that amount of explosives, they didn't dare to move. This was at least 10 kilograms, enough to send half a large football field's worth of people to the sky. They had even closed the warehouse door themselves, making it hard to escape. They had truly shot themselves in the foot. Coster's face was pale, and large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. All the alcohol he had just drunk was now flowing out. His throat was as dry as if it had been branded with a hot iron. I was just joking with you, why be so serious? After speaking, he spread his hands to both sides, then lowered the gun in his hand, and ordered his subordinates to bring up the remaining box of money. Coster forced an ugly smile. All the money is here. We, the 6th Street Gang, never shortchange our partners in business. Gloria glanced at the money box, then put her gun away. She put her sunglasses back on, brushed a strand of her red curly hair from her forehead, and then gave Coster a charming, toothy smile though in his eyes, it was the smile of a crazy woman. We like to do business with trustworthy people, sir, but I hope next time you won't tell these unfunny cold jokes. She then gestured for the wildman to take the money box from the table, and then had the other players move the boxes containing the full set of exoskeleton parts from the car. Coster asked somewhat anxiously, don't you need to count it? Gloria reholstered her pistol, then jumped off the coffee table, preparing to get in the car and leave. Hearing this, she said to Coster with her back to him, since you said the 6th Street Gang wouldn't shortchange its partners, why wouldn't I believe you? Of course, my company also hopes that next time the 6th Street Gang won't cause a rift by needing to find new people to handle the handover with us. Business is all about harmony bringing wealth, isn't it? Halfway through her sentence, Gloria seemed to suddenly remember something. She called over Zhu Tiaoyu and said a few words to him, after which Zhu Tiaoyu immediately nodded and began to unstrap the explosive vest from his body. It was his idea to make these bomb vests, and now he just wanted to say, am I awesome or what? The standoff scene just now was exactly like a Hong Kong gangster movie. He felt even cooler than when he was fighting night walkers, simply a reincarnation of Mark Gore, super cool. And his actions also scared the 6th Street Gang thugs, who thought these corporate dogs were about to turn hostile. But fortunately, Zhu Tiaoyu only removed the explosive vest and placed it, along with the detonator, on the coffee table in front of Coster. Then he said very arrogantly and provocatively, our big sister said this is the tip you wanted earlier. No need for change. This cost me over 2,000 to have someone make. Remember, I'm Westlake Jutiu. Coster no longer had the energy to complain about the strange name. He didn't recover until he watched these corporate dogs finish moving the exoskeleton equipment boxes and drive their cars out of the warehouse. After a long while, he slumped back onto the sofa, no longer caring about his embarrassing situation. His subordinate had already taken the explosive vest in front of him to a remote, uninhabited area for disassembly. Whether it was real or not, these guys who operated at the bottom had no human rights. Soon, the person who went to disarm the bomb rushed back and said, "Boss, that bomb was real, but it wasn't connected to any interface. It could only be detonated with a detonator, and it's still usable after disassembly." Coster's vest was already soaked with cold sweat. He leaned his head in his hands in despair, washing his face with his hand. Damn it, today I ran into a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 67 Night City Outpost. No one knew what Gloria was thinking at that moment. Perhaps even she herself didn't know. When she saw the bomb vest in the car, she took the one that was originally meant for the Savage. No matter how much the players refused, Gloria still forcefully took it and bought it with cash after asking for the price. For the players, this might just be part of the game's plot progression, they couldn't advance without it. But Gloria only felt her head buzzing. At that moment, she subconsciously wondered what Lin Miao would do, what Main and the others would do. She had seen too many mercenaries and corporate dogs in her life. Gloria knew exactly what these people would say, think, and do in such situations. She almost instinctively mimicked their tough demeanor and tone. In this man-eating city, if you show even a hint of weakness, you'll be completely devoured, not even bone fragments left. By the time Gloria came back to her senses, she was already sitting in the car. Still shaken, her lips were pale, sweat constantly beaded on her forehead, and her heart pounded uncontrollably. She could only lean against the carriage, eyes half closed, gasping for breath. Who? Gloria felt someone sit beside her, probably one of the agents. A handkerchief was offered from the side. Wipe yourself. Look how scared you are. Thank you. Gloria paused after taking the handkerchief, then turned to see Lucy sitting beside her, completely stunned. Miss Lucy? Why are you here? Lucy sat with her legs crossed, looking at the 2 boxes of Eurodollars opposite her, and said expressionlessly, for something so important to him, how could I possibly let you come alone? I was in another car just now in case the 6th Street gang decided to make a move. But, what were you thinking? Tying a bomb to yourself? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lucy's voice carried a hint of reproach, making Gloria, who was almost twice her age, feel embarrassed. I just felt this matter was more important than my life. But in his eyes, your life is more important than this mission. Lucy was very serious because she knew how Lin Miao had given orders to these agents. These people could even sacrifice their lives to bring Gloria back alive. If Gloria died, she didn't know how Lin Miao would treat these fellow artificial humans. And what exactly about this woman, Gloria, attracted Lin Miao? In fact, Lucy had thought about this for several nights and finally figured it out. Maternal instinct. As an artificial human, Lin Miao didn't have a normal childhood. From birth, he lived in a dark, sunless basement, and later was hunted by corporations. Compared to Lin Miao, Lucy's childhood was pleasant. So, he must have felt a maternal instinct from Gloria, which is why he was attracted to her. Though unwilling, Lucy had to admit that she couldn't compare to Gloria in this regard. Lin Miao hadn't touched any of Night City's common vices like promiscuity, drug use, gambling, or brain dance addiction. She originally thought she wouldn't have to worry, but it seemed she was being too timed. Lucy felt like she was about to crack. She had originally come out of concern to check on the situation, but Gloria had performed even better than she had imagined. At least Lucy admitted she couldn't have done those things. She was completely clueless about business and negotiation. The other woman could do many things for Lin Miao that she couldn't, which was a great help to Lin Miao's career. She was definitely not just a pretty face. But in terms of presence, Lucy would absolutely not back down. Don't cross the line. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't think about anything extra, understood? Lucy attributed everything that happened to Lin Miao, an artificial human who hadn't experienced childhood or social education, leading him to be completely corrupted in this vast divat of a world. It was the fault of this crumbling world, not his. Lucy felt that as long as she slowly guided him and took the time to straighten out his thought process, it would be fine. When she told Kiwi about this, Kiwi didn't say anything, just held a cigarette and looked at Lucy with an expression reserved for idiots. Had this woman's brain been fried during a deep dive? But Kiwi also didn't say anything. She had seen too many women blinded by emotion, and their endings were usually not good. It was pointless to reason with such people. Now, she could only hope Lucy would realize it herself soon. Gloria was a bit confused by Lucy's words. What did she mean by do my own thing? Had that thing been discovered? She immediately tensed up but couldn't understand why Lucy had this attitude. She could only bite the bullet and say, I will absolutely not disappoint Mr. Lin and Miss Lucy. And I am an employee of this company, am I not? Speaking of which, her serial number was even higher than theirs. Unlike the stiff atmosphere here, in another compartment, the players were overjoyed, with a lively atmosphere, almost ready to party. Ju ha. Ha. Brothers, wasn't my move awesome? I'm Li Yunlong, going to Chu Yunfei's Hungmen banquet with explosives strapped to me. I lifted my shirt, and those monsters almost peed themselves. Inferior warrior, you two really don't treat yourselves as human beings, do you? I remember last time you two also threw yourselves out like bomb packages, right? Ju nonsense. As long as it's effective, it's a badass tactic. Besides, don't you Hong Kong movies love to film such scenes? Like when Zhang Shixing robbed Li Kaxing, I think he used this trick. Potato, how do I feel like we two are not far from becoming self-destructing units? Maybe in the future, we'll be stuffed into cannonballs and directly shot out. Savage, it's fine, you two are locked in, okay? Next time, you two handle this kind of thing. Don't drag me into it. Ju afraid of what? At worst, 3 days later, I'll be a good man again. The most important thing is it's cool. And tragic. You guys will never learn my aerial motorcycle bombing operation from last time, okay? NIG, honestly, you two are still a bit behind our new NPC big sister, Fingertip Universe. Look at her aura, look at her temperament. She directly scared the other side into collapsing on the sofa. And how do you think the other side wouldn't really make a move? You've never seen the 6th Street Gang. Ju please, my family runs a seafood business, okay? And it's quite established. Temporary price changes are too normal. It's only been good for the past 2 years. A few years ago, those fishermen organized dozens of boats for a big strike, blockading the port. They also stored plenty of explosives for illegal fishing. Hundreds of gangsters from the fish market next door coming to cause trouble, that's what you call a big scene. These few people are nothing, they just look fierce with guns. But for business, everyone is after money. Ultimately, it's about who's more ruthless. As long as you look fiercer and more reckless, the other party will back down, you know. And the mission prompt was so obvious. If you still don't understand, wouldn't you really be retarded? Potato, what? So you're not retarded? Why do you have that misconception? And I told you guys that our brother Sun always carries 2 sets of keys on his waist when he goes out. Anyone in the Hangzhou fish market who dares to disrespect brother Sun gets thrown into West Lake to feed the crabs. Now do you understand what quite established means? Ju Huang Xiudong, get lost. Chajin warrior, by the way, NIG, what did you find out when you asked Gloria? NIG, nothing much, just some things about the city. NIG pulled out a crumpled map from his chest. He found it among the old caldos. Many things were marked on it with a marker, even detailed information like which streets had bars, underground trading spots, the nicknames of fixers, famous mercenaries active in the area. Maybe we'll have free time after turning in the mission. Without a map, we'd be completely lost here, wouldn't we? By the way, Egyptian Queen, where are you taking us? The Egyptian Queen, when asked, had her eyes fixed on the surroundings along the road. She noticed that people here drove especially recklessly, and who knew what might suddenly dart out from the sides and crash into the car. The boss just gave a location. Don't know what kind of damn place it is, but judging by the direction, it's not far from here. The player's convoy had just entered the Arroyo Industrial Zone. There was nothing novel about the surroundings. Factory areas bearing the Arezaka logo occupied almost a quarter of Arroyo, filled with Arezaka's closed-off factories and logistics centers. They were plastered with corporate insignia and their private armed security forces. Security personnel stood openly with guns at entrances and watchtowers, and drones patrolled the sky, making it seem like a military-restricted zone to the uninitiated. However, the players noticed that the equipment of these corporate security forces was several grades better than that of the NCPD police. Drones, armored vehicles, robots, even hovering patrol cars, and tall, light power armored warriors. Not to mention the unseen cyberware. In the game, this would be considered a red, high-risk zone. Someone was already eager. Hey, what do you think would happen if we rushed in and started a massacre later? NIG, we'd be shot on sight, of course. Didn't you see everyone around here giving this company's territory a wide berth? The guns those guys are holding look different from ours, they must be at least level 15. That was Arezaka, even players who had only operated outside the city before had heard of this company's formidable reputation. Half of Night City's politics and military were in the hands of this multinational giant, they practically controlled everything. Egyptian Queen, this game really gives the little neon a lot of power, actually turning the tables and crossing the border to beat up American Federation daddy. I just wonder which has a more authentic flavor, Horizon or Showa American Story. Inferior Warrior, after all, it's one of the birthplaces of cyberpunk culture, and Ghost in the Shell's influence is still huge. Moreover, Japantown, where Phoenix Club takes place, is an indispensable part of cyberpunk. It's a pity it's in Watson and hasn't opened yet, otherwise I'd go check it out. As a cultural product of the last century, the neon, during its economic peak, left a significant legacy in the creative arts. Cultural works from that era almost always bore some trace of neon. Egyptian Queen, as a native of Jinling, I'm definitely going to beat up the little neon. As soon as Watson opens, I'm going to kick some ass at Phoenix Club. They passed the Arezaka Industrial Park. The destination was in the northern Coronado Farm, adjacent to East Republic Road, which divided Westbrook in the northeast and Santo Domingo in the southeast like a border. Basically, if you take the Badlands Road on the east side into the city, you'll reach the place in no time. It was a small, abandoned factory, not a large area, about 1 hectare. Inside, there was a concrete agency building and 2 colored steel tile warehouses, 1 factory and no staff dormitories. It had been abandoned for a long time, the colored steel tiles on the warehouse exterior were tattered and severely rusted, looking like they would crumble with a touch. Factories in Santo Domingo were built and torn down and rebuilt. There were countless similar small factories, bought by bosses who went bankrupt halfway through renovations and ran away, leaving them unattended. But if you wanted to get a bargain and lease the factory at a low price, you would most likely encounter various debt collection teams from banks and loan sharks. They would tell you that by leasing this factory, you would also have to assume and repay the original debts, which would be a huge sum of money that an ordinary person couldn't afford. And these things, if you didn't check carefully when signing the contract, absolutely no one would tell you. Lin Miao had to rely on old captain's connections to find a relatively clean factory with not too much dark history from him. The rent was €600,000 for 6 months, which was already very cheap land in Night City. The reason for the low price was, of course, simple. This place couldn't be rented out. Because it was too close to the city's edge and the intersection of various factions, it was incredibly chaotic. The previous owner went bankrupt and closed down because various gangs, mercenaries, and smuggling groups visited constantly, unable to bear it any longer. It had only just been taken over now. But Lin Miao didn't care. In his opinion, chaos was good. Only with chaos would players have things to do, and only with chaos would the troubles players caused not be too conspicuous. The chaos here, in his opinion, was less troublesome than cobwebs during a spring cleaning. Lin Miao was quite afraid of small insects. But the good news was there were no spiders here, because these little things were extinct in Night City, only cockroaches remained, even mosquitoes didn't survive the biological mass extinction. Yes, the biological mass extinction. The biological extinction disaster triggered by humans in the previous century was theoretically close to an ice age. Now, a living panda is worth more than 10 times Lin Miao's value. This is a fantastical era where 1 kilogram of chicken can sell for €400. Cooked, the price would have to increase tenfold, otherwise Lucy wouldn't have had to pay over €25,000 for desserts made with animal cream that day. Back to the main topic. Lin Miao now had 3 strongholds: Stone Ridge Town, the tunnel, and this abandoned factory. Currently, the number of players is 49, which is clearly insufficient to cover 3 areas. So he also prepared in advance to release 2 batches of slots in version 0.4, expanding this number to 100. The agency would serve as the newbie village. New players would familiarize themselves with the world around the agency, cause trouble for the wraiths, level up their skills, determine their future career paths, run dungeons, pick up junk, and so on. There would be plenty for them to do. Lin Miao planned to temporarily convert the Stone Ridge Tunnel into a factory and warehouse. It was more secluded and had more usable storage space. However, the environment there was not good, so it couldn't be used as an industrial area for large-scale production. In the future, all factories would inevitably have to be relocated to Santo Domingo or Watson. Experienced players who had already familiarized themselves with the processes and mastered some combat skills could transition to this factory within Night City. Lin Miao intended to use this factory as an outpost for veteran players advancing into Night City. It would handle tasks like OEM smuggling, component assembly, and logistics escort. At the same time, he would entrust its management to Lucy and Gloria to alleviate his own administrative burden. Smuggling could avoid tariffs and significantly increase profits. At the same time, after the first batch of cheap exoskeletons enters the market, there will certainly be imitators. Their products may not be superior to Lin Miao's, but creative works will emerge like strange-type cyberware, springing up like mushrooms after rain. Night City has a vast ocean of capable people, who knows how many diamonds in the rough are mixed in with the sand. Relying solely on Mantu, a master's in mechanical engineering, to compete with this group of people is tantamount to a pipe dream. So, in Night City, a corporate dog must have a corporate dog's awareness. Before others even react, they must quickly seize the market and dump cheap exoskeletons. Once imitations start to appear, they should open negotiations and recruit capable engineers to form a design team. This team could not only serve the players but also design new products. As for those without capabilities, or those belonging to other gangs or small companies selling imitation products who refuse to heed warnings, then it will be time to crack down hard and combat piracy. At the same time, a sufficient number of after-sales service personnel must be trained to crush competitors, limited to small companies, through superior service. Therefore, to ensure the entire system operates, relying solely on players is far from enough. It's necessary to start recruiting people. However, although Lin Miao did not have moral, puritanical tendencies, he would not hire people like Volsk, who had long operated in grey areas and completely abandoned morals and self-restraint. If he accepted everyone, it would inevitably turn his company into a chaotic mess. Just like now, the entire factory floor was covered in dust and trash. He was currently supervising the temporary cleaners he hired to clean the factory. Having been abandoned for so long, it was incredibly dirty, not just with trash. But also people had come in to relieve themselves anywhere, and they even found a corpse in a corner. The cyberware had been stripped, and what remained was rotten to bones, God knows from what year or month it was. Those colored steel tile sheds would also be torn down and recycled as scrap metal. Cleaners were cheap too, after all, it wasn't skilled work, and there were plenty of people on the streets willing to work for €50 a day. It was because he was busy taking over this factory that he didn't go to the transaction site to oversee things. Just arguing with the salesperson and the original factory owner took up most of his energy. Those bastards truly wouldn't let go of even a single cent and even tried to set traps for him in the contract. If he weren't a civilized man, he would have really wanted to drown those guys in the toilet. However, he also asked Maine and his crew to stay nearby, ready to rush in and rescue him if anything went awry. Lin Miao trusted their efficiency, and with Lucy secretly following along, safety was guaranteed. Fortunately, no trouble arose in the end. Although the players took a risky approach, they managed to complete the deal without direct conflict with the 6th Street Gang and even left a deep impression on the other party. It exceeded expectations, to say the least. Chapter 68, Your name is on this brick. Why don't you move it quickly? 2 trucks drove into the open space within the factory, and the players who disembarked excitedly looked at everything around them. In their vision, this factory already belonged to Horizon Corporation, and the faint green outline typical of the agency had appeared on its boundaries. Although the place looked dilapidated and empty, and the surrounding infrastructure was poor, it was still much better than Stone Ridge Town a month and a half ago. At least in the city, there were commercial shops, electricity, and drainage systems, definitely much better than the Badlands. Lin Miao walked towards the players with open arms, smiling, "Fellows, welcome to our new home, Horizon Corporation's first factory. This will also be our first stop in Night City, and it's the result of your hard work over the past period." However, he only made a symbolic gesture of emotion, intending to hug 2 people as a formality, but he still underestimated the players' enthusiasm. Hooray! The crowd immediately surged forward, knocking Lin Miao down, then lifting him up and tossing him into the air repeatedly. His weight of over 100 kilograms was nothing to the players, and it took a long while before they finally put him down. Of course, the players were excited. This was a city, and the complexity of its modeling and the diversity of its AI were far beyond the environment of a few hundred people in the Badlands. They had been amazed by the game's level of detail countless times on their journey, not to mention that Lin Miao had even secured a plot of land here. Didn't that mean they could set up a long-term base, instead of having to drive a long way to enter the city each time, as they had discussed before? Most importantly, this place was a blank slate, meaning it could have a construction and even an operation system, just like Stone Ridge Town. New profession systems, new maps, new organizations, monster types, NPCs, cyberware, equipment. Wasn't that incredibly exciting? Speaking of which, apart from Mantu and Pandora, none of the other players had chosen a profession yet. Each of them had their own little plans, wanting to test the waters of the new version before deciding, lest they accidentally fall into a sewer and truly have nowhere to cry. Lucy and Gloria also stood aside, smiling slightly as they watched Lin Miao being continuously tossed into the air by the players. They had personally witnessed Lin Miao, who a month ago was still scrambling for equipment development for a few players, now able to secure a factory as a base. His development speed was rapid, and they felt a bit emotional. They just wondered how far this group of people could go. After finally getting the excited players to stop, Lin Miao, once put down, straightened his clothes, then pulled Lucy and Gloria in front of the players and said, "You completed your previous mission well. Not only did you complete the transaction, but you also avoided conflict. I believe that after this incident, you already have a preliminary understanding of Night City, which will help you quickly adapt to life here. It's not easy to update, remember to share 101kanshu.com. But before that, we still need to complete the construction of our base. Additionally, I announce that Lucy is the primary person in charge of this base. She is also your hacker mentor, so I won't introduce her further. And this is Gloria Martinez. I believe she should have given a brief self-introduction, but I still want to emphasize that she is the friend in Night City I mentioned before. A large part of the cyberware on you was obtained with her help. It can be said that she helped us through the most difficult period. She is also the first employee of our agency, and in the future, she will also help the base with some tasks, but her main work is not here, so she will not be permanently stationed. If you have medical needs, you can ask her for help, of course, for a fee." Lin Miao couldn't move the modification bay into the city. There were too many informants here, not to mention that the city base would not only have players in the future, Lin Miao would also recruit many locals. If word got out, it would be over. So at this time, the Arrow, where Gloria was located, was the best choice. On the one hand, let players boost her performance, on the other hand, let her provide urban medical services to players. In the future, after the two companies merge, Arrow could even directly become the medical department of the agency. As long as you buy medical insurance from Gloria, then if you get injured in the city and need treatment, you can send a distress message to Gloria at any time, and she will immediately arrange for rescue services. The system's connection request is not covered by conventional electromagnetic signals. It seems to transmit messages using the internet of another world, and even the signal jammers commonly used by mercenaries are useless. This means that no matter where you are injured, Gloria can accurately receive the player's alarm and physical condition, and then call an Arrow ambulance. And money is an even smaller matter. Every penny thrown at Arrow now will be repaid tenfold by the company's body in the future. Of course, Gloria will also occasionally issue missions to you, and in the future, she might even provide the sale and installation of advanced cyberware. The advantages of Trauma Team are high-level medical care, always arriving at the scene in time for rescue, and fierce firepower that can eliminate threats to personnel. So, guess whether Trauma Team's AV arrives faster, or whether players who see a red exclamation mark on their minimap run faster. Dare to compete with us for business? We'll blow you and your vehicle to smithereens. Most importantly, Lin Miao's beloved players don't need severance pay if they die. Oh. To date, they have not signed any paper or electronic contract with Lin Miao. According to Night City's social rules, they are at most marginal edge runners who took odd jobs from Horizon Corporation, not even temp workers, merely wearing their company's uniform. So even if these people commit heinous crimes, no explicit legal provisions can trace it back to him. Hehe. Meanwhile, the players, oblivious to their own future, widened their eyes, looking at Gloria in disbelief. They had thought this beautiful woman was a famous mercenary in this area, but it turned out she really was a doctor, just as she said in the warehouse. And this doctor even has a series of future hospital missions? Tudo, oh my god, NPC development. Sounds promising. Egyptian queen, hospital missions? Does that mean doctors are the top-tier profession in the future? After all, it's the American Federation, and it seems pretty normal for healers to be the party's darlings. NIGE, this isn't in Merpage. No matter how powerful a doctor or healer is, they can't directly heal you. And do you understand medicine, boy? None of us have medical skills yet, we can't even add skill points. But it sounds like we won't be able to enjoy the medical services of the modification bay in the city, so high-level doctors are still a necessity. I just wonder when we'll be able to get an appointment number for a doctor. Seeing the players' enthusiasm for Gloria, Lucy, standing by, expressed some dissatisfaction with a cough. Lin Miao immediately understood and quickly shifted the focus of his introduction to her. Lucy, you should already know her. She is also a famous elite hacker in Night City, very familiar with the grey areas of Night City's corporations and gangs. If you're unclear about anything, you can ask her. She is also the temporary person in charge here, taking over some of my duties. NIGE then asked, what is this place for, what are our main tasks, and do we have free time? In the Badlands, they could take on tasks like standing guard, patrolling, construction, and transporting goods every day. Occasionally, they could even have a big fight. Or piece together strange toys from mechanical parts to set off fireworks. There should be even more content in the city. The situation in the city is far more complex than in the Badlands, you will soon discover this. But similarly, you will also find that there are opportunities everywhere here to make money and risk your lives. The immediate priority is to transform this agency building into our agency. Of course, unlike the Badlands, the first floor will be converted from the original agency lobby into a bar counter and mission hall. You can gather here, sing karaoke, and dance when you are free, but prohibited items like illegal brain dance and drugs are forbidden. Similarly, this place will be open to mercenaries friendly to the agency, and the mission hall will distribute missions through various channels. The type of mission is unlimited, and the amount is unlimited, but there will be restrictions on mission acceptance based on level, skills, and profession. Of course. If those mercenaries are willing, they can also compete with you. The player or team with the highest number of completed missions each month will receive an honorary medal and a random piece of equipment, with a guaranteed value of over 6,000 euros. At the same time, more cyberware and equipment will be available for you to choose from in the future. Of course, once our logistics team develops, you can also approach them to design the equipment you want. Please remember, the future of the agency and this world are in your hands. Lucy and Gloria Martinez's expressions became strange. What kind of company benefits were these? And wasn't this company's business a little too peculiar? How come they hadn't heard about basic salary, working hours, benefits, and holidays, the things company employees cared about most? Taking on missions and getting paid, wasn't that what mercenaries did? And with no logistical support, where employees had to buy all their own equipment. This is a company, boss, what are you doing? What kind of company treats its employees like this? Even Gloria, a grassroots employee who profited from selling cyberware herself, still deserved a proper salary. Whoever heard of employees voluntarily coming to work, picking their own tasks for money? Gloria Martinez and Lucy, among others, completely failed to understand why the Dragonborn savior would take on a toilet unclogging mission, or why any random person dared to order around a witcher who could instantly kill them, or even unilaterally try to break a contract. As counter-terrorist operatives, they had to pay for all their own equipment. If they died too often, they'd have to go into battle butt naked, playing as a knife runner being chased, pitifully scavenging for scraps. Only an idiot would take this job. Oh, so you're the famous player. As for salary? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a protagonist in an RPG get a salary? Isn't it always a case of starting with nothing and picking up equipment? And the players did not disappoint Lin Miao's expectations, each one as excited as could be, almost picking Lin Miao up and throwing him again. The bizarre exchange left Lucy and the other person with their mouths agape, looking utterly stunned, unsure of what to say. Lin Miao then gestured for the players to calm down, because there was still something he hadn't told them. Similarly, besides us, Santo Domingo has many other factions, large and small gangs, corporations, and countless ordinary people still living in this land. You will encounter much and see much here, but what you ultimately decide to do, and how you do it, is in your hands. Will you live a life of debauchery like mercenaries, charging into battle with guns, hoping to one day become a revered legend? Or will you stay in the agency and become an engineer specializing in mechanical cyberware, a bartender who loves to tell stories, or even just spend every day in the bar frying a couple of dishes for everyone and chatting with drinking buddies? These are all your own choices. People are unpredictable, and Lin Miao couldn't possibly know what every player was thinking. Perhaps the Great Western King, who had been hacking and slashing down 2 streets yesterday, only wanted to sit by the lake with a fishing rod today. At most, he could outline a general direction, trying to guide players towards the preset path, but how they walked and how fast depended on the player's mood. So Lin Miao had to use some other methods to give them a push. In Gloria Martinez's view, this wasn't a company at all, it was clearly a club, and Lin Miao was the club owner. But what could be done? She and Lucy exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. They were already on a pirate ship, there was no escaping now. Some players were uncontrollably excited at this moment, which meant there were no mandatory tasks they had to complete, all their time was free time. They could do whatever they wanted. Even standing on a rooftop under a full moon and masturbating was fine. Although this act would only be considered unremarkable in Night City, as there were plenty of people openly using masturbators on the street. Chajin Warrior, I can't wait to post this news on the forum. Those people are probably going to be insanely jealous. Haha, I also want to go out on the street and take 2 nice photos, find 2 pretty girls for a selfie, and have a cup of tea first. But some players were very clear-headed. Yeren immediately held down Chajin Warrior, who was about to rush out the door. You're celebrating too early, buddy. The agency hasn't been built yet. Where are you planning to go? Chajin Warrior's excited face instantly fell. Can't we just go out and look first? Come on. Tudo, look at what? Without the agency built, where's the mission hall? Nobody can run off, okay? The game community needs to be built by the players themselves, that's what freedom is. Jutioyu, we are a collective. How can some people work while others enjoy themselves? Understand, little brother. No matter their identity outside, once here, everyone was treated equally. There was no hierarchy among players, they all shared the single identity of being a player. Don't even say you're a cop, even if you were the king of heaven, you'd still have to carry bricks. Chajin Warrior, his fantasy shattered, hung his head, but Red Bucket isn't here. What can a few of us build? The construction workers aren't even here, what work is there to do? Don't we have to slack off and stretch out the work hours or something? Jutioyu, what are you afraid of? It's just a game. We built that agency ourselves, and isn't it much better looking than those warehouses you guys built? The players also found this strange. It was the same construction mission issued by Lin Miao, but when they built the agency, there were blue light projections and W to guide their work. But when building the warehouse, there was nothing, and it couldn't instantly transform from a patched-up state into a unified building. Even though their construction skill was already at LV2 when building the latter, the effect was far inferior to the former. And this time, the exterior of the 3-story concrete agency building also had a circle of blue design blueprints, meaning they only needed to revise the panels according to the design, then transport them to the city and weld them together. As soon as this construction mission was accepted, the list of material requirements would automatically be sent to the player's system, allowing them to prepare it themselves. Hearing the players' conversation, Lin Miao had a sudden thought. He felt it was necessary to add a little incentive to these less interesting but important missions to boost the players' enthusiasm. Upon completing specific construction missions, the player IDs of those involved in the mission will be engraved in a prominent location on the building, ensuring every player can see them immediately, and will be permanently preserved until the game shuts down. This also includes the Stone Ridge Town agency from before, which will have the edged IDs of 4 players added after the next version update. Furthermore, specific construction missions will also be settled at the end of the month, counted towards the issuance statistics for honor medals, and will have special weighting. After a brief silence, Gloria Martinez and Lucy thought the players had finally realized what was happening and were about to explode in anger. However, what awaited them was N. After the explosive cheers came deafening revelry, causing the cleaners still tidying the factory to look over, wondering what madness these company employees were indulging in. Work, work, work. Born a civil engineer. Die a civil engineering soul. I'm a civil engineering dog, I'm a superior human. My whole life has been good because of concrete. What's wrong with pouring concrete? Please, developers, can we have more missions like this in the future? Hehe, I just want to leave my name on every building. 1. So my 7 strength points existed just for this day. Come on, this is going to be one hell of a climax battle. To leave one's name in history is the dream of many scholars, but most people cannot achieve it, only becoming fleeting passers-by. But for players, especially those passionate about games, to be able to leave their name in their favorite game and have other players see it every day. This was like their dream goddess actively confessing her love and throwing herself at them. It was simply enough to make anyone climax. For Lin Miao, just a small, insignificant method could easily maximize the players' enthusiasm. 8 players, like madmen, drove 2 cars, flooring the accelerator, their violently rubbing tires kicking up clouds of dust. They drove as if in an F1 race, disappearing from the sight of the others in the blink of an eye, leaving only the dumbfounded Gloria Martinez and Lucy eating dust where they stood. They wanted to grab more contribution before others could react. What kind of enthusiasm was this? This was a work enthusiasm that corporations couldn't buy, no matter how much money they threw at it. This was humanity's pursuit of self-worth realization. Chapter 69, Civil Engineering, Oxen and Horses is the version answer. Meanwhile, on Stone Ridge Mountain, the new player NIGE, who was being guided by veteran players to familiarize himself with the map and various operations, was driving a car, constantly introducing the surrounding terrain and topography of Stone Ridge Mountain to the other new players. His eloquence was quite good, even the vast and boundless Badlands could be described by him as if they were touring a scenic spot, with everyone sticking their heads out the window, gaping to feel the hot wind mixed with sand, then retracting their heads to spit, while exclaiming how realistic the game was. Before today, NIGE had thought that speeding through such a desert was quite interesting, having reached Driver V4. But as soon as he thought of those despicable people abandoning him to enjoy themselves in the city, even the flattery he was receiving didn't seem appealing anymore. Just then, a new player, Mongolian top laner, who had his head tilted back in the rear seat, sleeping soundly, suddenly blurted out, "Hey!" Nige slammed on the brakes, almost making several passengers throw up their lunch. What did the new announcement say? I just checked my phone in the restroom, the official website says a new stronghold has opened for us in the city. Santo Domingo, and lots of new stuff. It's Santo Domingo, isn't it? They don't sell gold and fertilizer, so where would Santiago come from? Great Britain Sword Saint retorted. What's the point of so many updates if we can't even go there? But talk is talk, they still had to look. This was an unprecedented fully immersive virtual reality game, every single word in every announcement had to be memorized by the players. Holy crap! Oh my god! I'll throw your mother! Civil engineering is really going to be the hot major now, the versions answer. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. Red bucket. Damn you. Don't spill on me. Whether they were on patrol or scavenging materials in Garbage Mountain, everyone who received the news started working frantically. New players just wanted to immediately level up their combat skills to 5, then learn bricklaying, concrete pouring, and formwork assembly, and also raise their civil engineering skills. Even if they had to be temporary laborers. Wages didn't matter, the main thing was to experience life. However, thanks to this fleeting surge of civil engineering enthusiasm, the factory's demolition and construction speed was incredibly fast. From the Badlands to the city, through welding, screws, and formwork assembly, 20 players working 3 shifts managed to complete most of the agency building's exterior in just 2 days. The clanging construction noises made passers-by on the street stop and watch. Their work efficiency astonished the cleaners Lin Miao had hired for $50, who even called to complain about them competing, but then realized their businesses didn't seem to overlap. Their side was demolition and cleaning, the other side was construction. Seeing their enthusiasm, a cleaner couldn't help but ask, "How much do you get paid a day to work so hard?" "Wages?" "What wages?" "No wages." "Comrade, how can you be so vulgar? Can't you have a higher sense of awareness for serving the people?" Most importantly, these people spoke without any reservations, completely unafraid of being overheard by eavesdroppers, which was especially shocking. Originally, the cleaners had intended to drag out the work to earn more pay, but now they didn't dare to dawdle. They quickly packed up and left, saving Lin Miao 2 days' worth of wages. It's somewhat amusing, the first agency was converted from a bar into a workplace, and the second agency was converted from a workplace into a bar. The exterior style of the newly renovated agency was vastly different from the previous one. The first floor, serving as a bar and reception area, was much larger than the bar on Stone Ridge Mountain, and because Lin Miao now had money and goods, it was even better than before. The front half of the entrance area was the bar, but unlike other bars with their dimly lit, intimate atmospheres, the agency's bar was brightly decorated, the kind that immediately catches the eye. The names of 49 players were densely engraved on the base of the stage in one corner, making them easy to spot. Moreover, it was called a bar but actually resembled a restaurant more, even having a dedicated kitchen in the back. Anyway, Lin Miao had a lot of power now. Aside from the quests he personally posted, if anyone else wanted to hire players, they had to go through him. Lin Miao's strategy was, to some extent, competing with middlemen. The second floor had many private reception rooms where players could go to discuss strategies among themselves. Of course, they would definitely have to pay Lin Miao. The third floor was Gloria's agency. The glass was high-strength bulletproof glass specially purchased by Lin Miao, unlike the first and second floors. Regular bullets had no chance of penetrating it, and even heavy firepower would be difficult. Lucy looked at the building before her, her shock inexpressible. She had originally worried about this group's capabilities, but they were more hardworking than enslaved people. What's going on with these people? Over 20 people completed the renovation of a 3-story building in 2 days, and the result looked incredible. What kind of efficiency was that? Upon hearing this, Lucy was somewhat worried. She felt she couldn't understand the thought processes of these people in a short time, and instead asked with some concern. Your people are just wandering around the streets now. Aren't you afraid they'll cause trouble on the streets? At this point, even Lin Miao didn't have much confidence. Probably not, right? Players formed teams and headed towards their respective desired locations, taking in the scenery along the way. For example, the Wildmen wanted to find Ripperdocks and cyberware shops to see what differences there were in local cyberware. Ripperdocks in Night City were also divided into several tiers. The highest tier naturally belonged to those specializing in corporate clients, located in wealthy areas like Corpo Plaza, City Center, and Charter Hill. They had the backing of major corporations and top-tier medical services, holding an absolute monopoly in Night City's public high-end cyberware market. After all, opening a cyberware shop required both a sufficiently deep background and strong enough connections to deter those with ill intentions. Behind them were either black market fences for gangs or experimental grounds for corporations. For example, Arrow, where Gloria worked, was, to her knowledge, simultaneously backed by Biotechnica and Melee Tech, and they were also one of the shareholders. These companies would often come to Arrow to find patients to test new drugs or cyberware, because in a hospital a death or two was perfectly normal, and a burnt corpse left no trace. Below that were unlicensed black market Ripperdocks and black markets selling cyberware of unknown origin. These were dangerous places to go. If you didn't want to be sold by the pound by a black market Ripperdoc or have a hidden virus in your cyberware, you had to find a trusted acquaintance. Of course, such insurance was only relative, as this was Night City, even the most reliable people could turn on you, so it was often necessary to bring escorts. The Wildmen and their group naturally went to ordinary Ripperdoc clinics. As for the internal cyberware market within corporations, that was an exception. The players had asked Lucy about the location before they came, and although she wasn't particularly familiar with Santo Domingo, she still pointed them in the right direction. As the mechanical gate opened, a strong, pungent smell of disinfectant wafted out, which was a vast improvement over the future, to be honest. The four players entered the clinic and curiously looked at the display cases on both sides, which contained various types of cyberware, and even a small amount of hacker-class cyberware. Mantis blades, gorilla arms, mechanical arms, various detachable and compatible mechanical fingers, blades, razor claws, detachable hearts, secondary hearts, and runner's sports hearts. Even without holding them, the group could clearly tell that everything here started at white-tier quality. The female receptionist at the front desk saw four customers enter the store. They were carefully examining the display cases. She stepped forward to greet the players and asked respectfully. Are you gentlemen looking to have cyberware installed? Please tell us if you've brought your own or wish to purchase here. If you have any specific requirements regarding the functionality of the cyberware, you can refer to our guided selection. Before surgery, we need to conduct a preoperative physical examination to prevent software version incompatibility. What brands of inhibitors do you usually use, and have you experienced any discomfort recently? The rapid-fire questions stunned the players. Jutiu, holy crap, is there so much to installing cyberware? Don't we usually just slap it on? What's an inhibitor? Seeing that the players were completely ignoring her and talking to themselves, the receptionist felt a bit helpless. She stood to the side, waiting for the players to finish their discussion. This was still good, at least these people seemed easy to talk to. Some gang members would walk in as if she owed them $500,000. Money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to eat. But how did these people seem to have never even heard of inhibitors, and just wanted to install cyberware? Were they poor fakes? Nige, who had been observing the clinic's environment, suddenly noticed a label on the cashier counter that read, Surgery fee standard, €1,000 per procedure, free surgery for purchases over 20,000, and a complimentary inhibitor for purchases over 30,000. Self-brought cyberware installation fee, €2,000. They had so much money from daily treatments and surgeries that they didn't know what to do with it. Just then, a side door next to the clinic counter opened, and a tall, burly man emerged, his face pale, clearly still under the effects of anesthesia. Most ridiculously, his shirt was stained with blood, indicating that the burly man had bled a lot during the recent surgery. Jutiu whispered, holy crap, is this doctor any good? It feels like he's not even as good as me. Players never feel anything abnormal after surgery, it's like waking up from a nap. Then they craned their necks to look behind the gate, only to see that the operating room looked like a dismemberment scene, full of blood, with an assistant still cleaning the floor with disinfectant. They all looked like quacks, completely incomparable to the machines in their agency. Wildman, how about we just buy them and go back to install them ourselves from now on? He had his eye on a deeply modified mechanical arm. Although it wasn't the hydraulic type like gorilla arms, it was still quite good, priced around 8,000, which Wildman could afford. Chapter 70. I am a policeman. Isn't it normal for me to do these things? What's going on? Brother Deo and the others also wanted to know what was going on. They had merely seen two cars suddenly stop by the roadside, and over a dozen neon gangsters had rushed out of the cars. Grabbing a pair of young women by the road, who looked to be only 17 or 18, and attempting to force them into a car. The few of them thought it was a street-side quest, a small act of chivalry. An inferior warrior went up to stop them. Kidnapping women in broad daylight, is there no law? Is there no justice? But the other party directly slapped Chajin warrior's hand away, kicked him in the stomach, and cursed, are you looking for death? Bakayara. And then they started fighting. At first, it was just fists and kicks, and Brother Deo and the others struggled, being surrounded and beaten. Players generally prioritize leveling up firearm mastery, and their hand-to-hand combat is just basic, relying on occasional training to reach a maximum of LV2 or LV3. In the city, they couldn't just open fire in retaliation, because Lin Miao had stipulated in the system that they were not allowed to fire the first shot when not on a mission. But the players had a melee combat expert and a fairly capable inferior warrior on their side. These two, with 3 liabilities, were fighting over a dozen tiger claws. Moreover, with his Sandavistan, natural curls movements were erratic, the gangsters couldn't even touch his clothes. His punches were decisive and powerful, heavy as cannon hammers, and in a few exchanges, he had them stumbling, bruised and swollen, clutching their faces and kidneys as they fled. He couldn't even be bothered to draw his blade against these people. Thank you all. The 2 young women had been scared stiff earlier. When the fight broke out, they stood rooted to the spot, too terrified to run, their legs like jelly. They only now regained their senses. In Night City, there's no such thing as chivalry. When the tiger claws targeted them, they thought they were dead. Being rescued now was like walking back from the gates of hell. One of the young women pleaded, you two should escape quickly, they are tiger claws, and they will be back soon. Brother Deo blinked. Remember our 101 book network? Tiger claws? Isn't this 6th Street gang territory? Then he took out a map, looked at it for a long time, and realized they had taken a wrong turn, ending up at Long Beach on the border of Santo Domingo. No wonder they encountered tiger claws. But the players didn't take it to heart, confidently saying, what's there to be afraid of? Just a bunch of hajimai. We've killed countless of them. Are you kidding? They had farmed so many tiger claws in Phoenix Club, how could they possibly be afraid? The two girls remained uneasy. They had no idea where these people got their confidence from. A large gang like the tiger claws was like heaven itself to ordinary people. Seeing the two of them dressed ordinarily, Brother Deo and the others knew they were just regular people, with no side quests or money for rewards. So, they waved them off, letting them leave, considering it a good deed for the day. But as the two thanked them repeatedly and prepared to leave, the group of tiger claws returned, this time not only in greater numbers but also armed with guns and swords. Seeing Brother Deo and the others still in place, the tiger claws immediately raised their guns, aimed at everyone, and pulled the triggers. Submachine gun bullets poured out, and in the blink of an eye, the two girls, who hadn't yet managed to get far, were hit multiple times in their limbs and abdomen, falling into a pool of blood. Conversely, the players, who were the main targets, reacted the moment they were aimed at, quickly scattering to find cover. Bullets sent gravel flying, and nearby pedestrians screamed and fled, while other vehicles quickly turned around. Damn it! Chajin Warrior's eyes were splitting with rage as he watched the two people he had just saved fall. Call for backup. Kill these damn little neons. And tell Gloria to call a doctor. Among the five, he was the angriest at that moment. He was like a madman, pulling out his dual pistols from his lower back without thinking, and peeking out from cover to engage the tiger claws in a shootout. And the next second, players across the city simultaneously received a distress call. Over a dozen people, without even thinking, immediately dropped what they were doing and drove towards the target location. Gloria, on her end, also saw the player's medical assistance signal in the employee system. This was the first time she had seen this thing work, it was even faster than an arrow signal receiver. Now, as a chief physician, she also had considerable authority, so she immediately contacted the aero paramedics closest to the incident in Santo Domingo, ordering them to rush there, and she herself also set off. The paramedics who received the message were a bit surprised, but they didn't say anything. Gloria was a hotshot in the company now, having not only replaced Volsk but also having good performance. There was no need to offend her. ER0 medical insurance costs €500 per person per month, which was within an acceptable range for the players, so most of the 17 veteran players who entered the city had purchased it. This also contributed significantly to Gloria's performance. She even got a commission for selling this insurance. Meanwhile, Hori Fengqi, leading the Tiger Claws, was also furious. He had originally received a message from Jaehoon, coming to Santo Domingo to kidnap two people to complete a task, thinking it was a trivial matter to hand over to his subordinates. But his subordinates failed to get the job done and were even beaten by a bunch of greenhorns from who knows where. They weren't 6th Street Gang, nor were they employees of any major corporation. Didn't he need to save face? He immediately called upon his subordinates, ready to sacrifice these guys. It was 23 against 5. His subordinate said only 2 of them could fight. No matter what, the advantage was on his side. Then he discovered that these 5 guys were unexpectedly tough and good at fighting. It was completely different from what his subordinate had reported. These 5 people were alternating fire between cover like dumpsters, concrete stairs, and vehicles. Not only were their shooting skills good, but they also had strong instincts, as slippery as rats. Especially the guy with dual pistols, Fengqi personally saw him withstand the suppressive fire of 2 rifles, leap and slide out from cover, continuously firing his dual pistols to blow up the heads of 2 subordinates, then immediately roll behind a nearby car, re-entering concealment, while his own bullets all hit empty ground. This time, they had probably run into a brick wall. Retreating was impossible. He was also a junior boss of the Higashiyama group, a leader who brings in new recruits, usually the third in command in Japanese gangs. The Tiger Claws are a large gang formed by various XX groups. He took out his beloved katana from the passenger seat, and with a clang, drew it from its sheath. The gleaming blade grazed his bare elbow joint, and the demon tattoo on it faintly glowed red, as if it had come alive. This was a unique subcutaneous tattoo technology of the Tiger Claws. The higher the cyberware's power output, the brighter these tattoos would glow. However, the players didn't know if it had any practical significance, perhaps it was just for aesthetics. He raised his sword high and roared, "All of you, follow me. The time has come to demonstrate our Tiger Claws Bushido spirit." His roar immediately invigorated the Tiger Claws, whose morale had been somewhat low. From the end of the street, which had been cleared by the sudden gunfight, came a chorus of curses and engine roars. What kind of damn Bushido spirit? I only remember alt spirit. Shui Yudongtian almost floored the accelerator, driving directly into the crowd, while Duo Tutu in the passenger seat was still spraying bullets with his rifle. Vehicle sounds also erupted from all directions simultaneously. In less than 10 minutes, the players sped all the way to Brother Dao's location. Over a dozen players, radiating killing intent, surrounded the Tiger Claws. So many. Fengqi was surprised. He had thought these people were just mercenaries. How did it seem like they had run into a gang? But what gang dared to provoke the Tiger Claws? Before the kidnapping, they had already investigated. The parents of these 2 women had died in a gang conflict recently, and they had no connections now. The players also didn't stand on ceremony with the Tiger Claws. So what if they were in the city? The agency's restriction was not to fire the first shot, but since you've already made the first move, then we'll just have to reluctantly kill you. Suddenly, gunshots erupted, and bullets flew. The surrounded Tiger Claws suffered heavy losses, with 7 or 8 subordinates falling dead on the spot. Feng Qi activated his Sandavistan, his demon tattoos streaking red light through the air, intending to charge into the enemy lines with his blade, instantly killing a few people to open a gap for his subordinates to retreat. But he didn't expect that someone among the players also activated Sandavistan and charged forward. The opponent also wielded a long blade, but it wasn't the popular katana of Night City, but a Yanqi Dao, goose-winged saber. Feng Qi saw at a glance that the opponent's cyberware and Sandavistan were inferior to his own, yet he still dared to challenge him, immediately enraged. You're asking for death. The two long blades collided in the air at a speed that others found hard to discern. Each collision sent sparks flying, and the trembling sound of steel made one's scalp tingle. So fast. Feng Qi was greatly shocked. Even though the opponent's cyberware was inferior to his own, their blade speed and momentum could steadily overpower him. This could only mean the opponent's swordsmanship was superior to his. Natural Curl, who was clashing with the opponent's leader, was as quick with his mouth as with his blade. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Your blade is so slow, how do you even make a living? Baka Yara. 9 Aru is not enough. Feeling his personality and martial arts being verbally insulted by the opponent, Feng Qi's eyes turned crimson. He completely disregarded that his Sandavistan was already pushed to its limit, and his spinal nerves were starting to burn, yet he persisted, because the guy opposite him was also persisting. Both sides began bleeding from their noses and mouths, but Feng Qi still held his katana, continuously slashing. He believed he was the one who could last until the end. His most brilliant achievement was during a battle with Maelstrom, where he was shot dozens of times but still stood until the end with his long blade. He was covered in blood but never fell, earning him the position of a subordinate leader. Today, Feng Qi also believed he would be the one standing at the end. His will was as hard as steel. 2s. 3s. 4s. The clash of sharp blades intensified. The flickering figures of both combatants were now spraying blood mist. Relying on the high-power Sandavistan, Feng Qi inflicted multiple knife wounds on Natural Curl, but they were all deflected or parried, preventing any fatal blows. Pain seared every muscle in Feng Qi's body. His limbs began to feel heavy and exhausted from the strain. His eyes, nostrils, ears, and even every pore on his body were gushing blood. The person in front of him was no better, also covered in blood, and their blades were full of nicks from the collisions. But the problem was that the opponent's blade never slowed down, not even for a second, and each strike was stronger than the last, as if he felt no pain at all, while Feng Qi could no longer hold on. Pfft. In just a moment of distraction, Feng Qi's long blade was knocked aside by his opponent. The wide open center was breached by the long blade, and then, after a flash of steel, his right arm flew high into the air, with white cybernetic blood and red fresh blood spraying from the severed joint. Feng Qi's eyes rolled back, and he tumbled to the ground, motionless. If both sides hadn't been burning their Sandavistan, relying solely on their cybernetic attributes, he could have easily suppressed Natural Curl. But with Sandavistan activated, it wasn't just about pure cybernetics, it also involved the upper limit of neural endurance. However, players have no upper limit for this, they can burn themselves until they die. And along with his will, his subordinates also collapsed. Monsters. They're all devils. I saw my bullets hit him with my own eyes. They clearly went in, but the bullets couldn't kill them. Akuma. Akuma Day. If they were outside the city, the players would have killed everyone without mercy. But this was still within the city, and the rules were different from the Badlands. Lin Miao had instructed them. Surrender. Drop your weapons and you won't be killed. All you little neon punks, put your hands on your heads and kneel. 130 years ago, these people might not have understood that sentence, but now they had Chinese translation packs and immediately shrewdly put their hands on their heads and squatted down. Just then, another car drove into the battlefield. The players turned to look and saw that the car's paint job was identical to the Aero Gloria had described. The ambulance drivers were all terrified. Normally, they would never get involved in such dangerous battlefields, only arriving after the fighting was over, usually too late to save anyone. That's why thugs and civilians jokingly called them corpse collection vehicles. Today, Gloria had repeatedly emphasized that they must go, or he would face dire consequences. But when the players saw the ERP ambulance, they rejoiced. The doctors are here. Chajin Warrior, despite holding his waist where he'd been shot by the tiger claws, and with a bullet wound in his shoulder, still tried his best to coordinate the scene. Quick, move the wounded onto the ambulance. Others, keep an eye on these hoodlums, confiscate all their weapons. Be careful, they might still have offensive cybernetics and grenades. If they don't cooperate, break their limbs. Control the scene, don't let them run away. He limped over to the two girls, reached out, and checked for a pulse. They were alive, but wouldn't last much longer like this. He gritted his teeth, held his breath, and roared, "Doctor! Where's the doctor? Get over here, now!" The two ER0 paramedics who got out of the car had no idea what these people were doing, only that they seemed terrifyingly fierce. They quickly rushed over with a stretcher. Then, they looked and said, "These aren't our users, they didn't buy insurance." Daoji, hearing this, immediately flared up, "Fuck your insurance, you're a doctor. Haven't you sworn the Hippocratic Oath?" Chajin Warrior, clutching his wound, his face pale, said, "Don't say anything more. I'll pay for the treatment. Hurry up and get them inside for treatment." The two paramedics were a little nervous. They didn't know what relationship these two people had with the ones in front of them, but they knew that if something went wrong, Gloria would take their lives. "What about you? Your injuries don't look light either." Don't worry about me, I can still hold on. Save them first. For Chajin warrior, it was just a matter of waiting 3 days. Although he hadn't personally witnessed the death of the woman the savages talked about last time, he couldn't just stand by and watch ordinary people die in front of him. The 2 paramedics stopped asking questions and quickly knelt to staunch the bleeding of the 2 injured people on the ground, pumping artificial blood with an air pump to sustain their lives, and then observed their injuries. The injuries are severe. Their hands and feet are likely ruined and will require cybernetic replacements. There's abdominal bleeding, but luckily, only the intestines were injured, not any internal organs. After briefly treating the wounds, they carefully lifted the 2 injured individuals onto the ambulance. Just then, Gloria also arrived at the scene in his ambulance. Other players were also injured, but not severely. Several of the wounded followed Gloria's vehicle. Only Chajin warrior boarded the ambulance with the 2 lovers, and Daoji, unwilling to leave them, followed suit. The ambulance compartment was already small. 2 beds plus 1 paramedic made it quite cramped. Now, with 2 more people, it was completely full. Because of this, Chajin warrior and Daoji had to huddle in a corner, watching the paramedics stabilize their vital signs. Daoji looked at Chajin warrior, who was leaning against the side of the ambulance, looking haggard, and quipped, "What's going on today? I've never seen you fight so desperately before, and even paying for 2 NPCs' medical expenses. Aren't you a little too kind-hearted?" Chajin warrior smiled, his lips pale from significant blood loss. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, which they had bought when they were out shopping. The taste was strange, like chemicals, but it was better than nothing. Maybe that's what foreign cigarettes tasted like. He tremblingly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and then said with a smile, "I'm an officer, isn't it normal to do these things? Do you think we only write reports? Daoji, if you don't say it, how will others know you're an officer?" Chajin warrior, "If others don't know, does that mean I don't know myself?" Daoji was silent for a moment, then laughed and teased, "I've seen the treatment costs, they're very expensive, you know. You might end up working for free for several days, and you don't even know these 2. Isn't saving their lives from the tiger claws enough effort? What's there to be surprised about?" To feel the nicotine stimulate, Chajin warrior activated his neural perception. The intense pain from his waist made him sweat profusely. "Anyway, it's just a game. No one here is pressuring you to pay your mortgage. A few days is a few days, then. Besides, some things can't be done in reality, so in a game, you should do whatever you want. Daoji, do you often encounter such things where you are? I always thought what they showed in Hong Kong movies was fake." Chajin warrior flicked the ash from his cigarette, "Mostly. Being an officer is actually very boring. Sometimes you have to watch a lot of messed up things happen right under your nose, and you're powerless to help. Life." The paramedic on the side listened, feeling utterly bewildered, disdainful, and contemptuous. It sounded like these people barely knew the 2 on the stretcher, yet they fought the tiger claws for them. What idiots. Fighting so fiercely for 2 strangers they'd never met? And paying for their medical expenses? What kind of Jesus and Virgin Mary are they? If you're so kind-hearted, why not just give the money to me? I'm very poor. On the other side, the 10 less severely injured players who remained were still managing the apprehended little neon punks. If they were in the Badlands, all these people would be killed, their cybernetics removed, and sent to the recycling furnace. But this was in the city, they could smuggle goods, but not bodies. Tudo, what should we do? Should we just kill them all? We can test if bodies disappear on their own in this game. Jutiu, talk about it, isn't there a lake nearby? It seems to lead directly to the Pacific Ocean, right? Why don't we just tie some weights to them and sink them in the Pacific Ocean? Duo Tudu, isn't that a bit too wasteful? Don't they still have cybernetics on them? Let's dismantle them first and then throw them away. After all, they're equipment we fought for. Letting them go was impossible. The players hadn't left a single enemy alive for a long time. However, they felt that simply killing them might not be appropriate, unsure if it would cause any other repercussions. But they wouldn't have to agonize over it for long. NCPD. Everyone, put your weapons on the ground and hands on your heads. In Night City, the police always arrived late. Chapter 71, Bounty System. Gangsters, prepare to make a killing. NCPD police cars, lights flashing, swarmed the area, completely surrounding the battlefield. There were easily over a dozen of them. Dozens of police officers got out of the cars, and the players felt a jolt of alarm. Holy crap, cops! And so many of them. Shuiyu felt it was necessary to consult the veteran players, looks like we triggered a wanted level. What should we do? Should we fight them? As long as the veteran players didn't care, he didn't care. Egyptian Queen, I suggest you abandon that idea. The American Federation police definitely outnumber us, and fighting them in the city is absolutely not a good idea. Plus, we're surrounded and can't escape. Then surrender. Jutiu said. Damn it, that's a bit annoying. NIG, I think Glamorous Woman makes a good point. This is a good chance to test out these police and the wanted system. If it's a guaranteed death, then we'll just fight them to the end next time. If we can clear our wanted level, then we'll talk. Savage, Tudo, Jutiu, agreed. The players unanimously passed this resolution. Although being shot dead by the police in the street would be a bit unfair, they had to face this eventually. Besides, the other party was the cause of this incident, so what did it have to do with them? Savage said, I'll go try first. So he was the first to throw down his gun, raise his hands, and shout from behind cover, it has nothing to do with us. It was these tiger claws who disrupted public order and kidnapped civilians. We were just acting heroically. We've already captured these tiger claws guys alive and we're just about to escort them to the police station. Hey? The NCPD officers were stunned by what these people said. They had been quite nervous. Gang members were always difficult to deal with, and in such an intense gang shootout, if the NCPD intervened, it was easy for things to escalate. The usual way of handling it was for both sides to stand off, then the gang boss would come forward to negotiate, hand over a few scapegoats to spend a couple of days in jail, pay bail, and go through the process to get out. Under normal circumstances, they would absolutely not give up resistance. It was even common for police to be injured or killed, which is why the NCPD's recruitment conditions were very lenient. Plus, this was the borderlands, and they didn't really want to come, but since they were public servants, they had to go through the motions. But these people in front of them, acting heroically? Are you kidding me? Does such a thing exist in Night City? The police didn't believe a word Savage said. So when Savage walked out of cover, and even walked up to the police, they didn't lower their guns. Instead, they scanned Savage cautiously with their kiroshis. It wasn't a problem not to scan, but scanning made them even more confused. Name, Lee Savage. Age, 24 years old. Everything else seemed normal, unemployed drifter was essentially mercenary. Only the last line made the police drop their jaws, 0 criminal record. This was from the NCPD police archives, and it was also linked to police archives across all of North and South California. This meant that Savage had, at the very least, never done anything bad in the California region, not even petty theft or brawling. In Night City, he could be considered an innocent. This was simply impossible. The police even suspected their kiroshis were malfunctioning, or that someone had tampered with their records. Seeing Savage walk in front of them, they immediately swarmed him, pinning him to the ground, fearing that Savage might have some combat cyberware and was about to lash out. However, Savage allowed the police to pin him down and handcuff him without much resistance, which only deepened their confusion. The other players, seeing that Savage hadn't been shot directly, immediately followed suit. All of you, get over here. Be honest. Carry your own boss for me. If he dies, it's on you. The police watched as the players herded a group of Tiger Claws punks towards them, their astonishment beyond words. Although the players hadn't put down their guns, their muzzles were pointed downwards, showing no aggression. An NIGE said earnestly, reporting, Officer, these lawbreakers were abducting women on the street. Our people couldn't stand by and intervene to stop them and drive them away. But these people not only refused to surrender, they even dared to fight back against us. They injured 2 citizens, and we've already contacted Arrow to send the injured for emergency treatment. Doge had briefly explained the whole story to him before they left. The police looked at each other, not knowing what to say. And the captured Fengchi was also a familiar face to the NCPD. Hayden Carson, the sergeant leading the team, recognized him at a glance. Tiger Claws kidnapping, smuggling, and human trafficking was no secret. They often captured people to be sex toys for others to play with. When they were used up, they were taken to film illegal brain dance. If they died, their cyberware was stripped, and the rest was discarded. They even provided customized services for special individuals in Night City. A quite mature black industrial chain, and they didn't discriminate based on gender, age, or anything else, all tastes were catered to. So the police weren't surprised. The other party was one of Night City's local powers, deeply rooted in this land. Their connections were complex. If a real fight broke out, without Max Stack's help, their police station wouldn't be a match. They couldn't manage it, didn't dare to manage it, not to mention the NCPD itself wasn't clean. They just hadn't expected someone to dare to stop the Tiger Claws on the street this time, not only fighting them but also taking down Fengchi himself. You all. Hayden Carson looked at the unconscious Fengchi and the Tiger Claws members beside him, then at these mysterious but incredibly powerful individuals in front of him. He knew that if he didn't handle this well, it would be troublesome. After a moment of silence, he said, You all, bring the people and come with us to the police station to give a statement. I'll have someone investigate the surveillance footage and verify with Arrow whether what you said is true. Under normal circumstances, the officers might have already swarmed them, pinned them to the ground, and taken them back. But unfortunately, the Tiger Claws plus the players totaled 20 to 30 people, some of whom were still holding guns, and their cyberware was unknown. Forcing a confrontation would definitely result in deaths. Since the other party was so cooperative, whether it was real or an act, as long as they were brought back to the police station, in the NCPD's home base, no matter what their plans were, they wouldn't be able to escape. The players exchanged glances and nodded. After all, they were the city's law enforcement. On the surface, they wouldn't do anything too ugly. Even if there were some sneaky dealings, they weren't scared. If this life died, the next life they'd rush into the NCPD with a satchel of explosives. Who's afraid of whom? Upon arriving at the Santo Domingo police station, the players actually honestly surrendered their weapons and allowed the officers to deactivate their combat cyberware. They didn't even resist or curse. All the officers had never seen such obedient criminals before. Although Santo Domingo's public order was outsourced to the 6th Street Gang, the NCPD still had a precinct building on its outskirts, indicating that the city government still had a lingering attachment to Santo Domingo. The players and Tiger Claws members were locked in detention cells, called out one by one for questioning. Everyone's answers were largely similar. However, unlike the cooperative players, the Tiger Claws members completely lost their previous timid demeanor after arriving at the NCPD. Instead, they became defiant. They pounded on the detention cell doors, spoke aggressively, making many officers' faces turn ashen, yet they dared not do anything to them. Hurry up and let us out, or our boss will make you pay. You took our money, so do your job, officers. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your families, would you? Hey! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Even more, some even stared at some of the female officers in the police station with malicious eyes, whistling suggestively and saying, "Nice figure, miss. Interested in coming to the Phoenix Club to play with our boss? Our boss's skills are guaranteed to make you feel like you're in heaven and hell, ha 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 ha." The Tiger Claws mocked the officers. Some young officers, unable to stand it, grabbed their batons and wanted to go teach these gangsters a lesson. But they were immediately stopped by the older officers beside them. Beating them up now would be satisfying, but in a couple of days, you might be thrown into a cement barrel and sunk into Tokyo Bay by the vengeful Tiger Claws. And although the NCPD was a private law enforcement organization funded by various corporations, contracting out most of Night City's security, gang money was still money, and it didn't stink. It always had to be accepted. Hayden Carson compared the testimonies and records, pulled up nearby surveillance footage, and the officers investigating at Arrow also sent back news. Comparing the different sources, the true picture of the incident emerged. These strangers, or rather, the smuggling nomads from the Badlands, had indeed not lied. They really were just acting heroically. They probably just arrived in Night City and had Daniels and his team enter their records into the NCPD archives. The only thing they had done recently was take a job from a new company, helping with renovations. Only such people, completely ignorant of the city, would dare to offend the Tiger Claws without restraint. He even paid the medical expenses for the two injured. Unfortunately, this is Night City. Hayden Carson tidied up the files, and after pondering for a moment, walked to the detention center where the players were held, opened the cell door, and said to the players inside. "I've understood the general situation clearly, and it's basically consistent. You can leave in a moment. Before you go, remember to pick up your belongings from the storage room." The Tiger Claws members didn't even bother to lie, they admitted their crimes very directly, because they knew that admitting them wouldn't lead to any consequences. Ju Tiu was very surprised. Holy crap, it's that simple. The players had expected harsh interrogations, forcing them to confess their crimes, or demanding bail money. But it seemed these NCPD weren't completely unreasonable. Ju Tiu, freshly out of jail, even shamelessly sidled up to Hayden Carson. Chief, we were acting heroically, so is there any reward? Like a good citizen award, or even a commendation banner would be fine." He was actually just joking, testing the intelligence level of the NPCs here, but to his surprise, Hayden Carson looked at him for a while and then suddenly said, "You're right, there are some things to give you." After speaking, he turned and went to the finance office. Hayden Carson actually felt a bit sorry for these people. After all, good people can't survive in Night City. Not long after these people left, they would be found and killed by the Tiger Claws, otherwise, he wouldn't have released them so readily. If it were worse, the officers might even squeeze every last bit of money from the criminals before releasing them. But perhaps the actions of this group touched him, and he didn't let his subordinates do that. He even placed 2 money chips in front of the players. "This is the bounty for those Tiger Claws members. Since you caught them, this money should be yours." This money didn't come from the NCPD, it had many sources. There were civilian bounties, money put up by companies that had been targeted, and bounties from rival gangs. The amounts were generally not high, and no one would risk offending the Tiger Claws for such a small sum. It was purely meant to annoy them. So when others scanned you, there would be a bounty amount under your profile. If the players had connected to the NCPD's archives and scanned those Tiger Claws, they would have been surprised to find that these people's criminal records couldn't be filled on a single page. Kidnapping, first-degree murder, home invasion, smuggling, destruction of corporate property. And when the players saw this money, their eyes changed, gradually becoming dangerous. Hayden Carson felt as if he had made a huge mistake that would lead to some irreversible consequences. But in reality, he just pitied this group of people and wanted them to die a bit more comfortably with this small amount of money. Nige took the 2 money chips, licked his dry lips, and looked up at the person in front of him. "Chief, do you mean these lawbreakers all have bounties on them?" Hayden Carson's Adam's apple bobbed, and he felt a chill. That depends on whether anyone has posted a bounty on the NCPD's bounty system. However, most of the time it was useless. Who would want those paltry sums? They usually just vanished without a trace. And those who killed usually didn't dare to claim them. Claiming them would log them into the NCPD's database, a public system anyone could access, and the claimant's identity would immediately be found out by gangs and then they'd be killed. There was hardly any money, so there was no need for it at all. Over time, that money naturally ended up in the pockets of NCPD officers. The players behind him already had friendly smiles on their faces, while Nige tentatively asked, "Then if we encounter similar situations in the future, how can we determine if the other party has a bounty on them? Also, how do we claim bounties in the future? Do we bring their heads over for the reward, or... What the hell? You still want a future? Are you dreaming? You might not even see tomorrow's sun." But out of politeness, Hayden Carson took out a chip. "No need to cut off heads. This can be connected to our NCPD's archive. After connecting, you can scan the target and see the bounty. After eliminating the target, as long as you upload their identity information and system identification code, we will deposit it directly into your account after review. This item isn't worth much on the black market. Basically, anyone with a bit of influence has one, and even the one in the chief's hand was confiscated. NIGE took the 3 chips, and the eyes of the group of players were practically spitting fire. They had previously regretted that it was inconvenient to expose the opponent's cyberware in the city, but now they could directly get money drops. The fuse is burning. The fuse is burning. Finally, after sending these guys off, Hayden Carson swallowed, watching their retreating backs. These people didn't seem as innocent as their files indicated. He shook his head. What did this have to do with their NCPD? If these people really had the ability, then let them fight it out with the Tiger Claws. Soon, the Tiger Claws would be coming to pick up their people, and he needed to prepare his words carefully to distance the police station from this matter. Then he dismissed the matter from his mind. He turned back to his workstation, picking up the suspicious points in recent smuggling cases to examine them. For some unknown reason, the number of goods smuggled by Nightwalker had plummeted during this period. They seemed to have been severely hit by melee tech and were unable to recover. GTOU, damn it, this game is too good at hiding things. It actually hid the wanted system inside the police station. If we hadn't been arrested, we wouldn't have known. The players who left the police station were ecstatic. NIGE, it might be a tutorial. Brother Deo and the others triggered a mission, got into a conflict with the Tiger Claws and called for help, which led to us entering the police station and activating the wanted mission. I have to say, this mission design is really clever. It's completely integrated into the game's worldview. It's not abrupt at all. Meanwhile, Todo was also rubbing his fists. Quick, see how much money there is. I can't wait, ha ha ha. This was the first time the players had seen money chips. Before, they either found cash or electronic currency issued by the mission system. NIGE, hearing this, also picked up one and inserted it into the slot on the back of his neck. Each player had a unique account. There was no such thing as changing accounts to Reborn if one's reputation was ruined, so they valued their reputation highly and weren't worried about teammates stealing money. NIGE reported a number. 2795. Lin Miao looked at the sudden increase in his account balance, full of questions. A few seconds later, another amount appeared, 3742. He checked carefully to understand what had happened during that time. Not only were the players caught by the police, but they also received a bounty. The accounts he opened for the players were actually virtual accounts. Although there was money in the accounts, the Eurodollars were actually stored with him, and only transferred out when trading with the outside world. However, for Lin Miao, getting only 6 or 7,000 Eurodollars after fighting the Tiger Claws to such an extent was indeed a bit low. But for the players, it was different. 17 of them were dispatched this time, almost everyone except Mantu and Pandora. Divided among them, each person could earn 350 Eurodollars, which was equivalent to a day's worth of brick moving work. Assuming each fight took 30 minutes, with 10 hours of playtime, that would be 20 fights. A day's earnings would be 7,000. If Tiger Claws were everywhere, and they just kept grinding every day, wouldn't they get rich? Just kidding, where would there be so many Tiger Claws for the players to kill? At this rate, the Tiger Claws' nearly 10,000 gang members and over 100,000 related personnel wouldn't be enough for the players to kill for a month. However, Lin Miao didn't continue to bother with the players' affairs. He let the players divide the money themselves. This matter was neither big nor small. Lin Miao's explicit connection with the players was very limited. Only a few people like the Old Caldos and Old Captain knew about it. But to most people, including those mentioned above, Lin Miao and the players were intermediaries and mercenaries. Calling them corporate dogs was only because they wore uniforms during their previous operations. Now the uniforms were completely ruined, and the players were all wearing casual clothes. Lin Miao hadn't even released new ones yet, so who could tell? And have you ever seen corporate dogs behave like this? Never heard of mercenaries causing trouble and seeking out intermediaries for accountability. As for the Tiger Claws? As long as it doesn't affect Lin Miao's business, it's fine. Chapter 72. You two owe me medical expenses, surgery fees, and nutrition fees. Although Horizon was in decline, it was still a medium-sized medical company. Besides its headquarters in Haywood, it had branches in Santo Domingo, Westbrook, and other places, though they were small. The players' current injuries were not considered serious problems for Horizon. After all, Night City hospitals might not be good at other things, but for gunshot wounds and other external injuries, they were absolutely world-class. This was similar to how Neon's parasite treatment level was globally top-notch. Coupled with the players' unique pain suppression, after the bullets were removed from their wounds and a quick stitch-up, they were immediately back on their feet and running around. Only Chajin Warrior fought the most fiercely and was the most severely injured, losing one of his kidneys. But that wasn't important, it was a minor issue, a matter of 1 or 2 millimeters. After logging out, he could lie down in Stone Ridge Mountain for a bit and be fully recovered by tomorrow. If Lin Miao wanted, he could sell kidneys by the pound. However, the 2 girls rescued by the players weren't so lucky. Their arm bones were shattered by bullets, flesh barely clinging to bone, intestines ripped apart by abdominal bullets, a shoulder shot, and shrapnel blinding one of them. They were still alive only because Gloria had performed surgery to keep them clinging to life. Gloria walked out of the operating room, removed her blood-soaked gloves and mask, and told the players waiting outside, they are temporarily out of critical danger, but their injuries are very severe. Even if they pull through, they will be disabled for life. We must prepare cyberware for them to replace their damaged parts as soon as possible. Even Gloria couldn't provide free cyberware for these two. She was just an attending physician and didn't have that much authority. But she was truly shocked that these people would go to war with the Tiger Claws to save two strangers, and even win. Before this, she hadn't realized how strong the players' combat capabilities were. And they were indeed all like Mr. Lin. Everyone frowned upon hearing this, realizing just from the description that the injuries must be very serious. In reality, these two would likely be crippled for life. Even if they survived, they would probably be bedridden forever. They didn't even think about asking about the two girls' parents. When the NCPD police came to question them earlier, they had already pulled up the girls' files. Nina Christina and Nia Christina were sisters, very similar in appearance, one blonde and one brunette. However, either due to poor nutrition or mixed ancestry, they were mixed race and lacked the typical European physique, with heights similar to Lucy's. Their father was with the 6th Street Gang, but last month, he and his wife were bombed to death in their car during a gang retaliation. Europeans didn't have a habit of saving, and their father's income was barely enough to support the family, so there was no money left over. If not for this kidnapping incident, their ultimate fate would have been either joining the 6th Street Gang as two young delinquents, ending up like their father, or becoming service personnel in some establishment. Of course, they might also have lived and died in obscurity, with no one ever knowing. Cyberware? How could they possibly afford it? Unless they sold themselves to certain establishments, taking out loans to replace body parts, and then working off their debt as sex dolls. If the players abandoned them at the hospital, they would most likely end up as test subjects. Even Gloria couldn't prevent this, her current position was far from sufficient. Doge asked, roughly how much will it cost? Gloria sighed slightly, I can try to get you an internal price, but new cyberware will still cost at least around €20,000. €20,000, this was an astronomical sum for the players right now. It would take 50 players working for 2 days to scrape that much together. But why? These two women were neither relatives nor friends. Players weren't lust-crazed clients who would go bankrupt to dote on any woman they saw. However, the players were also surprised by the price. Chajin Warrior, how can it be so expensive? Our agency's ordinary grey prosthetics are only €600 each. Even if we replaced all 4 limbs, 8 hands, and feet combined would only be 4,800. White-grade internal cyberware is around €1,200 to €4,000 per piece. Even with bionic muscles and cyber eyes, it shouldn't exceed €10,000. Gloria really wanted to say, don't you have any idea where the agency's cyberware comes from? All of it was stripped from corpses or smuggled goods stolen from night walkers, so of course, the price could be set low. And regarding the players' arbitrary installation of cheap cyberware, Gloria really wanted to say that this would cause problems. Those cyberware. She took a deep breath and said seriously to the players, haven't you felt uncomfortable in your bodies? Different versions of cyberware software are difficult to be compatible, a large amount of accumulated data and bugs over time, as well as wear and tear caused by the aging of the cyberware itself, cannot be installed carelessly. You should know that, right? I don't know what kind of inhibitors you're using, but long-term excessive use will only make becoming cyberpsychosis a matter of time. The players looked at each other. They posed a soul-searching question to Gloria, inhibitors? What inhibitors? We've never had any, and we don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Grey prosthetics are a bit stiff to move, but it's not too bad. Software versions incompatible? But all our cyberware is the same version. How could it be incompatible? We haven't encountered any bugs yet. The players had never seen cyberpsychosis and didn't think they would get it, at most, it was just background lore. Witchers also said that drinking too many potions would poison oneself, but did that stop the School of the Bear from eating potions like meals? Gloria suddenly felt her mind couldn't keep up, but these people didn't seem to be lying. Then she turned around and found the physical reports listed by other paramedics for the players. All indicators were normal, even very healthy, and there were no inhibitor components in their blood. Looking at one report was nothing, those paramedics hadn't checked the players' cyberware, so no one thought there was any problem. But when Gloria laid all these things before her, she couldn't believe her own eyes. She immediately pulled Doge into the operating room and connected a cyberware detection device to his back neck port. Open your cyberware software version for me to check. Doge saw the detection request in his vision and immediately agreed. Although Gloria had become an employee of the agency, that didn't mean she knew everything. Up until now, she still thought these people were nomads, just from a more remote area. Then, when she saw the data on the screen in front of her, her eyes widened. Software version, Horizon Corporation 0.4. All cyberware was controlled by a single software, meaning the original software had been completely wiped and overwritten, and the software system was brand new, with the earliest data date within a month. But how was this possible? Cyberware produced by each company was different, and even the hardware might not all match, but the person behind Lin Miao had actually wiped and overwritten all their versions. She would believe it if someone said Bart Moss crawled out of his grave to do this. This also meant that the company she joined could completely pirate all other companies' cyberware for rebranding and resale, or help delete the original code and rebuild the system. Countless mercenaries and thugs would flock to them. Gloria decided she must keep this secret and also inform Lin Miao about it. It would be best not to let the players find those cyberware doctors, as being exposed might cause trouble. I didn't expect if that's the case, we can indeed use the company's cyberware to replace theirs. When can you send them over? Doge, about that we haven't agreed yet. This isn't a small sum of money. I need to go out and discuss it with them. Neither Doge nor Chajin Warrior could afford this money. They had already sold the cyberware they had replaced, so they had no stock. Now they could only borrow from others, and they would just pay it back slowly. As Chajin Warrior said, losing money was fine, as long as he felt good about it. There were 7 players in the hospital. Except for Natural Curl, who had been diagnosed with paralysis due to overuse of cyberware and was still in a coma, the other 6 were gathered in one ward. Borrow money? No way, buddy. If you were borrowing money to buy equipment, I'd lend it to you immediately, but to save 2 NPCs, is it worth it? Shui Yudongtian was lying in the hospital bed. He had pressed the accelerator too hard earlier, crashed into a wall, and the airbag deployed, giving his head a severe blow. After staggering out of the car, he was stabbed several times by the tiger claws. It was a miracle he didn't die. Duerduo Tutu was more unlucky, he was thrown out of the car and broke his only flesh leg, forced to lie on the ground and shoot back. He was eventually brought to the hospital by other players. Chajin Warrior rolled his eyes, what's worth it or not? I'm willing, isn't that enough? Shui Yudongtian, I'm afraid your money will go down the drain. You heard it just now, these 2 NPCs don't even have jobs, they can't pay you back. Chajin Warrior turned his head away, I didn't expect them to pay me back. Duerduo Tutu lay on the next bed, if they don't have jobs, then find them jobs, problem solved. Poverty alleviation, what's the big deal? Shui Yudongtian, do you have connections in this area? Nonsense, isn't the boss our connection? Duerduo Tutu looked at him like he was an idiot, are you stupid? The boss opened such a big factory in a bar. Do you expect us to go to work there? He'll definitely need to hire people, so it'd be simple for us to recommend someone. That makes some sense. The other 4's eyes lit up. This seemed like a viable plan. Don't get too happy too soon. Shui Yudongtian poured cold water on them again. First, let's not even talk about whether those 2 women would agree. How likely do you think the boss is to agree to this proposal? Are the NPCs in the agency people we can just shove in there? Do these 2 women have any education? Do you know the hiring requirements for the boss's factory and bar? We don't even know why the Tiger Claws wanted to capture these 2 women, and you're already thinking about arranging jobs for them. Get a grip. Shui Yudongtian's words weren't without reason, but his tone was very annoying. Oh, I actually know about that. Egyptian Queen suddenly said, NIGE, and I secretly looked at the computer on the 3rd floor desk in the Phoenix Club. Although it was just a screenshot, the words were very clear. The email mentioned someone named Jae Hyun, who specifically captured people for Jotaro at the club. I assume it's similar for these 2 women. Even though it was just a quick glance, only a few lines of text, and the term sheep was used as aliases, Egyptian Queen could smell the bloodlust in it. And those 2 disemboweled bodies on the 3rd floor, everything was self-evident. But no matter what, the players all agreed to pay for the medical expenses first. Then, when they were pooling money, to everyone's surprise, Shui Yudongtian, who had been pouring cold water on them earlier, contributed the most, directly taking out $3,000. What? Shui Yudongtian retorted to their strange looks, this is a different matter. I don't think they can afford to pay it back, but I think if these 2 women died because they couldn't afford the surgery, you guys would definitely curse me for the rest of your lives. He's a big guy, but he's still Tsundere. The players who came out of the police station didn't say anything when they heard about this. They all pitched in, and the money was quickly gathered. The wildlings even proactively went to the agency to buy cyberware of the appropriate standard and sent it to the hospital for surgery. By the time the older sister, Nina, woke up, it was almost midnight. She opened her eyes in terror, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, struggling to get up, but found that all her limbs were in casts and she couldn't move at all. Her last memory was of the tiger claws returning. Where had she been taken? To the tiger claws basement? Was she about to be converted into a sex doll? Boundless fear crept into her heart. She wanted to struggle to get up, but quickly found her limbs were weak, as if the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet. Her struggle soon attracted the attention of someone nearby. A figure sat by the window, the light from outside casting a human-shaped shadow. You're awake? It seems the surgery was successful. The lights were dim, and she could barely make out the other person's figure by the light from outside the window. Very tall. Nina's first reaction was that the person was from the tiger claws. But the next second, she dismissed that thought. The demeanor wasn't right. The arrogant, wild, and disdainful aura of a neon gang member, as if they walked with their noses in the air, was recognizable anywhere. The person in front of her spoke in a gentle tone. And the surrounding environment clearly didn't resemble a basement, it was quiet, clean, and smelled of disinfectant, more like a hospital. She trembled with fear, trying hard to hide her body under the covers, wanting to pretend she wasn't awake, but it was clear she couldn't anymore. Who are you? Her voice was filled with terror. The person got up and walked to the hospital room door, reaching out to turn on the light. The sudden brightness was too much for Nina's eyes. She quickly closed her eyes and it took her a while to recover. She slowly opened her eyelids and found that the person had already brought a chair and sat down by her bed. She hadn't noticed earlier in the dim light, but now she realized that besides herself, her sister was also in the room. Her gaze returned to the newcomer. Dressed in a suit, tall and straight, wearing sunglasses late at night, looking down at Nina with a hint of impatience at the corner of his mouth, his demeanor was exactly like a corporate dog. Lin Miao sat by the hospital bed, took a pen from his chest pocket, and casually picked up a notebook from the table. Since you're awake, let's settle accounts, Nina Christina. His face was stern, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled only with coldness. He spoke and wrote, my mercenaries suffered 7 serious injuries and everyone else got scratched to rescue you and your sister from the tiger claws. I spent a lot of money to keep them alive. As a result, because of you, I offended the tiger claws and was detained by the NCPD. Those people could retaliate against them at any time. Now I can only pay to bail them out and send everyone, including those who just had surgery, out of the city to avoid trouble. And your sister's medical expenses, 6 cyber limbs, biogenic intestinal skin, optical cyber eyes. Honestly, if you had just died then, there probably wouldn't have been so much trouble. Lin Miao's words made Nina's head throb, and a tuft of hair on top of her head suddenly sprang out because of her movement. It had been pressed down before. It took her a long time to understand what had happened. Those people rescued her and her sister and sent them to the hospital for surgery. This person seemed to be their boss. But he looked very difficult to talk to. She whispered, thank you. Thank you isn't worth anything. Lin Miao tore off the paper and placed it in front of Nina. Nina tried hard to see the words on it, but the numbers on the bill directly blurred her vision. €137,000. It included the medical fees, surgery fees, lost wages, mental suffering compensation, cyberware fees, nutrition fees, bail fees, and insurance premium increases for 17 players. Nina wished she could just faint right now and pretend she remembered nothing. This amount wasn't particularly exaggerated in Night City, as most corporate dogs carried company debts ranging from 150,000 to 500,000, which they had to work to pay off. But for an ordinary person, this was an astronomical sum, the kind that could never be repaid in a lifetime, let alone for 2 sisters who didn't even have jobs. Nina, almost utterly despairing, bit her lip, her face paler than when she was sent into surgery. That tuft of hair stood straight up like an antenna. But Lin Miao had no pity. He just said coldly, how do you plan to compensate for this money? If she had a way to repay such a large sum of money, she wouldn't have been dragging her sister along to look for work on the streets. Although Nina really wanted to say that she and her sister would work like oxen and horses in the future to repay this money, Night City didn't buy that. Because people who say such things often don't even live to see tomorrow. Seeing her hesitant attitude, Lin Miao's face grew increasingly impatient. Because of you two, I also offended the tiger claws. If you can't pay, then I think we should just send you and your sister to Clouds, and consider it an apology to the tiger claws. Saying this, Lin Miao made to get up and leave. At this moment, his coattail was suddenly pulled. He looked back and saw it was Nia. Her sister had woken up at some point. Due to her physical condition, she was even weaker than Nina. Her slender cybernetic arm was like a blade of grass, seeming to break with a slight tug, but she still struggled desperately. Her voice was slightly stronger than her sister's, but in the current situation, that little bit of strength seemed fragile. Please don't do that, sir. My sister and I will definitely find a way to pay back this money. We can borrow from father's friends, go for drug trials, there will always be a way to pay you back. Please be kind, please don't sell us to the tiger claws. We don't want to die, we really don't want to die. We'll do anything, as long as we don't become sex dolls, or film Black Brain Dance. As she spoke, Nia's tears rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this, her sister also started to cry. For ordinary people without the ability to resist risks, sometimes a small wave can lead them to eternal damnation. Lin Miao hadn't even spoken yet, but someone else couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. Lucy leaned against the door. She had been listening to the conversation inside the room and couldn't bear it. She really didn't know how the guy inside could be so heartless. What does it have to do with you? Lin Miao retorted, sticking out his neck. She doesn't owe you money, so why are you making sarcastic remarks? Lucy ignored him. This guy was playing the bad cop so hard he was getting carried away. Besides, it was agreed 2 days ago that this area was hers to manage, so who to recruit was up to her at least, it had to appear that way. Who told those players to shamelessly take turns, using soft and hard tactics, persuading Lin Miao with great difficulty, almost holding onto his leg and calling him daddy. Lucy walked between the 2 hospital beds, took out 2 pre-drafted paper contracts, and handed them to the 2 crying patients. Listen up, in consideration of those mercenaries pleading for you too, I can give you a chance. Lin Miao on the side echoed, sign it. This is your future fate. So what is the price of a double update? Egghead. Life. Chapter 73, the players are all stupid. What? You mean me too? You're really good at judging people. Although the Horizon Corporation agency had been built, it would still be some time before it officially began operations. Currently, players spent their days assembling smuggled exoskeleton parts from the Badlands into finished products in Night City, then painting and coating them, preparing for the upcoming escalation of street warfare. Besides that, they would stroll around, repair houses, and help with additional decorations for the bar. Shui Yudongtian was skilled at some hand painting, making him half an art student, so players would commission him to draw their desired images on a specially reserved wall. Nige also returned to his old trade, making models of elements from other games to display in the bar. For example, the Master Chief's power armor, a certain person's commissioned spear of Longinus, and Excalibur-like items hung on the walls. The entire bar's atmosphere was exceptionally strange. Moreover, it was empty, Never mind waitstaff, there wasn't even a bartender. Players had to pay for their water or alcoholic drinks themselves, then pick them up at the counter. However, at noon today, the somewhat deserted bar suddenly erupted in astonishing cheers. Long live the boss! From today onwards, I have only one son in my heart. Loyalty. I'll work myself to the bone for the agency. Please, planner, can you open up NPC customization? I want them to wear Asuka's clothes, or even Unit 01's. I'm not picky. Exactly, exactly. I'd even pay for it. I'm absolutely willing. Take my money, please, boss, take my money QAQ. Lin Miao glanced at the crying Duerduo. Good idea, adopted. This system will be launched in a few versions when there's room. The reason players were so excited was entirely due to the two people standing in front of Lin Miao. The Nia and Nina sisters. Both of them had now signed employment contracts with Lin Miao and Lucy, agreeing to work at Lin Miao's bar for 10 years as waitstaff, essentially a half-indentured servitude. Food and accommodation were provided, they worked 12 hours a day, had 2 days off per month, and earned €2,000 monthly. If they resigned midway, they would have to pay €300,000 in compensation, which was a very corporate dog arrangement. For this, Lin Miao even went to a clothing store to have several maid outfits custom-made for them. Before, they wore ordinary clothes, and with the intense and urgent situation, hardly anyone noticed what they looked like. But now, after changing into the maid outfits Lin Miao prepared, it was clear why these two had been targeted by the tiger claws. Their figures weren't voluptuous, lacking the exaggerated bust-to-hip ratio favored by Westerners, but they were still slender and well-proportioned. They wore black high heels, small and cute, with slender, long legs tightly encased in black stockings, creating graceful and smooth lines, subtly revealing flesh tones. The fluffy skirt of the maid outfit covered them 1 centimeter above the knee, which accentuated their tightly cinched hourglass waists, making them appear exceptionally slender. The low-cut white lace trim made their collarbones and necks look even more delicate. The white silk chokers around their necks gave them a vulnerable look that evoked a desire to protect them. Their neatly styled hair and made headbands made them look more capable. However, their expressions appeared very nervous, their hands tightly gripping their skirt hems, looking down at the floor in a panic. This outfit couldn't be called daring or revealing, in fact, compared to other bars, it could even be considered conservative. But this profession still terrified the two sisters. Although Lin Miao and Lucy had both emphasized that they didn't need to entertain guests with drinks, and certainly couldn't provide extra services beyond chatting. They were even strictly forbidden from having excessive physical contact with guests. Regardless of who initiated it, their contracts would be terminated. They also couldn't accept tips or engage in inappropriate romantic relationships, it sounded as formal as a monastery. Their only 2 jobs were to deliver drinks or food to customers' tables and to handle cleaning. Of course, they could also learn bartending or similar skills in their free time, if they met the skill standards, they might even be able to transfer positions and get a raise. But that was easier said than done. After all, in Night City, sometimes adding or removing a single word from the prefix of a bar's waitstaff made little difference. The players' enthusiasm only made the two sisters more fearful, they felt that these people might devour them at any moment. Nina, the older sister, had that tuft of hair on top of her head stand up again from fright, and she even took a step back, wanting to shrink behind her younger sister, their hands gripping even tighter together. But the villain behind them blocked Nina's retreat and whispered coldly into their ears, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and say hello, introduce yourselves." They still remembered the cold words of that person from 2 nights ago, if they didn't perform well, they could be sold to the tiger claws at any time. Lin Miao's way of communicating with players was completely different from his way of communicating with local natives. The two sisters jolted, then quickly bowed 90 degrees to the players. Hello everyone, I am Nia/Nina Christina. I will be working as a waitstaff here at this bar in the future. Please take care of me." The lines were taught by Lin Miao, and their trembling voices made the players even more frantic. "It's a maid. It's a maid. Ah, I'm dead. I'm going to die. Planner. You are the eternal god." Shui Yu Dongtian even directly picked up Chajin Warrior and cheered, "Brother, I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly before. I apologize to you now, buddy. From today onwards, you are my blood brother from another father and mother." "Brother? I'm your Lao-do. Godfather." Nia and Nina, who had been keeping their heads down, suddenly heard familiar voices. They immediately looked up and realized that the saviors from that day were also among this group of players. Their previously anxious hearts gradually calmed down, even feeling a little excited. If it was them, they probably wouldn't hurt them, right? Their boss said that even their medical expenses were pooled by these people at the hospital. Given the moral standards of Night City, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like Jesus descending. Although this boss was very fierce and ruthless, the two sisters were filled with gratitude for these mercenaries who were willing to brave the tiger claws to save them. After all, such people in Night City were probably rarer than living pandas. At this moment, Lin Miao said to them again, "Everyone here participated in the battle against the tiger claws yesterday. Your lives were snatched back by them, and they even gave up the ambulance stretcher for the two of you. Whether you work hard at this job is your own business." The two girls' breathing hitched. Their bodies, which had just straightened, bent down again towards the players, and this time very forcefully and earnestly. Due to Arezaka's influence in Night City, some of their culture had also spread here. Thank you very, very much." Their voices, unlike the trembling from fear before, now conveyed a sense of relieved gratitude. Players never cared what they would pay, as long as they had money in their wallets, they would spend it without batting an eye. They only cared about what they would gain after paying. The sincere thanks from the two girls made the players feel that all their previous efforts were worth it, even giving them a feeling of peaceful enlightenment. Doge, ha ha ha, it's what we should do. When you see injustice, you shout, and when it's time to act, you act. Duo, only you two were unconscious, you didn't see our heroic figure at that time. It was just one word, cool. Shui Yu Dongtian, cool as a dog eating shit, yet, pretty cool. Duo, get lost, isn't it because your driving skills are bad? Others hit a tree with a pig, but you hit a wall with a car. Ju, just stay here without worry from now on, okay? Anyone who dares to touch you, we'll kill them, and show them who's boss in this place. Tudo, Brother Soon always delivers. We'll take the real planner team offline and throw them into West Lake to feed the crabs. Yeren, when Watson opens up later, we'll go directly and wipe out the Phoenix Club, okay? Don't leave even a single chicken. Chajin Warrior, let these people know what it means to crack down on crime and pornography. The players were laughing and joking, completely lacking the fierce aura that the two sisters had seen in other mercenaries before. It was a strange place, and these people were also strange. Sometimes they said things that the sisters couldn't understand. But the two girls weren't particularly repulsed by this atmosphere, in fact, they felt a sense of security similar to when their Lao Do was still alive. They looked back and realized that no one was behind them. The cold boss had left at some point. Phew, Nina patted her chest, and the tuft of hair on her head slowly lowered back to its original state. I was almost scared to death just now. The boss feels so fierce. Actually, it's not that bad. Nia recalled their entire conversation with the boss, he just speaks a bit harshly. I don't think he's really a bad person, at least not like the tiger claws. At this moment, among the players surrounding the two sisters, Nige suddenly leaned in, so, what kind of work did the boss arrange for you? What will you mainly be doing? The players were also curious, but Lin Miao had left before they had a chance to ask. Nina said softly, the boss said we're to serve drinks to guests, prepare food, and clean. Nige, so, ordinary waitstaff then. Duo, what a pity. I still wanted to see if they had any special skills, like stopping time to throw knives, cleaning with Sandevistan, turning into dragon girls, or pulling machine guns from under their skirts. Jian Shui Wuming, if you untie your own belt, you'll see a small pistol. Don't think about anything else, or you'll be kicked offline like Natural Curl. After entering Night City, Natural Curl didn't give up and went to a bar. Although the women inside had peculiar appearances, he didn't mind much. As Natural Curl put it, in life, you have to try new things. Even without beautiful girls, you still have to go for it. Then, as expected, after paying, he was kicked offline before he even had a chance to take the sex doll to a room. He collapsed straight to the ground, unconscious, and couldn't be woken up no matter how much they called him. The sex doll was terrified, thinking Natural Curl had some kind of STD or electronic virus. Finally, he was carried out by the bar's bouncers and thrown into a dumpster, only to reconnect half an hour later. A dozen players surrounded the two maids in the center. In any other bar, R18 content might have ensued, but here, it was probably the safest place the two sisters had ever been in Night City. No one laid a hand on them, and while their conversations were strange, they weren't overbearing, one could even say they were respectful. However, being surrounded by so many people, the enthusiasm made Nina a bit overwhelmed, and neither of them had forgotten they owed a large sum of money. That we. She stammered when nervous, and the more she stammered, the more nervous she became, and the more nervous she became, the more she stammered. In the end, she couldn't say anything, and Nia stepped in. She brushed a strand of brown hair from her brow and said with a hint of nervousness, "Gentlemen, please don't crowd around here. We must repay your money and kindness through work. If we delay our work, we might have our wages docked." Although the players were enthusiastic, they weren't relentless. Knowing that the two were currently inconvenienced for idle chatter, Tutu and Shui Yu Dongtian exchanged glances. They immediately ran to their seats with big smiles, raising their right hands and shouting. "Nina! I want a cold beer." "Me too." Right away." Nina, whose name was called, frantically spun around in the players' encirclement. Chajin Warrior made an opening, watching her rush to the bar to pour drinks for the two. There was a clinking and clanking, and she almost broke a beer glass. When Nina, panting, delivered the drinks to them. 4/5 of the large glass was foam, with only the bottom ring filled with yellow beer. If it were any other bar, the patrons would probably have already jumped up to cause a scene. Nina looked at the glass and realized her mistake. She then rushed back to the bar to grab a pitcher of beer. She stood by Tutu and the others' table, her eyes intently fixed on the glass, pouring a little more as the foam subsided. The sight of her fumbling yet earnest work was so amusing to the players that they began to imitate her. "Nia, I want a glass of sugar water." "Coming right up, customer." "Nina, I want a glass of ice water." Right away." "Nina, you should add, please enjoy, customer." Please enjoy, customer." "And you should bow when you say it." Thump. It was the sound of Nina's head hitting the table hard, followed by a pained whimper. Whimper. "Nina, can you add a little love to my beer, like the maids at a maid cafe? The bling bling kind, like from Gui Chu Lai Xi. In the third floor agency, Lucy sat on the edge of a table, looking at the surveillance on the computer screen. It seems to be working well. Your people really like these two young girls, and they're integrating quite nicely. They like anyone who's good looking. Excellent styling and character design can make players spend lavishly. No one dislikes pretty girls. In the few minutes Lin Miao watched, players spent at least €1,000 on drinks from the two maids, only stopping when their stomachs were full. Of course, they weren't just spending money for the sake of it. Each time they bought a drink, they would ask the two maids about various things, from their backgrounds to interesting street anecdotes, and even gang information from their deceased 6th Street gang father. While not necessarily guaranteed to be true, it was a very valuable source of information for the players to consider. However, Lin Miao's focus was not on these things, but on the upcoming business. In the time since completing the deal with the 6th Street gang, they had several conflicts with the Valentinos, and consequently, all 14 exoskeletons they had acquired were deployed to the front lines of the conflict. Prior to this, although 2 exoskeletons had already been deployed to the battlefield, the Valentinos had not paid much attention to these inexplicable iron plate suits, dismissing them as something the 6th Street gang had haphazardly cobbled together. They even mocked the 6th Street gang, asking if they weren't afraid of turning themselves into cyberpsychos by using such things. Each time, they were able to defeat the wearers of the 2 exoskeletons with minimal losses. Highly agile cyborgs often took advantage of the exoskeleton wearers' lack of flexibility to easily get behind them and stab the person inside through armor gaps with long blades. But as the number of such equipment surged, and the 6th Street gang's own militarized organization, they quickly found new tactics to complement these new pieces of equipment. To some extent, similar to the players' choices, they divided the exoskeletons into 7 small groups. Whenever they launched an attack on a Valentino's stronghold or seized control of a street, they would drive the equipment to the scene. Then, 4 or 5 militiamen would advance slowly, surrounding 2 exoskeletons, providing mutual cover. This greatly reduced the probability of exoskeleton wearers being ambushed and killed. Moreover, even if a wearer was severely injured or killed, others could quickly open the exoskeleton fasteners and replace the equipment holder to continue fighting. The pressure on the Valentino's front line suddenly increased significantly as a result. The defensive capability of these exoskeletons was simply too unfair in street brawls. In the past, during firefights, people at most wore light subcutaneous armor to block small caliber bullets. A rifle shot would still kill them. Even if someone had titanium alloy bones, their flesh and internal organs could still be easily damaged. But with these large iron lumps carrying shields and mounting machine guns pushed onto the street, they were essentially miniature tanks. The threat level of all the firearms in their hands dropped to its lowest point. After all, even a top sniper's bullet couldn't make a 180 degrees turn to hit the person behind the shield, and you couldn't be everywhere on the battlefield. The only weapons that could pose a threat to exoskeletons were grenades, rocket launchers, and other more destructive weapons. Projectile launchers were almost inadequate. The Valentinos originally wanted to imitate them, having their enforcers with modified mechanical arms also carry similar iron plate shields. But the situation did not improve. Because you lose a highly chromed powerful enforcer, while on my side, any person can equip this thing and fight you. Even if it's a trade-off, the 6th Street gang profits. It could be said that the previously stalemated situation between the two sides was gradually tilting towards the 6th Street gang. Their control was expanding beyond the Arroyo Valley district and moving towards the luxurious areas of Haywood. And these messages were revealed to Lin Miao by William Bourne, who also apologized for his former colleague Coster's offensive actions and brought a new batch of orders. But Lin Miao didn't plan to continue selling to the 6th Street gang. Selling arms isn't about who wins, but about continuous, prolonged warfare to make money. For this, he specifically asked Old Captain for the contact information of Haywood's fixer, Father Sebastian Ibarra. However, Lucy was quite displeased with Lin Miao's understated reply. Good looking? Are the clothes good looking or are the people good looking? Lucy sat on the table, her small feet, wrapped in black stockings, without shoes, dangling lightly in the air. At this moment, she even extended one foot, using her toes to press against Lin Miao's chin, making his gaze shift from the documents in his hand to herself. Lucy was currently wearing the same maid outfit as Nina and the others downstairs. When Lin Miao brought her the clothes, Lucy gave a cold sneer. Oh, men. Lin Miao also unceremoniously placed his hand on her leg, stroking her elastic and smooth calf through the stockings. Of course, both are good looking. Why wouldn't Lin Miao know what players liked? He used to be a player himself, so the things he liked would most likely not be rejected by others either. The warmth of his breath reached the top of her foot, making Lucy's face flush, but it wasn't long before she regretted her thoughtless provocation. She even had to diligently perform her maid duties, using her skirt to wipe the wet table back and forth clean, all while her feet dangled. But if you can't stop the source, no matter how much you wipe, it won't dry. Chapter 74, Fighting Against Crime is the responsibility of every citizen of Night City. Mr. Lin had asked for the priest's contact information, but he didn't want it to call him. Instead, he wanted to make a note in advance so that when the priest called him, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Someone had already been asking where the 6th Street gang's new equipment was purchased from, as this item had never been seen on the market before. The wind was blown by Old Captain, and Mr. Lin naturally wanted him to blow it back. He had Old Captain discreetly reveal to Priest Sebastian that the equipment had entered Night City through his channels, and the priest would naturally seek him out. Although this matter had nothing to do with the priest, he had a close relationship with the Valentinos. In his youth, he was known as artillery pastor and played as a defender on a team. He held considerable prestige among the various gangs, big and small, in Haywood. He might not get the locals to believe in Jesus, but if he asked them to go fight, they would be there in a heartbeat. Just kidding. As Mr. Lin expected, a few hours after informing Reyes to pass the message to the priest contacted him. Actually, Mr. Lin was a bit worried that the call would come at an inconvenient time, but fortunately, after thoroughly teaching the troublesome person a lesson, he was somewhat well behaved. The priest was likely sitting in a bar using a computer webcam or, like Mr. Lin, using a mobile phone. The background was explosive rock music, and although the lighting was a bit dim, Sebastian's Italianesque face was visible. Especially his neatly trimmed mustache, squinting eyes and a Mediterranean hairstyle, which was extremely rare in Night City. The Lord says, I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. Mr. Lin, you have given weapons to the devil, allowing them to slaughter God's people. The priest began by reciting scripture in a slightly weathered, calm tone, sounding as if he was telling Mr. Lin that he would soon die and go to hell. However, Sebastian was not one of those religious fanatics, nor would he curse Mr. Lin or try to burn him at the stake. But the Almighty Lord will give everyone a chance to repent, as long as they are willing to bear the cross and follow him. Mr. Lin, playing along, touched his forehead and shoulders with his right hand, clasped his hands together, and prayed with a devout expression, Father, I confess to you that I did not firm my will. I am a fallen person tempted by money. For me, the money of the devil and God are equally tempting. With 2 coins placed before me, I truly cannot distinguish which one belongs to the devil and which one belongs to God. Only because Sebastian was a man of decorum, if it were a more hot-tempered priest, he would have already pulled out a shotgun to exorcise the fallen person in front of him. The Lord will forgive every repentant lost lamb, but his people now need divine weapons capable of resisting the devil's minions. Light models are 18,000, heavy models are 22,000. Exchange within 3 days, warranty within 3 months. Buy 10 units and get a light machine gun free. Buy 20 units and get a 5% discount. If you become a member, there will be additional services in the future. I will ensure that every exoskeleton is filled with the Lord's teachings and blessed with holy water from the church, so that the warrior wearing this equipment may spread the Lord's glory in the world and fight for him. Believe me, this is much more effective than a few Eurodollars for indulgences. A devout face uttered market-like words at an astonishing speed. If God knew Mr. Lin had such a follower, he would probably send another flood to cleanse the earth immediately. However, if there really was a God, this world wouldn't have turned out this way. Sebastian had seen many people, he thought, fierce and fearless mercenaries, greedy merchants, arrogant corporate dogs. But he had never before seen someone who could speak of accumulating wealth in the tone of a church official. Even the priest no longer wanted to pretend with Mr. Lin in his previous tone, he felt that continuing this way would only cause him suffering. So, how long will it take for delivery? Mr. Lin smiled and said, that depends on their loyalty to the Lord. The more loyal they are, the faster the weapons will reach their hands. Sebastian rubbed his temples. He found that discussing money directly with the other party seemed to be the most efficient approach. I will go and discuss it with them and have them directly interface with you. I hope you both can have a satisfactory exchange. Certainly. After a friendly discussion, both parties disconnected the call. The Wild Wolf Bar was bustling with people. It could be said to be one of the main bars where the Valentinos gang members congregated. The owner here was Guadalupe Alejandra Wells, whom everyone liked to call Mrs. Wells. She held considerable prestige in the Haywood area, which was also related to her personal style of conduct. Many locals in Night City grew up as orphans or abandoned infants, and Mrs. Wells was like a second mother to them. Many people in this area grew up with her help. So, even now, many city dwellers who have been bullied outside come here to cry to Mrs. Wells' corporate dogs, gang kids, lone wolves. It's almost like a confessional in a church. Therefore, very few people who lack judgment dare to cause trouble here. Offending this place truly means you don't want to make it anymore. Gustav Orte, a high-ranking member of the Valentinos, sat across the table and asked somewhat nervously, Priest, what did that guy say? He's a pure businessman. Sebastian no longer wanted to recall the details of his conversation with Mr. Lin, he simply gave Mr. Lin's contact information to Gustav. He wants a deposit, the more the better. The specific transaction needs to be discussed between you and him directly. This is all I can do. Thank you, Father. Gustav's attitude showed great respect. I just didn't expect that guy to agree so easily. Merchants are followers of the devil. As long as there is profit to be made, they won't care who their trading partner is. Sebastian said earnestly, but I must warn you, Gustav, I saw his face before. A month ago, this person attacked the Phoenix Club in Japantown. Some say an Arezaka elite hacker died inside. The Nightwalker's ambush 2 weeks ago might also have been carried out by this person. You'd best be careful when talking to him. The devil's words cannot be easily trusted. Nightwalker. Gustav was very surprised. I heard it was the Aldcaldos and Melee Tech. Things are often not as simple as they appear on the surface. This is the Lord's teaching. The priest said with a profound expression, just those few days, several 6th Street gang codders went out of the city to the Badlands, and after they returned, they launched an attack on the Valentinos streets, and those 2 exoskeletons appeared as well. There are also rumors that a company on Stone Ridge Mountain has established a stronghold there, which should also be related to him. Gustav looked at the data transmitted by the priest, which included a headshot of Mr. Lin. For some reason, he felt like he had seen this guy somewhere before. He quickly searched his database. Damn it. This guy killed several of his subordinates last month. Although it was later found out to be a misunderstanding, and both parties were tricked by that female hacker. Gustav was still so angry. Don't look so gloomy, like your mother died, Hermanos, have a drink and you'll forget everything. A burly man slapped Gustav on the back and sat down between him and the priest. It's just a bunch of tin shacks, isn't it? When I get my hands on them, I'll tear them down for those idiots in the 6th Street gang. Jackie, Gustav said, touched, you really know how to comfort people. The burly man named Jackie joined the conversation uninvited, but neither the priest nor Gustav showed any displeasure, instead, they seemed accustomed to it. Jackie was still holding a bottle of liquor and poured 4 cups on the table, giving 2 to the priest and Gustav, keeping 1 for himself, and placing 1 in the empty seat beside him. Come on, tell me, how have your fights been lately? Do you need my help? Forget it, Gustav said after glancing at the empty seat. If Mrs. Wells knew I dragged you into gang affairs, she would definitely make me suffer. Sure enough, a woman in a black suit took the seat and picked up the wine glass. Her arrival made both the priest and Gustav frown slightly. There's nothing happier in this world than having a mother who cares about you, Jackie, you should save it. Her black suit and the insignia on her cuffs all indicated this woman's identity as an Arezaka corporate dog, and judging by her attire and makeup, her status was not low, because the higher the employee rank at Arezaka, the more formal their dress and appearance had to be. Eccentric clothing was generally not allowed. Michiko Arezaka was an exception. God knows how she transformed from a cat-eared girl enthusiast into her current monstrous state. Corpos were also frequent visitors to various bars. They were generous, wealthy, and would even post missions for mercenaries, but that didn't mean Gustav would appreciate them eavesdropping on his gang's affairs. Jackie, on the other hand, was oblivious to all of this, or perhaps he simply didn't care much about such matters. No way, you're saying it too. Jackie then introduced the two. This is my friend, V. V picked up her glass and gestured to the two. Let me introduce myself, Valerie, but you can also call me V. Gustav and the Padre didn't return the gesture, nor did they even pick up their glasses, but V wasn't embarrassed by this at all and directly downed her drink. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I was just listening nearby and heard you discussing something very interesting, so I asked Jackie to introduce me to you. Please forgive his impulsiveness. No one here blames Jackie. Gustav picked up his glass, his eyes lowered, clearly not welcoming the corpo, while the Padre chose to leave directly with his cane, heading downstairs to find Mrs. Wells. If you want information, you have to follow the street rules, even if you are brought by Jackie. Jackie spread his hands helplessly, while the woman calling herself V didn't have the arrogance of those corpos. Her posture was very relaxed. Of course, I understand. V took the bottle from Jackie's hand, refilled her glass, and downed it. Then she took out a stack of Eurodollars, about 2 or 3,000, and placed it on the table. I just want to hear about that company you mentioned. That shouldn't be taboo, right? A small company, and it's caught your attention. Despite his words, Gustav still took the money. Even though he was a high-ranking gang member, his personal wallet wasn't very full, and he had recently taken a liking to a 6th Street gang woman, which was even more expensive. As you said before, one of our people died at his hands, so we have to give an explanation to the higher UPS. The deceased was from the Special Operations Department. For V, who was from counterintelligence, the connection between the two might be like people next door dying and them going to buy fireworks to celebrate. Although counterintelligence was nominally a subordinate department of special operations, in reality, the bosses of both sides didn't get along. However, the equipment first appearing in the hands of the 6th Street gang made it a bit more interesting. V, I heard that company built a stronghold in the Badlands, but isn't that area controlled by melee tech? The Badlands is vast. Stone Ridge Town is some distance from the city, and that place is Nightwalker territory, however. Gustav recalled what the Padre had just told him, combined with the street rumors from this period, and synthesized, those defeated Nightwalkers did say their people were ambushed by melee tech. Melee tech. V was initially interested, but quickly identified it as a rumor. Arezaka's roots in Night City were far deeper than Militika's. There was no reason for them to attack the Nightwalkers without Arezaka knowing about it, unless you told me Myers personally ordered it. She shook her head and said, those guys must have made a mistake. Who knows? Anyway, from the Nightwalkers' perspective, this company is a melee tech shell company, using them to test equipment. This was also Gustav's previous conjecture, otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Nightwalkers would clash with a melee tech stronghold. Moreover, the equipment first appeared with the 6th Street gang. Those spineless bastards love to use them to test equipment, cyberware, or drugs. He just hadn't expected this company to be linked to Lin Miao, nor had he realized that so many events were orchestrated by the same person. Shell company? Interesting. If that were the case, it had some possibility. I just heard you say you seem to be having some trouble with this new equipment they're selling. Could you elaborate? Hey, V. Jackie interrupted, don't boost their morale and diminish our own. We'll get our revenge sooner or later. It's just a few tin cans. V valued Jackie as a friend, so she said, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. What, even your Arezaka is interested in this junk? Gustav chuckled, yes, after all, it's Militika's stuff, but there's nothing embarrassing to say. It's just an exoskeleton made of stainless steel welded plates, but that thing is like an enhanced version of heavy subcutaneous armor. Normal weapons can't do anything to it. 1 or 2 are fine, but more become troublesome. Like the Centaur used by the NCPD. Worse than that. The most obnoxious thing is the coating on that monstrosity, it's simply disgusting, completely dancing on the 6th Street Gang's XP. Equipment that isn't even that good somehow works on the street. It sounded a bit like the Grasshopper light power armor developed by Zetatech decades ago in the history of exoskeleton research, but this thing was still a bit expensive, and Zetatech no longer produced such garbage models. V asked, aren't they afraid of getting cyberpsychosis? This cheap armament should put a lot of pressure on the nerves, right? But so far, we haven't seen any signs of those wearing it having an episode, and they are very stable. Jackie put his arm around Gustav and laughed, maybe these people don't value their own lives at all. Not everyone is like us Valentinos, who value our brothers. Count me in when the delivery happens. I want to see what's so great about that thing. After saying that, he picked up his glass and clinked it with Gustav's. His mom wouldn't let him participate in street fights, but watching an arms deal should be fine, right? Alright, how could I forget my brother when there's good stuff? Gustav no longer refused Jackie's request. The two eventually drank themselves into a stupor, while only V kept thinking about the company that might be a Mealy-Tech shell corporation. Night City was divided into several districts, and each district had its well-known major gangs, Tiger Claws, Maelstrom, 6th Street Gang, etc. They all had long histories, having developed over decades, and held almost absolute authority within their respective districts. But this didn't mean that the entire black market was controlled by these major gangs. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. Gangs also had their ecological niches. Besides these largest gangs, there were numerous smaller gangs, ranging from dozens to hundreds of members, and even the territories between gangs were not purely defined. For example, the scavengers, who committed crimes on the move, had strongholds in various districts of Night City. The smaller gangs generally existed only for a few years, some for a few months. If one had to find a reference point, then the gang-ridden Kowloon, Hong Kong, in the 1960s and 70s would definitely be the best comparison. According to the Horizon Games official website settings, the game has faction reputation and favorability values. For example, the neutral Aldecaldos clearly showed them favor, leaning towards friendliness. And if the Nightwalkers could see favorability, it would definitely be -100, mortal enemies, the kind that would fight on sight. After discussion, the players unanimously decided to pick the low-hanging fruit first. The 6th Street Gang was currently the largest local gang and also the boss's business partner. Directly attacking them for a small bounty would be unwise. So those small gangs became the players' targets. Anyway, after connecting to the NCPD's bounty system, they saw at a glance that those guys also had charges of attempted murder, second-degree murder, illegal detention, selling prohibited drugs, theft, and so on, so there was no guilt in taking them down. The system's restrictions, such as not being able to fire the first shot in the city and not actively provoking, naturally had countless loopholes for players to exploit. For example, Fendel Alex, currently the target of Tudo and Jutiu, was a member of the new United Gang, with a bounty of $187, charged with extortion, kidnapping, and selling contraband. He swaggered into a small diner and walked to a table, sitting down. One synthetic fish, a bottle of beer, plus 2 chicken skewers and a wrap. The owner's eyes flashed with anger when he saw him, but he quickly hid it, saying with a bitter smile, coming right up. Meanwhile, Tudo and Jutiu, who had been tailing him for some time, also walked in, sitting at a table not far from their target. After casually ordering a few small dishes, Jutiu said to Tudo with a sinister smile. How about we make a bet? Bet what? Let's bet he won't pay after he finishes eating. Chapter 75. You have to pay me for eating here, but I don't need to pay for eating. Although lab-grown meat is cloned from nutrient solutions, it lacks connective tissue, blood vessels, fat, and other structures, being purely stacked muscle cells. It has no chewiness or flavor, but for players accustomed to real meat, it's a novel experience. As for synthetic foods, they are no different from snacks or spicy strips to players, and unlike the locals of Night City, they don't eat these every day. So Tudo and the other player continued to casually pop chicken meatballs into their mouths, their eyes fixed on Fender. They weren't the only group trying to test the system's loopholes, players had their own methods. Fender sat in place, eating and drinking heartily, his gaze constantly sweeping over the pedestrians on the street, lost in thought. Soon, all the food and wine on the table were consumed. Fender stood up, clapped his hands, grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, and prepared to leave, showing no intention of paying. Just then, the two players behind him immediately stood up, blocking the restaurant entrance first. Tudo, hold on. Haven't you forgotten something? Jutiu, did you just finish eating without paying? I despise freeloaders the most in my life. Their tone was arrogant and presumptuous, and their expressions were utterly provoking. Where did these cyberpsychoses come from? Fender frowned and glanced at the shop owner again. The owner was also bewildered, both scared and fearful, quickly shaking his head and explaining, they're new, I don't know them. His eagerness to avoid trouble, as if afraid of getting involved, was amusing to watch. Fender looked at the two in front of him again, intending to ignore them and push past them to leave. Unexpectedly, Sun and Huang didn't budge, pushing him back into the restaurant. Fender's expression instantly changed. Damn it, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? He defiantly extended his right hand, forcefully slapping Jutiou's face and saying, do you know who I am? Do you know who runs this street? I don't have to pay to eat here, but you have to pay me to eat, understand? He bared his teeth while speaking, looking fierce. Theoretically, every shop on Night City's streets belongs to a gang, and they pay protection fees weekly to prevent gang hooligans from causing trouble. Eating without paying is also a form of protection fee. The conflict between the three drew curious glances from many, who wondered if another gang was about to fight for territory. Zhu Tiaoyu, unfazed by the slap, pulled out a handful of crumpled banknotes from his pocket. Fender thought the other party was preparing to pay and apologize, but then heard Zhu Tiaoyu laugh. No money, hey? I'll pay for you. I can afford any number of bowls. I just can't stand people who can't pay for their meal but still act tough. After saying that, he threw the money directly in front of the boss. Banknotes fluttered in the shop, and many customers, sensing an impending conflict, were already preparing to slip out the back door. The system hadn't reacted yet, hadn't kicked him offline, which meant that this act of chivalry was not considered active provocation by the system. And throwing money at someone felt incredibly satisfying. You bastard! Fender, never having been so humiliated, instantly lost his mind and threw a punch at Zhu Tiaoyu's provoking face, knocking him to the ground. Awesome! My number! Zhu Tiaoyu fell to the ground, screaming, ah! I'm severely injured and down. Tu Do, on the side, was unhurried, even pointing at Fender and shouting to the onlookers, you saw it, he started it. We were just defending ourselves. At the same time, two more people, Yeren and Nige, rushed in from outside and immediately punched Fender in the face. Damn it, you eat without paying and dare to hit people? You're asking for death. The bounty is only 207? You've chosen your own demise. How dare you lay a hand on my revered face? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 4 people with 8 hands. In the blink of an eye, Fender was pinned to the ground. The 4 surrounded the fallen Fender, punching and kicking mercilessly, and not a single person dared to step forward to stop them. Punches and kicks landed on his face and stomach, and everything he had just eaten came back up. Yet, Fender, his face disfigured, still stubbornly retorted, what gang are you with? How dare you cause trouble on our turf? If you've got guts, wait until I call my brothers what? Zhu Tiaoyu's voice grew even more joyful, it's a gang operation. Another kick landed on his stomach. Tu Do, with tears streaming down his face, simultaneously delivered a low blow, 1 meal for 1 person is 20, 10 people for a month is 6,000. This shop has been open for so many years, how many free meals have you eaten, how much money have you swindled from here? The shop owner wanted to say that he had only taken over the shop 3 months ago, and the other party didn't come every day. But, good hit. He was secretly pleased, but dared not say it aloud, fearing that the other party would remember him and come back to cause trouble or smash his shop. Yeren even squatted down, grabbing Fender by the collar and lifting him entirely, tell me everything, one by one, about your freeloading accomplices and your criminal hideouts. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be severe. Only Nige was a bit hesitant, it's just 1 free meal, isn't beating him this badly a bit too much? I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't stand to see people suffer. He might even end up disabled. Why don't we just finish him off and claim the bounty for his head instead? Dude, are you even speaking human language? This can't be some cyberpsychosis from somewhere, can it? Someone had already called the NCPD. This was a border area, theoretically under their jurisdiction. And when it came to dealing with cyberpsychosis, their actions were indeed a bit faster than usual, as such matters were mostly corporate-related, and they had to clean up the mess. And as luck would have it, the person who arrived was Hayden Carson again. By the time the NCPD arrived, he saw those 4 guys carrying a half-dead new United gang member running towards him. What are you doing? Reporting, Sheriff. Zhu Tiaoyu stood at attention, feigning formality, this guy was freeloading in the shop. We tried to reason with him and were even going to pay for him, but he actually attacked us. We couldn't hold back and ended up beating him like this. So it wasn't cyberpsychosis, wasn't this just a gang fight? The sheriff rubbed his temples, both relieved it wasn't actual cyberpsychosis and annoyed at these mercenaries for causing him trouble. And he didn't know why, but there were an unusually high number of reports today, all about brawls and shootings, otherwise even he wouldn't be out on patrol. Withdraw. Sheriff, that bounty, hey. It's already in your account, now get out of here. Damn it, Hayden Carson had never wished so much for the Tiger Claws to come quickly and kill all these people. When did those neon people become so inefficient? The players, ecstatic at the money in hand, immediately pulled out the loose change and pistol from the thoroughly beaten Fender, threw him on the ground, and let the officers take him away. They, meanwhile, prepared to find their next victim. Zhu Tiaoyu didn't forget to go back into the shop and pick up every banknote he had thrown out earlier to show off. Showing off came at a cost. Then, he counted out his and Tu Do's meal money, along with Fender's meal money, and placed it all on the table. Boss, this is my and his meal money. No need to thank me. He also patted his chest and said, if anyone else eats without paying or causes trouble in the future, just call us, okay? We'll make sure to take care of them all. The boss looked at the money on the table but couldn't feel happy at all. In his opinion, this was just a gang dispute over territory. In the end, he would still have to pay 30% protection fees and have people eat without paying, just with a different person collecting the money. Oh, right, this guy hadn't said which gang they belonged to. If he paid the wrong gang, he'd be in big trouble. But when he looked up, the 4 people had vanished without a trace. Zhu Tiaoyu, we earned a lot, holy shit, he still had 63 yuan and a pistol on him. The bounty combined is almost half a mission's reward. But if we split it, it's too little. Nige smacked his lips. It would have been great if that cop hadn't shown up. Maybe we could have called in their gang and wiped them all out, earning a huge sum. Ju, it's not bad. Let's ask how the others are doing and how much they've earned. Players used different methods to probe. Some, like Ju, followed people, waiting for them to make mistakes, while others used sting operations. They would deliberately put a wad of cash in their pocket and enter an alley, luring people out before making a move. However, this kind of behavior carried some risks, as you wouldn't know how many people the other side brought or what weapons they had, so it was easy to mess up. For example, Jian Shui Wuming. Because he had to personally teach new players how to make compliant explosives, he entered the city later and had limited time, so he played a bigger game. He wanted to get rich quick. He asked Nina about a remote area where people often disappeared, then, with several bundles of explosives strapped to him, he and Tutu set off valiantly. Last time, Tudo and his group managed to bluff the 6th Street gang with explosive vests, so this time, with the two of them personally going, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? He put on gold-rimmed glasses, feigned helplessness and wandered aimlessly in the abandoned industrial zone as if lost. However, there was no however after that. Jian Shui Wuming, who was walking in front, was directly knocked down by a blunt object halfway, stuffed into a sack, loaded onto a car, and driven away. The actions were smooth and seamless, clearly indicating a habitual offender. Tutu, who was following behind, didn't even react before the other party drove away, disappearing before he could even say a word. I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Hey, grab me too, damn it. Then, the car returned, and the people inside grabbed Tutu as well. When Sword Snow awoke from his coma, his surroundings were pitch black, with only a tiny bit of light coming from the skylight above. He shook his head, and it took him a while to recall what had happened. Damn it, the people here have no martial ethics, they actually came to trick and ambush this old man. He wondered if Tutu had called anyone to rescue him. He hoped he wouldn't find out who was behind this, otherwise, he'd tie explosives to them all and send them flying. Sword Snow patted his body a couple of times. His explosive vest was gone, his gun was lost, and he was only left with a shirt and pants. Damn. Where did these exploiters come from? Helpless, Sword Snow could only survey his surroundings. It was pitch black, and the light from above was barely enough to make out some things. Dark, damp, cramped, and there were multiple people breathing nearby, which he hadn't noticed before due to the dim light. Are there any living people here? No one responded. In fact, his voice made the others shrink further into the corners. How strange. After muttering, he tried to contact other players, but his signal receiver was damaged and couldn't send any signals. Damn it. Where the hell is this? Which bastard kidnapped me? If you have the guts, face me, your dad, one-on-one. I'll send every single one of you flying. Where's Tutu? Tutu, where are you? Your dad, Hu Yingjun, is here. No one responded. Sword Snow grumbled as he got up, seemingly preparing to find a way out of here. Just then, his voice finally elicited a response from the others, you'd better keep your voice down. If you attract the scavengers, you'll be the first to die. It was a man's voice, but it sounded weak, as if he was on the verge of death. Scavengers. Jian Shui Wuming was silent for a moment. What scavengers? There was very little information about this gang in the official website's compendium. Players had only heard a word or two about them in the Aldecaldos camp, and Sword Snow hadn't paid any attention to them. At least their influence was far less than that of the 6th Street gang and the like. Idiot. The man cursed and then couldn't be bothered to speak to Sword Snow anymore. You dare to curse me? Sword Snow's eyes widened. Following the sound, he found the man and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a man with a missing right hand, disheveled, with mechanical bearings visible at the severed arm. Besides him, there were 5 or 6 other people, all young men and women, but they were all in poor condition, seemingly in extreme fear, huddled in a corner with their legs hugged, not speaking. Sword Snow walked around again before confirming that he was likely locked in a cellar, about 20 square meters, but he wasn't sure of the exact location. He found a drier spot, sat down cross-legged against the wall. Scavengers? He hadn't heard of them, but that wasn't important. Bringing players to a place like this already meant they were asking for death. He gave a thumbs up to the air. Damn it, just you wait. I'm going to the forum right now to open a portal and call people to smash this so-called scavengers. After saying that, he leaned against the wall and fell asleep. The others heard his words and dismissed them as the ramblings of someone who had been captured. Everyone captured by the scavengers had their signal transmitters blocked, making it impossible to send any signals. How could he possibly contact the outside world? And this idiot just fell asleep. Is he calling people in his dreams? He's really an idiot. After players entered Night City, the official website's compendium was updated almost daily, and each update contained massive amounts of text data. The volume of text was several orders of magnitude higher than during the Badlands period, stunning forum users. There were also city screenshots shared by players on the forum, which were mesmerizing to look at. The 0.4 version update announcement had already surpassed 10,000 replies with wishes and comments. Many people also shared their interesting conjectures or experiments on the forum, hoping that players with game access would go in and try them out for them. Some had even started posting strange threads on the website about how to quickly gather effective information, identify target groups, self-disguise, quickly understand the terrain, and find observation points. Through the screen, no one knew who was behind the computer posting. After Jian Shui Wuming logged off, he immediately started typing with his 10 fingers, displaying the speed of a 27-year-old single man. Calling for backup. I've been double-crossed by a gang called the Scavengers Jian Shui Wuming. It's true. Tutu and I were on the street, preparing for a sting operation, but we were ambushed with dirty tricks. Now, I don't know which cellar these people have taken us to. Image. There are several other people with me who were also captured. It looks like they've been held here for some time, but I haven't seen Tutu. I don't know if he's being held in another cell. Hurry and come help. Remember to bring more explosives. Those bastards stole my self-destruct vest. I bet this place is full of criminals with high bounties. After saying that, he even took a selfie with a thumbs up, seemingly taken with his optical implant. Gao Shao, weak is one word, I'll only say it once. Super Balloon Democracy Officer, at this time, you need to call Super Earth support. Up, right, down, left, right, Baba, and we will orbital drop General Bullet and Lashy to rescue you. Super Balloon Propaganda Department, this comment is suspected of treason and is currently under investigation. I am Ha Ren, what you're experiencing is reaping what you sow. Always trying to take shortcuts will surely lead to trouble. Young people should honestly follow the right path. I saw in the official website that the Scavengers are the darkest group in Night City, specializing in harvesting organs and stealing cyberware. It's like the game version of Northern Myanmar. Red Bucket, look on the bright side, Sword Snow. Maybe the leader of the Scavengers gang is attracted to your looks, a domineering female CEO, joking. Don't forget your brothers if you get sugar daddy. Sword Snow, you have time to chat, why don't you hurry and log on to call people for me? Red Bucket, working. Why don't you call yourself? Sword Snow, QAQ, it seems the network is blocked, I can't connect. Red Bucket, fine, I'll sneak off and log on. Sword Snow, next time you buy explosives, I'll give you 20% off, dear. Red Bucket, sitting in the agency, shook his head, reluctantly put his phone in his pocket, stood up, put on his safety helmet, and said to his colleague in front of him. I'm going to take a nap. You keep an eye on things for me here for a bit. Alright, bring me a pack of cigarettes, Red Pagoda Mountain, okay. Got it. Then he turned and ran back to the dorm, lying on the bed without even taking off his clothes. Red Bucket cherished the helmet, which had been sent from who knows where. After all, in this remote development zone, entertainment was hard to find. He only went out drinking with people from the project, and drinking was still drinking. Sometimes he felt no different from those so-called corporate dogs in the game world, at least they had cyberware. After routinely passing through a sea of red data, the world before his eyes instantly lit up, and his original drowsiness and fatigue vanished without a trace. His body was filled with power. I'm fully revived, buddy. Without further ado, he immediately ran to the bar to call people, but to his surprise, only Nina's two sisters were wiping tables in the agency, and Lucy was sitting at the bar teaching Pandora how to make automatons. What's wrong, you look so flustered. Reporting, Mentor Lucy, the Scavengers are going to harvest Sword Snow's organs and have him locked up. Lucy was a little surprised. The Scavengers? Why would they target you guys? For a group like the agency's agents, who are all saber-alike in their dedication, what kind of fool would go looking for trouble with them? Logically, if a fight broke out and they realized it was a tough opponent, the Scavengers should retreat. Ahem. Red Bucket was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't very well say that all the players had gone out to conduct sting operations, track and induce crime, and then someone messed up, could he? Red Bucket spread his hands. I don't know either. Anyway, he said he was captured, and I guess there's another one. Lucy was full of questions. What did he mean? He said he was captured. If he was captured, how did he contact you? The Scavengers shouldn't leave such a loophole. However, Lucy quickly gave up on delving into the issue. Perhaps it was artificial human telepathy or some other damned thing. But that wasn't important. She patted Pandora's shoulder, waking the little girl who didn't even reach her chest. It's time for practical training. Today, I'll teach you how to infiltrate the city network and find people. Then she looked at Red Bucket. You go find the others. When the Scavengers capture people, they usually take them back to their stronghold to dissect and dismantle cyberware or wait for ransom. There won't be just a few people. Understood. Chapter 76 What is dang 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 dang? As for Scavengers, to some extent, they can be considered an indispensable part of Night City. Just like their nickname, Scavengers are the bottom feeders of this city. This isn't to say their status is low, but rather that this group of people eats everything, no matter how unsavory. Cheap cyberware is sold to petrochem, internal organs to various hospitals or petrochem, meat to food processing plants, and they can even turn your bones into cadaver models or re-refine the skeletons of drug addicts into narcotics to sell for money. They will sell every single piece of tissue from your body for a good price. No matter what other gangs do in secret, at least on the surface, they maintain some decorum. But Scavengers don't need decorum, they don't care about reputation, they only need money. Most importantly, anyone can be a scavenger if you need them to be. Just like when Maine took Lin Miao's order and disguised himself as a scavenger to cause trouble, no one would doubt whether a scavenger would do such a thing. In a remote construction site in Coronado, Rusted, dilapidated scaffolding and various unused building materials were piled high. There are so many similar places in Santo Domingo that even scavengers have a soft spot for them. Most of these are projects that were abandoned halfway through construction. Especially for scavengers, these buildings, located not far from the river and directly connected to Night City's underground sewage network, are perfect hiding places. Dump the waste into the river, and all evidence is gone. The 2 new sheep we caught are in good health, much stronger than those sickly ones we got before. They should fetch a good price. The damp abandoned building was divided into labyrinthine sections by corrugated iron sheds. In one of these sheds, 2 scavengers, one large and one small, were preparing for their next transaction. Before them was an operating table that hadn't even been properly cleaned of blood. New blood covered old blood on the floor, and many areas had already turned black and clotted. Next to the operating table, various surgical tools were haphazardly arranged, looking very crude. It's inexplicable. The big scavenger felt that today's events were suspicious. One was walking around in the street with an explosive vest strapped to him, and the other was begging us to catch him. Could it be bait from some mercenaries or a gang trying to set us up? The small one, however, shook his head. Mercenaries wouldn't do something so brainless. Didn't you just decide to wander around that area today? There's no way they could have calculated that we'd be there. Besides, haven't we already checked their identities? They're vagrants with no background whatsoever. They probably just came in for business. Jian Shui Wuming didn't participate in the shootout with the Tiger Claws 2 days ago. He entered the city yesterday and got into trouble today, and his background is still completely clean. The small scavenger picked up a scalpel soaking in disinfectant, attached it to his prosthetic limb, and began preparing the tools for the upcoming surgery. Bring the sheep over. Anyway, they'll be meat soon. Tell the brothers that once this job is done, we'll move to a different location. The organs of these 2 guys match the models needed by Biotechnica, so when the time comes, even the King of Heaven himself won't be able to stop us. The small scavenger had operated on dozens of people, from civilians to corpo rats, but no one's original living internal organs were as good as these 2 today. Their active metabolism and health were like that of newborn babies. Biotechnica immediately took a liking to their goods and was willing to pay tens of thousands of eddies for them. Got it. The big one said nothing more. That was tens of thousands of Eurodollars, more expensive than all the dozens of sheep they had sold combined. He grunted in response and left. Soon, the big one emerged from a cellar, carrying Tutu, and threw him onto the operating table, binding him securely with ropes, hands, nylon cords, and other tools. Compared to Sword Snow, who at least knew to go offline and call for help, Tutu was a bit naive. He was the only one in the cellar he was in, and he thought he could find a mechanism or props to escape, like in movies or escape room games. But half an hour passed, and he found nothing, at most a few dead bones, which would be difficult to use as weapons. When the big one entered, he tried to resist but was knocked down in a few moves. What are you doing? It wasn't until he was tied to the operating table that Tutu reacted, realizing these people intended to slaughter him like a pig. However, he wasn't worried about it at all. It wasn't the first time he'd died anyway, so he might as well use the time to dig for some industry inside information. It seemed these people were likely trafficking live human cyberware. They must be skilled, but they were wearing optical masks, so he couldn't see what they looked like. Tutu tried calling the small one a few times. Hey, you. How do you do business here? How much can one person sell for? Are you interested in having us join you? The small one ignored him. Everyone tied to this table would cry, beg, threaten, or try to buy their life with money. But none of it was useful. His heart was already as cold as the scalpel in his hand. Give him an anesthetic, so he doesn't talk too much. It'll interfere with my surgery if he keeps moving later. The big one, putting on a mask and surgical gloves, whispered, the anesthetic ran out last time. We haven't had time to buy new stock. The small one was a bit speechless. Then use the drugs. Anyway, the boss pays well, so it's not a big deal. The drugs he referred to were naturally shine, produced by the Tiger Claws. This stuff was Night City's best-selling drug, and it packed a punch. The big one left the operating room and returned with a syringe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tutu tried to stop him. This needle isn't reused, is it? Can you use a new one? A dying man with so much to say. The small one took the syringe and injected it directly into Tutu's vein. This person's body had already been tested, he had no prior bad habits, so an intravenous injection would inevitably send him into a hallucination, and he would soon fall unconscious. The initial reaction was exactly as he expected. Tutu's skin began to redden and warm, his breathing became heavy, and then it stopped. Tutu's expression remained normal, calm, and his eyes watched him unblinkingly. What did you inject me with? I'm not going to get HIV, am I? Something's wrong. The small one looked at the big one suspiciously. Did you not give him enough? The big one rubbed the back of his head. Impossible, I used the same amount I usually use on myself. Although the small one suspected the other person was trying to save on drugs, he still said, then increase the dosage. Don't try to save a few bucks on medicine. Another injection went in. Tutu's body began to react more intensely. First, he trembled all over, then foamed at the mouth, and his eyeballs rolled back, exactly like a drug addict overdosing and about to die. Hurry up with the surgery. Dead organs aren't worth as much. With that, he plunged a knife into Tutu's abdomen, horizontally slicing open a bloody gash. However, the surgery lasted only a few seconds before 2-2 reverted to his previous state. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth and watched the small one unblinkingly. The small one, focused on the surgery, didn't notice anything unusual because this body, as if under anesthetic, showed no pain reaction or twitching, cooperating perfectly with his work. 2-2 calmly watched as the other person used the scalpel to remove his organs from the opened abdomen and place them into the prepared containers nearby before he couldn't help but ask. What is that? My liver or my spleen? Without cleaning and carefully examining them on a tabletop, most people couldn't distinguish between different types of living internal organs, let alone in such a bloody mess. The small scavenger heard the voice and looked in shock at the now conscious 2-2, then at the kidney in his hand. Switching back and forth several times. You're awake. Otherwise. You're not in pain. Me? I'm fine, you continue. 2-2's eyes were very calm, the scavenger couldn't see even a hint of pain tolerance on his face. This placid demeanor almost made the small scavenger drop the scalpel in his hand. Could this guy be a cyberpsycho? 2-2 then continued to ask, to do your kind of work, you must have a deep understanding of cyberware compatibility, right? Can you tell me about it? For example, what's the normal total power capacity an average human body can handle for cyberware? Does it vary by age or gender? The small scavenger didn't answer but tried to shift his attention back to his work. Losing so much blood and still talking so much would only make this idiot die faster. However, 2-2's mouth was like a machine gun. I heard our hacker mentor say that hackers have a brain-computer overclocking technique. How high can it overclock? Can it go above 10 GHz? They say cyberware overload can cause high temperatures to burn nerves. Can you use liquid nitrogen for cooling? What kind of cooling do you usually use? Air cooling or liquid cooling? Can adding RGN light strips increase cyberware performance? Can thermal paste be applied directly to sensor needles? If there's no thermal paste, can toothpaste be used instead? I think toothpaste is quite cheap. Oh, by the way, it's 2075. You guys don't brush your teeth anymore, right? It must be a hot swappable shaft. Are you using blue or brown switches? I personally prefer black switches. It's the era of cybernetics now, why do you still steal native organs? Their functions must be vastly inferior. What's so good about native organs? Don't you understand mechanical ascension? You're not going to cook my organs, are you? Like Hannibal. When the time comes, can you give me a piece of thigh meat to taste? I saw them eating it, and it looked delicious. The small scavenger's hands were trembling. He had already removed the other party's 2 kidneys and liver, but this guy seemed to feel no pain and kept chattering. The medicine he just injected hadn't taken effect. Is this guy really human? He took a deep breath, gag this guy. A wad of rags was immediately stuffed into 2-2's mouth, and the two instantly felt the whole world go quiet. Phew. But the small scavenger found that he couldn't continue with this surgery no matter what. The words the other party had said earlier buzzed in his head like flies, incessantly. And even with his mouth gagged, the other party's eyes still looked at him curiously, that gaze seemingly urging him to continue removing his organs. Fear. He had killed so many people, taken so many organs, but this was the first time he felt such immense fear towards his surgical subject. He even started hallucinating. He seemed to see a hint of mockery in the other party's eyes, and also his own face. Perhaps, he should link into the other party's system and check if there was something wrong with this person's brain. In an inconspicuous area on the outskirts of the abandoned construction site, pairs of eyes hidden among the debris were watching the scavengers standing guard at various points of the building. It should be here. These guys are really good at hiding. Because Lin Miao had to go out of Night City during the day to bring new players and prepare the goods for the Valentino's transaction, the matters in the city and the old players were left to Lucy and Gloria. Therefore, this time, when the players' fishing expedition was ambushed by the scavengers, it was also led by her to handle. Otherwise, Lin Miao would know where 2-2 and the others were captured as soon as he opened his eyes. There would be no need to expend great effort searching for relevant information in the city's surveillance network and tracking suspicious vehicle trajectories for over an hour. Mentor, what do we do now? The terrain here looks quite complex, a frontal assault won't be easy. Wildman carried a machine gun, soft. Lucy, who was asked, was a bit stumped. She was just a solo hacker and had rarely cooperated with others, let alone planned such an offensive involving dozens or even hundreds of people. This was an impossible task for her. Well, this. Lucy awkwardly rubbed her cheek with her fingers, her mind a mess. So she could only walk to the side, turning her back to the players, and flipped through the employee emergency handbook Lin Miao had left for her. Then, a few minutes later, Lucy walked back, her eyes flickering. That next, I will hack into their surveillance system, share the internal situation of the stronghold with you all, and then formulate a plan to rescue our companions. Lin Miao's method for Lucy was to throw everything to the players, then do nothing, letting them figure out how to solve the problem themselves. Although Lucy was a bit skeptical if this trick would work, the players immediately received a mission prompt. Side quest, Scavenger's Den. Quest description, our companions have been captured by the Scavengers, a ruthless criminal organization that abducts people and harvests organs. Countless victims have suffered at their hands. They must be eliminated, and the people inside must be rescued. Quest objective, follow Mentor Lucy to defeat the Scavengers within this stronghold, collect evidence of their crimes, and rescue the victims inside. Quest reward, agency reputation in the Santo Domingo area increases, War contribution points settled. PS. Unlocking each part of the regional reputation will add more hidden functions. What are the hidden functions unlocked by regional reputation? Lin Miao didn't know, he just wrote whatever came to mind when he was coding the player quest system. When your reputation grows, there will always be some changes, right? Just let them imagine it themselves. And as expected, after receiving the quest, the players no longer pestered Lucy. More than a dozen players, including Pandora, began to gather and formulate tactics based on the 3D map of the scavenger den provided by Lucy. Potato, it's a shame we can't use rocket launchers here, otherwise we could just blow up this pile of junk. Red Bucket, this is an industrial zone. It would be a miracle if they let you use rocket launchers. Chajin Warrior looked at the distant scavengers, then combined Lucy's description of the gang. Will a frontal assault lead to them killing the hostages? I feel like this group of robbers doesn't seem afraid of death. The scavengers are a group of out-and-out desperados. It's hard to say what kind of bottom line they have after getting to this point. NIGE, if we can't attack head-on, then we infiltrate. Call a few people with high stealth levels to go in with me, find the cellar, and rescue the people. A bit difficult. Wildman frowned, looking at the intricate terrain ahead. If we had a few exoskeletons, it would be great. We could launch a frontal assault to create an opportunity for you to sneak in. That might not be impossible. Lucy, who was listening in, suddenly said, this area is close to the riverbank, and there are drainage pipes everywhere. Moreover, this building leads directly to the underground pipe network. If we can find a suitable pipe, it might lead directly beneath the stronghold. That's impossible. Egyptian Queen immediately rejected Lucy's suggestion. The American Federation's urban sewer system is notoriously chaotic. We don't even have the city's pipe design plans. They're rebuilt year after year, accumulated year after year. It's almost impossible to sort out the roots within them. Lucy wasn't angry, not even this close. Do you have the design plans? That's not necessarily true. Lucy's lips curved slightly. Don't underestimate your boss's ambition for Night City. After speaking, she sent a piece of data to Egyptian Queen. The other party opened it and was immediately enlightened. It was actually the design plan for Santo Domingo's underground sewer system. This was one of the pieces of information old Captain had collected back then to investigate Arezaka's discharge of industrial wastewater into the underground, and Lin Miao had bought it from him. No other reason, Lin Miao believed that in a city of sin like Night City, comparable to San Andreas, its sewers must contain countless smuggling tunnels, secret warehouses, and criminal dens. He might not use it, but he must have it. It's a pity that old Captain only had the design plans for Santo Domingo. Because the various districts were built at different times and had undergone several major transformations, the pipelines were also designed independently. Ju Tiou stepped forward and patted Egyptian Queen's shoulder. Hey, didn't you study water supply and drainage? Take a look, it's time for the organization to test you. Look at your sister. Egyptian Queen was a bit dejected. I'll do my best. NIGE immediately took Egyptian Queen and Shui Yu Dongtian and a few others by car towards the riverbank to find the drainage outlet. The others waited at the original location for their news. Now, the only thing they could pray for was that the two inside the stronghold could hold on a little longer. The players were even preparing to go offline to find Sword Snow, asking him to hold on a little longer. But what the players didn't expect was that the first commotion didn't come from NIGE and his group, but from the scavenger den. Something seemed to have happened inside, causing a disturbance among the scavengers guarding various checkpoints and high ground. Gunshots erupted within the den, and the originally tight defenses instantly showed vulnerabilities. Lucy asked curiously, NIGE? Did you guys make a move over there? No, NIGE was a bit surprised why Lucy would ask this. We just found the way and are still rushing over there. Then the only explanation was that something went wrong inside the scavenger den. Could it be Sword Snow and Tutu? No, Sword Snow said he was still in jail, so what was going on? Only Tutu had been unreachable. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. Wildman knew this was a rare opportunity. No matter what, something has definitely gone wrong inside. We can't wait for NIGE and his group, we must launch an attack immediately. Lucy didn't understand command. Anyway, Lin Miao said to leave it to the players, so let them go for it. Okay, Pandora and I will hack into their system to create an opportunity for you. Indeed, there was a problem inside the scavenger stronghold. And it was a big problem. The black market doctor scavenger who was operating on Tutu went mad. He became a cyberpsychosis. Chapter 77, All Living Dads. What happened? The big scavengers couldn't make sense of the situation at all. The doctor went crazy without any warning while NIGE was out for a breath of fresh air. By the time NIGE returned to the operating room, the black market doctor was wildly slashing at the body with a scalpel, disfiguring it beyond recognition, tearing the flesh into strips, and splattering blood that dyed the doctor's entire body grotesque and terrifying. The doctor's eyes were unfocused, saliva drooling from his mouth, and he was muttering something incomprehensible, all classic signs of cyberpsychosis. Units entering this state will indiscriminately attack all living things around them, operating all their cyberware at full power regardless of life or death, and will not forget their combat experience due to their madness, thus exhibiting much stronger combat power than their normal state. And this black market doctor, of course, wouldn't be stingy with his own cyberware. His madness caused a lot of trouble for the scavengers, with the big one bearing the brunt. The mad doctor transformed into a wisp of a shadow, lunging straight at the big scavenger's face with astonishing speed. Before he could react, a sharp claw plunged into his chest. The doctor's mechanical 5 fingers on his right hand were all sharp scalpels, capable of easily cutting through not just skin and flesh, but even the subdermal protective plating. But a massive physique not only means weight, but also high-output cyberware. The big one grabbed the doctor's right hand, preventing him from moving an inch, then used all his strength to pull it out of the wound, counter-rotate the joint, and pin him down. The doctor's gone mad. Someone, quickly take him down. But cyberpsychosis is inherently difficult to deal with, not to mention this madman was a doctor. Their fine control over cyberware far exceeded that of normal people. The big one didn't have a weapon, so he couldn't kill the doctor. However, the 5-finger joint bearings of the doctor's right hand, which was pinned behind his back, actually made a 180-degree turn, with his fingers flipping towards the back of his hand, and the sharp blades instantly sliced off half of the big one's wrist, spraying white modification fluid. In pain, the big one's suppression of the doctor slightly loosened, but just this slight relaxation allowed the opponent's free right hand to slash across his neck, causing profuse bleeding from the thick neck, the windpipe and muscles split in two, and even the white spinal bone visible at the wound. The big one clutched his throat in disbelief and fell back onto the ground, but blood continued to seep through his fingers. Air entered his bloodstream, and within a mere dozen seconds, his vital signs ceased. Just then, the other scavengers rushed into the operating room with their guns raised, immediately cursing, "Damn it!" upon seeing the scene. But even though the doctor had once been their comrade, the scavengers wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Several gun muzzles immediately aimed at the doctor, who was sprawled on the big one, and pulled the triggers. The spitting flames from the muzzles lit up the entire operating room. As for 2-2, who had died, he had already gone offline to chat on the official website, awaiting his resurrection in 2 or 3 days, completely oblivious to what happened next. Sword Snow, in the cellar, still didn't know that 2-2 had died on the operating table because of his big mouth. He was currently boasting to his cellmates. "I'm telling you guys, don't be so down. One call from me and my brothers will be here immediately. We'll gun down all those scavengers later and get you all out. A single arrow piercing the clouds, 1,000 armies come to meet it, understand?" The others just thought he was crazy and completely ignored him. Everyone knew their communicators were destroyed, and even the signal was blocked, yet this guy claimed he had contacted his friends. "Can anyone else see your friends?" But Sword Snow wasn't at all discouraged. Instead, he began pacing back and forth in the cellar, looking at the skylight above, trying to figure out his exact location. The other players were already organizing a rescue, but they still didn't know where Sword Snow was imprisoned. He had to solve this himself. But whether he yelled outside or cursed, those scavengers didn't show any inclination to come take a look, leaving him helpless. And the skylight was a good 3 or 4 meters from the ground. Even if Sword Snow had the money to replace his lower limbs, he couldn't possibly reach the top by jumping, let alone the fact that the skylight was wet and slippery, impossible to grip. As his commotion grew louder and louder, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. It was the one-armed man. "You'd be better off sitting down and resting for a while with that energy, otherwise, you'll be quiet after 2 days of hunger." He only spoke like this now because he lacked strength. In the past, he would have beaten this restless idiot to death 800 times. Seeing that someone was finally willing to talk to him, Sword Snow quickly approached the other party and asked with a smile, "Hey, buddy, do you know where we're being held?" "A scavenger's den." "I don't mean that, I mean this cellar. What floor is it on, what's its location?" "How would I know?" The one-armed man leaned against the wall, perhaps stirred by Sword Snow's words, and began to grumble, "A bunch of bastards, can't trust any of them. They sold me to the scavengers while I was injured, and I've been stuck here for almost a week. There are cameras above, no escaping. I advise you to give up early." The scavengers watched these people more closely than dogs. Not only did they block communications, but they also shut down their cyberware. When he first arrived a week ago, there were over a dozen people here. Now only 6 remained, half of whom were new arrivals. "There are cameras above." Sword Snow blinked. "Then can't the hacker break in? Do you take the scavengers for fools? Or do you think an elite hacker would storm a scavenger's stronghold for a fool like you? How much are you worth, brother?" Gang defenses against networks in Night City were far more outlandish than Nightwalker. The local area networks between different strongholds weren't interconnected. A public enemy-type gang like the scavengers was even more cautious. To connect to the internal network, one must capture a scavengers alive or find a computer connected to the internal network and use their IP address, otherwise, they would be immediately detected by the firewall. Sword Snow blinked after hearing this, then lay down to sleep again. Is this person really crazy? A few minutes later, Sword Snow scrambled up from the ground again, dusting the dirt off his clothes. "Alright, our mentor Lucy is awesome, she's already hacked in. NIGE and the others are looking for the cella's location. Once they find it, they can rescue us." The one-armed man wanted to laugh. He thought the person in front of him must have lost his mind. Mentor Lucy said there are many cellars with skylights, located in different parts of the stronghold. The surveillance only shows a hole, and they all look the same. "Do you know where we are?" The one-armed man couldn't laugh anymore. "Are you serious, buddy?" Although he hadn't seen them with his own eyes, the man knew there were indeed many cellars for hiding people here. He had heard it when the scavengers came in to grab people and leave. These cellars were all converted from underground drainage pipes. He propped himself up with his remaining strength from the wall and walked in front of Sword Snow. "You're not joking, are you? Why would I lie to you? Are you very rich?" The man swallowed, pointed at the skylight, and said, there's a camera up there, but it's in a rather obscure position. You have to stick something out of the skylight for the camera to see it. Sword Snow looked at the skylight, there was also a ring of iron bars on it. Even if he took off his pants, he probably couldn't throw anything out. Then why don't you lift me up? I haven't eaten for 3 days, you lift me instead. Sword Snow glanced at the other person's severed arm. Never mind then, I'll figure it out myself. Lucy and Pandora arranged a dozen surveillance screens in vertical rows, preparing to mark the scavengers' locations for Nige and the others, planning the route with the least risk, while also trying to find Sword Snow's cell. Otherwise, the infiltration team would have to split up and check each cellar, undoubtedly greatly increasing the risk of being discovered. 2 scavengers lay in front of them, sleeping as peacefully as babies. However, just as progress was slow, an anomaly suddenly occurred, a cyberpsychosis appeared in the stronghold and was wreaking havoc. And strange things began to happen in one of the cellars. A middle finger rhythmically poked in and out of the iron bars of the skylight, with an interval of about 5 or 6 seconds each time, sometimes failing to extend out due to hitting the bars. Lucy frowned, looking puzzled. Is this his signal? Yes, in the dungeon, Sword Snow, in front of everyone, used his teeth to bite and his hands to tear, forcibly detaching his left arm from his shoulder. His mouth was bloody from gnawing, his teeth still had his own flesh on them, and when he tore and gnawed at the connection, one of his front teeth even broke off. He then straightened his left arm, using it as an extender in his right hand, and jumped to poke at the ceiling. If he hadn't lost his legs and couldn't jump, and his mouth couldn't reach, he would definitely have chosen to detach his longer right leg. The wound bled profusely. Everyone else was dumbfounded, a bunch of people huddled together, trembling, watching Sword Snow go crazy, afraid that he would suddenly suffer from cyberpsychosis and kill them all. This guy is definitely a lunatic. That Nige, there's a cellar that seems to have some movement. I think you guys can go check it out, maybe you'll find something. Nige, who had just poked his head out of the underground drainpipe, glanced at the signal sent by the other party, took a compound crossbow from his waist, and gestured to the others. Everyone present had a stealth skill level of basic 4 or higher, and had even trained with chips, so they naturally knew what this meant. Quietly enter the village, no shooting. Gunshots erupted in the center of the stronghold, drawing the attention of many scavengers to the hacker suffering from cyberpsychosis, creating an excellent opportunity for their infiltration. The end of August was the hottest time of the year, and Night City, even though it was by the sea, was no exception. Because of the high temperature, fermented odors continuously wafted up from the underground pipes, greatly irritating some scavengers. It's stuffy and hot. Why did we choose this godforsaken place as a stronghold? Wouldn't a brighter place be better? The 2 scavengers assigned to patrol the lowest level were full of complaints. Afraid of dirt and still doing this job? You're thinking too much. Crazy, I'm here to join a gang and make money, not to be a sewer rat. Doing this job is no different from being a rat. Just bear with it, it won't stink when winter freezes it. Oh, right. When winter comes, it'll be drafty on all sides, and we'll be freezing our butts off here, right? Picky, what do you think you are? Do you want an air conditioner and heating installed for you? Damn it, if you're willing to endure hardship, why don't you go up and see that cyberpsychosis patient? I said a long time ago that guy had problems, but no one believed me. Now look, hey, it's over, right? Even on the lowest level, gunshots could be heard from above from time to time, fierce and still ongoing. After a few seconds without a reply, the scavenger walking in front was a little curious. Quan, why aren't you talking? He looked back and realized that his companion's throat had been pierced by an arrow, and his mouth was covered. Behind him, a person was half crouching, holding a half-hand knife less than a meter away. Nige was a bit speechless, he had the highest stealth level, yet accidents always seemed to happen. Once discovered, he simply stopped hiding, drew his knife, and slashed at the opponent's neck, sending a large head flying into the air. Nige even performed the unique skill of catching the head with one hand to prevent it from hitting the ground and making a sound. Besides the basement, players who noticed the commotion in the stronghold launched their attack first. If rocket launchers couldn't be used, then grenade launchers would. They modified gun barrels to fit grenades, attached them to rifles, and then fired them with blank cartridges. As they launched, the pins would be pulled out, similar to a mortar. Equipment is never about being advanced, but about being suitable and easy to use. This was something Nige had developed based on some rather illegal posts on the official forum, but unfortunately, he didn't use it much himself, so he could only charge a €300 modification fee to make them for other players. Although what was fired were hand grenades, thanks to the overcharged propellant, the power was indeed considerable. 6 or 7 grenades were fired into the stronghold, and the resulting explosions and roars sent countless iron sheets flying before the scavengers could even react. The small steel balls inside scattered like rain, and 2 scavengers who were not in the blast radius were directly riddled with holes, blood mist permeating their bodies. Red Bucket charged out of the debris first, holding a machine gun and wildly sweeping at the stunned scavengers. Scavengers? I'm here to kill scavengers. I hate meeting you trash by the river while fishing, you ugly and unappetizing bastards. He was taking personal revenge. And, in a way, Sword Snow and his companions' encounter really was like fishing for scavengers. In 2075, still daring to steal kidneys and commit fraud? Looks like they smuggled in from Myanmar. The descendants of those who commit telecom fraud must die. Awoo. More than a dozen players, in teams of 3 or 4, let out various strange cries and charged into the chaotic scavenger stronghold like wild boars. If it were a normal charge, they would surely be riddled with holes, but now, the scavengers had just regrouped to suppress the cyberpsychosis, and then they were hit by another fierce bombardment. Many scavengers hadn't even recovered their wits when the players were already in their faces. The players formed small teams of 3, 2 would provide cover while 1 charged. Once they found the next cover, the charging person would stop and provide suppressive fire, waiting for their teammates behind to rush up, alternating attacks with continuous firepower. Bullets rained down on the reinforced metal plates of the cover. The scavengers on guard were either killed by gunfire or explosions, or suppressed so heavily they couldn't lift their heads. Enemy attack. Damn it, someone's attacking us. Gang warfare in the city is different from outside the city, each having its own pros and cons. For example, outside the city, heavy firepower or illegal equipment are often used, while inside the city, weapons beyond light machine guns are not used unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, players fought even more recklessly inside the city than outside, and their equipment choices were more diverse. Smoke grenade. Several canisters were thrown into the stronghold by players, and immediately, pungent smoke filled the air, making the scavengers' eyes water and blurring their vision. Even with highly modified eyes, their noses and mouths still found the acrid smoke unbearable. But the players didn't care about the smoke, they rushed in and killed anyone they encountered. Many scavengers died in confusion, not to mention some unlucky ones even shot and wounded their own people. Doge charged at the front with a shotgun, firing at any shadow he saw in the fog without hesitation. Scavengers were blown away one by one, and if any were missed, Red Bucket and Natural Curl, who were carrying machine guns behind him, would help finish them off. Team 1 has cleared the path here and is now turning. Team 2 is breaking through. Team 3 has quite a few enemies, and their firepower is a bit fierce. Someone got injured, but it doesn't affect combat effectiveness. From the earliest Phoenix Club 4-player dungeon to the later Road Song 10-player dungeon, and then the 20-player dungeon, although only the earliest 4-player dungeon is still being strategy, the subsequent multiplayer dungeons have been cleared several times by players. They already have a tacit understanding with each other. Even unfamiliar with the terrain, they push forward with smoke grenades, advancing little by little with seamless coordination. NIGE, have you found anyone yet? Soon, the guards have all been drawn away by you. With Mentor Lucy guiding them with cameras all the way, there was no fear of getting lost. The gunshots and explosions from the battle could be clearly heard even in the lowest cellar. Sword Snow, who had been jumping so much his legs were numb, had long run out of energy. He switched with the one-armed mercenary to jump, while he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The young men and women who had been huddled in the corner also began to sense that something was wrong. After jumping for a while, the mercenary also ran out of his last bit of strength and lay flat on the ground. Holy crap! I can't jump anymore. Sword Snow, who had rested for a short while, simply used the little energy he had just accumulated to shout towards the skylight. Damn it, is anyone there? Get over here now. Perhaps even heaven couldn't stand it anymore, a head poked out from the edge of the iron bars. What are you yelling about? Your old man climbed all the way up a stinking ditch and still has to listen to you, grandson, blabbering, right? Call me dad. Sword Snow, sitting on the ground, looked up and thought, holy cow, isn't that NIGE? Dad. You're my dad, all right? Hurry up. NIGE, oh, good son. Shui Yu Dongtian, I'm your second dad. Egyptian queen, I'm your third dad. Dads, you're all dads, hurry up and save your son. The others in the cellar listened dumbfounded to the incredibly absurd conversation between the two sides, feeling that these people had no sense of crisis at all. NIGE said to the people inside, everyone, move away. I'm going to blow this open. Soon, there was a shattering sound in the cellar, and the skylight, welded with steel bars, was blown to smithereens. Then, using the ladder prepared by the scavengers, they evacuated the startled crowd. Do you still have fighting capacity? You don't need to ask them. The mercenary stepped forward and raised his left hand. Is one hand enough for you? NIGE took out a pistol and handed it to him. A man only needs one hand to live in this world. Chapter 78 The player is a super beast, confirmed. The scavengers who were fighting the players upstairs had no idea that their captive sheep had already been let loose. Damn it, have you figured out who's doing this to us? How many of them are there? Oster was still completely bewildered. Forget the 6th Street Gang or any other gang, he would even have accepted it if it was Trauma Team. The problem was that these people were wearing normal clothes, so he had no idea what faction they belonged to. They just charged in without a word and fought viciously, throwing bullets and grenades as if they were free. It was mainly because they had offended too many people, to the point where anyone had a reason to attack the scavengers. But the only reason they had survived until now was due to 2 words, ruthlessness and poverty. Anyone who couldn't make it in Night City could potentially become a scavenger or one of their informants, making them endless to kill. A subordinate next to him was also confused. I don't know. If you don't know, why aren't you asking? The subordinate felt the bullets whizzing past his scalp and said with a mournful face, judging by the gunshots, there are probably more than 10 of them. And boss, I don't think asking would help. Most likely, some mercenaries took a contract specifically to hit us. In a sense, this subordinate had guessed correctly, someone had indeed taken a contract to hit them. Damn it, do they really think I'm just taking up space? Oster gritted his teeth and roared, retreat. Tell the brothers to retreat through the sewers. We don't need those sheep anymore. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Run, escape, sell, retreat were the scavengers' forward ultimate technique. The extensive sewer system was their home. In terms of combat power, they couldn't compare to the larger gangs. They had only survived until today purely by their numbers and the general environment of Night City. However, not long after he gave the order, intense gunshots and the screams of his subordinates came from the stairwell behind them. Another subordinate scrambled down the stairs, rolling and crawling, to Oster's side. What happened now? Boss, those sheep have been let loose, and they've blocked our escape route. What? Where are the monitors? Where's the patrol team downstairs? What is Valencia doing? Am I paying him all that money to watch his show? Oster was fuming, stamping his feet. He had arranged for a hacker and surveillance system to guard the place, so how could he not even know when a rat got in? But now, at least he knew the other party was here to rescue someone. Valencia's brain was fried by the enemy hacker, he's dead. Since Lin Miao was already a hacker instructor for the agency, he naturally wouldn't let Lucy continue using some whiteboard access port. Even if he couldn't get top-tier military-grade gear, spending 100,000 to get a blue-purple custom rig and some cyberware was certainly doable. They could always upgrade later when they had more money. Speaking of which, the agency's instructor series was very specialized, relying entirely on Arezaka training chips for now. Lin Miao was currently figuring out where to con a reliable group of people to be instructors for the players. Only after getting equipment upgrades did Lucy begin to show her true strength. Even if she went back to the Phoenix Club that day, she would have been confident in directly defeating an Arezaka hacker. Now, it was even easier to kill a scavenger hacker. It was a piece of cake. The Ripper Doc was crazy, the hacker was dead, the sheep had run off, and he was caught in a pincer attack. The dozens of people in the stronghold were in chaos. A series of blows left Oster feeling increasingly frustrated. His good mood from catching 2 valuable sheep earlier was now completely ruined. He tightened his grip on his shotgun, his anger flaring. Damn it, I'm going to fight you all. Hiding behind cover, Oster yelled at the advancing players, brothers over there, we can talk this out. You've rescued the people, and you've lost a few yourselves. Continuing to fight won't benefit anyone. How about this, let's both take a step back. You take your people and leave, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Maybe we can even cooperate in the future. The players also heard the words coming from inside and exchanged glances. Potato? What did he say? Knife bro, he said he wants us to cease fire and even mentioned cooperation. It's probably a branching point in the plot. If we cease fire, maybe we can fence stolen goods with the scavengers later. Ju sounds like it has some potential. I remember there are no remodding clinics in the city, so we can't salvage organs and cyberware. If we cooperate with the scavengers, maybe we can get that done. Chajin Warrior's expression was somewhat serious. What do you guys say, should we stop? With a bunch of human traffickers. After a while, Oster received a unanimous reply from the players, Scavenger, I curse your ancestors. Give us a straight answer, surrender or not. Cooperating with those anti-human traffickers from northern Myanmar? Wouldn't that lower the prestige of our agency? Those who don't surrender must die. Finally, the scavengers were left only with despair. Because any living creature feels pain, fear, or shows weakness when injured. But players don't feel that way. They will keep attacking until their vital signs completely cease, until they are thoroughly dead. It was a pity that the person here was Oster, not Alt, and certainly not Ultraman Ace, so no one could defeat the players. The 2 waves of players attacked from front and back, rooting the scavengers. In the bullet-riddled stronghold, one scavenger after another was headshot and fell to the ground, their brains splattered. The iron plates and colored steel tiles used as partitions were covered in bloody bullet holes. As for who was the boss, the bloodthirsty players didn't notice at all, nor did they have time to care. They just felt that these guys were weaker than the tiger claws they encountered a few days ago, about the same level as the Night Walkers. If there were more of them, it would be one thing, but there were only about 30 of them, and they had lost their stronghold's geographical advantage and their hacker. What was the point of fighting? Lucy, who had hacked into the local network, released daemon interferences to disrupt the scavengers' counterattacks while watching the players battle, and couldn't help but exclaim, these people, they've improved far too much. She remembered the first time she saw the players fight in the Badlands. Back then, the players relied solely on recklessness, and their combat experience was unremarkable. Yet, she didn't expect that one group would die only for another to arrive, and each group was more elite, stronger, and more coordinated than the last. Now, they could completely be recruited as a qualified team of mercenaries in Night City. Under this assault, the scavengers were almost completely routed. They either threw their guns on the ground and shouted, I surrender. I surrender. Or they jumped from the 2nd floor, then climbed over the wall to escape. It could only be said that the scavengers' wall-climbing movements were as smooth as Comrade Lee's that night. The only pity was that they weren't live-streaming. Otherwise, the cloud players on the official website would surely have sent a few rockets to liven things up. To those who surrendered, Inferior Warrior went up and kicked each of them to the ground. Get over there, lie on the ground with your hands behind your head and don't move. One scavenger, who was shouting surrender, seized an opportunity. As Knife Bro approached, his mantis blades popped out and he swung them swiftly. Knife Bro's vision blurred. His left hand, gripping the shotgun's foregrip, and the barrel were immediately severed. That scavenger was Oster. To avoid being affected by hackers, he had even disconnected himself from the network. After succeeding, he immediately grabbed the pistol he had just thrown on the ground, wrapped one arm around Knife Bro's neck, the blade on his hand easily drawing a bloody line across his neck, while holding the gun to Knife Bro's forehead with the other hand, threatening the surrounding players who were closing in, and roared sharply. "Don't come any closer. Anyone who comes closer, I'll kill him." The few players who had surrounded them were startled at first, then quickly relaxed. Nige even chuckled playfully, "Oh, look, someone's trying to threaten us with a hostage." Simmons, the mercenary they had rescued, swallowed hard. Sword Snow, who had escaped with him, ultimately couldn't escape death. That guy refused to stay with the other victims, insisting on finding his self-destruct vest, and ended up getting shot in the heart by a guard and dying. This left Simmons, who had shared hardships with the other party and felt he had escaped with his life, feeling somewhat uneasy. He hadn't even had a chance to thank the other party. Moreover, the combat power of this group of people still surprised him, so he advised, "Let's just forget it. There's no need to sacrifice more of your people for this guy's worthless life." Before Nige could speak, Chajin Warrior, standing opposite, spoke first, a hint of nonchalant smile on his lips. He raised his pistol and stepped forward. "Psycho, what does it have to do with me if you kill him? Go ahead and shoot. It'll save me a bullet." Oster was confused. "Buddy, aren't you here to save people? Aren't you here to save your brother? How can a 37-degree mouth say such cold words?" Chajin Warrior's steady advance made Oster a little panicked. Had he guessed wrong? Were these people not here to save anyone at all? He roared, putting on a brave front, "Are you guys even comrades? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot him dead." Oster could feel the person he was holding hostage trembling. Perhaps he was scared? And Knife Bro cooperated perfectly, cursing, "What are you talking about? Are you even a cop?" Hehe, some of the surrounding players couldn't help but laugh out loud. "A cop? These people are NCPD? Are you crazy? You don't look like NCPD at all." Not just Oster, even Simmons, who was with the players, was dumbfounded. If the NCPD had this kind of awareness, Night City would have been harmonious ages ago, okay? And Chajin Warrior continued to slowly approach, "Yes, I was a master at writing reports in the police academy. If I kill both of you, I can write whatever I want." After speaking, he even gestured with his pistol, indicating with his eyes for Ost to act quickly. "Are you insane? You're saying all this in front of so many people? Do you think they're deaf?" As expected, everyone who comes out of the NCPD is no good, they're even darker than us scavengers. For some reason, Ost, whose mind was a muddle, suddenly thought of that crazy Ripperdoc. Was he also this crazy? Or were the people in front of him the real lunatics? And Nige, who he had been holding hostage in his arms, suddenly spoke up, "Yes, hurry up and do it, or he really will shoot." It was then that Ost reacted. The man in front of him had clearly had his hand severed, yet he hadn't let out a single cry of pain from beginning to end. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's severed arm was still bleeding, he would have thought he had cut off a fake hand. You shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you." As he spoke, the mantis blade on his arm cut another section into Nige's throat, and blood flowed down the blade. Ost, holding Nige hostage, retreated little by little, heading towards the balcony, trying to get away from the lunatic who claimed to be an NCPD officer, and looking for an opportunity to jump off the balcony to escape. But Nige suddenly stopped. "You said you'd kill me like this." With that, Nige actually tilted his head even with the mantis blade at his neck, allowing his flesh to be cut open by the sharp blade. Even more blood gushed out, even directly spraying onto Ost's face. The warm blood dyed his vision red, and the insane reality shattered the worldview of this scavenger, who considered himself utterly depraved. His vision blurred, and the arm holding Nige loosened slightly. He seemed to be hallucinating. In a world of blood red, Nige's head fell to the ground, yet he was still taunting him sharply, and the people around him burst into laughter, their expressions even more frenzied than when they dissected living people, as if they were about to pounce and tear at his flesh. "Crazy, crazy, you're all crazy. A bunch of cyber psychos." His right hand, holding the gun, trembled slightly, wanting to kill all these lunatics in front of him. However, at some point, a thin wire flew out from below the balcony, gently wrapping around his throat, and with a slight tug. "I won't." Before he could finish speaking, a head was severed from its neck, and the body and head fell to the ground together. Lucy, using the scaffolding, jumped from the first floor onto the balcony. Looking at the horrific scene, she was a little helpless. "I said, I just wanted you guys to distract him. How did you scare him into this state?" Chajin Warrior extended his right hand to Nige, who was on the ground, pulled him up, and whispered with a smile. "Just playing a little cosplay, mentor." Who knew he couldn't handle it? Cosplay. This word was already a bit distant for Lucy in 2075, she could only roughly grasp the meaning of imitation. But who were they imitating? And Lucy also inwardly complained, who could endure being played with like that by you guys? Nige, who had been pulled up, still cheerfully said, "I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Give me a chance, AR sir." And Chajin Warrior also cooperatively replied, "Good boy, tell the officer, see if he gives you a chance to be a good person." The conversation between the two made the players laugh out loud, but Simmons, who was listening in, had many questions. What did that mean? Was the person being held hostage a criminal before? That makes sense then. No wonder that guy wasn't worried at all about this man named Nige being killed by the scavengers. It turns out he was a criminal, and judging by his ruthless demeanor just now, he was probably a lunatic with a history of cyberpsychosis. Just like MaxTac, a redemption unit made up of murderers, right? And this Chajin warrior is the inspection team overseeing the unit. I understand, comparing it to what that guy just said, it all makes sense now. This group of people is probably a new unit formed by the government, dealing with these scavengers. The one who was caught and brought in was probably also a cyberpsycho, otherwise, it wouldn't explain why that guy could bite off his own arm with his teeth. A normal person wouldn't do that. It also explains why he could contact the outside world even though the scavengers had blocked signals. It must be new high-tech equipment. Citizen alert received. A large-scale attack has occurred at construction site number 103, East Republic Road Industrial Zone. The police station's alarm sounded routinely. The NCPD always had insufficient manpower, especially these past 2 days, as the frequency of alarms increased after a certain group of people entered the scene. However, the good news was that the probability of officers being attacked when they arrived at the scene had decreased, and sometimes it was just a formality. It felt as if the NCPD had acquired an outsourced auxiliary police force, and what they had to pay was the bounty money that no one usually wanted. But Hayden Carson remembered that the location of this alarm was a scavenger's stronghold. He shook his head slightly. Perhaps someone's family had been captured by those guys again, but reporting such things was useless. By the time the police arrived, the scavengers would stall for a bit, and the people would be sent to other places through the sewers, leaving no trace to catch. However, this time, the situation seemed a bit different. By the time the NCPD arrived at the scene, 7 or 8 scavengers had been stripped naked, wearing only their underwear, neatly squatting on the side of the street with their hands on their heads, while 2 fierce-looking players stood guard nearby. All of you, behave yourselves. Delicious prison food is waiting for you. On the other side stood more than 20 dirty, listless, and even seriously injured people. Hayden knew at a glance that these people had been captured by the scavengers. From their stronghold behind them, people could still be seen moving boxes of things out to a vehicle. How is it you guys again? How old are you? The captain was almost crazy. Why was it always them these past 2 days? Did they know how much burden they had added to the police station these past 2 days? Couldn't they just calm down a bit? Were they a punishment sent from heaven for them? However, this time it wasn't the players who came to negotiate with him. Instead, it was a red-haired woman. Compared to those posturing players, Gloria knew very well how to handle such matters. She walked forward, holding a document bag in her right hand, and said with a beaming smile, "Thank you for your hard work, officers. We were the ones who called the police. Here are the criminal evidence and victim list we collected at the scavengers' stronghold." The emergency medical personnel she brought were providing emergency treatment to the captured individuals. In fact, the ER0 people arrived 20 minutes earlier than the NCPD, even though both parties received the news simultaneously. Their efficiency was evident. Hayden Carson stepped forward to take the evidence. He lightly weighed and squeezed the document bag. He didn't even need to open it to understand. His expression also changed from initial exasperation to a gentle, spring-like warmth, and he said solemnly, "We will properly collect this evidence. Thank you again. You actually took down a scavenger's stronghold head-on. I imagine you suffered considerable losses." "Hehe, we merely cooperated with the NCPD officers to dismantle a scavenger's criminal den and rescued innocent citizens as enthusiastic residents. Wasn't it the officers who rushed here who truly exerted themselves?" Gloria clapped her hands, and 2 players came out carrying a large ice chest. Inside are the stolen goods they hadn't had time to sell yet, fresh organs and cyberware. Many people have probably already been victimized. We couldn't save them all. It's truly regrettable. Of course, the cyberware was just garbage left over by Gloria. Lin Miao and the players wouldn't accept fresh organs. They took the firearms and cyberware, and the rest was treated as garbage and handed over to the NCPD for them to claim credit, benefiting both sides. The bag of tickets in his hand was naturally also a portion found inside. Players didn't particularly like using paper money. After all, they hadn't used such things much in reality, and carrying a wallet in a game would be somewhat unfamiliar. Don't think too much. Such things happen every day in Night City. You can't save everyone. Hayden Carson, having received the evidence, was also willing to say a few more words to this group of people. "How did you find this place? And you actually got into a fight with the scavengers?" A mercenary was captured by the scavengers, and his teammates came to rescue him, so the 2 sides started fighting. "Is that all?" "That's all." Hayden Carson chuckled and didn't ask any more questions, instead instructing his officers to cordon off the scene with tape. He looked at the trembling victims. "I will notify their families as soon as possible to come and take them home. As for the remaining things, you can take them. I will transfer the bounty money to your account. How you divide it is your problem. I won't ask anything else." The evidence was in his hands, the credit belonged to everyone, and the bounty money came from the NCPD's finance department, public funds. The efficiency of handling things would naturally be different. Chapter 79. This is the divine weapon of heaven, blessed by a priest and baptized with holy water. While the players were busy moving finances, Lin Miao was still at the Stone Ridge Mountain Agency. It's not that he didn't care, but Lin Miao could accept things that could be solved by a few players dying. The original garage had been converted into a small workshop, and Lin Miao had added a lot of electronic equipment to it, making it look quite professional. Lin Miao looked at the 3D model on the computer, which seemed a bit different from the badge produced before, so he asked, "Is this a new design?" "That's right." Mantu took off her protective goggles and put down the arc welder in her hand, saying, "That old man has been acting like a changed person lately, I don't know why he's so invested in this matter." After the two of them had a big argument that day, Lao Do came back from going out like a different person. Not only did he start to show interest in the game and ponder over getting him to help register an account, but he also frequently inquired about his exoskeleton design. Although Mantu was a bit unconvinced, her father could beat her 5 times with one hand in terms of professional technical depth. Even on the network of connections, her father was much stronger than her. If there was anything she didn't understand, he could just ask anyone and get an answer. Mantu extended her pinky finger and hooked her thumb over the first joint. He helped out with a tiny bit of modular design, just that much. There's even a firearm and bullet design, and it's 5.8mm caliber. Night City doesn't have this stuff. Lin Miao was a bit surprised. The exoskeleton arm protection in the design was more robust than the original MT1, but also relatively more inconvenient. To facilitate use and firing, the firearm was fixed to the arm, and the electric trigger was on the inside of the palm. Aiming would be a bit troublesome, but the optical implant system in the game world could eliminate this drawback to a certain extent, or a separate aiming assist sight could be made, but that was not something Lin Miao could handle right now. The reloading system was on the leg, with a laser docking module for the magazine. As long as one straightened and leaned down, it would align for automatic reloading. However, this also increased the battery requirements, and bullets would be consumed like water. To counter the flexibility issues caused by such heavy equipment, electric pulleys were installed on the feet and arms to enhance mobility. Night City had similar prosthetics, but this also made the exoskeleton taller. Compared to its previous crudeness, this set finally looked a bit like a weapon of war, but the cost also increased to 30,000. Of course, if Lin Miao could handle the production lines for firearms, ammunition, electronic components, etc., the price would definitely come down a lot. No choice, our industry for this caliber of bullet is quite mature, so the design will naturally lean in this direction. Mature. Mantu realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. "Oh no, I mean that 5.8mm caliber bullets have better armor-piercing capabilities than conventional 5.56 or 5.45. Those cyberware implants are pretty tough, right? I figured using this kind of bullet would be better." This matter was actually guided by her father, and her father had heard it from others. Neither father nor daughter understood firearm design at all. But someone did. Firearm design always starts with the bullet, the barrel and gas system are designed based on the bullet, and then other components are extended from that foundation. And thanks to a certain country's persecution complex, the cheap propellant 5.8mm caliber steel-cased bullet was born. It was meant to face a global conflict, with main forces annihilated, all production factories destroyed, overseas supply chains cut off, and to be a common bullet that could be produced with basic equipment, having good lethality against soldiers equipped with body armor. They didn't even consider anyone outside the 4 major powers as human. After all, you can't expect curry people or talking bushes to be equipped with body armor. Those people might not even eat well for the army's lunch today, let alone be distributed protective equipment. To some extent, it was quite fitting for Lin Miao's current needs. Steel was abundant, and propellant wasn't expensive. Moreover, the advantage of a unique ammunition caliber was also in single supply. People who bought this equipment could only buy subsequent ammunition from Lin Miao, not from other companies, as other companies wouldn't waste resources by setting up a separate production line to supply civilians with someone else's equipment. The only problem was that Lin Miao currently didn't have the conditions to produce such equipment. He couldn't possibly use CNC machine tools to turn bullet casings, could he? Even using CNC machine tools to turn a stamping press would take time. And he almost gave himself away in front of Mantu. How could he possibly know about our 5.8mm bullet industry being mature or not? In fact, Lin Miao hadn't exposed himself as a GM for a long time. Maintaining a persona was a very hard thing to do. A slip of the tongue could be hard to explain away. This kind of improvement is too big a leap. We can take it step by step. Let's make a prototype first and see. Besides, the original MT1 can still sell for a long time. If we launch a new product during this period, it will squeeze the sales space of the original old product, which is not conducive to the agency's development. Moreover, this equipment is closer to battlefield vehicles than gang street shootouts. It's not yet time to go head-to-head with those corporations. A while ago, Lin Miao specifically looked for actual combat videos of corporate power armor exoskeletons. Honestly, those things were no different from Gundams or Iron Man suits, except they couldn't fly. They tore through dozens of centimeters of reinforced concrete like paper, and their flexibility was high. Compared to the combat power of urban mercenaries and gangs, it was simply a massacre. The true combat power of private armies under multinational corporations was at least 4 or 5 levels higher than that of city gangs, which is why they were at ease with daily gunfights in the city, and even allowed mercenaries to assassinate their own lower and middle-level employees. Mantu nodded. She didn't understand business, she just wanted to play with machines here and didn't even want to go into the city. She went there once, and it was noisy, chaotic, and messy, not much fun. Just then, Great Britain Sword Saint suddenly ran into the workshop and struck a very unstandard military pose. The second batch of Death Knight exoskeletons has been loaded and is ready to depart. The fact that players in games tend to let themselves go has gradually started to show. For example, Itasha, Pain Cars. Players now had spare money to buy private cars and were keen to paint them with various paints that they would be too embarrassed to use in reality. In fact, if NIGE's craftsmanship hadn't been lacking, they would have wanted paint guns too. This was just the first step. Some people were already buying parts to try to assemble their own cars. Anyway, they weren't driving them into the city, and they didn't really care about blowing themselves up, so of course, they did whatever pleased them. And with the arrival of the Wraith's support, the Night Walkers also began to stir, intending to retake the Stone Ridge Tunnel. However, Lin Miao's fifth batch of players had already logged on, currently numbering 75. Now, the fourth round of players, Mongolian top laner, Great Britain Sword Saint, and others, had diligently trained their combat skills to LV5, gaining permission to enter the city. Prepare to depart. Understood. Santo Domingo had been restless these past few days. At least on East Republic Road, it was restless. A rumor had started circulating on the streets, no one knew where it began. A group of people had appeared in gang-controlled areas. They would disguise themselves as innocents to lure you in. Once you harbored ill intentions and prepared to strike at them, or if they committed evil, they would immediately rush out and beat you up. But if you dared to resist or even draw a gun, only death awaited you. Legend had it that the scavengers had their entire stronghold blown up because they kidnapped one of their people. However, Jackie scoffed at such rumors. It was merely the result of self-beautification by those cowards who had been scared witless. Where would such a righteous avenger come from? Gustav, do you think that thing is really that mysterious? I'm telling you, Jackie, I was startled when I went to the Badlands to check out the goods, you know. Gustav's face was beaming with an unstoppable smile, the corners of his mouth almost reaching the back of his ears. I was thinking then, what if that guy messed up my goods like the 6th Street gang did, and I'd have to take them back to repaint them, but you know what? Jackie rested his head on his hand, looking at Gustav, who was driving, with a speechless expression. You're acting just as fanatical as those idiots in the 6th Street gang right now. You really should look in a mirror, Mano. But Gustav seemed not to hear Jackie, still excitedly pounding the steering wheel. Yes. That thing is practically tailor-made for me. I feel like this company must be run by Mexicans, they understand Mexicans better than that all foods factory. You'll see when we get there. Unlike the previous transaction with the 6th Street gang, Lin Miao now had his own territory and his own company. The Valentinos, of course, picked up their goods at the Horizon Agency to avoid putting Gloria and her friends in danger like last time. Because of the short time, the factory walls were not renovated, only the broken parts were patched up, and some barbed wire was welded on. There wasn't even a guard post in front of the electronic gate. After all, you couldn't expect players to stand guard. But if one thought there was no one and tried to sneak in, that would be courting death. 12 automatic machine guns were deployed around the walls and gate, controlled directly by the system program. Lin Miao didn't think any hacker could breach the system's firewall, at least not one or two Arezaka elite hackers. So far, Lin Miao might be the only person in the current world who dared to entrust automated weapons to an AI. Usually, automatic machine guns were only connected to a simple friend or foe identification smart program, not an AI. Pfft, it doesn't look like much, does it? Don't let yourself be fooled. Despite saying that, Jackie, who grew up on the streets, still felt a faint killing intent, secretly drew his pistol, and vigilantly looked around. This was, after all, the border between Santo Domingo and Westbrook. If this company colluded with the 6th Street gang to set up an ambush for them, he would have to find a way to get his brother out alive. When the Valentino's 2 trucks stopped in front of the factory gate, an electronic sound suddenly came from the automatic gate's guard post. Please note, fighting outside the combat zone is prohibited within the agency. Unlocking weapon safeties is prohibited. Uploading puppets is prohibited. All illegal sexual activities are prohibited, including but not limited to drug use, illegal brain dance, and sex work. Violators will be designated as red-named and members will be granted permission to attack them. A long string of electronic announcements left everyone in the car stunned. Jackie said, my goodness, is this person crazy? If nothing is allowed, why even open a bar? No one would want to drink in a place like this where you can't even fight. It's completely pointless. Gustav also complained, who knows what he's thinking? But you can't make money like this in Night City. He originally wanted to say that the other party was a hothead, but when they met in the Badlands, Lin Miao didn't seem like one. Even Afterlife, run by Rogue, couldn't avoid all conflicts. At most, mercenaries, fixers, and corpo rats would give the queen of the underworld some face and resolve issues outside. But what right did a newcomer like Lin Miao have? Was it because he was handsome? However, for the sake of the transaction, there was no other option. After all, the request wasn't exaggerated, it only asked to turn off the safety. At least it wasn't like those joy toy parlors that made you temporarily store your weapons. Of course, this was because the agency's reputation wasn't big enough yet. Once it gained fame, Lin Miao would also require people to hand over their equipment upon entry, and even forcibly shut down their cyberware to create a peace zone. At Gustav's request, all Valentino's gang members unlocked their safeties. After all, when guns weren't in use, they had to be kept unlocked to prevent accidental discharge if tucked into their pants. However, upon entering, Jackie and his crew's eyelids twitched. The agency had cameras every 3 steps, making it stricter than a corpo building. Generally, whether it's a corporation, a bar, or a club, there are always some blind spots in surveillance for employees, managers, or customers to conduct private transactions. But the agency, except for the restrooms and the private meeting rooms on the second floor, had no blind spots. You couldn't even leave a secret message on the wall. However, they weren't in the mood to go to any bar to drink. Settling the money and goods was the most important thing. Besides the agency and employee dorms, the site only had a factory for branding and a storage warehouse. Beyond that, there was a large area of unused open space, where Lin Miao had been waiting for a long time. Behind him stood Lucy and Gloria, along with a group of players. Unfortunately, they weren't wearing the combat uniforms issued by the agency. New players, upon hearing that equipment could be dropped, didn't dare to wear them out. The batch of goods Lin Miao had commissioned from the military uniform factory hadn't arrived yet, so they could only make do with civilian clothes. However, even in civilian clothes, the seasoned player's fierce aura was no less than that of the elite gang members. Welcome, members of the Valentinos. Yo, quite the display, hey. Jackie jumped out of the car first, carrying a massive Carnage shotgun on his back. Equipment from Budget Arms was known for its oddity. Where's the goods? Let me see what has my brother Gustav so mesmerized. Lin Miao pointed to the right, where a player wearing an exoskeleton was already coming out to demonstrate. Dios mio, my god. Jackie's eyes went wide. Unlike the American soldier-style helmets of the 6th Street Gang, the exoskeleton helmets prepared for the Valentinos were full coverage and could be opened. A black and white skull painting was drawn on the mask with paint, complementing the mask's facial features. The entire exoskeleton was imbued with a strong Mexican Day of the Dead and Catholic art style, with vibrant golden gems and red petals enveloping white skeletal paint. The left hand held a large shield. The shield bore an image of a skull god, adorned with orange marigolds, the sacred death deity worshipped by Mexicans. The inside of the shield was machine engraved with 2 lines of Spanish. Death is not the end of life, forgetting is. Death is only the beginning of our next journey. A one-handed hammer was strapped to the right leg. It looked unremarkable, but if you used it to strike someone's head, you would be surprised to find the battery system on the back emitting a loud cheer, hallelujah. Yes, my equipment may not surpass that of large corporations in terms of attributes, but I can attack their dullness on an artistic level. Souls trapped by chains can never create true art, and players are among the freest and most creative, imaginative, people in this world. You say you use AI to generate? Go ahead then, when you can generate a set for 20,000 euros, then we can talk. And that wasn't all. After the players moved the remaining 19 exoskeleton crates to the open space, hymns suddenly echoed through the agency. Under the stunned gaze of the Valentinos, an elderly priest and 2 visibly modified nuns slowly emerged from the factory. Jackie stared, dumbfounded. Father Leon? What is he doing here? Gustav could barely speak. How would I know? Father Leon is a priest at a church in the Haywood area. Many Catholics go to pray on weekends, so many people know him. But Lin Miao really liked a saying in this world, as long as you have money, even God will be your audience. The priest and nuns walked up to the 19 exoskeleton crates and the player. Father Leon dipped his hand into some water from the chalice held by a nun beside him, then sprinkled it on the opened equipment crate. You are the Lord's divine soldiers. Those who wear the divine soldiers shall become the Lord's guardians, wielding its sharp edge, always victorious. He repeated this over and over until all 20 exoskeletons had received the Lord's blessing, then stopped, nodded to Gustav and Jackie, and left. Although religion has gradually declined in this money-driven era, becoming a pure tool for profit, it still holds a place in the hearts of the common people. Lin Miao only spent 5,000 euros, subtly borrowing this aspect for product marketing. The priest was naturally very happy to have such pious followers. A little sprinkling of water, no big deal. The blessing of equipment is a tradition of the Orthodox Church, inherited from the Tsarist era. They even bless servers to prevent the ruble from crashing, although it still fell by 52 points that day. However, Lin Miao was also promoting traditional culture. Lucy behind him couldn't watch anymore, covering her eyes and walking to the side. This was extreme shamelessness, the shamelessness of a businessman. And the Valentinos were already too stunned to speak. It wasn't until Lin Miao broke their stupor that their minds started working again. Gentlemen, what do you think of our product? Are you satisfied with this demonstration? His face was full of smiles. Although this demonstration couldn't feature a small-scale combat performance like the last time, the Valentinos, having been beaten before, naturally knew whether this item was worth its price. But some people were more obsessed with its appearance than its actual performance. You can say Frostmourne isn't practical, but you can't say Frostmourne isn't cool. Hee, Gustav, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Jackie, I advise you to drop that idea. You can't wear this out daily. I can display it in my mom's bar as a decoration. With this, it'll definitely attract a lot of customers. Jackie remained persistent. Think about it, me wearing this on stage at the bar, playing guitar, that would be incredibly cool. I'm begging you, good buddy, otherwise I'll have to borrow money from V. Sigh. I owe you one, Mr. Lin. Add another unit. A customer's problem is my problem, so adding more stock is definitely not an issue. It's just a small matter. Since there would be maintenance and after-sales service, there were naturally spare units and parts. It wouldn't take man too long to make another one quickly. Lin Miao hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. This gentleman just mentioned his mother runs a bar. I forgot to introduce him to you. This is Jackie Wells, my brother since childhood. His mother, Mrs. Wells, runs the Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood. Our gang members often go there to hang out. Whether it was a street punk, a mercenary, or a corpo rat, as long as it didn't hinder Lin Miao from making money, he maintained a friendly attitude. Business is business, no matter who you do it with. But this also gave Gustav a decent impression of him, at least he wasn't like those corpo rats who looked down on everyone. Lin Miao enthusiastically stepped forward and shook his hand. Mr. Jackie, I've heard so much about you. I heard your name as soon as I arrived in Night City, but never had the chance to meet. Hey, did you hear that, Gustav? I didn't realize I was a celebrity, ha 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 ha. Jackie was a bit flustered. He completely took Lin Miao's flattery seriously. One might say he was a bit too honest. I just heard you were a bit interested in our company's product, right? Oh, buddy, it's not just a bit. Wearing this to a bar would definitely attract a ton of girls. Lin Miao wasn't interested in attracting girls, but he was very interested in the idea of wearing it to a bar. How about this, I can sponsor the Wild Wolf Bar by giving you a death night, if you meet one small request of mine. How does that sound? Hearing about a free sponsorship, Jackie was naturally overjoyed, but he knew there was no free lunch in this world. Foolishly taking the bait would only lead to a miserable end. Jackie only seemed honest, he wasn't stupid or foolish. Tell me the request first. I hope this exoskeleton I sponsor can be displayed in the most prominent place in your mother's bar. Of course, you can also wear it and walk around the bar, how you use it is your business. Free advertising channels, how many companies would kill for that? And in a bar, a place where people get drunk and cause trouble daily, and mercenaries mingle, if Jackie could wear it and have a small moment of glory, then orders would surely pour in. Chapter 80. I feel something is coming out. Unfortunately, Jackie wasn't the only one who came today, Gustav was with him, so the deal Lin Miao wanted to make wouldn't be easy to achieve. After all, from Gustav's perspective, this was like using Mrs. Wells's Wild Wolf Bar's decades of reputation to endorse this exoskeleton, which would be a huge loss. Under normal circumstances, not to mention one exoskeleton, even 10 wouldn't be acceptable. But Jackie really liked this thing, and he couldn't possibly wear it out, so no matter what, this exoskeleton was bound to appear in the Wild Wolf Bar. Do you know how arms companies endorse their weapons during peacetime? They let famous mercenaries take their gear and stroll through the streets and bars, or they cultivate their own street mercenaries to become spokespeople for the company's firearms. Adam Smasher belongs to Arezaka, Morgan Blackhand and Saeito belong to Melee Tech, William Old Snake belongs to Petrochem, and so on. In reality, 9 out of 10 legends praised on the streets are like this, most people just choose to ignore their corporate backing. So, money must be paid. However, Lin Miao wasn't so stingy as to expect Jackie to stake his mom's bar's reputation without spending a dime. In the end, both parties reached an agreement for one free exoskeleton plus a monthly sponsorship of €5,000. Brother, no matter what, I have to buy you a drink today. Jackie hugged Gustav tightly in gratitude. This is the first deal I've ever closed in my life, €5,000 a month, and I don't even have to risk my life. This is the easiest money I've ever earned. My mom will definitely be happy for me for bringing her business. Although his mom ran a bar, Jackie's childhood was not wealthy, in fact, it could be described as meager. After all, not everyone can receive a monthly B-level maternal love in their adult years of the 2000s. Gustav said with a wry smile, I hope Mrs. Wells doesn't kill you. 3. Out of convenience, Jackie and his group didn't bother to travel all the way home to drink. Since there was a bar right in front of them, why go so far? It was also a good opportunity to see what the atmosphere of a bar located inside a company would be like. However, as Jackie and his companions expected, there weren't many people inside this company's bar, only about 7 or 8 customers, 2 waitresses and 1 bartender. There were even fewer people than the Valentinos who hadn't even entered yet. Tony was one of the people rescued last time. He claimed to be a bartender at a bar, got into trouble with someone after work, and was kidnapped by scavengers. He had no criminal record and seemed quite honest. Let me see what you have here. In high spirits, Jackie waved and called Nina for the drink menu. Ah. Nina, whose name was called, was first stunned, her hair standing up like a radar. It was her first time seeing so many people, and they didn't seem to be mercenaries from the agency, so she didn't react immediately. Strange clothes, but the people seem nice. Jackie shook his head. Maid outfits were already obsolete in this era, no one liked them except for old European money. There was also no explosive DJ here to stir excitement like in a bar. And no exciting colorful lights in the dimness. It looked rather ordinary. Real meat, organic food. Gustav was slightly surprised. Usually, such items in a bar were on a private menu for VIP guests, to prevent mercenaries from ordering without paying and causing trouble. Are people here not afraid of mercenaries causing trouble? Valentinos. A mercenary sitting at the bar suddenly turned around. How unusual, to see your people here. He spoke with an air of familiarity. I'll give you some advice, don't cause trouble here, or you'll get into big trouble. The new mercenaries here are incredibly fierce, and they work as a team. You know the scavengers? Because they captured one of them, a stronghold with 30 people was wiped out, and their boss died a miserable death. Jackie was curious, how do you know? I went along, but I just tagged along for the excitement. Simmons was too embarrassed to say that he was captured and almost sold by the pound at the market. As for his severed arm, it had been replaced with a new one by Gloria, and it felt much better than before, and more comfortable. The intermittent phantom pains were gone. How does this place compare to Afterlife? Jackie, now working as a mercenary, hadn't been to Afterlife yet and was full of longing for that legendary birthplace. Afterlife, the security at that bar is so arrogant, I don't even care to go in. Simmons was a fairly capable mercenary, but after taking Faraday's mission last time, he was sold to the scavengers by 2 companions from his temporary team because he hadn't bought trauma team insurance and was injured midway through the mission. But this place is definitely more interesting than Afterlife. Simmons was very certain about this. He pointed to the gate on the other side of the bar. Behind there is a mission hall. This agency posts all the missions it receives there, finally categorized and complete. There are missions issued by this company itself, ones they've taken, and others posted by people. The bounties are clear, the information is quite detailed, and all people who take missions share information. I've never seen anything like this before, but currently there isn't much on it. I just come here for a drink, I'm not interested in taking missions, and I chat with the people here. Oh, and the prosthetics here are good. If you're interested, you can check them out. Gustav took the wine glass Nina brought and frowned. This is stealing business from the middlemen, they won't just let it go. Simmons chuckled, what does the business between middlemen and intermediaries have to do with us mercenaries? We just get paid to work. Anyway, the winner takes all, that's the rule of Night City. Also, if there's a problem, solve it in the ring. Once you make a move outside the ring, everyone present can attack the disrespectful person. The kind where you hit them as hard as you can, as long as you don't kill them. The ring? Where is it? Hearing this, Jackie became interested, he liked boxing. Simmons gestured with his head towards a corner of the bar, where an octagon cage stood, though no one was fighting in it. Jackie and Gustav exchanged a glance, then Jackie said to Simmons, I'm going to go up there and see if the mercenaries here are as good as you boast. Simmons blinked, an expression of anticipation on his face. Jackie hopped onto the ring in 2 or 3 steps, spread his arms to lean on the ropes, and shouted, anyone want to come up? Anyone at all, let me see what you've got. Jackie's height and build were imposing. Over 2 meters tall and weighing 130 kilograms, he looked like an iron tower. Not to mention the few people present, even counting all the players, none had this weight class. In traditional boxing, a single weight class difference is an absolute advantage, but due to the existence of cybernetics, simply relying on weight is no longer enough. Who knows how powerful a motor or weapon might be hidden in that small arm? Soon, a fearless player accepted the challenge. And Jackie, he would soon experience the same hardships that Simmons had endured when fighting players. He was fighting a gauntlet up there, knocking one down only for another to appear. These people were good with guns, but not with close combat. The players who followed rules were fine, they'd turn on their pain receptors and know when to surrender after taking too many hits. Those who disregarded martial ethics would fight with pain receptors off, not even knowing their ribs were broken. They'd either get knocked out by a punch to the head, or they'd only collapse when internal bleeding or organ damage made their bodies truly unable to bear it, a truly tragic sight. Simmons said to Gustav with a playful tone, let your brother fight all out, don't hold back. Lin Miao, on the 3rd floor, looked at the account expenses, pinching his brow, and couldn't help but complain, money comes in fast, but it goes out even faster. Lucy, standing behind the chair, was also startled by the hundreds of thousands in expenses this week. She had just thought 400,000 in hand was a lot, but now more than half was gone. Personal consumption and company expenses really couldn't be compared. Purchasing alcohol, establishing connections, player consumption, custom clothing. This amount of money would be enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. If she had had so much money before, she would have settled on the moon long ago, instead of struggling here. I said, can't you slow down? Can't stop, Lucy. That's how business is. Capital only gathers where it can appreciate. Once you stop, it will abandon you mercilessly, and then you'll meet a gruesome end. Lin Miao stretched, closed his laptop, and stroked the head resting on his shoulder. But a large sum of money should be coming in soon. It's too early to worry about money now. Lucy was a little curious. How do you know? She had initially thought that doing such things and dealing with people would be exhausting, but she found it surprisingly easy. There was no finance department, no need to keep accounts. If she wanted to know any expenditure, the system would list every single penny on a bill and send it to her. Every detail, absolutely transparent. Even how many cigarettes players bought on the street, how many gangpunks they robbed, whether with paper money or electronic transfers, could be written on the bill. There was no possibility of tax evasion or false accounting. Players were also easy to talk to. Even if they didn't understand something, they could ask Lin Miao, or simply be vaguely told a few things to let them use their own imagination. Most importantly, the atmosphere here was truly relaxed. Lin Miao asked with a smile, you don't think only the Valentinos care about their frontline disadvantage, do you? How many people are watching? A set of armor costing around 20,000 can serve the same purpose as a full set of heavy subcutaneous armor and titanium alloy skeleton in gang skirmishes. Even with its various flaws and inconveniences, its price is worth its performance. Who wouldn't want to throw a couple of sets into their bar, restaurant, or club? After all, it's not expensive. Moreover, the exoskeleton's unique artistic design wouldn't be out of place even in a high-end club. Even buying it as a decorative sculpture wouldn't be a loss. At this point, Lucy grew even more curious. Where did you find the designers? Those things don't look like anything you or that Miss Manto could draw. To prevent player names from being too abstract, they were harmonized into homophones for NPCs. It's just that the designers haven't arrived in Night City yet. You'll see them eventually. If Lin Miao had any artistic needs, he would just post an event on the official website. Just like a 3D animation rendering contest, he would provide requirements and a basic model, and let the pre-registered users unleash their creativity. Horizon Exoskeleton Design Collection Event 1.0. The requirements were simple: match the artistic style of Mexicans and Catholicism, then a full official website vote. The top 10 voted works would be shortlisted, then Lin Miao would personally select, and give to Gustav to choose, and the final winner would become the champion, becoming the exoskeleton warrior outfit for the Valentinos, and the designer himself would become a game user in the next version. And their name would be listed in the exoskeleton designer section of the official website. In just a few days, submissions exceeded double digits, but they weren't limited to the submission requirements. There were all kinds of styles, which could serve as a future material library. Lucy grew even more curious. You always say that, but where exactly are you people from? But the next second, she knew she had misspoken. Even with their relationship, this was probably something that couldn't be discussed. However, to her surprise, Lin Miao didn't get angry. Instead, he whispered, I haven't decided yet. You'll know soon enough. Lin Miao knew that Lucy wasn't the only curious one. Many people in Night City must be wondering where the players came from. Lin Miao hadn't decided where the players came from either, but it didn't matter, everyone would know where the players came from after a while. He had already entrusted Saul with this matter. It wasn't impossible to ask the Aldcaldos to help find a main base. Has anyone ever said that a second mine cannot be used as a main mine? Moreover, compared to finding a base in the void for the players, Lin Miao felt his own matters were more important. Level, LV8. Occupation, Agency Administrator. Reputation, somewhat famous. Body, 8. Tech, 6. Cool, 6. Reflexes, 6. Intelligence, 9. Skills, Firearms Proficiency LV1. Basic Combat LV4. In terms of skills, Lin Miao truly envied the players. They only needed to spend a skill point, and then they could grow rapidly in actual combat and training, applying what they learned to new situations and easily reaching this level. While he himself could only practice slowly. Although he could use brain dance to train indefinitely, the problem was he didn't have time to waste on that. Intelligence 9 was even more useless. Although Zhu Tiaoyu's 3 intelligence was very low, at least he could still pursue the hacker route. Whether he was a beginner or not was another matter. But Lin Miao's 9 intelligence was like a certain blue dumb fairy, no different from 0. Moreover, as his level increased, he vaguely felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. It was as if something was about to emerge, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Several times when he slept and dreamed, he felt that everything around him was chaotic, and there were many small insects biting him. Although it didn't hurt or itch, it made him extremely annoyed, wishing he could swat them to death. Yet, in his dreams, he had no hands and could only stare helplessly. When he asked the system was clueless, knowing not much more than he did. Sometimes he would wake up with red eyes, everything looking redder and redder. He opened his phone to check, and there were no such games in this world. The main and side quests had also stopped, seemingly allowing Lin Miao to develop freely. His intuition told Lin Miao that once he reached level 10, he might understand what was going on. Thump, thump, thump. The open agency door was suddenly knocked upon. Their attention shifted from the ledger to the doorway. They saw Nia, panting, pointing behind her. Boss, the fighting downstairs is really fierce, many people are injured, don't you want to stop them? Lin Miao blinked. Fighting and brawling. That's not right. If such a thing were happening, the surveillance system should have alerted him. No, they're fighting in the ring, but that guy has injured so many people. No way. Lucy quickly pulled up the surveillance footage of the octagon cage. It turned out that at some point, all the players who had been on missions outside had returned to the bar, cheering loudly around the octagon cage. Inside the cage, a battered Jackie was still fighting Natural Curl in a free-for-all. However, the expressions of the onlookers didn't seem angry, they were more excited. Many people were even betting on the forums about who would win. Although you couldn't bet money or cash in the agency, you could bet on calling someone daddy. Let's go down and see. Chapter 81, Potion Brother vs. Zhao Zhang. The boxing ring wasn't used much before, as there wasn't much enthusiasm for boxing matches in the country, and players were mostly shut-ins. Did you expect them to go boxing or follow boxing matches? They probably only remembered Ye Shuich's battle against Zhao Zhang. It was even less likely for them to go up themselves. Two familiar players facing each other couldn't really get serious. After all, this wasn't about pressing keys, it would be considered proper if they didn't burst out laughing while looking at each other. There was no referee or anything, not even boxing gloves. The rule was no rules, free combat was forbidden with weapons and special cyberware. Even during the Simmons incident, he didn't dare to get truly serious when facing these tough people who had saved his life, it was all just touching without real impact. Some players had turned off pain receptors and didn't even know how badly they were injured, fighting until they were knocked out. But this time, the players encountered Jackie, who they didn't know at all and who had been boxing in bars for years. He went all out from the start. Awesome, holy crap. This NPC has already knocked out 6 of us. Brother Deo, who was standing by the ring, cheered enthusiastically. He finally understood why Southeast Asia and Europe liked watching underground boxing matches. After hearing that a fierce NPC had arrived at the agency to fight in the ring, players immediately swarmed in. Jackie's punches were swift and powerful, each like a cannonball. Nige and Shuiyu were hit in the head and immediately knocked offline. They weren't dead, but their brains crashed, they were stunned. This kind of shirtless, fist-to-flesh combat and the fervent atmosphere around them really got people's emotions going. Although for the first 5 players, it was one-sided beating, they hadn't really practiced fighting skills. The only savage with LV5 basic combat only lasted a few rounds before being KO'd. The battle was extremely brutal, making Gustav tremble with fear. Jackie wanted to say enough, no more fighting several times, he was afraid he'd kill someone. But the local mercenaries seemed completely unconcerned by their companions' severe injuries. Even though the ring was stained with blood and some mercenaries were barely breathing, they still wanted to keep fighting. They were just like the bloodthirsty spectators in Hong Kong comics. Of course, even in this real-time combat, there were still cloud players yelling in streamers' live chats, "Go for him. Jintoki, go give him a punch, hit his kidney. Are you even capable? If not, get down and let me go. Jackie is awesome. 1 against 7. 1 against 7. From today on, you are of the Uchiha clan." Natural Curl in the ring also had unmentionable difficulties. Because the system disabled special cyberware in the ring, even if Natural Curl had Sandevistan, he couldn't use it. Of course, foreign mercenaries were not restricted by the system, at least, this function wasn't available yet. But if you intentionally kill someone with cyberware in the ring, or use illegal cyberware, then you'll have to be prepared to be ganged up on. After all, players are very happy to see red-named monsters in safe zones, either you slaughter the city, or we kill you for loot. Although Jackie hadn't installed any super powerful cyberware, his physique was the best proof. Even with the same level of cyberware, his output was higher than Natural Curl's, and he had been fighting in the streets since he was young. His street fighting skills might not be maxed out, but he was at least proficient. Natural Curl's level in combat was already inferior to swordsmanship, and it couldn't give him much advantage in front of Jackie, let alone the stat difference. Jackie leaned down, lowering his center of gravity, hands clenched into fists protecting his face. Natural Curl shuffled around Jackie in a duck walk, looking for an opening. Suddenly, he stepped forward with a feint straight punch, then swiftly changed to a low dive for a leg takedown, wrapping his arms around the opponent's thighs and hips, pushing off the ground with his legs, constantly exerting force to try and unbalance the opponent and make him fall. If this throw landed, it would be very damaging. But Jackie reacted instantly, adjusting his posture and lowering his center of gravity, performing a downward defense against the throw. He stepped back with both legs, putting his weight on Natural Curl, causing Natural Curl's hands to lose their grip and become unbalanced instead. Jackie's retreating right leg immediately followed with a powerful knee strike, his knee slamming into Natural Curl's nose bridge. The nose bridge, as one of the most fragile parts of the human body, would cause unbearable pain once severely impacted. But unfortunately, Jackie was facing a player. Natural Curl, with blood gushing from his nose, merely took a slight step back, trying to regain his footing. Jackie pursued, his left leg delivering a low sweep kick to Natural Curl's right knee joint. Natural Curl lifted his calf to block, but Jackie's offense was like a storm. A left-hand step-in hook punch was dodged by Natural Curl lowering his head, immediately followed by a fierce right-hand straight punch, hook, straight, uppercut, straight. Jackie fought very smoothly, the first 6 players combined had only served to warm him up. The players below watched with exhilaration. If both sides had guns, Jackie would have died a million times, but this was a boxing ring. Natural Curl continuously ducked, slid, and retreated, dodging the opponent's fierce two-handed attacks, making all of Jackie's blows miss. Until Jackie delivered another swift, wide-ranging high kick that Natural Curl couldn't dodge, forcing him to block with his left arm, getting injured again. Not feeling pain didn't mean the body wouldn't react. This brief pause was immediately seized by Jackie, who grabbed his neck and delivered several knee strikes. But Natural Curl, having reacted, immediately crossed his arms over his chest, blocking all the knee strikes. The continuous attacks made Jackie somewhat exhausted. His hands, gripping Natural Curl's neck, loosened slightly, but it was this very loosening that allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity, delivering a head-down hook punch to his face. Blood spurted, his brain disoriented for a moment. Natural Curl, who had his head held by Jackie, grabbed Jackie's thigh and exerted force, performing a takedown that flipped Jackie onto the ground, reversing rolls and mounting Jackie. However, his head was still held in Jackie's embrace. Jackie, having recovered, tried to continue gripping the opponent's neck, but was immediately stopped by Natural Curl's free hands grabbing his wrists. At the same time, he pulled his head back and finally broke free, then punched Jackie's face repeatedly, but was likewise protected by the opponent's defending arms. Seeing that punching was ineffective, Natural Curl immediately changed his approach, grabbing Jackie's left leg, intending to use a heel hook to lock the opponent's left leg. This move could lightly fracture the knee or severely tear ligaments directly. But the fallen Jackie immediately kicked fiercely with his left leg, breaking free from the restraint, preventing the lock from forming. Natural Curl, whose attack had failed, tried to pounce again to land another punch and put Jackie back in a disadvantageous position for him to continue his offense. But he didn't expect Jackie, lying on the ground, to absorb the blow and then tightly hug his attacking right hand, preventing him from withdrawing it. Jackie's 2 thick thighs, like a pair of pliers, clamped around his neck, actually reversing the lock. Natural Curl, locked in, glared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth and roaring, pushing with his legs. After his lower body stood up, his right leg immediately extended forward, aiming to stomp on Jackie's face. Jackie quickly released his hands and dodged the stomp by rolling to the side. But then he used his legs to throw Natural Curl down, taking the dominant position. His right arm wrapped around Natural Curl's neck and shoulder, while his left hand and left leg pinned Natural Curl's right hand, intending to use a scarf hold. However, Natural Curl pushed back with his right leg against Jackie's back, tricking Jackie into shifting his center of gravity. The moment his right hand was released, he used both hands to grab Jackie's barrel-like waist, bridged, and rolled to the side, once again gaining the dominant position, and began repeatedly pummeling the opponent's face with his fists, followed by another entanglement of locks and counter-locks. The two looked like two snakes, constantly grappling and rolling on the ground. The players were watching the spectacle, but only Gustav and Simmons, who had also been in the ring, knew how dangerous this exchange was. A slight misstep could lead to broken bones or torn limbs. This was no longer boxing, it was purely a grappling and jiu-jitsu confrontation. Gustav also didn't dare to let the two continue fighting and quickly rang the bell to stop the round. Any further fighting might result in fatalities. Hearing the bell, people from both sides immediately separated them, and they each returned to a corner of the ring, sitting, gasping for breath. Come, drink some wine to rinse your mouth. Knock him out next round. After removing his mouthguard, a glass of iced wine was handed to him. Jackie didn't find the person's voice unfamiliar. He took the glass and gulped it down. After finishing, he turned to return the cup and only then realized that this guy was actually a local mercenary, not a Valentino's gang member, and the wine was quite strong, burning his throat. Zhu Tiaoyu took the glass and gave Jackie a thumbs up. Go, brother, I'm rooting for you. Knock him out later, I've been annoyed by that guy for a while, okay? Jackie nodded, half understanding. He felt this was the respect he had earned through his strength. Earlier, many mercenaries from the other side had cheered him on from below the ring. It seemed that his actions, almost like smashing their venue by defeating 6 of their people in a row, hadn't angered this group of mercenaries at all. In fact, it made him look at them in a new light. Thank you. Zhu Tiaoyu, who had returned to the players' team, was immediately pulled aside by Tu Do. Damn, you're too shameless. You gave him alcohol after he'd just done strenuous exercise? Do you have any sportsmanship? Zhu Tiaoyu scoffed at this. What do you know? The real competition starts outside the venue, okay? Besides, I didn't add anything to it. It was just a drink of red wine, white wine, and beer. Like when you gave your opponent expired bread before a match back then. That was because Lulu himself wasn't feeling well. What does his diarrhea have to do with me? I ate that bread the day before too, okay? What if he got drunk from your alcohol and went berserk, then won? Damn, I didn't think of that step. After Lin Miao arrived, Gustav quickly walked over to him, pulled out a few thousand euros, and said, Mr. Lin, please lend us your presence. Let's call this match a draw, alright? Logically speaking, in any bar, trying to leave after causing such a commotion, almost like smashing the place, would be impossible. You beat so many people, and then you want to run when you meet someone strong? It's not that easy. Gustav had seen that the situation was bad, which was why he asked the maid to go up and invite Lin Miao down. He had figured it out, the people here were all ruthless individuals who didn't care about their lives, the type who thought, I don't care if I can beat you, if you're capable, kill me. Although he couldn't see anger or humiliation on their faces, their bloodlust sent shivers down his spine. If anything happened to Jackie, Gustav could forget about making a living at the Wild Wolf Bar. Mrs. Wells would eat him alive. Lin Miao took Gustav's money and smiled, then held up the stack of bills and announced to everyone present, Mr. Gustav said he's covering the drinks today. Drink as much as you like. There weren't any expensive wines in the bar, the players weren't into that. As long as there was something to drink, it was fine. Some players who didn't drink just had soft drinks and ice water, which didn't cost Lin Miao much. Yay! Boss is generous. Boss, may you be healthy. The players cheered wildly. Only Jackie and Natural Curl, who hadn't been able to decide a winner in the ring, were a bit downcast. However, this gloomy mood was quickly replaced by another matter. Lin Miao's eyes narrowed. Although he knew that the trouble the players had caused was unavoidable, he was still somewhat surprised that Akita Wakako was willing to tip him off, besides the NCPD. He could only say that the few boxes of canned food and the tea leaves from the lottery hadn't been sent in vain a while ago. He didn't know how much better it was than the tea dregs Lin Miao had drunk at her place last time. Lin Miao hadn't investigated the tea market yet, but he estimated that the stuff should be quite expensive. Wakako's old face remained as calm as ever. Jotaro is coming aggressively, but Mr. Lin doesn't seem worried about him at all. Lin Miao leaned against the bar, motioning for Lucy to prepare defenses, while he slowly dealt with the old fox. After paying for and ordering a drink, he casually asked, compared to Jotaro, I'm more concerned about the Tiger Claw stance, or rather, Madame Wakako, are you prepared to turn against me? Like the Night Walker. The Tiger Claws were notorious for bringing in the bigger fish when the smaller ones were beaten, following the same trope as third-rate villains in novels, often escalating from small-time brawls to gang wars. Lin Miao didn't want to get involved in such trouble with them. If they were going to fight, they should fight all at once. In terms of vehicle paint, the Japanese Bosozoku style was definitely the most distinctive in Night City. Just by looking at the peerless in the world, brawling supreme, and the green, red, and yellow paint on the vehicles, one knew they belonged to the Tiger Claws. And when the Tiger Claws moved out en masse, it often meant that some place would run with blood. Even cars on the highway didn't dare to approach this murderous convoy, fearing they might provoke these fiends and suffer collateral damage. Leader, this is where those mercenaries like to gather. A dense convoy of vehicles blocked the front and back gates of the Horizon Agency. Several motorcycles circled the entrance, howling Yoroshiku, Nightwalker, completely blocking it. The factory inside, however, was silent, not even a bird's feather could be seen. Jotaro sat in his sedan, frowning as he looked at the agency from a distance. This is where those mercenaries like to stay. He felt a little uneasy. The incident last month had cost him a lot of money and favors to settle, and after a period of keeping a low profile, someone dared to ruin his plans and severely injure Feng Qi. If he didn't reclaim his prestige, he wouldn't be able to operate in this territory, and his subordinates would lose heart. Feng Qi, who had already gotten a new arm, sat beside Jotaro. My subordinates reported that it should be here. The brothers who were staking out here just now said something seemed to have happened inside, and everyone has returned. He had recuperated for a full 5 days, using up all his savings to save his life. If the NCPD hadn't recognized him as a Tiger Claws leader and promptly snatched him from the players to get him medical attention, he would have truly died. Nearly 100 people, big and small, surrounded the factory, carrying swords and guns, an atmosphere of grim determination. Where are the Valentinos? They just drove off. Ryusuke saw Gustav himself in the car. They've been getting a tough beating from the 6th Street gang lately, and those new equipment seem to have come from this company. New equipment. Although the Valentinos were currently clashing with the 6th Street gang, if you asked which two gangs in Night City disliked each other the most, it would definitely be the 6th Street gang and the Tiger Claws. You can't expect a group of rednecks yearning to revive the glory of the old American Federation to be friendly towards the neon people who have repeatedly trespassed on their territory and even carved out autonomous zones, can you? Especially the Tiger Claws, those guys who practically held their noses high and constantly spouted phrases like we, the Yamato people and Spirit of Showa men, were, in the eyes of the 6th Street gang, simply immature. And in the eyes of the Tiger Claws, the 6th Street gang was just the wailing of a pack of defeated dogs. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't mistake the past for the present, and don't mistake what's gone for what's eternal. They were determined to leave the colors of Amaterasu Omikami fiercely on this land given to Americans by God. So, to say that the 6th Street gang wouldn't target the Tiger Claws with their new equipment was impossible. This time, it was a good opportunity to smash the company too, which would be a great achievement for the gang and make up for the mess he had caused a few days ago. He looked at the clearly visible automatic machine gun at the guard post at the entrance and instructed his subordinates, hack their defense system, prepare to enter. Don't leave a single living soul. As a boss who wasn't particularly good at fighting, Jotaro naturally wouldn't personally enter the fray, that would be beneath him. Understood. Soon, the hacker team Jotaro found a local network interface nearby and connected to it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there was still no response from the hackers, making Jotaro a bit impatient. He had paid good money for them, and they were quite famous in the underworld. Surely, they wouldn't even be able to get past a company's firewall data fortress, would they? How much longer? They said the opposing hacker and firewall are quite skilled, but it'll be ready soon. After another 5 or 6 minutes, when even Jotaro was getting restless, news finally came from the hacker team. Defense system taken over. You can go in. What about the opposing hacker? She escaped, but we can guarantee that the two of them won't be able to interfere with the upcoming battle. They cut off their tails to escape, at least with nerve damage. The Japanese-American hacker who spoke was full of confidence. He saw Arazaka's shadow in the opponent's data residue, perhaps she was hired after leaving Arazaka, but her skill was indeed impressive. Jotaro motioned for his subordinates to enter, and sure enough, they passed the machine gun's friendly identification authentication. Otherwise, these machine gun turrets would have been quite troublesome. Very good. Only after confirming there was absolutely no danger did he get out of the bulletproof car and loudly declare to his already eager subordinates, the time has come to avenge our fallen brothers. At this moment, the electronic alarm at the main gate, which had already annoyed the gang members, immediately became their primary target for venting. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. Consequences at your own risk. Several thugs immediately grabbed baseball bats and smashed the loudspeaker, shattering it. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. Consequences. Are you messing with me, you bastard? I'll kill you, you bastard. What are you saying, you bastard? Chapter 82 Hallelujah. After the path was cleared, a stream of Tiger Claws vehicles immediately poured into the agency's open ground, surrounding the 3 buildings. After all, they couldn't block the highway, people still had to go to work. The Tiger Claws members who entered the factory found it eerily quiet, with a hint of coolness despite it being a hot August day. The doors of the bar, factory, and warehouse were wide open, but there were no lights on, and no one was in sight, making it look as if everyone had fled. The original plan was to rush in, open fire, and kill everyone, but now, this situation made them hesitate. Something out of the ordinary usually indicates trouble, and some of the more quick-witted guys had already started to slow down, while only the arrogant fools who thought they were kings of the world were still charging forward. After 7 or 8 thugs entered the bar, they tried the overhead light switch several times without a response, able to see only faintly by the dim light filtering through the window cracks and the main door. There were unfinished drinks on the bar, and the fighting ring was in disarray, suggesting that people had been there just recently. Someone, annoyed, slammed a baseball bat across the tabletop to clear it, then nervously said to a companion. Humph, cunning fellows, they must have heard of the Tiger Claw's fearsome reputation and all fled to the heavens. I don't know how these guys defeated our younger brother, the boss, they must have used some underhanded sneak attack. How despicable. His companion, King Tai, however, was a bit nervous, the surrounding environment was too dark, they couldn't see very far at all, just pitch black. Long Yi. I think something's not right. Huh? What's there to be afraid of? As soon as Chingtaro-sama gives the order, this company will be leveled. As they spoke, somehow, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. The dozen or so people who had entered the agency building panicked instantly, they turned around only to find that the electric main door had closed on its own. Someone pounded on the door, shouting, What's going on? Wasn't the power cut? If you're a man, come out and fight fair and square. Yagoro. It was pitch black all around, and they couldn't see anything, the originally arrogant group immediately fell into a panic. King Tai quickly pulled Long Yi back towards the corner of the wall he remembered, not forgetting to point his pistol into the surrounding darkness, seemingly trying to intimidate something, until they bumped into something wall-like behind them, only then daring to stop and catch their breath. Long Yi reassured himself, it's all right, with the main door closed, Chingtaro-sama and the others will surely come to help. Then not a single person inside will escape. But King Tai swallowed hard, trembling all over. Long Yi. What's wrong? You're not scared by a mere door closing, are you? His companion teased. If you're like this, how are you going to make a name for yourself with me in Night City? Pull yourself together, King Tai. You're supposed to be my right-hand man. No, it's not that. King Tai trembled even more violently. I think I heard a third person's breathing. What? Long Yi was startled. It was then that he suddenly remembered he had his phone. He quickly pulled it out to illuminate the area. However, it was better not to illuminate it. Once he did, he saw a wall like an oil painting. In the faint light, the painting depicted vibrant orange marigolds and jewels enveloping a skeleton deity, holding a scythe symbolizing the Grim Reaper, appearing both sacred and terrifying. Their bodies stiffened, and in extreme fear, they slowly raised their phone's light upwards. The next moment, a soaring soprano voice suddenly echoed through the bar hall, Hallelujah. The sound was as holy as a nun chanting a hymn in a church, mixed with a chilling scream, ah. Blood splattered on King Tai's face. Long Yi, who had just been thinking about making a name for himself, had his head smashed by a blunt object. Cybernetic eye parts flew everywhere, and blood splattered on King Tai's face, distorting his features in terror. The phone that had fallen to the ground had a broken screen, its light flickering on and off. In King Tai's flickering vision, the steel demon's movements also seemed to skip frames. Each time the light disappeared, its hand moved closer to his head. Terrified into a stupor, King Tai could only frantically pull the trigger at the opponent. The muzzle flashes hitting the shield were useless, only producing the sound of ricocheting bullets. In that massive mechanical arm, King Tai's head looked no bigger than an apple, and certainly no harder. Red Bucket's right hand exerted a slight pressure, and that head made a strange sound like an apple, blood spurting from its orifices, and the gunshots and screams ceased simultaneously. The doors of the agency, factory, and warehouse closed simultaneously, splitting the tiger claws who had charged in, completely isolating them. Seeing the strange situation, Feng Qi immediately wanted to order his brothers to charge and blow open the doors, but Cheng Taro stopped him. Let's wait and see what tricks these people are playing. Strange. They came to cause trouble for those mercenaries, so why was this bar cooperating so much with these mercenaries? Were they working together? Then, not long after, gunshots, screams, and what sounded like a nun's choir erupted from the three locations. Hallelujah! 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 This left the people outside utterly bewildered. Were they conducting some kind of cult ritual inside? The chorus continued for over 10 minutes before finally stopping. The doors opened again, but not a single living person escaped. The pitch-black entrance was like an abyss of death, causing the tiger claws outside the door to swallow nervously, not daring to enter. They only dared to frantically spray bullets at the windows and doors from outside the rooms, but it was all in vain, there was no reaction from inside. Feng Qi was a bit alarmed and asked, what should we do? Should we go back for rocket launchers or explosives? Now, they definitely couldn't let their subordinates go in to die, God knew what traps were inside. Cheng Taro frowned slightly. He wasn't particularly pained by the deaths of a dozen people. Hot-blooded Japanese youths who wanted to join the Tiger Claws and make a name for themselves were a dime a dozen in Night City. He looked at the absurdly thick, reinforced walls of the agency and knew that ordinary rocket launchers or explosives wouldn't work against them. Using rocket launchers to blast concrete buildings was just asking for trouble. The lethality aside, it was a waste of money and time. No need for such trouble. Cheng Taro lit a cigar for himself, feeling that his current actions perfectly befitted a big boss, leaning against the car with a cruel smile. Bring out all the gasoline and douse them. Don't they like to hide inside? Let them hide to their heart's content, it's best if they die without ever coming out. Then he said with some regret, it's just a pity we can't make them cooperate in filming a brain dance of a fiery dance. Lenny would surely love this stuff. Lenny was responsible for selling underground dark brain dance in their supply chain, frying, microwave evaporation, intense UV burning. One could only say that when it came to extreme tastes, Japan still had a knack for it, perhaps only Eastern Europe and Germany could compare. Feng Qi's eyelid twitched. His boss was still as morbidly amusing as ever, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many women. However, this method, aside from being a bit loud, had no real flaws. He had a few men take a dozen full oil drums from the car and distribute them to the subordinates, telling them to pour the gasoline onto the building walls. After lighting the fire, they were to throw the remaining oil drums into the houses through the broken windows. Keep a close eye on everything. If you see anyone running out later, open fire immediately. Alright, burn them alive. Ha 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 ha, turn them into roasted pigs. The boss's order dispelled the fear that had just accumulated. They eagerly volunteered to give the guys inside a piece of their mind. Some troublemakers even started whistling and playing with fire, ready to enjoy this rare barbecue party. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the automatic machine guns, which had already fallen into the hands of Chinktaro's hacker squad, were slowly turning their muzzles, aiming at the oil drums being distributed. Amidst the crowd's revelry, several hackers sitting in cars had already had their brains fried, so quickly that they died silently without even a chance to scream. Even the loudspeaker at the entrance, which had clearly been smashed by the thugs, began to emit intermittent, ghostly electronic sounds. I say, isn't there a castle doctrine or trespassing law in Night City? You should know what crime it is to trespass and open fire, right? And you even want to commit arson. Do you know how expensive renovation costs are? Before anyone could react to the voice, the automatic machine guns, already aimed at the oil drums, instantly opened fire. The sound of a bullet primer igniting was like the Grim Reaper ringing a doorbell, sending shivers down Feng Chia's spine. They hadn't prepared any defenses for these machine guns that were already under control. 12 machine guns instantly shredded the oil drums in the thugs' hands, tearing the men themselves into several pieces like rags. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, a scene straight out of hell. Transparent gasoline mixed with fresh blood flowed across the ground. The horrifying smell made everyone realize something terrible was happening, but it was too late. Lin Miao walked to the third-floor window, watching the tiger claws below being scattered by machine gun fire. So why are you playing with fire at such a young age? Aren't you afraid of wetting the bed at night? Lucy, lend me a cigarette. I quit a long time ago. You must have a lighter, right? Your men swiped the last one too. This bad habit really can't be changed, no matter where I go. With no other option, Lin Miao could only hand over the cool opportunity to light the fire to the players, as he couldn't possibly use plasma weapons in the city. Hakimi were not worthy. But then again, only Hakimi would be so reckless as to play with fire, and the only way to discipline these keyboard warriors was to lock them in a cage and beat them with a big stick. Several explosive crossbow bolts shot out from the windows of the bar, factory, and warehouse, landing in the tiger claws positions. While bullets can also create sparks, their temperature isn't high enough to ignite gasoline unless they are tracer rounds or incendiary rounds. The detonating explosive arrowheads easily ignited the gasoline covering the ground. Flames instantly spread from the points of impact, engulfing a dozen tiger claws members. Their skin sizzled as it burned, especially those who hadn't undergone full cybernetic modification could even smell their own subcutaneous fat cooking. Ah! Save me! Save me! Intense pain seared every nerve, causing them to writhe constantly in the flames, completely disregarding the fact that there was even more gasoline on the ground as they rolled in it, making the fire burn even more fiercely. The remaining tiger claws dared not go to their rescue, avoiding them as if they were a plague. Bastards! Feng Qi watched with eyes that seemed to tear, wishing he were the one being burned. He wanted to curse Cheng Taro, to ask what kind of idiotic idea this was, and where he found such a second-rate hacker, but the words died in his throat. After all, the hierarchy in Japan was a very big deal. Subordinates couldn't just talk back to their superiors. Even if Cheng Taro was truly in the wrong, it wasn't allowed. Just as Cheng Taro was about to say something, he heard a subordinate yell, "Those guys are coming out. Open fire." The whistling of bullets and the clang of warheads hitting steel plates filled the ears of everyone present. They witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The burning flames slightly distorted the air, and across the inferno, skeletal giants clad in flower-adorned armor emerged from the doors of the hotel, factory, and warehouse. They were like legends from a mythical era, and bullets striking their hand shields were meaningless. The nearest Tiger Claws members finally understood what the hallelujah they had heard earlier meant. It was the nun's eulogy for them, and the last words they would hear while alive. Ha 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 ha. This is great. Like a tank, the barbarian charged into the motorcade, shield raised. Two Tiger Claws who couldn't dodge in time were instantly killed against their car by the shield. He didn't even want to use a gun anymore, he just wanted to use the punitive stick in his hand to give these chaotic Tiger Claws a few brutal blows. Gangsters, hey? Little Japanese, hey? I'll smash your Showa spirit with 3 swings. Hurry up and march into the Reiwa era. The Higashiyama group executives, of course, knew what this was, but before they could organize a counterattack, they heard someone else shout, "The main gate is blocked." It's the Valentinos. Those 2 cars came back. Honestly, I'm really in love with this baby now. Jackie leaned against the car door, his eyes dazed as he watched the Death Knights charge into the battle, clashing with the Tiger Claws. Tonight, no matter what, I'm sleeping with it. No share for you, Jackie, they're all my babies. Gustav jumped out of the car, took the shotgun a subordinate threw to him, and roared, "Tiger Claws, you motherfuckers actually tried to steal our goods." Bang! He shot and killed a Tiger Claws member guarding the gate. Behind him, more Valentinos, wearing similar exoskeletons, jumped down and blocked both side entrances. The Tiger Claws inside, still fighting with the players, were stunned by these words. What? Didn't you guys finish the deal and leave? Their informant had seen it clearly, the cars had driven out beyond the 5th ring road, so what did it mean for them to come back? Were they messing with them? Damn it, I've been played. Jotaro immediately understood. He had been sold out. And the only ones who could have betrayed him were the higher UPS of the Tiger Claws, otherwise, the other party couldn't have set up this trap for him in advance. Now, even he couldn't maintain his previous refined, outwardly civilized yet inwardly corrupt demeanor. He drew his pistol and shouted, quickly, gather the brothers and let's fight our way out. At worst, he'd have to lay low for a while longer. He better not find out who betrayed him, or he would use every means at his disposal. Then he heard someone on the 3rd floor loudly say, Jotaro, right? Thank you for your care last time. Now, we're even. Out of professional ethics, Lin Miao still didn't reveal Akata Wakako's name. What? Seeing the face of the person on the 3rd floor, Chengtaro was instantly shocked. Wasn't this the guy who broke into his club and stole things last time? But now was not the time to investigate whether two groups of enemies had coincidentally clashed, or if the previous incident was orchestrated by the other party. The most urgent task was to break out. Feng Qi, now with a new arm, drew his katana again and, along with Chengtaro's loyalists, shielded him from behind. Oyaji, you go first. We'll cover your retreat here. As long as Oyaji lives, even if we die, it's worth it. For the sake of righteousness. With that, a subordinate, clutching a few grenades, charged towards the main gate where the Valentinos were forming a blockade. Seeing this madman rushing towards him, Gustav, who was only there to help out, naturally wouldn't let his men fight to the death with such a fanatic. He immediately made a gap for him. As for that subordinate, he naturally blew himself up like his ancestors, after all, he couldn't put the grenade pin back in. The others displayed their unique abilities and engaged in a fierce battle with Jackie and his crew. Driving Chengtaro out was now impossible. Feng Qi could only drag him along, and the two of them, relying on the escape route their subordinates desperately cleared, broke out of the encirclement. This way. Thanks to the Tiger Claw's good traffic etiquette earlier, they hadn't blocked the road. So, even though hell was breaking loose inside, unknowing cars were still driving past on the highway. Bang! Feng Qi shot a passing private car's window, forcefully stopping it. He roughly pulled open the back seat, shoved Chengtaro inside, and once in the car, held his katana to the driver's neck, threatening fiercely, drive me to Westbrook. Faster. The driver was so scared he almost wet himself. How could he dare to delay? Even with shaky legs, he had to do as commanded, flooring the accelerator towards Westbrook. However, fate had other plans. They hadn't driven far when they encountered a traffic jam due to a red light. Chengtaro saw people on motorcycles charging up from a company building in the rearview mirror. He was both anxious and furious, pressing his pistol to the driver's head. Why are you stopping? Traffic jam, I can't help it. The driver was incredibly aggrieved. Even if you're robbers, you should be reasonable. What he didn't expect was that Chengtaro wiped the blood from his face and pointed his pistol to the side, saying, isn't the sidewalk wide enough? Drive onto it, now. Hey. The driver thought he misheard, and even Feng Qi was stunned for a moment before realizing that due to the intense gunfight, the streets were deserted. Chengtaro's teeth were almost ground to dust. He fired 3 shots into the car roof, creating 3 holes, and growled. Didn't you hear me? Drive onto it, now. Chapter 83 Fateful Battle, Thick Fog. The driver's mind was blank. He didn't know what he was thinking, only that under the control of his survival instinct, he violently swerved the steering wheel. After a series of bumps, he actually drove onto the sidewalk. What the heck? Several pedestrians who weren't afraid of death and were still out walking were knocked down, but fortunately, the car's initial speed wasn't fast, so it wasn't fatal. The others who managed to dodge in time cursed, is your mom dead? Are you in such a hurry to go home and burn incense for her? The driver stuck in traffic also stared dumbfounded at this crazy person who clearly didn't care about his life. Normally, these people would have ended up on Chengtaro's dinner table, but now he wasn't in the mood, surviving was the most important thing. Faster. Faster. Although they were already on the sidewalk, the sound of motorcycle engines in their ears grew closer and closer. Feng Qi quickly leaned out of the car window and returned fire. However, he then realized that it wasn't just one person chasing them, but a whole team. Now, there weren't just 20-something players like before, 30 to 40 of the 75 players had already met the criteria to enter the city. This was also the first time these new players had participated in actual combat, and they were, of course, having a blast. The Egyptian queen, leading the team, shouted loudly from her motorcycle, remember this, everyone. The one in the white suit up ahead is Jotaro. The boss said, dead or alive. The excited players were also having a blast, this was a company car, and they didn't even have to pay for gas. Li Sangguang, the vehicle killer, yelling along with Xiaji Bailuan, it's the white Chengtaro from Part 4. I love you so much, don't leave. Let me see if your star platinum is developing normally. Great Britain sword saint, CAO thief, don't run. Leave my sister-in-law behind. Mongolian top laner, Dio-sama. Today, we're going to capture Chengtaro alive. With his own BGM. Deja vu. Even Kamen Rider, who used his mouth to add the title card, original work by Shotaro Ishinomori. However, Kamen Rider got too excited and wanted to let go of the handlebars to show off his motorcycle skills, but he ended up crashing and dying, rolling back to the forum to cool off for at least 2 days. And that's if someone went to collect his body, otherwise, it would be 3 days. All he said was, regret, in short, very regretful. When asked, he'd say, next time, I'll still dare. It's not easy to update, remember to share 101kanshu.com. Cheng Taro and Feng Qi, who were being pursued, were both bewildered. What on earth were these idiots shouting? Were they really being beaten to the state by such imbeciles? But one thing was certain, these people were after his life. Feng Qi said anxiously, at this rate, we'll be caught sooner or later. Quick, quick, take off your white suit and shake them off in a crowded place. Damn it, I'll settle this score sooner or later. Cheng Taro took off his clothes with such grievance. This was his favorite outfit. He originally wanted to wear it to establish his authority, but he never expected to have to part with it. However, as soon as he took off his white suit and pants, leaving only a pair of floral pants and an undershirt, and threw them out the window, he heard the Egyptian queen shouting again, the one with the red bow tie is Cheng Taro. Cheng Taro could only helplessly take off his bow tie and throw it out of the car. The one wearing floral pants is Cheng Taro. Cheng Taro looked at his pants, his face turning from white to red, from red to green, and then back to white. How could he not know that the other party was toying with him, treating him like Cao and making him discard his beard and robe? The Japanese people's love for romance of the Three Kingdoms continues to this day. He was so angry that he swore, Baka Yara. The players chasing behind them were all smiles. Why is this little Japanese guy cursing? He's panicking, haha. He's really panicking. The exasperated Cheng Taro and Feng Qi continuously fired at the players, but the bumpy and shaking sidewalk was really not meant for driving. Forget about accuracy, they almost vomited their dinner from yesterday due to the shaking. However, driving on the sidewalk and not following traffic rules would eventually come at a cost. The continuously bumpy road finally proved too much for the old car. With a click, it sounded like a part had broken. Immediately after, the engine power grew weaker and weaker, and finally, it broke down and stopped by the roadside. Damn it, useless thing. There was no time to delay any longer. He forced the driver at gunpoint to take off his pants for him, then hastily got out of the car, fleeing under Feng Qi's cover, and frantically putting on pants in broad daylight. Damn it. When had he ever been so humiliated? At some point, Feng Qi had sustained gunshot wounds, with blood continuously flowing from his shoulder and thigh. But even so, he remained loyal, wanting to protect Cheng Taro as he fled. He glanced around, confirmed their location, and immediately told Cheng Taro, boss, go this way. As long as we get into the subway station, we'll escape. Saying that, he fired a few more shots at the chasing players, but with little effect. Even Feng Qi wanted to curse. Any normal person, seeing someone shoot at them, would instinctively look for cover to hide, regardless of whether they would be hit. But these people seemed not to know what fear was, stubbornly charging forward through the bullets. The two retreated while fighting, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. NCPD, where's the NCPD? Damn it, these useless guys disappear at crucial moments. As long as there was a police officer, whether Cheng Taro surrendered voluntarily or accused them of assault, he could at least save his life. But unfortunately, the NCPD seemed to have forgotten to patrol today. They were nowhere to be seen on Republic Road. Not long after their frantic escape, the two suddenly stopped. Because a descending AV blocked their path. Do you know, Mr. Cheng Taro, that there isn't much deep-seated hatred between us? To be honest, I'm actually a little reluctant to lay hands on you. Ultimately, Lin Miao was the one who trespassed on Cheng Taro's territory to steal things. Regardless of Cheng Taro's morality or how many laws he had broken, Lin Miao was the one in the wrong. So, even after being chased for so long and getting injured, he never actively sought trouble with the other party. Lin Miao, in the AV, fumbled with his wrist, adjusted his cuff, and stepped out. Welcome to Delamain Taxi Services. Please rate your service. If you have any comments. Lin Miao didn't comment on anything. His purchased service hadn't ended yet. He just continued to say to the two desperate men, but it's a shame that there are so many coincidences in this world that have brought our relationship to this point. It was Lin Miao's first time renting an AV from Delamain. It was not only fast but also smooth, truly worth the price, though a trip costing several thousand dollars was a bit too expensive. Damn it, who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that many people want you dead right now. You just happen to run into me. Even if it's not today, it will be tomorrow. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Cheng Taro narrowed his eyes, somewhat undecided whether to shoot the person in front of him. But he scoffed at what the other person said. How many dark secrets of the upper class the Phoenix Club held, perhaps even Cheng Taro himself couldn't count. If something happened to him, none of those people would get off easy. As long as he could escape back, everything would be possible. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up resistance, Lin Miao stopped wasting words. After glancing at the two, he said to the chasing players, this is in the city. Don't cause trouble for our sheriff. Remember to be gentle when you act, don't scare the citizens. With that, Lin Miao turned and got back into the car. Wakako, that old woman, was still waiting for him. Cheng Taro, ignored, was fuming. He fired several shots at the closing AV door, but even when the bullets ran out, they all hit the door panel, having no effect on Lin Miao, who was sitting inside. As the door was about to close, one could still see Lin Miao's eyes, sitting on the sofa, looking at him. There was only pity in them. How many times had players died at Jinktaro's Phoenix Club? All combined, it probably already reached 4 digits. Attacking a gang leader's core stronghold in the Tiger Claw's headquarters was incredibly difficult, as one could imagine. But who made Jintaro isolated now? The players had a belly full of anger waiting to be unleashed on him. Yo, Jotaro, you're really in a sorry state, aren't you? Jintaro withdrew his gaze, only to realize that the time they had wasted had already allowed 5 or 6 players to surround them. Especially this blonde white man in front of him, why did he act as if he knew him well? Who the hell are you? And the Egyptian queen was still standing there with her arms crossed, in a strange stance, saying with a contemptuous tone, this guy is mine, the one next to him is yours. Understood, understood. This is a battle of destiny, joking, dot. Are we going to see Dio-sama beat up Jintaro today? Maybe it'll be the other way around. After all, Jintaro is a boss-level unit, right? It would be funny if glamorous woman got into an accident. If she gets into an accident, wouldn't the boss's head be ours? You're impossible. A few new players, like newborn calves, weren't afraid of tigers at all and didn't even put feng qi in their eyes. Dio? Is this guy's name Dio? Why does the scanned name show as Ikihiko? Why would a white person have a Japanese name? And why did these people sound like they were involved with this blonde white guy? It was baffling. With a myriad of confusions in his heart and unsure of his opponent's strength, Jintaro could only take it one step at a time. He discarded his empty pistol and pulled out a dagger from his inner lining. No matter what, he was involved in the underworld, and Jintaro actually had quite a few combat cyberware, but due to personal preferences, he didn't have much combat experience. However, now he had no choice but to fight for his life. He said to Feng Qi, take them out as quickly as possible, then figure out a way to get into the subway. MHM. Feng Qi, holding a katana, also looked warily at the 4 players. Dio. Watching Jintaro walk towards her step by step, Egyptian queen spread her hands and shook her head with a smile, you're not choosing to run away, but to approach me, Dio. Your subordinate is like a student desperately answering questions as the exam is about to end, risking his life to get you out. What kind of nonsensical analogy is that? Has this person's head been kicked in? However. Jintoro's lips curved into a playful smile, I'm quite sure I don't know you, but I've seen that look in your eyes on many people. Let me guess, was it your wife, or your mother, or your daughter that I threw into the club? Are they still alive? Most likely, they were played to death. Plus. Not only did this guy not stick to the script, but he also touched a nerve with Egyptian queen. Lisa Zoe, Dennis Knight, do you still remember these 2 names? Jintaro had a disdainful expression. Who would remember such common names? You bastard, how many people have you harmed? Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? NMB, is this your line? Shouldn't this be my line, Dio? Then you deserve to die even more, you dog bastard. You call yourself Jintaro. Glamorous woman's eyes grew increasingly dangerous. The 2 names she mentioned were known by almost every player. They were the names of the 2 young girls' corpses that Lin Miao found on the 3rd floor dissection table when he infiltrated the Phoenix Club. Every player remembered this vividly. But if that were all, players would at most view Jintaro as an antagonistic villain, there wouldn't be hatred or extreme dislike. Until the day before yesterday, when Egyptian queen was shopping, she saw a middle-aged woman on the street holding flyers and asking everyone about her missing daughter. She never expected that the person the mother was looking for was the woman who had already died on the operating table in the Phoenix Club. At that moment, Egyptian queen didn't even dare to look directly into the eyes of that mother NPC, and she didn't know how to answer her questions. She could only lower her head, turn around, and flee. This game was good in every way, except for some details that shouldn't have been so realistic, yet were so stubbornly precise, making people feel incredibly uncomfortable, but also unable to hate it. Finally, a group of people had a heated discussion in the bar for an entire afternoon, and eventually decided that Brother Deo would be the one to inform the mother of the reality. From that day on, Jintaro went from being an enemy to a target that must be killed. As soon as the Watson map opened, hundreds of players would team up and visit the Phoenix Club, leaving no stone unturned, not even sparing a single worm, splitting them in half vertically. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Miao temporarily restricted the players to Santo Domingo. But what no one expected was that Jotaro himself came knocking on their door. Well, they certainly had to give him a good welcome. And this glorious and arduous task, Lin Miao naturally entrusted to Egyptian queen. He even let her use that name. If he didn't, it would be truly unreasonable. Even if he were counter-killed, it could be called a battle of destiny. As for Jintaro, he wouldn't leave Santo Domingo alive today. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Jintaro moved. He held a short knife, and his body speed suddenly accelerated, fast enough to leave after images in the eyes of passers-by. It was Sandevistan. He intended to use the fastest speed to instantly kill this inexplicably idiotic person in front of him, and then escape. However, what he didn't expect was that glamorous woman actually reacted, but not with a counterattack, but by standing still and spouting nonsense. I didn't expect it to be a stand with the same ability as my world. Just kidding, even if Egyptian queen could forego all other cyberware, she absolutely couldn't do without Sandevistan. After clearing out the scavenger's inventory, the agency's cyberware also got a significant boost. It didn't matter if the grade was lower, it just couldn't be absent. Egyptian Queen's attitude completely infuriated Chengtaro. Yakamishi. You've been muttering to yourself, saying inexplicable things. And with this level of power, you think you can fight me? As soon as their daggers clashed, Chengtaro could clearly perceive that the opponent's cyberware and Sandevistan were far inferior to his own. Too weak, too weak. Even without Sandevistan, my strength and speed are far superior to yours. If you don't want to die quickly, then scram. Egyptian Queen, huh? You're stealing my lines again. Chengtaro became even more convinced that this person was either brain dead or a cyberpsychosis. Are you an idiot? Can't you see the difference between us? Fine, anyway, I also wanted to test how strong the cyberware I spent so much $dollars on really is. He accelerated and slashed across Glamorous Woman's chest. Glamorous Woman, unable to dodge, had a large gash cut into her clothes. Chengtaro, having landed a hit, immediately scoffed, but looking at you, you're not even worthy of me experimenting on. Egyptian Queen flicked her clothes with a disdainful expression. Humph, the experiment you're talking about is like this, not even making a wound, just a casual touch. It's just a pity for my $2 jacket. NMB, hearing that, Chengtaro was so angry his head spun. What's so regrettable about a €2 jacket, you idiot? The jacket he threw away was worth tens of thousands. Egyptian Queen gave a charmingly evil smile. Are you ready? This great master is about to get serious. Chengtaro was startled and immediately became fully alert. Nanny. The world. He let out a strange cry, and the next second, he activated Sandevistan at full power, reaching for something at his waist and throwing it. Under the enhancement of Sandevistan, his movements were astonishingly fast, throwing and retrieving the object 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. But Chengtaro's identical cyberware was far more efficient than his. It was just that Glamorous Woman, this fearless maniac, was persistent, and instantly saw what it was. A pile of throwing knives? Is this your ultimate move? Moreover, Glamorous Woman clearly didn't know how to throw knives. The thrown knives flew chaotically in the air, without any penetration or lethality, and even the hit rate was questionable. Let alone his equipped light subcutaneous protection, even a normal person standing still wouldn't necessarily be severely injured. Feeling that he had been provoked again, Chengtaro immediately became furious, almost simultaneously activating Sandevistan, and lunged at Egyptian Queen with his dagger, attempting to overwhelm her with his clearly superior stats. But Dio, knowing this well, how could he let the opponent easily approach him? He retreated while continuing to throw knives. He had dozens of them tucked into his waist for this very day. He continued to spout nonsense in broken Japanese. 1 second has passed. Chengtaro, how long can you move in this world? 2 seconds have passed, Naroi. Naroi. Ha 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 ha. 3 seconds have passed. Shine. Chengtaro. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. In reality, Glamorous Woman was caught at 4 seconds, and multiple cuts had already appeared on her body. She wasn't natural curl. She didn't have that much combat experience, but that didn't stop her from spewing insults while taking hits. Plus. Still unwilling to give up, Chengtaro, after maintaining high-speed movement for 5 seconds, had to stop accelerating due to a burning pain in his head. Meanwhile, this lunatic didn't care about his terrifying expression of bleeding from 7 orifices, and even became more arrogant and rampant. 6 seconds have passed. Chengtaro, you can't keep up, can you? He hadn't finished throwing his knives, but Chengtaro couldn't dodge them and didn't want to anymore. The throwing knives clattered as they hit him, not even hurting as much as being hit by a stone of the same size, and probably couldn't even cut through the jacket he had stolen. This made Chengtaro start to question how he had been pushed to this point by such an imbecile. 7 seconds have passed, I can still feel the power. Glamorous Woman's smile grew more rampant, because he realized that the opponent had indeed stopped Sandevistan and no longer wanted to dodge the throwing knives. Satapara. My fated enemy. He pulled another item from his waist and threw it, but this time it wasn't a throwing knife. When Chengtaro saw what that demonic thing was, he quickly stopped and tried to retreat, shouting, high explosives. At this distance? You madman. Ha 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 ha. 9 seconds have passed, Gata Errata. Chapter 84 Karma. Take this. Third bomb. Bites the dust. The distance between them was only 2 or 3 meters, and Egyptian Queen had no intention of leaving the explosion range. As the explosives flew towards Jotaro, he immediately pressed the detonator. At this point, even if Jotaro desperately activated Sandevistan, it would be useless, because the speed of the spreading flames and air blast from the explosion made it impossible to escape. He could only watch as the slow-motion air blast and flames engulfed him, followed immediately by Egyptian Queen. Although the explosive yield was not large, only slightly stronger than a hand grenade, it was more than enough to cover Egyptian Queen. Covered in blood like a wronged ghost, his face was full of a cunning smirk as the flames swept over him, but he still protected his head with his arms. Fortunately, the crowd had already moved away from the scene, and the explosion of the bomb was not enough to harm the innocent. Only Feng Qi, not far away, was distracted by the sound and was immediately slashed by the 2 players still entangled with him. Both sides had run out of bullets, entering the close quarters combat that Feng Qi was most skilled at, but the pain in his body made him feel powerless when facing this group of players. He initially thought these people were quite weak, at least much weaker than the group he met last time, and incomparable to the guy who fought him one-on-one, but they were all equally reckless. The injured Feng Qi swung his blade, severing the Great Britain sword saint's neck, but immediately after, a dagger from Li Sanguang plunged into his lower back from the side. This bastard had already had one hand cut off by Feng Qi earlier. A normal person would have hardly any resistance left and should have fainted long ago, but this crazy person kept shouting nonsense slogans while pouncing on him like a mad dog, stabbing him. Shine. Polnarev. Feng Qi swung back and cut off the last hand holding the hilt of the sword, then delivered a diagonal, kesagiri, slash, splitting him from the right shoulder down to the waist. Hot, steaming red liquid blood gushed out, and Li Sanguang was also gone. The 3 players who had chased him were all eliminated, with the highest damage inflicted on him being that last slash. Who? His legs, severely overexerted, went soft, and he was about to kneel on the ground, quickly supporting himself with his sword. He had 2 gunshot wounds and 7 or 8 minor knife wounds on his body, the seeping blood soaked him, turning him into a bloody mess. If it weren't for the severe nerve damage from the last time, which prevented him from using Sandevistan, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. However, both individuals caught in the explosion had tenacious vitality, like cockroaches, they were still alive and struggling even at this point. Jotaro, blasted several meters away by the air current, rolled to the edge of the subway station entrance. He was disfigured by the explosion, his ribs piercing his lungs, barely kept alive by his subdermal armor. But his tenacious will to survive still drove him to live. The higher one's status, the more evil one commits, the more one fears death, and Jotaro was no exception. He could vaguely hear the sound of a subway train starting from the stairwell. That place, listen, that place. If I can just get on the subway, if I can just get back to my territory. Survive. At this moment, he had no other thoughts, only the biological instinct for survival etched in his genes. Even if he had to kneel and lick Arazaka's shoes, even if he had to be someone's dog, even if he had to eat dirt, he would survive. Even though every inch he crawled brought excruciating pain throughout his body, with deep, bone-visible wounds on his face, chest, and limbs, Jotaro still persevered, struggling to crawl little by little towards the stairwell, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Just as he was about to reach the downward escalator, a foot stepped on his hand. The subway is already full. Egyptian Queen's condition was no better than his opponent's, even worse. The flesh on his face was burned through and dried by the flames, revealing white, bony gums within the charred muscle. Every time he spoke, a bit of the charring on his cheek would flake off, exposing the raw red flesh, nerves, and tongue beneath. His right arm prosthesis was blown off, with only a bit of soft tissue still connecting it, while the flesh on his left arm was also gone, leaving a metallic-colored prosthesis, still holding a throwing knife. But I know a place where there's still a ticket. I'll send you down there now. Just as he said, in Jotaro's eyes, glamorous woman looked no different from a demon that had crawled out of the fiery hell. Remember not to be reborn as a human in your next life. With that, he threw the flying knife, intending to finish off the last bit of this boss's health. Thump. A blood-stained long blade pierced through his chest, ending glamorous woman's life. The last thing he saw before going offline was the hilt of the thrown knife hitting Jotaro's head. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have tried to look cool. Feng Qi pulled out his samurai sword and hurried forward to help Jotaro up. Although he knew the chances of survival were slim, he still said, Anaki, hold on. We'll escape soon. We'll go to Japantown to find the best Ripper dog to treat you. Feng Qi. Anaki. Jotaro had never found the people around him so agreeable before. Although his mind was filled with blind loyalty, he had to admit that in the end, these were the kind of people you could rely on. Bang. Feng Qi's head exploded like fireworks blooming in the summer night sky. Before his body lost balance and fell down the subway stairs, Jotaro could vaguely hear a conversation behind him. Hey, Main, you're too much. You should have waited for them to finish talking. What a ruthless killing machine. Kiwi. This is the client's mission. His people failed, how can you blame me? If you ask me, we should have acted sooner. I really don't know what Mr. Lin was thinking, letting his people suffer such casualties. Perhaps that's a warrior's dignity. After all, it's against the rules to snatch other mercenaries' contracts before a mission fails. What about the one remaining? What a pity, I've been to Phoenix Club a few times to watch. Given his state, he probably fell to his death. Jotaro couldn't hear anything after that. He tumbled down the escalator, rolling all the way, feeling like his brain was about to shake out of his head from the dizziness. He didn't know how many bones he had broken. But a miracle happened. He rolled all the way to the bottom and surprisingly didn't die. Not only was he alive, but the subway also pulled into the station and stopped at that moment. The subway gates opened, and people who were planning to exit the station stepped off the subway and saw Jotaro's tragic state in front of the escalator. Some were in a panic, others had flickering eyes, wondering what they were thinking. But the crowd gathered around Jotaro, whose limbs were twisted into grotesque positions and who lay motionless, and did not disperse. Greed, curiosity, probing. Jotaro looked at the eyes of those people and suddenly had the illusion of becoming the person tied to the operating table, from whom he would gleefully extract organs. Whether it was a final burst of energy or the will to survive, Jotaro was surprisingly able to speak at this moment. Save me. I am Jotaro of the Tiger Claws. Take me back to Phoenix Club, I can give you money. 100,000. No, no. 200,000, 500,000, name your price. As long as you can get me back, I'll even be your subordinate. The crowd immediately stirred. After all, let alone ordinary people, even mercenaries and corporate drones, hundreds of thousands of Euro dollars was a huge sum for them, enough to take a reckless risk. The only question was, who were his enemies? But just as they hesitated, unsure whether to save him, a middle-aged woman with dull, scattered eyes and messy hair squeezed through the crowd. She walked with unsteady steps to the immobilized Jotaro and squatted down. You said you're Jotaro? The Jotaro from Japantown. Seeing someone willing to step forward, Jotaro was ecstatic and used his last bit of strength to admit, yes, that's me, ugh. Before he could finish speaking, the woman pulled a dagger from her embrace and plunged it fiercely into Jotaro's temple, killing him instantly. The speed was so fast that the crowd behind her didn't even have time to react and stop her. At some point, raging fury had ignited in the woman's eyes, her face growing more intense, and she repeatedly plunged the dagger into the other person's face, tearing the flesh and piercing the eyeballs. Even when blood splattered into her eyes, she did not blink. She wanted to personally witness this demon die before her. After nearly a month and a half, Lin Miao came to the super skyscraper in Japantown for the second time. Before, he had always had people deliver goods to Wakako and had never come in person, but it could be said that things had changed beyond recognition. At least this time when he came, he didn't have to be nervous about being double-crossed, nor did he have to feign composure. However, the meeting place with Wakako this time was no longer the pachinko parlor downstairs, which was where she discussed business with mercenaries and subordinates, but had moved to the Clouds Club on the top floor of the building. This famous high-end club in Night City was actually divided into two floors, upper and lower. The entrance to the lower floor was in the skyscraper, and its interior decoration was only marginally better than other clubs. It was basically a place that served mercenaries, Tiger Claws members, and executives. The upper and lower floors were completely separated, and when Lin Miao stepped out of the aerocar, he was slightly amazed. This was the very top floor of the entire skyscraper. Just standing by the floor-to-ceiling window and glancing down, one could see the myriad of living beings in Night City, giving a sense of controlling everything. It was not inferior even compared to the corporate towers in the distance. The decoration was extremely luxurious, with resplendent gilded ornaments, dazzling crystal chandeliers, fresh air, extravagant and precious artworks, rare green plants and flowers that had long since disappeared, coupled with the misty, fairy tale-like scenery outside the palace. This was a true palace on clouds. Even Lin Miao, in his previous life, had never seen such a place. The decorations of those renowned five-star hotels paled in comparison, perhaps only the most exclusive private clubs could rival it. It was likely that the common people living below would never imagine that such a luxurious celestial palace was built directly above their homes. In reality, every skyscraper was like this. The underground area was a grey market, the bottom 10 floors were residences for commoners and thugs, the middle floors were rooms for mercenaries, small company employees, or NCPD officers, and the upper floors were offices and residences for high-ranking gang members. The top floor consisted of large apartments or detached villa-style clubs. People who came here to consume did not take elevators but aerocars, to avoid contact with lower-class people and to protect their privacy. The higher one went, the better the living environment became. It could even be said that every skyscraper was a microcosm of society. The maid responsible for greeting Lin Miao bowed and said, "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Lin Miao said nothing, merely followed her. Her demeanor and tone were perfect, with a reserved, youthful innocence, like a well-bred young lady on the cusp of adulthood, easily evoking both protectiveness and a desire for conquest. But Lin Miao knew it was all fake. Every movement, every glance, every inch of facial bionic component activity of the person before him had been meticulously calibrated thousands of times by engineers to achieve perfect posture. Even the dialogue software for you in a sex doll is backed by an entire psychological research institute. The more advanced the sex doll, the stronger the hardware and software support it receives. You can experience almost every pleasure you can imagine from them. Regardless of gender, age, ugliness, beauty, good, evil, yellow, white, black, brown, thin, fat, muscular, or iron, not to mention 8 to 80 years old, even from 8 months in the womb to 8 days after burial, if you can imagine it, there's nothing the controllers here wouldn't dare to do. Customers here seek extreme stimulation, both psychological and physiological, so it doesn't matter even if someone dies during the fun. The cost, naturally, was terrifyingly high. This club generated hundreds of millions of Eurodollars in profit for the Tiger Claws annually. Even if you won the lottery's top prize every single time, you couldn't catch up with the speed at which money was made here. As for the Crystal Palace in the sky, Lin Miao's meager imagination couldn't even fathom what kind of games they could play in there. To call it a Lolita Island or an Illuminati den would be an understatement. Perhaps, even if you wanted to play with Main and Pilar, the Crystal Palace could capture and train them for you. As for Akita Wakako, she couldn't possibly have booked a room at Clouds based on money alone. The expenses here were a bit high for her as an intermediary, let alone for Lin Miao. He would probably go bankrupt after a week of playing here. Therefore, the two met in the office area, not the consumption area. But even so, it was a display of Wakako's power, and that old woman had also changed into a plain kimono and was kneeling before a tea table. The tea leaves being brewed in a small charcoal pot in front of her were precisely the box of stir-fried green tea Lin Miao had given her. As for whether it was Westlake Longjing or Duyunmajian, Lin Miao didn't know. He wasn't familiar with such things, as the most tea he had probably drunk in his previous life was the boss iced tea. Man. Mr. Lin, long time no see. Long time no see. Lin Miao sat cross-legged opposite her. He wouldn't kneel, it was incredibly uncomfortable, so why bother to debase himself? Wakako-san is as charming as ever. When I first came in, I thought it was a Yoshiwara courtesan waiting for me, which truly flattered me. Flattery is an art. If done well, everyone is happy, if done poorly, it can be a case of he's not hitting my backside, he's slapping your face. However, given the tattoos Wakako revealed, calling her a courtesan was a stretch, she looked more like Hung Xing's 13th sister. Wakako's smiling eyes indicated that Lin Miao's words had pleased her greatly. Every conversation with you, Mr. Lin, brings me immense joy. But alas, how could an old woman like me have any guests who like her? Not to mention, a handsome and talented young man like you, Mr. Lin, must surely prefer young and beautiful ladies. Beautiful appearances are a dime a dozen, a profound soul is one in a million. No matter how pretty those girls are, aren't they just canaries in this cage, to be played with by anyone? Women who can control their own destiny are the true strong ones. Lin Miao's tone was very serious, and his expression was earnest, showing no trace of awkwardness or guilt. If only my deceased husbands had a tenth of your eloquence. What is said with the mouth can never catch up to what is done in reality. I believe that in the hearts of your husbands, Wakako, you were surely the never-setting moon of this evening in Yoshino. Ah. Wakako covered her mouth with her sleeve and chuckled twice, then said with some distress, I wonder how many young girls in Night City will be utterly captivated by your words. I am a businessman, and a businessman's most important asset is integrity, so I always speak only the truth. If liars had to swallow 1,000 needles, then Atom Smasher's modification rate would be insignificant compared to every capitalist. Wakako elegantly poured Lin Miao a cup of tea. Then please, Mr. Lin, who only speaks the truth, explain to me why our executive, Jotaro, died at the hands of your people. This old hag isn't trying to shift blame, is she? What? Lin Miao exclaimed in surprise, Jotaro is dead? How could that be? I saw Mr. Chengtaro getting into a car on the sidewalk on my way here and specifically reminded him to obey traffic rules. How could he just die like that? Wakako, who had been preparing to use Jotaro's death to manipulate Lin Miao, narrowed her eyes. Then she pulled out surveillance footage from the NCPD, which showed glamorous women in her group on motorcycles rushing out of the company to pursue Chengtaro. Mr. Lin, you wouldn't try to say these people aren't your subordinates, would you? You mean them? Lin Miao chuckled, you're being a bit unreasonable, Wakako-san. They're just a bunch of mercenaries who drink at my bar and take on tasks. What does it have to do with me if they killed someone? If we were to settle accounts based on that logic, there should be far more people looking for you than for me, right? What evidence do you have to prove the relationship between these people and Lin Miao? You're saying they've always worked for Lin Miao and drank at Lin Miao's bar, and that's enough? So if construction workers commit a crime, you'd go after the client? Boy. This is Night City. There's no such thing as limited liability companies or unlimited liability companies here. Only no liability companies. It's all about who is more shameless. All clients can sever ties with contractors at any time, let alone with players, who are ostensibly unemployed drifters. Many companies have such people under their thumb, and trying to use them to cause trouble for Lin Miao would be utterly ridiculous. Middle? Wakako still wouldn't give up. What if someone wants their lives? Would you interfere, Mr. Lin? Training a mercenary unit of this caliber costs a lot of money and time. Wakako didn't believe anyone would just abandon them so casually, wouldn't that discourage other subordinates? Lin Miao smiled. He smiled very happily, so much so that Wakako was startled. You can send people to kill them anytime, anywhere, by any means. I absolutely will not interfere, as long as you don't act blindly and cause trouble on my territory like this time. After all, hiring a cleaner to dispose of bodies is very troublesome. Chapter 85 This era is created by me. Lin Miao was the first to sell out his subordinates so decisively and directly. Even middlemen backed by large corporations, like Faraday, wouldn't dare to sell out mercenaries like that. If you sell too many, who would still risk their lives for you? Even if the mercenaries don't bother you, your career as a middleman would be over. But Wakako felt that Lin Miao really didn't care about the lives of those people, and he showed no intention of backing down. Is that so? That's truly a pity. I suppose Jotaro must have offended someone. Wakako sighed, about to say something, when she heard Lin Miao preemptively say, rather than how Chengtaro died, I'd like to first ask how my losses will be compensated, Wakako-san. Bringing over 100 people to my shop to cause trouble for no reason, smashing my factory, killing my security, scaring my employees, and disrupting my deal with Gustav. If there's no compensation at all, then Wakako-san, our future business might be a bit difficult to conduct. Damn, he really is flexibly double-standard. Just now he said those people were just mercenaries drinking in your factory, and the next second they became your security, right? What, 8 people living in one room at the mention of demolition? This brazen thick skin would make even heavy subdermal armor retreat 3 steps. Mr. Lin, do you mean you plan to seek compensation from Jotaro? Of course, whoever caused the trouble should pay for it. Other groups in the Tiger Claws couldn't possibly pay for the Higashiyama group. Not bothering Lin Miao over this matter was the biggest concession. Then can I interpret that as permission for me to take over all of Chengtaro's assets? Mr. Lin, people who are too greedy in this world don't usually live long. Greed is a subjective matter. Some people always think others eat too much when they see them pick up chopsticks, unaware that this is precisely a manifestation of greed. Inviting someone to the table and then not letting them eat is impolite. The news of Chengtaro coming to my door was given by Wakako. Now that I've killed Chengtaro, you want to ditch me and eat alone? Aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death? Difficult? If it's difficult, then don't do it. Flips table. Admittedly, this was because Lin Miao's self-defense counterattack last time killed an Arezaka hacker, which brought Chengtaro bad luck with Arezaka. Not only did he fail to catch the person, but he also lost something. His not being directly killed was already the result of some maneuvering. God knows how many people within the Tiger Claws are currently eyeing the Higashiyama group's territory. Moreover, what Chengtaro did offended many people. This time, everyone just used Lin Miao as a knife to kill someone. Then Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts? You can share them. I can forego the Higashiyama group's territory and assets. I can disregard the people. 500,000. This matter will be settled. 500,000? Jotaro probably didn't even know his head was worth that much, Mr. Lin. You're being a bit of a shark. Then are you suggesting I go to the Phoenix Club to get the money myself? Or do you think I'm the kind of street mercenary who can be ordered around with a few coins? Not a single cent less, otherwise I'll go to the Phoenix Club for the money. I imagine you wouldn't want to see that kind of situation, would you? Wakako's breath hitched. She didn't expect the other party to have no intention of bargaining, wanting to fix the price and implying he would bring people to raid the Phoenix Club if he didn't get the money. 500,000. Wakako really didn't want to fall out with Lin Miao. She initially thought he was just a corporate dog with some resources, but she didn't expect him to have a group of almost fanatically loyal mercenaries under him, numbering at least over 100, and with a certain level of technical expertise. All of this combined was enough for her to take this half-partner seriously. Indeed, the Tiger Claws, in terms of numbers and strength, were one of the top gangs in Night City, but they were internally fragmented with numerous factions, and conflicts constantly flared between them. Wakako's eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, she said in a slow voice, "How about this, Mr. Lin? I can try my best to secure your demands, but we are also very interested in the new equipment that the Valentinos and the 6th Street Gang bought from you. If we can deepen our connection, perhaps this money isn't out of the question." For the Tiger Claws, face was always paramount, but business always came before face. The moment those Valentinos exoskeletons appeared at the agency, Wakako, who was monitoring the scene, obtained video footage. If they could get their hands on this, it would undoubtedly be of great help in future struggles for profit. Of course, it couldn't be the same design as those two gangs, it had to be a style unique to the Tiger Claws. Lin Miao blinked, took out a tablet from his embrace, and placed it on the table. He was well prepared for this. Investment is not necessary. I prefer to keep things clean. But it sounds like you're looking for this, right? Wakako was initially a bit annoyed that he dared to so readily reject the olive branch offered by the Tiger Claws. But she held her patience and looked closely. On the screen was a short poem, 70 years of life, power roaring and scolding. Wielding my treasured sword, killing both Buddha and demon. Tiger Claws katana, scattering rainbows with a swing. This era, I shall create. This era, I shall create. Wakako's mouth continuously muttered this line of poetry, and even her long dormant heart began to pound. Most importantly, this poem was incredibly fitting for the Tiger Claws in every aspect. 70 years of life, power roaring and scolding. The Tiger Claws were a gang organization that existed before the Fourth Corporate War in the 20s. It's just that back then, the Tiger Claws were far from as powerful as they are today. At that time, they were just a group of Tsuku supported by Arezaka, active in the Japantown area. Counting the time, it has been over 70 years now. Coincidentally, Wakako is also of that age now. Coupled with the Japanese people's reverence for strength, power roaring and scolding is the most fitting description. Wielding my treasured sword, killing both Buddha and demon. Admittedly, this line of poetry is a bit Chayunibu, but you have to understand, this is a group that uses the Empire's fiercest tiger to give people nicknames, they naturally like things with a touch of Chayunibu elements. And although Japanese haiku and Chinese classical poetry have different structures and grammar, they actually hold considerable reverence for the poetry of their neighbor. Tiger Claws katana, scattering rainbows with a swing, doesn't that refer to the rainbows reflected by the blades they wield when cutting people? The last line, this era, I shall create, goes without saying, it has always been the pursuit of the Tiger Claws, a gang in a foreign land. Or rather, it's the pursuit of every hoodlum and mercenary living on the streets to become a legend of Night City. Mr. Lin was well prepared. Truly thoughtful. It seems I am the fox that walked into the hunter's trap. That's not how you should put it. Everyone in Night City could be a business partner of mine, so naturally, I have to prepare in advance. Lin Miao picked up his teacup and took a small sip. And I can't guarantee that the client will be satisfied, so I'll also solicit their opinions. The following are related conceptual design drawings. If Wakako-san finds anything lacking, you can tell me anytime for revisions. At most, just send it back to the designers for revisions. After a dozen or 20 revisions, bringing back the initial version usually gets approved. Does that include the scavengers? They don't count as people. Wakako tried to flip through. The design prepared for the Tiger Claws was in the style of the Tsiai Gasoku from the late Edo period. Compared to Captain America and the Death Knight, this exoskeleton's strange and elaborate decorations were much more complex, appearing flashy rather than practical, and visibly more troublesome than the former two. This was also because the player-submitted design had not yet been finalized. The red lacquered ONI mask perfectly fit the Tiger Claws hierarchy of ONI masks and Hanya mask cotters. With a crescent moon helmet on top, the armor on the body also needed special layering and paint to give it the luster of bamboo. It also came with a katana, and the blade would have 3 different fluorescent coatings, producing different effects when swung, leaving behind the light and shadow remnants of dragons, oni, and tigers in the night air, perfectly matching the tattoos on the tiger claws. Each effect also came with a slightly different line of dialogue, under the dragon god, under the oni god, under the white tiger. You don't even need to think to know which player group came up with this stuff. A queer is pulling down my zipper. Only players would be so shameless as to use such things and shout out lines. And the sword of the white tiger? Coincidentally, Wakako had a katana named White Tiger in her collection. This made it very difficult not to overthink. The players who designed the exoskeleton also paid a lot of attention to the details of the greaves, so much so that they could write a thesis about it. Amazing. Wakako-san praised, I never thought Mr. Lin would have someone under his command who understands Japanese culture so deeply. Even this old woman feels a bit ashamed. You're bragging, have you ever used it? Isn't this the Japanese style Arezaka likes to do? How could you have never seen it? However, Lin Miao did not approve of putting so much effort into cheap goods. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but it also further reduced its practicality. When actually producing it, many cumbersome things would definitely be removed or modified. These are just some insignificant designs. User satisfaction is true satisfaction. Wakako took out the chip from the tablet and put it into her pocket. Let the warriors judge the warriors' weapons. I will take the items back and let them consider it, but this old woman thinks there shouldn't be any problems. As she spoke, she sighed again. In Night City, there are not many young people like Mr. Lin who are willing to work hard and steadily. Most of them dream of becoming famous overnight and becoming a big shot known throughout the world. Isn't it thanks to certain people that they think that way? Lin Miao looked at the person in front of him with a half smile. After all, if they don't risk their lives, how can someone become famous, sit idly by, and rake in money? Using fabricated lies and artistic works to deceive confused and passionate teenagers, making them believe in concepts like loyalty and big brothers, making them feel that becoming a gang member is cool, and then instilling in them the glorious deeds of their predecessors, wasting their time and energy on gang wars, and then watching the people around them die one after another in repeated conflicts. By the time they realize it, it's too late to turn back, and they can only grit their teeth and go down a dark path, becoming one of the corpses. The corpses of the Causeway Bay bosses are all cold. After so many years, it's still the same old routine, and they don't seem to get tired of it. Cough. Being exposed so nakedly, Wakako was still a bit embarrassed. After all, the reimbursement rate for mercenaries under fixers was not low, not to mention she was a major figure in the Tiger Claws. There are always plenty of cannon fodder. Only a very few exceptionally capable individuals would become part of the core team under the fixers and receive special treatment. Wakako couldn't help but change the subject. Mr. Lin, although some of our issues have been resolved, I still want to remind you of something. I'm all ears. Rabbits that are too active in the sun are always prone to attracting predators. Sometimes, finding a secure den underground may not be a bad choice, at least to live peacefully and not become food for beasts. Do you Japanese people all talk like this? Thank you for the advice, but... Lin Miao casually drank the full cup of tea. People always have to walk in the sun. If you stay in the gutter for too long and get used to it, I'm afraid you'll truly become a cockroach. Even if you eventually become a leader, you'll just be a cockroach king that dies in the light. It's okay to go in and sit for a while occasionally, but don't treat the dark and damp underground as your home. Besides, it's still debatable who is the rabbit and who is the wolf. Street fights happen every day in Night City, and with the development and outflow of corporate armaments, the firepower of street confrontations continues to increase. From cyberware to firearms, it's all the same. Even during the corporate wars in the 20s, some damaged exoskeleton power armor, deemed too expensive to repair, was abandoned by logistics and then flowed into lower-level gangs through various parts dismantling methods, causing devastating damage to small and medium-sized gangs and corporations at the time, and even hinting at a trend of underworld unification. In the end, those corporations reacted and successively recovered those so-called corporate assets to prevent the situation from escalating further. Also, due to the prohibition of heavy weapons in Night City, those 2.5 meter tall exoskeletons gradually became rare in the city. Even light models could only be glimpsed within corporations. However, decades later, in today's Night City streets, which had grown accustomed to meat wrapped in iron, iron wrapped in meat reappeared. The conflict firepower between the Valentinos and the 6th Street Gang also escalated as a result. Gustav, who received firearms from Lin Miao, immediately deployed exoskeletons to his bars, venues, and other strongholds. When the 6th Street Gang came to cause trouble, they were surprised to find that the opponent's stores also housed 1 or 2 titans. The armed forces of both sides clashed fiercely on the streets. As the saying goes, dragons find dragons, and tigers find tigers. Toads find toads. Captain America battled the Mexican Death Knight on the streets. The scene was truly something. On this side, the inheritors of the old American Federation spirit chanted Mega, draped in the old flag with 50 stars. First, they invoked the power of falling cherry blossoms to dispel enemy souls. Second, they called upon the spirits of the natives to guide their way. Third, they sought the protection of Queen Elizabeth's ancestors to dispel evil. On the other side, the Mexican Mafia and Catholics, with the sacred bones of the Holy Skeleton God forged into divine weapons, wore them. The Holy Spirit, the Father and the Son manifested their heroic spirits in the Rod of Punishment. Both sides fought back and forth, reveling in the battle, with magical artifacts appearing in a dazzling array of colors, referring to tracer rounds. Machine gun fire was interspersed with a few hallelujahs. The old American flag clashed head-on with the holy death god. It was a direct confrontation between the blood of freedom and religion. It's a pity that both sides were made by Mantu, so they couldn't break each other's moves. Originally, the 6th Street Gang's fierce offensive was stabilized by the Valentinos due to the reinforcements Gustav received. They then relied on the support of the local populace to repel these Americans, washing away the damned 6th Street Gang graffiti and replacing it with Valentino-style Jesus Christ. The 6th Street Gang members cursed their rejection of old American glory and were furious that this company had no business ethics, actually supporting their competitors. How can you add fuel to the enemy's fire? You are not patriotic. We will impose economic and technological blockade on you. No, it's negotiations. The 6th Street Gang, whose offensive had been thwarted, immediately surrounded the agency and sent a special person to negotiate. On one hand, they hoped to buy more exoskeletons, and on the other hand, they hoped that Lin Miao would only supply them. One could say they were true-blooded old Americans. What are the new America and melee tech compared to them? Do they have the pure flavor of these guys? Just 2 days ago, the Tiger Claws suffered a bloody loss at the entrance of this company. Hakimi's claws were even broken. With a precedent like that, the 6th Street Gang didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, in a few hours, Lin Miao's head might have been hanging at the company's main entrance, attracting flies. Mr. William, I can understand your feelings, but first and foremost, I am a businessman. I believe in free trade and do not want to be dragged onto the 6th Street Gang's war chariot. Because he was worried that Gloria and Lucy couldn't handle the situation, Lin Miao had to personally go and talk to the 6th Street Gang. You have no reason or standing to prevent Horizon Corporation from doing legitimate business with others. On the 3rd floor, opposite Lin Miao's desk, were William and his lawyer, with several bare-chested American strongmen standing behind them. Just from the various openings on their bodies, it was clear they had installed a lot of combat cyberware. Legitimate transactions. William snorted. Is this what you call legitimate transactions? He really didn't want to do this, because if an arms dealer couldn't play both sides, what kind of arms dealer would he be? What the 6th Street Gang was doing wasn't reasonable, but since the higher UPS had spoken, William had to do it. His lawyer took out several photos, all showing players collecting materials in Garbage Mountain. I suspect that the weapons you are making using this scrapped, inferior steel and damaged cyberware do not comply with market standards. Lin Miao directly interrupted the other party's nonsense and pointed to several stamped documents on the wall. Do I need to show you the Night City Materials Management Bureau's Steel Inspection Report and the Multifunctional Auxiliary Work Exoskeleton Sales Permit? Generally speaking, large gangs like the 6th Street Gang and the Tiger Claws, when dealing with disobedient small companies, would usually choose methods such as smashing their premises, kidnapping executives, or mailing explosives to threaten them into compliance. But they knew very well that Lin Miao was not a soft persimmon they could easily squeeze. The Tiger Claws and Nightwalker had already broken their teeth, the 6th Street Gang might not achieve any results, and might even suffer a great loss. It was only when these people realized that brute force wouldn't work that they started to talk about rules. Chapter 86, One Wrong Step, a lifetime of mistakes going to the adult entertainment industry to make a living. There are ways to sell black, and ways to sell white. If Lin Miao's workshop sold goods on the black market, then the so-called compliance or lack of license would all be meaningless. It would just be about being reckless, take it or leave it, and not even needing after-sales service. But this kind of business could not grow large, and even the product quality might not be guaranteed. At most, he could sell to local gangs. Some wealthy and well-established gangs would not use these black market goods, nor could he create a brand effect, people would just copy them if they wanted to. However, Lin Miao spent money without a second thought to clear the way and complete all the procedures. Even if it was just OEM production, even if his materials were picked up from Garbage Mountain, it was the same. Surely no one would think that Zetatech paid vagrants €50 a day to collect garbage from biochemically contaminated areas for environmental protection, right? The laws of Night City were formulated by the major corporations. To make their actions legal, it would naturally also facilitate people like Lin Miao who started companies and walked the straight path. Laws must be followed, and laws must be enforced. Understand? What's more, to avoid criticism, Lin Miao even paid his taxes. Although Night City would not protect those who paid taxes, at least legally, no one could fault him. Now, to bring these matters up with Lin Miao. Man. What can I say? When Lin Miao pulled out the tax records for the 6th Street Gang's strategist to see, his face turned green. 10 out of 10 companies in Night City evaded taxes. The tactic that had always worked wonders now encountered an honest person. I won't say much, Lin Miao. William coughed, attempting to shift the attention to himself. This factory is, after all, on our turf. Even the NCPD can't cross the line. What you do in the Badlands won't work here. Our rules are the rules. He might like it, but William was very clear about the relative importance of a €20,000 piece of equipment in his own status. Selling goods to the Valentinos is going against the 6th Street Gang. Those who go against us never end well. My fallen brothers deserve an explanation. William considered himself a reasonable person, but unfortunately, he only spoke reason to his brothers in the 6th Street Gang. After he finished speaking, 2 heavily cybernetically enhanced thugs behind him were eager to act. One reached for the heavy machine gun on his back, and the other for the revolver on his thigh, clearly a quick-draw expert, likely one of those monsters who could fire 17 shots in 2 seconds. William Byrne, allow me to remind you, this is the 3rd floor of the agency. The rules here prohibit violence. William Byrne slammed his hand on the table and stood up, looking down with piercing eyes, seemingly trying to pressure Lin Miao. I said, this is the 6th Street Gang's territory. Nobody's word counts but ours. The quick draw expert behind him pulled out his gun with such speed it left an afterimage, aiming at Lin Miao and pulling the trigger in less than 0.2 seconds. Bang! 3 shots fired in quick succession. This was the tacit understanding between William and his subordinates. This kind of forceful negotiation usually worked wonders on those corporate dogs. Although he had seen Lin Miao lead people into the tunnel to crack open night walkers, William knew that once a person had assets, they would become soft. Whether for money or status, most of the time they would choose to compromise. After all, the 6th Street Gang wasn't stopping him from doing business, they just didn't want him to sell to the Valentinos. However, what William hadn't expected was that the bullets didn't hit Lin Miao's ear. He still sat there, calm and composed. Without any reaction. The bullets hit the ceiling. More precisely, they grazed the gunman's head and shot upwards. If it had been slightly off, the barrel of that revolver would have blown off the gunman's own head. The gunman's face showed pain, sweat continuously seeped from his forehead, and his right cybernetic hand, gripping the gun, trembled uncontrollably, as if wrestling with an unseen opponent. He forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Be careful, there's a hacker. Quickly shut down the network connection. As personal bodyguards for the executives, the ice in the brains of these elite 6th Street Gang thugs, even if not military grade, was not far off. But even so, they were silently controlled. The opponent was definitely an expert among Night City's hackers. Mr. William, you should tell your man to be more careful. It's a small matter if his head is gone due to an accidental discharge, but if your head is gone, I'll lose a business partner, and I'd be very sad. So, it's better if we sit down and talk slowly. Lin Miao poured William a cup from the heated teapot. Here, fresh goods, good for softening blood vessels and preventing high blood pressure. He didn't drink tea, nor did he know how to make it, but that didn't stop Lin Miao from feeling that Wakako's tea-making motions were quite stylish and impressive after returning from clouds, so he tried to imitate them. The effect was indeed remarkable, calm, and extraordinary. As for the 6th Street Gang thugs who rushed in through the door after hearing the gunshots, holding various firearms pointed at the man across the desk, Lin Miao didn't even glance at them, treating them as if they were air. William, however, did not accept the tea offered by the other party, but stared intently at Lin Miao. He knew that using force today probably wouldn't settle things. Even if they shut down their brains' network ports and started a shootout, the other party might not back down. William had heard about this guy fighting his way out of a Tiger Claw stronghold. Not to mention, this was also the other party's territory. If it had been anyone else here, he would definitely have forced them to fight Lin Miao. After all, it wasn't his life on the line. Lin Miao, don't think that without your Horizon Corporation's pile of scrap metal, we, the 6th Street Gang, can't handle those Mexicans. What goes around comes around. We'll see. He waved his hand, turned around, and led his subordinates away. Lin Miao smiled and waved, saying, come by often in the future. I have plenty of tea here. William, fearing he might lose his temper and shoot the other party, ran off without looking back. After a while, Lucy tiptoed into Lin Miao's agency through the side door. She angrily slammed her hand on the desk, causing ripples in the tea in the cup. Were you really not afraid of death just now? Don't you know that if I had been a little slower, that gun might have hit your head? That kind of thing won't happen, Lin Miao said unhurriedly. If I can't even trust your abilities, who can I trust? He tapped his forehead. Besides, you know, ordinary bullets can't penetrate my head. Then I'd have to trouble you to help me hammer the bullet out. Lin Miao was thick-headed in every sense of the word. Unless the opponent was using custom large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, breaking through his skull would be a bit troublesome. However, his brain certainly wouldn't feel good. A pistol shot would likely knock him out for a while, and a large caliber, even if it didn't penetrate, could shake his brain into a mess. Moreover, he was confident that the other party wouldn't dare to actually kill him here. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities for assassination. Starting a shootout in someone else's base camp unless William truly didn't want to walk out of that door alive. Recalling unpleasant memories, Lucy's face flushed, and she muttered, who would help you? She then changed the subject, now that you've offended the 6th Street Gang, what if they really don't buy your equipment? Won't you earn a lot less money then? These days, orders from the Valentinos and Tiger Claws were as numerous as snowflakes, not to mention a large number of bars, clubs, and small to medium-sized gangs. Many people had inquired about the origin of this good and cheap equipment, each with their own intentions. Lucy watched the massive amounts of money pouring in like a flood and felt pitiful about her past days of painstakingly stealing chips to save money for emigration to the moon. But she also worried that Lin Miao might lose the 6th Street Gang's orders, or even get into a conflict. They will definitely buy, Lucy, just in a way that everyone can accept, Lin Miao said, looking completely at ease. Although I don't like the business atmosphere here, sometimes I have to admit that money is almost omnipotent here. It can buy many things, including some people's loyalty. Mother Fr, Ju Tiu cursed, watching the fleeing 6th Street Gang in exasperation. These 6th Street Gang thugs are all cowards who run away at the sight of trouble. Compared to a few days ago, the bar's main hall had also started to liven up with new players entering the city. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Brother Dao's face was practically splitting with laughter. I told you, there wouldn't be a fight, but you insisted on betting. No, I used to hear people online say that Texas rednecks were fierce. How come they don't even dare to fight? Zhu Tiaoyu was filled with regret, wondering why he had bet with Brother Dao about whether a fight would break out. It's all an act, just like California always calling for independence every year, it's all just online marketing. Zhu Tiaoyu held back a smile, waving Nige, who was trembling with fear because the agency was surrounded by the 6th Street Gang, over for a beer. If they were really as tough as the internet claims, they wouldn't be in this situation today. Besides, everyone is neutral, right? How could we become hostile without doing anything? Tudo, alright, enough with the chatter, Sun Yifeng, get on stage and sing for me. The other players also cheered from the side, sing one. Sing one. Sing one. You motherfucker. Zhu Tiaoyu's face was filled with humiliation. Can I change the song, my dear brother? Tudo, change what? Just sing. A bet is a bet, right? I'm already being lenient by not making you sing conquer. Urged by the crowd, Zhu Tiaoyu reluctantly stepped onto the stage, gripping the microphone. Lin Miao hadn't hired any band singers, all the equipment was second-hand. Players would go up and sing a few lines whenever they felt like it, often resulting in mic hogs and noise makers. Ah! Zhu Tiaoyu looked at the dozens of excited faces below, his heart trembling. He selected the accompaniment on the panel, closed his eyes, and swayed with the music. It was a very old song with a female voice in the background, but Nina and her sister had never heard it in Night City. One wrong step, a lifetime of regret. Dancing for a living, forced into the sea. Dancers are people too, to whom can they tell their heart's pain? Forced by life, tears swallowed one by one. His voice was filled with humiliation, even with a slight tremor. Although his singing was terrible, the emotion was absolutely rich and deeply immersive, as if he had truly been a dancer. Who made me a dancer? After the song, thunderous applause erupted below the stage. Good. Excellent. That was amazing. Holy shit. Though your technique is terrible, your emotion makes up for it. I turn for you. So expressive, Zhu Tiaoyu almost made me cry. I want to have your babies, brother Sun. When are you holding a concert? We brothers will definitely be there to support you, ha ha ha. Zhu Tiaoyu, who had fled from the stage, brushed away the hands that were trying to tease the dancer. Scram, scram, all of you, get out. Motherfucker, I want to die right now. Frustrated, he just wanted to log off quickly, but he couldn't bear to waste today's game time. He could only run to the bar counter in a huff and drown himself in alcohol. That. Nina, bringing drinks, had tears in her eyes. Did you really have such a past? That's truly, truly pitiful. Although she didn't understand Chinese, the translation software showed the lyrics Zhu Tiaoyu was singing. Coupled with Zhu Tiaoyu's terrible singing, Nina even thought it was a song he had improvised. As for Zhu Tiaoyu being a man? In this era, men could also be dancers, the lower parts could be swapped out, installing a Gen 2 white stocking or a Miko was a piece of cake. No. Just as Zhu Tiaoyu was about to argue, he was silenced by Ye Ren covering his mouth. Tu Do was fanning the flames from the side, saying with a nostalgic and regretful tone, yes, he once had an unbearable past. At that time, our city held a vote. Who was everyone's perfect wife, and he won first place with an absolute advantage, earning the title of national wife. It's just a pity that those are all in the past. Ever since he lost to a woman, he became disheartened, gave up on himself, and finally decided to come to Night City with us to start a new life. Nina's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of surprise. She hadn't expected these people to have such a legendary past. Ah! Zhu Tiaoyu finally broke free from Ye Ren's restraint and roared, pouncing on Tu Do. Huang Xiudong, I'm going to fucking kill you. What? Everything I said was true, right? Do you dare say it's not? Shut your mouth. The two immediately started to wrestle. However, fighting was prohibited outside the ring in the bar, so they were immediately kicked out to cool down for half an hour. Ye Ren could only throw the two embarrassing idiots onto the sofa together. Although the scene was a bit strange, Nina was used to it. These people always passed out for a while and then woke up. The most important thing for a bar server isn't how capable you are, but to keep your mouth shut, to pretend you don't know anything you hear or see, and to forget everything. Nina didn't understand these things, but Nina did. After returning to their seats, the players started discussing where to cause trouble next. Since they didn't fight the 6th Street Gang, they had to find something to do and exert some subjective initiative. Ye Ren grabbed a burrito and stuffed it into his mouth. Have you guys felt that fishing has been bad lately? Those NPCs seem to have gotten smarter and aren't falling for it anymore. Chajin Warrior nodded. Yeah, a bit. No one dares to dine and dash at the two small restaurants we frequent anymore. This game has a flaw, NPC AI seems to deep learn. You can't use the same trick too many times, or they learn to be immune. A few days ago, I could catch 7 or 8 fish a day, earning over 1,000. Now, it's less than 600 a day. If this keeps up, the income won't even be as good as bricklaying. Small gangs naturally had few people, and many of them were newcomers with few criminal records. The players' actions forced them to be honest. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about retaliation, but the problem was that the players involved acted erratically. Any gang could be beaten, and if they dared to fight back, they'd be hit harder. If they opened fire, they'd be killed on the spot. Even when some people initiated a mob attack and fire at the agency entrance, a gang of dozens fought the players here, but the ultimate outcome was merely a mutual loss. The gang retreated, and the surviving players smilingly counted their money. Not mourning the dead at all. You don't even know why they did it, what their reasons were. It couldn't have been for the loose change and bounty money on them, could it? Right? Right? Nige, who had just watched the 6th Street gang completely leave the street, returned to the bar and immediately squeezed in upon hearing their conversation. You guys, I think your perspective should be broader. Don't just focus on this small amount of money. Chajin warrior scoffed, what do you mean? We're going to rob an Arezaka factory? Have you forgotten the result yesterday when Resident Doctor's team of new idiots attacked the factory and were beaten to a pulp by the security guards before even getting through the door? Nige waved his hand. Shallow. Am I the kind of person who would send you to your death? Chajin warrior, then what do you mean? Don't be a Riddler here, I'm warning you. It's obvious you're the kind of person who doesn't bother to study mission information at all. You wouldn't think that for a city map as big as Santo Domingo, the developers would only give you a flat map, would you? Nige said profoundly, remember that last scavenger's mission? Tudo, I remember. Are you saying we should go look for scavengers? Those guys hide deeper than rats, it's not that easy to find them. Nige looked exasperated. Who told you there are only scavengers in the sewers? The design of this city map is three-dimensional. Besides the buildings on the surface, the underground drainage network is definitely a hidden map. Do you think there would be fewer monsters and strongholds spawning in such a place? Just like the dungeons in old JRPGs, the monster drop rate is definitely higher than in the surface city. His words made several players pause. What you're saying makes some sense. Elaborate. What the players didn't know was that their actions had already caused an imperceptible ripple on the surface of Santo Domingo. Some citizens had already discovered that they had received NCPD bounty completion notifications, along with photos of criminals who had died or been arrested and taken to the detention center. Of course, the culprits would most likely be released very quickly. Most of these citizens were people whose loved ones or themselves had suffered harm from criminals, which led them to post bounties in the NCPD bounty system. However, such people didn't have much money, so the bounty amounts rarely exceeded 300. Over time, they realized these bounties were useless, no one would risk offending criminals and the gangs behind them for such paltry sums. But when bounties become an effective means, the reckoning for past crimes also begins. Chapter 87, The Assembly Line of Night City. William's negotiations failed. As expected. Those corporate dogs never know when to stop. What about the equipment then? If we cut ties like this, our people might not be able to buy it in the future. Over time, the lower ranks might have complaints. If we can't buy it, we'll make it ourselves. Anyway, that thing is nothing special besides the paint job, it doesn't have any high-tech components. Our technicians are already reverse engineering it and will have results in a couple of days. By then, who'll care about those corporate products? Kata of the 6th Street Gang's management department expressed disdain for the agency's products, seemingly having anticipated the failure of the negotiations. Lasse, from the combat department, was stunned. I remember Pepperpot saying the cost would be much higher than expected, didn't he? The units we produce would have to sell for at least €30,000 each. And we can't break through their firewall. We'd have to write a whole new software control system from scratch. Can we even manage that? Profit isn't just about cost and selling price, distributors and middlemen all demand their share. Moreover, the 6th Street Gang's products couldn't possibly be sold publicly. Firstly, if your costs are higher than theirs, you can't compete on price. The premise of hurting the enemy with self-inflicted wounds is that the person proposing the plan has enough control within the organization to use their authority to bear the negative impact of corporate losses. But for a gang with power split 3 ways to try this? If you hinder a brother from making money, you're no longer my brother. Secondly, Lin Miao has already registered a patent. If the 6th Street Gang copied it and sold it, they'd simply be sued. They couldn't use public sales platforms, or even the black market, because theirs is cheaper and comes with after-sales service. Why would anyone buy yours? Yes, the 6th Street Gang could simply ignore the lawsuit, the corporate dogs, and the Night City court. But if you don't play by the rules, Lin Miao doesn't have to either. If it's too difficult, don't do it. He'll let you taste what usually happens to NPCs who dare to maliciously infringe on player interests in games. So far, the 6th Street Gang hasn't figured out Lin Miao's background or where these mercenaries came from, so they can't directly make a move. Therefore, anything they produce can, at most, only be used internally. Those are minor issues, already resolved, Kata said, lighting a cigarette contentedly. Isn't it just a slightly higher cost? I know a contract manufacturer who can get us cheaper components if we custom order from them. As for the control system, what's the big deal? Does the 6th Street Gang lack hackers? Lasse's eyelid twitched when he saw the cigarette in Kata's hand, and he said somewhat enviously, "Hat, your management department certainly has a lucrative job, smoking Biotecnica's Milan. Give me one." Milan is an old Italian cigarette brand, later acquired by Biotecnica. Now, a pack in Night City costs over €100. Kata proudly opened the cigarette pack and tossed one over. This stuff isn't cheap, I can't afford it. Someone gave it to me. How come no one gives me any? Kata looked at Lasse with a half smile. Just wait. Maybe you'll get a chance later. Since the 21st century, after corporations and AI went out of control, material transportation between different continents, countries, and regions became troublesome, sometimes even leading to the bizarre situation where logistics costs exceeded production costs. First, after rogue AI cut off sea transport, everyone either used expensive airships or relied on land routes via rail transport. Short-distance domestic rail transport was manageable. Domestic corporations and conglomerates could leverage their influence and overall profitability to support internal railway maintenance. However, once your goods needed to cross borders to be sold in someone else's territory, you'd be hit with enormous tariffs. In the last century, when corporations hadn't yet overshadowed governments, some regional governments might have lowered or even abolished tariffs for investment, cooperated in building railways to facilitate logistics, and suppressed opposition from domestic competitors. But not now. Now, corporations dominate governments. If a competing company wants to cross my territory, we first have to contend. Either you eliminate me through economic colonization, or you obediently let me invest, take shares, and get a cut of the profits made on this railway. And the exploitation is exceptionally harsh. Capitalists preying on other capitalists can sometimes be more intense than class struggle. You exert immense effort only to find that even after the goods arrive and sell, you're still at a loss. Moreover, longer railways incur higher maintenance costs, and the trains and railways themselves might be robbed or dismantled. Each incident results in massive asset losses and stock market volatility. So, everyone chose another path, building factories locally and producing with local raw materials. Because of the highly concentrated urban populations in this world, there's no shortage of workers and consumers, making urban industrial zones exceptionally vast. Night City's industrial zones also saw new generations replace the old. Watson, due to pollution, age, nuclear blasts, and other reasons, eventually ceded the crown of Night City's industrial zone to Santo Domingo, though Santo Domingo's workers didn't benefit from it. Due to the exceptionally fierce commercial competition here, Santo Domingo's metabolism is very fast. Aside from large corporate factories, small factories closed down in droves, only to be renovated or change hands en masse. Lin Miao, having recently acquired a significant amount of money, joined this wave, preparing to acquire a contract manufacturing factory. He couldn't make players sit on an assembly line. The fun of assembly line games lies in setting up the lines and the sense of accomplishment from watching production, not in personally assembling parts one by one. Therefore, an agency NPC factory to help players complete highly repetitive and uninteresting tasks is necessary. Strictly speaking, this was Lin Miao's first time inspecting a factory assembly line in Night City. All he could say was, it was an eye-opener. It wasn't much different from a Guangzhou factory in 2010. The noisy, ear-piercing sound of metal parts grinding made one's scalp tingle. Rows of workers stood on both sides of the assembly line, their hands ceaselessly assembling the prosthetics delivered by the conveyor belt. There was no light in their eyes, just a robotic numbness. Forget trivial issues like dark circles. The air was filled with a strange rubbery smell, and the workers' terrible mental state made Lin Miao suspect they might be suffering from some illness. There wasn't even a single stool here, everyone was working standing up. If there had to be a difference, it was probably their exceptionally high work efficiency. The speed at which their two modified arms assembled parts was so fast it left after images in one's eyes. It's quite abstract, isn't it? Despite having this level of technology, they still use human assembly lines. And due to NetWatch, any intelligent program exceeding a certain level of complexity must have a strict monitoring system to prevent the birth of rogue AI, which is another huge expenditure. So, for a small contract factory that might not last 3 years, recruiting a batch of workers earning €1,500 a month is clearly more cost-effective than installing expensive automated production equipment. Meanwhile, the factory's broadcast continuously looped. Recently, the leftist terrorist Selini incited 157 workers in Night City to strike, attempting to provoke a riot with slogans like demanding higher basic wages and benefits. She has now been shot dead on the spot by NCPD police, and all other involved parties have been arrested and are expected to receive 10 to 15 years in prison. Don't ask what the company has done for you, ask what you have done for the company. Positions are provided by the company, salaries are distributed by the company, while those lawbreakers only destroy everyone's working environment and cause more people to lose their jobs. Please be vigilant for their presence around you. If you discover anyone suspicious, please report it immediately to your superior. Informants will receive an 8-hour holiday and a $150 reward. The workshop foreman beside him was still earnestly saying, Mr. Lin, our workers here are all equipped with the 44 version of Zetatech, Seal's Work B5 prosthetics. Although the version is a bit old, the efficiency is absolutely beyond reproach. They used to be the designated worker equipment for mainstream factories. B5 Seals. Lin Miao glanced at him. I remember Zetatech announced they stopped producing this prosthetic in 72. Heh. Seeing he hadn't fooled him, the workshop foreman chuckled awkwardly. They just stopped production, but that doesn't mean anything. The AK-47 also stopped production, but I hear it's still used in many places. Prosthetics, it's just a matter of suitability, new ones aren't necessarily better. Lin Miao was noncommittal and continued walking along the assembly line. Seeing that the wealthy patron didn't pursue the issue further, he continued, and there are absolutely no problems with the workers. Our workers are nimble-fingered and don't complain. They're much more obedient than those automated assembly lines that might suddenly have a rogue AI eating people. And the prosthetic loans were voluntarily signed by them. Even if the factory goes out of business one day, Zetatech will only confiscate their prosthetics, we won't have to pay anything. I heard that the Delamain car service company was actually acquired by their AI. Isn't that ridiculous? Although he hid it well, acting very familiar in front of Lin Miao still noticed a certain pride in his eyes, the pride of a superior when he scanned the assembly line workers. I am different from them. Even though his monthly salary was only 4 or 5,000 euro dollars, and he didn't have much left after monthly expenses, he at least didn't have to stand on an assembly line day after day like a dead man, much less take out a loan for a prosthetic limb. Since this prosthetic limb model has already been discontinued, where did your workers get the loans to buy them? The workshop director chuckled. Zetatech, of course. Mr. Lin, you should understand that as long as there's a demand, there's a market. After a loan, if a factory went bankrupt, the prosthetic limbs repossessed by Zetatech would naturally be resold through secondary loans. This is why this particular prosthetic limb model stopped production. The cycle of recovery, resale, and re-recovery was enough to sustain subsequent demand. So there was no need to keep manufacturing them. Lin Miao asked again, how much is the loan? What's the interest rate? How many installments, and how many years to pay it off? Although he found it a bit strange why the other party was asking this, the workshop director still answered honestly, 6,000 euro dollars, 40% interest rate, equal principal and interest, 10 years, 120 installments, 204 euro dollars per installment. My goodness, this is practically usury. Moreover, the prosthetic limb was discontinued in 72, which doesn't mean the worker's equipment was produced in 72. It could be even older, and they probably weren't the first owners. To work, they take out loans for prosthetic limbs. The factory closes, they lose their jobs. Unable to repay the loan, the prosthetic limb is repossessed by Zetatech, then sold to the next person who takes out a loan for a prosthetic limb, and so on. Therefore, while it might seem on the surface that Zetatech's loans are never fully recovered, in reality, they've long been raking in profits. Not to mention the cost of the prosthetic limb itself should be around 2,000 to 3,000 euro dollars. They can recoup their costs from the workers in just over a year, everything else is pure profit. 10 years / 120 installments / 204 euro dollars equals 24,480 euro dollars. The workers have to repay 4 times the original amount. As a bottom-tier OEM factory in Night City, their wages are only 1,500 euro dollars. Although the factory provides food and lodging, it's still pitifully little. Lin Miao felt a sense of suffocation just hearing about it. But in such an environment, no one could say much, otherwise, Selene, who was on the broadcast just now, would be their fate. Therefore, Lin Miao just nodded silently, not saying anything more. Players can now clash with some small and medium-sized gangs, and they can make the Tiger Claws and 6th Street Gang back down by being reckless, but in front of the true old order, they are still as fragile as wet toilet paper, easily torn. Thud. In the noisy factory, a muffled sound caught Lin Miao's and the workshop director's attention. The sound was so inconspicuous amidst the assembly line noise, as if it could be easily overlooked if one wasn't careful. Hoover. The workers, who had been diligently working on the assembly line, suddenly stirred. The two looked back and saw that a worker in the back had fallen to the ground. He was holding his waist, looking like he was in great pain. A few workers, who might have been close to him, were trying to help him up. It seemed he had some kind of illness. Seeing this, the workshop director became anxious. Quickly, get him out. Everyone else, get back to work. What are you looking at? If this order isn't completed within 2 days, each of you will have a day's wages docked. Several security guards immediately rushed in from the door, pulling the workers' friends away and herding them back to the assembly line. Then, 2 of them roughly dragged the fallen worker out of sight, 1 on each side. As for where he would be thrown? Certainly not the infirmary. The workshop director secretly glanced at Lin Miao beside him. Only after seeing no reaction from him did he breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, why did this guy have to fall ill now of all times? What if he causes trouble and this wealthy boss changes his mind and decides not to take over this OEM factory? Lin Miao suddenly asked, which company's prosthetic limbs is your factory currently manufacturing? Zetai. The workshop director answered honestly, it's our last order, expected to be completed the day after tomorrow. As if afraid Lin Miao didn't know about this Zetai, he emphasized, don't let the company's small reputation fool you, its parent company is Kongtao. In recent years, this East Asian company has been expanding its market like it's on steroids, even pushing out Arazaka's smart weapon market. It's similar to Zetatech, very powerful. Although Kongtao's smart weapon products are still mockingly called Arazaka knockoffs, their products are genuinely good and cheaper than Arazaka's. It's simply an East Asian tradition. This factory is also just one of Mr. Peter's properties. He's planning to switch to the pharmaceutical market, which is why he intends to sell this factory. Using the names of clients and bosses to increase one's own standing with other clients is an old trick. However, Lin Miao found it somewhat amusing. The workshop director was working so hard, was he going to get a cut if this factory was sold to him? Soon, the factory inspection was over. Doing business in Night City meant being decisive, the sooner the contract was signed, the better. Only by being fast could one ensure quick payment and make it harder for contract manipulations to be discovered. However, Lin Miao felt that his 9 intelligence wasn't entirely useless. At least it played a part when reviewing the contract. Perhaps the other party thought that the person they were dealing with wasn't a lawyer but a young man, so they felt they could trick Lin Miao, leaving countless pitfalls in the sales contract. If Lin Miao had signed this contract, he would not only have to pay for the factory but also take on outstanding debts to upstream and downstream material suppliers, and unpaid bank loans. If he didn't transfer the money to the other party's account in time, any delay could even result in the other party reclaiming ownership of the factory. And when Lin Miao pointed out these pitfalls one by one and questioned the other party, their lawyer, without batting an eye, pulled out a second paper contract from his briefcase. My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. This should be the correct contract. It was only because Lin Miao was a civilized businessman and didn't intend to pursue the matter further. If he had been on the mercenaries' path, this lawyer and his boss would be thrown into a scavenger's den to be sold by the pound tonight. Lin Miao spent 2 full days handling this acquisition. The rent was considerably more expensive than the agency's, with an annual rent of €2 million. Of course, this included all the factory equipment and workers who would remain. However, he never saw the factory's general manager, production manager, or other personnel from beginning to end. Perhaps they had already resigned or moved on to other jobs. On the day of the handover ceremony, the workshop director even planned to gather all the workers to introduce them to their new boss and curry favor. Lin Miao explicitly refused, feeling there was no need for such formalities. The workshop director readily agreed, adopting a "you're the boss, whatever you say goes" attitude. This surprised Lin Miao somewhat. He actually didn't like these antics and had originally planned to tell the guy, "You're fired," after taking over. But now Lin Miao suddenly felt that keeping this guy might not be bad. The environment shapes the person, it has nothing to do with ability. Starting today, my factory will not take any OEM orders from other companies. We will only serve our own products, understood? Understood. The workshop director nodded repeatedly, and I plan to renovate the factory, automate non-essential positions, and reduce the number of workers. Understood, I'll go fire the least active workers right away. Wait, Lin Miao quickly stopped the guy, who had already fully embraced his role as a sycophant. I mean, there's no need to waste so many people's time on the assembly line. Go and gather information on the family situation and skills of all current factory workers. Find out who can drive, who can shoot, their education level, if they have any gang background, criminal history, or use illicit substances. And don't ask why. The workshop director patted his chest and said. Understood, I guarantee I'll find out how many times a month they visit brain dance parlors. You'll be satisfied. Chapter 88, Open a free clinic to gain experience, idiot. Regarding the content on the official game website, no matter how eagerly players discussed it, or how many videos and photos they took, Expert always remained skeptical. Or rather, anyone with even a slight understanding of current network technology and biotechnica would know that so-called virtual reality technology is absolutely, unequivocally impossible to appear at this time. It's like a space elevator appearing out of nowhere, without a foundation built by cutting-edge science, without blueprints designed from scratch, without widespread publicity. It just appeared abruptly. It made people wonder if this was some kind of massive collective marketing scam. Until a delivery box was placed at his doorstep, the surveillance camera on the door saw nothing, no delivery person, only a notification text message. The tightly packaged cardboard box just appeared out of thin air in the surveillance blind spot, which was unnerving. If he hadn't received a notification in advance, he would have even called someone to check the community's surveillance footage. After opening it and looking at the black helmet, Expert recalled what players who had already entered the game said in the forum. After a full day of contemplation, seeing that the online time had arrived, he still cautiously put on the helmet. His rationality told him that doing so was irrational, but he had no choice but to do it, otherwise the task assigned from above would not be completed. Could it really disable the logout button and cook my brain with microwave radiation? Holy moly! The Matrix. Expert shot up from the modified cabin like a zombie, looking at his hands in disbelief. If it weren't for the game-like data in his vision, which was different from reality, he would have thought he had been kidnapped and taken abroad. He was both clear-headed and muddled, the shocking reality had made his brain crash. Looking closely, an attractive yet unfamiliar handsome man was in front of him. You're finally awake. Behind him was a large group of people. They were the last batch of players in version 0.4 to get game slots, which also meant that the total number of in-game players officially reached 3 digits. Jackal, so slow, meow. All of us are waiting for you. The first batch of people have already departed. Blue represents wisdom, exactly. Actually, Lin Miao wasn't sure if everyone who received a helmet would dutifully log in. If someone didn't log in within half an hour, he would take the new players to familiarize themselves with the game. He hadn't led new players for some time, the first 2 teams of 0.4 players didn't get this kind of treatment. Of course, their awkwardness was consistent. If some of their actions hadn't been inappropriate, he would have wanted to take photos and post them on the official website as a souvenir. Lin Miao's special visit today naturally meant that the game had new content for a small update. The agency now had 3 strongholds, Stone Ridge Town as the novice village, newbie village, Stone Ridge Tunnel jointly managed with the Aldcaldos as a transfer station, and the factory in the city. But the newbie village was still bustling, even more lively than usual, simply because several large trucks were parked outside the gate. The drivers were a few workers from the original factory who knew how to drive. According to the data provided by the workshop director, these individuals had no criminal records and were relatively honest. Between the 2 choices of resigning or switching to a driver, they unhesitatingly chose the latter. Don't assume these people only carried loans for arm prosthetics. In reality, the money they earned each month was barely enough for them to survive. If they picked up any bad habits, such as drug abuse or brain dance addiction, they would definitely be deep in debt. Moreover, although the workplace was in the Badlands, the salary was €700 to €800 higher than that of previous assembly line workers, and they didn't have to sit on an assembly line anymore. They only had to drive 10 hours a day, from 8 am to 6 pm, risking attacks from night walkers and wraiths. Lin Miao also considered that new players would not have starting funds when they spawned and could only hitch rides with older players' convoys, unable to afford renting a car. That's why he diverted some factory workers to form a scheduled free convoy specifically for new players. One trip every 5 hours, requiring at least 4 players to depart. The vehicles would also be equipped with several handguns for defense, but these could only be used with the safety off when entering combat. As well as some tools needed for scavenging materials. Gloves, chainsaws, sledgehammers. Of course, the income was slightly lower compared to renting a car, changed to €80 per person. Roughly one trip could cover a day's rent, food expenses, plus brain dance training fees. If they picked up anything interesting, they could take it to the workshop or W for appraisal and keep it for themselves. Moreover, the agency combat uniform, originally limited to 1 set per person, was back online, still at €200 per set. Previously, players were afraid of their clothes getting damaged, so they only dared to hide them in their bedrooms, wearing them out occasionally to show off. Additionally, new players could also apply to be apprentices at the workshop or with Red Bucket's construction team, but it required some knowledge of the relevant industry. Several players sat in the swaying, open-top truck bed, incredibly excited. This wind on my face feels just like the real thing. Gao Xiao no longer had any doubts, he just wanted to fully immerse himself in this game world. He stood up, spread his arms towards the direction of the wind, letting the air, mixed with the smell of plastic, blow over him. Anyway, at the reminder of the old player, resident doctor, he had already turned off his sense of smell, so the stench didn't matter. Then, just like those people in movies and documentaries, he yelled into the air, "Ah ah ah! This is so damn awesome!" The truck lurched, sending him tumbling head first. "Expert brother, calm down. If you attract monsters, we might all end up dead here." Resident Doctor kindly reminded him, "The wild monsters here are not just ordinarily fierce, they ambush and use tactics. You don't have any cyberware right now, so if you encounter them, you'll most likely all die here." Expert got up from the ground and looked at Resident Doctor somewhat strangely. "I remember you're an old player, you've been in the game for almost a week or two, right? Why are you mixing with us on the free convoy? I went bankrupt. I'm going to gamble, exchanged my remaining money for 2 rocket launchers. If I don't get good loot today, I'll be sleeping on the floor." Resident Doctor, carrying a large backpack, looked dejected. "I went into a high-risk zone and got severely punished by the NPCs. I couldn't even retrieve my body, all my cyberware was gone, and it took a full 3 days to respawn. Is the city that dangerous?" Jackal sat cross-legged in the truck bed, somewhat curious. "Didn't others say that the monsters in the city are easy to farm and plentiful? And why did you go to a high-risk zone when you knew it was one? Are you trying to die, meow?" "It's different," Resident Doctor said with a wry smile. "They're farming gangs, which are probably considered level 10 monsters. We charged into Arezaka Industrial Park, where there's likely at least a 20 level difference, so we were directly crushed by the stats. These stats were, of course, their own estimates. We also heard that corporate stuff is valuable, and that mercenary NPC, Simmons, said that just one job against corporate dogs could generally earn several $1,000. A few of us needed money to change professions, so we wanted to try, and then we crashed. Does changing professions cost a lot of money?" Although the official website had announced the profession system, and there were discussions in the forum, the unique aspect of this game was its realism. Not to mention the cloud players who were guessing by piecing together announcements on the official website, even NIGE and his friends didn't dare to change professions easily. After all, this game had no alt accounts and no respec function, one wrong step was a lifelong mistake, so they could only explore little by little. Currently, only Red Bucket was confirmed to have changed to construction engineer, with the sub-profession of soldier, and Pandora's hacker. Different professions have different requirements. For example, soldier requires basic firearm mastery LV5, combat LV3. The profession tree starts from private and branches out. Upgrading minor ranks consumes GP points, and crossing major tiers requires medals. Subsequent branches like artillery, air force, and tank driver will definitely require corresponding skill levels to meet the requirements for advancement. The primary cyberware doctor I want to switch to requires basic cyberware knowledge LV6, basic human anatomy LV6, basic medicine LV6, basic surgery LV6. The high requirements are one thing, I can tolerate them, but it also requires purchasing doctor-exclusive surgical cyberware, which is super expensive. Expert quipped, "With such strict requirements, it sounds like you'll definitely make a fortune if you succeed." "Yes," Resident Doctor immediately said, "the savages went to the cyberware doctor, and one surgery costs €1,000. It's an absolute goldmine. So, I'm going to gamble at Garbage Mountain. If I win, I'll make a huge profit. One surgery costs €1,000. Damn it. He was a resident doctor in a hospital, earning only 3,000 yuan a month. These American doctors are practically stuffing money into sacks. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even if you have enough money, do you have enough skills?" Expert scoffed. "For level 6 basics, you'll need at least 20 skill points to meet the requirements. And are you really thinking of taking a free ride to Garbage Mountain to make money?" Although they were newbies, they had read the guides posted by veteran players on the official forum. While they could find prosthetics, interesting parts, or night walkers here at Garbage Mountain, the overall value was relatively low for veteran players, making it not worth grinding daily. However, the resident doctor smiled slightly, brought the large bag from behind him to the front, unzipped it, and revealed military green tubes and 2 rocket-propelled grenades. Isn't this preparing to make a big score here? We haven't been idle these past few days. Every day, we've been observing the flight paths of those aerial garbage trucks in the city, what time they depart, what time they arrive at Garbage Mountain, and all the possible locations they might appear have been thoroughly scouted. Even the 4 garbage hover engines used by a garbage truck can sell for 20 to 30,000 euro combined. If I do this a few times, won't I have enough money for my Ripper Doc's basic surgical tools? It's just the skills that are a bit troublesome. For the latter 3, I can guarantee I should be at that level, but for the first one, cyberware cognition, my base is 0. And these skills also need practice to level up, I don't even know how to start practicing. At this point, the resident doctor looked a bit dejected. That's why you're a fool, meow. Even I know what to do. Jackal, the black-haired girl who had been sitting by the side listening to the resident doctor babble, said, don't you have a ready-made mentor? Miss Gloria's background states she's a department doctor at Arrow Hospital. You should be able to learn doctor skills from her, just like from mentor Lucy. And experience is even less of a problem. You might not have fights every day, but how could there be no patients every day, meow? There are patients everywhere, inside and outside the city. As long as you offer free clinics in the city, can't you grind experience however you want? The resident doctor was stunned, looking at Jackal as if she were a monster. He slapped his thigh, as if waking from a dream, holy crap. You have a point. Why didn't I think of that before? Jackal said expressionlessly, perhaps only an honest person like you, who can't think of solutions, would go to medical school for 7 years and then do 3 years as a resident doctor. It's normal for you not to think of it, meow. The resident doctor, who was being roasted, didn't even blush. That's just how it is in their line of work. Everyone thinks being a doctor is some great job, but in reality, only those who enter the profession know it's hellish, no money, time-consuming, getting cursed at by patients, and being morally blackmailed. He chuckled and said, "Heh, what can I do? I've already studied it, I can't just give up. Besides, look, isn't it coming in handy now? Once I become a Ripper Doc, everyone will have to curry favor with me. Then, €1,000 for one surgery. 1,000. He was already lost in the illusion of lying in a sea of money when Jackal stabbed another knife into the resident doctor's heart, but we have modification pods. Why would we need you to perform surgery? That's different, the resident doctor insisted. Before, we had no choice but to use GP points for surgeries and modification pods. Now, GF points need to be saved for upgrading professional levels and binding high-level equipment. Why not use an alternative if there is one? As they talked, the car entered the bumpy Garbage Mountain and stopped in a wide-open area. John, the NPC driver, had been listening to the people in the back talk. When he heard that guy say he was going to blow up an aerial vehicle, he was startled, thinking these Badlands lunatics were indeed lawless. But then he heard the other person wanted to be a doctor and said he had studied that profession before, which made him a bit emotional. How could a good medical student end up as a bandit? He didn't dare get out of the car and just sat in the driver's seat, watching the players pick up things like steel and plastic, like scavenging for trash, and load them onto the car. John couldn't understand what these people wanted. First, they were going to blast down a garbage truck, then they were picking up trash. If it weren't for the meager income, he wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. However, even as the materials were almost fully loaded, the resident doctor didn't see any aerial vehicles floating in the sky nearby. Even if he occasionally saw one, it was very far away, beyond his skill level to hit, and also outside the precise firing range of the rocket launcher they had made. A wasted morning, damn it. Expert, there's nothing we can do, buddy. Look on the bright side. We can always come back next trip, or you can just wait here and we'll pick you up next round. Resident doctor, forget it. This afternoon, I'm meeting up with Glamorous Woman and the others to clear the Santo Domingo sewer dungeon. Isn't having a big shot lead a new dungeon better than wasting time here? Expert, you're right. Jackal pointed to the distant horizon and said, you're getting disappointed a bit too early, meow. Following her hand, everyone saw the aerial vehicle, which was simply 4 hover engines carrying a garbage container. It looked ridiculous just to see it. 20, an opportunity not to be missed. The resident doctor yelled, scrambling to his backpack, pulling out the rocket launcher, and then, following the user manual, began to load it with incredibly clumsy movements. As a player who entered the game in version 0.4, he had never experienced the previous intense battles and had no experience using a rocket launcher, relying purely on practicing a few times by reading the user manual. The rockets produced by the players were RPG style, and this rocket launcher could be said to be time-tested, perfectly suitable as an essential item for home travel. Moreover, as an improved version after several actual combat tests, the rocket launcher's craftsmanship became increasingly refined. It was just a pity that the wrong person was using it. The resident doctor shouldered the rocket launcher, pulled up the iron sights, hastily aimed at the mobile target hundreds of meters away in the sky, and immediately pulled the trigger. After the rocket launcher's fuse was ignited, a large burst of fire spewed from the rear of the barrel. Luckily, no one was standing behind him, or they would surely have been splattered. However, after the rocket accelerated with a brief trail of white smoke, it failed to hit the unmanned aerial garbage truck slowly flying in the sky. It wasn't even a glancing blow, they passed each other by a distance of over 10 meters, let alone triggering the fuse. Damn it. The resident doctor's heart was bleeding, this one shot, €800, had gone down the drain. This was his last savings. Again. He gritted his teeth, preparing to fire another shot, believing that man proposes, God disposes. His embarrassingly clumsy operation made it clear even to those who had never used a rocket launcher that the resident doctor was wasting his efforts. Give it up, brother, Expert couldn't bear to watch any more. He walked over and patted the other's shoulder. That's not how you use a rocket launcher. Let me teach you, okay? Hey. Before the resident doctor could react, he saw the other person skillfully reload and hand the rocket launcher to his shoulder. You're hitting a moving target right now, so you need to aim through the iron sights. See the scale on it. Horizontally 12,345, each mark represents the opponent's speed and wind speed. Pull one mark for every 10 km per hour. Saying that, Expert dabbed a bit of saliva on his thumb, held it up to the side of the iron sights, wind from right to left, speed roughly 12 km per hour, target speed 65 to 70. Move the scale over and hold your hand steady, don't let it leave the sight. Fire. The rocket was launched again, and this time it didn't miss the target. Instead, it perfectly hit the garbage container of the garbage truck, exploding the filth inside everywhere, with even some broken human remains visible. Watching the garbage truck, trailing smoke, plummeting towards a corner of Garbage Mountain, the resident doctor was dumbfounded. Brother, what did you do before? You're so skilled with a rocket launcher. Expert then realized his desire to show off had been a bit too strong. He paused for a moment before saying, retired soldier. My squad leader taught me that back then. Chapter 89 Sewer Mermaid. Mantu was dumbfounded when the four of them brought back 4 so-called floating engines. Where did you guys get these things from? The resident doctor said, from a crashed hovercar in the junkyard. But one of them seems to be broken. I don't know if it can still be used. What do you say, can you fix it? Don't dream. Mantu was speechless. I just know a bit about mechanics, I'm not a god. How could I fix something like this without knowing any aerodynamics? These past few days, she had realized that behind this game team, there must be a huge physics laboratory and a team of scholars. Basically, most physical laws could be replicated here. So, for something that was clearly beyond her capabilities, she was helpless. Sigh, the players exchanged a sigh. Sure enough, it wasn't that easy. They had been thinking that if this thing could be repaired, wouldn't they be able to install it on their own hovercar? The money issue could wait, showing off was the most important thing. The resident doctor said, forget it, selling them to the shop can still net us €25,000. Everyone gets a share this time, alright. Lin Miao was also very satisfied when he learned that the new players had brought back 3.5 floating engines. Although these 3 small things weren't worth too much money, they were troublesome to buy. They might be useful in the future, so he readily paid for them even though he knew Mantu couldn't fix them. For the new players, this was certainly something to celebrate. After all, for them, who were just starting, this sum of money was undoubtedly a huge amount. It could not only accelerate their modification pace but also facilitate their future career path planning. However, the resident doctor stood awkwardly in front of Lin Miao like a woman. Lin Miao knew at a glance that this guy had something to ask him. What is it? Boss, I think if our agency wants to grow, then it must develop comprehensively, without any shortcomings. Hey. Lin Miao was stunned when he heard this. What did he mean? He heard him say, look, we now have chemical engineering and military technology, so we definitely won't lack equipment. But how can we do without a logistics and medical department? They can't always go to Aero and spend money in the city, right? And if there's a combat medic during a fight, they can help them treat their wounds. As the saying goes, don't let outsiders benefit from your waste. How can you be without a healer or a holy class when fighting in a group on the battlefield? 101 read 101.com, fully typed, no error site. Lin Miao had, of course, thought about this problem. Once he took over Aero, the agency would naturally have a medical department. But he still patiently listened to the resident doctor say, I think we can totally have Miss Gloria be this doctor mentor, and let her teach us doctor-related skills. For example, me, I think I'm very suitable for the combat medic profession. Doctor? He hadn't even thought that players would want to develop in this direction now. Resident doctor. This term was a bit unfamiliar to Lin Miao, but he still realized that this young player in front of him probably had relevant work experience in reality, otherwise he wouldn't suddenly think of doing this. Of course, if this guy wanted to learn from scratch, just getting started would be enough to torment a player. If there was no interest, it would purely be a waste of time and self-torment. After a short period of contemplation, Lin Miao said, I think you have a point. So, I will give you an internship opportunity, allowing you to follow Aero's emergency workers to learn how to perform emergency treatment and cyberware repair. But there will definitely be a price, as you will be interfering with their work. Hidden Professional Quest, Beginner Doctor's Internship Report. Quest Introduction. In Night City, a cyberware doctor is an enviable profession, wealthy and well-connected. But obtaining a legitimate medical license is incredibly difficult. Every cyberware doctor has a profound background and arduous journey unknown to others. And will you be the next? Quest hint, congratulations, you have triggered a non-combat profession, the cyberware doctor's class change quest. As long as you gain Mentor Gloria's approval and pass the examination, you can obtain a cyberware doctor's medical license, optional. Otherwise, practicing medicine without a license will be considered black market medicine, with a certain probability of being reported by others. Quest requirements: because your internship will affect the normal work of Arrow employees, you need to pay $2,000 in tuition fees and pass a basic human anatomy knowledge test. Quest rewards: become a junior cyberware doctor. If you complete the examination, you can also obtain a medical license. Woohoo, taking off. The resident doctor, who received the hidden quest, cheered directly, dancing on the spot. Originally, in reality, their personalities and behaviors were constrained by various factors, but in the game world, they no longer cared about those rules and regulations. They would even run naked if the system didn't prohibit them. As for the $2,000, it was a threshold Lin Miao set for the players, to prevent them from acting on whims and causing trouble for Gloria. And the resident doctor had just made a fortune. Even after distributing a few thousand to the new players, he still had over 20,000 in his hands, making him a rich guy. Letting players become Arrow interns. Lin Miao stroked his chin. As the number of players entering the city increased, perhaps it was time to target Arrow's stock price. Push the plan to the second stage. After all, for company stock prices, in addition to normal market fluctuations and the company's own problems, overt suppression from vastly superior competitor companies is sometimes a method. Sometimes, overt suppression from a superior company can have the opposite effect of boosting stock prices. Everyone will think that you have some high technology that threatens the superior's position and will buy your stock, thereby pushing the stock price up against the trend. But this approach is difficult to implement in Night City. After all, compared to stock prices, the heads of small company employees might be blown off first. As for who would suppress it, it certainly wouldn't be Lin Miao. What? You say you don't want to suppress him? Well, that's not up to you. Scavenger's stronghold ruins. The police tape that NCPD had originally put up here had long been torn off. Some busybodies came to scavenge, seeing if either side had missed anything valuable. But unfortunately, the players had grown up licking the ground clean. Forget about valuable or useful items, they didn't even miss shell casings, picking them all up for recycling. Everyone who came to this place cursed these guys, who were more stingy than floor cleaners. And at the lowest level, near the cellar where the victims were originally held, the players returned to this place again, fully armed, with both new and old players. Except for the Red Bucket construction team and the Sword Snow chemical workshop, who were busy non-stop every day, almost all the players in the city had come. NIGE, the resident doctor said he received a hidden quest to become a doctor, so he's not coming. Savage, damn it, why didn't we get one? Glamorous woman, you, looking like that, want to be a doctor? Are you going to anesthetize people with your fists? Doge, ancient anesthesia is like that. Forget it, he'll do his profession quest, and we'll do our new dungeon map quest. Ju Tiu exuded an inexplicable confidence. What do you guys say? There must be good stuff down here, like treasure chests, legendary cyberware, and so on. That's how it's set up in novels and games. Maybe there's even a hidden boss or something. Potato, what's the use of a hidden boss? At your current level, are you just going to deliver seafood? NIGE, let's try it first. Anyway, there should at least be traces of the scavengers' activities down here. This was the players' unanimous opinion. The example of the scavengers was there were definitely a lot of dirty things in the underground sewage pipes. But how complex the underground sewage pipe network of such a large city was goes without saying. If these 20 or 30 people were thrown down there, they wouldn't even find a single hair. So their idea was to start from this stronghold and map out the entire underground pipe network step by step, which would definitely be a huge project. Therefore, when the players proposed to search the sewers, Lin Miao let them go, and incidentally issued a large-scale quest. Hidden quest, City Sewer Maze, Santo Domingo. Quest background, Night City has a history of nearly 100 years. Santo Domingo is one of its oldest districts, and it was spared from the Fourth Corporate War. It took in countless refugees during the nuclear blast, and it also hides countless secrets and sins. It is also the darkest side of the city. Let our bumblebee drone scan every inch of the pipe walls here, create a 3D map, and clean up the filth below, laying bare the city's dirtiest side before us. Quest introduction, this is a large-scale quest with no time limit and no player limit. Exploring new areas, eliminating criminal hideouts, and discovering secrets will all earn exploration points. Exploration points can be used to draw lucky rewards from the agency's exploration prize pool. Task tip, exploration points are accumulated individually. Non-high difficulty areas will decrease with the number of participants. The last tip was to prevent players from collectively farming points, with dozens of people crowding together to explore. If they explored as a 4-person team, each person would get full exploration points, no different from soloing. In a 6-person team, each person would only get 80%, and in a 10-person team, only 50%. The more people, the lower the difficulty, and naturally, the fewer the rewards. The lowest might even be less than 10%. Of course, if they encountered a tough nut to crack, Lin Miao could categorize it as a high-risk area of varying degrees, reducing some of the accumulated decay. As for the prize pool, it was naturally a blind box gacha. Of course, this blind box was for the players. Lin Miao, the one packaging the boxes, was certainly not blind. Rewards ranged from Eurodollars, canned goods, firearms, cyberware, and vehicles, covering almost everything he could get his hands on. It was absolutely not to imitate the system and retaliate against the players. Exploring the sewers, for Lin Miao, was a pure investment and money-burning endeavor. Even if he eventually completed the map clearing, the resources Lin Miao would get could be said to be pitifully small. On the other hand, it was also to prevent players from focusing all their attention on being rats in the sewers. Above the sewers, incandescent lamps left by the scavengers still hung. In the dim, yellow light, one could see the damp, moldy concrete pipe walls around them. Because Night City's power supply system was a mess, coupled with gangs and the poor's habit of illegally tapping into power lines, even the power company found it difficult to manage. So, even if an abandoned construction site was connected to power, no one cared. Wildman looked at the pitch-black surroundings and grumbled, "Turtle, it's so dark here, you could film a horror story." Great Britain Sword Saint, look on the bright side, maybe there's a mermaid living in the sewers. Shui Yu Dongtian, are you going to take her home and keep her in your bathtub? Mandu, Brother Sun can keep her in his own fish farm. Dao Ji, shut up quickly. I finally spent over 10 years forgetting that, and you've brought it back. Nig, now you know how incredibly messed up it was when we made our way from the riverside, right? Making Sword Snow call us dad would be letting him off easy. Mongolian top laner, this is incredibly tough, now we're all rats. The players' noisy voices echoed continuously in the sewers, somewhat diluting the original terrifying atmosphere. Wildman was carrying a large backpack, which they had specially prepared for the mission. Nige took a box from his bag, opened it, and pulled out a drone. After activation, 3 small fans immediately whirred to life, lifting the large head in the middle like a small bee, floating into the air. These drones were all second-hand wholesale Lin Miao bought from Zetatech, and he had flashed their systems. Although the exterior still looked like Zetatech's wife drone, the inside had already taken on Lin Miao's shape. Coupled with its inherent obstacle recognition and laser scanning functions, it was not difficult for Lucy to write a modeling software. With a detailed map, players would not get lost inside. Optical implants also had similar functions, but they couldn't afford them. The downside was that it consumed a lot of power, the internal battery would only last 3 hours when running at full capacity, so players also had to prepare spare batteries. Those who wanted to do this couldn't, and those who could wouldn't do such a thing. After all, who the heck would be crazy enough to scan the entire city's sewers? But the players didn't care about any of that, they were here to get everyone's $. The captains of several teams gathered around Glamorous Woman, the only one who could understand what might be considered a temporary map, holding a meeting. After all, the dense and complex markings on the city sewer map were dizzying just to look at, let alone memorize. Dao, there are 2 directions here, and there are forks ahead and behind. Which way do we go? Glamorous Woman said, we are currently north of the Arroyo Valley district. We definitely can't continue north, that's the edge of the map, and Westbrook hasn't opened yet. We either search due south or head southeast to Coronado Farms. The directions of these pipes you see now are useless. This design is 3-dimensional, turning up and down, curving east and west, and there are sloped angles. Without a map, you wouldn't know which way this pipe is going. We can only go and see. Wildman, then let's go and see. Dao, you take 3 teams, and we'll take 3 teams and go in 2 directions. Along the way, we can use adhesive to stick glow sticks on the walls as markers. It's best not to speak loudly, hostile NPCs might hear us. If we encounter a situation, call for help immediately. Mongolian top laner, what if they open the sluice gates and release water? Wouldn't that be shit hits the fan? As a rat, I really dislike those things. Glamorous Woman, when the sluice gates open to flush, there will definitely be air movement and a lot of noise. Just pay close attention. If you hear the sound, turn back. If that's not possible, climb up or find a ladder and hold on tight. From the player's perspective, the minimap was completely dark, with only a cluster of small green dots representing allies squeezed together. Soon, this cluster of small green dots began to split into 2 teams, slowly advancing in 2 directions, and as they moved, the previously pitch-black fog gradually receded, turning into game map-like red circular pipes. However, the path ahead was dark, and no one knew what they would encounter. Under the dazzling colored lights was the explosive rock music of the bar. Men and women in this dim, boozy environment freely released all their suppressed inner feelings. There were corporate drones and gang thugs. And the one causing the most excitement was naturally the large iron block in the center of the stage. Get hyped. Get hyped with me. Jackie, wearing Death Knight armor, was already tall, but now his figure was even larger. His Mexican-style painted armor made him the most eye-catching guy on stage. Jackie was surrounded by the crowd like stars around the moon. Both men and women squeezed towards him, hands constantly touching him, almost polishing him until he gleamed. Who knows how many people gave him hints or left contact information, preparing for a passionate interaction with him. A petite woman was even sitting on his shoulder. She even pulled up her skull mask, ready for a live-hot kiss with Jackie, but Jackie quickly stopped her. Oh, beautiful, calm down. If you keep this up, my mom will kick you out of the bar. Although Mrs. Wells ran a bar, she was a very conservative person. If Jackie messed around with a punk girl outside, he would most likely get his legs broken when he got home. Not to mention, this was his mom's bar, Jackie wouldn't dare do such a thing right under her nose. It wasn't until he was tired of dancing that he squeezed out of the enthusiastic crowd and went to the bar counter. With the help of the bartender, Pepette, he took off his exoskeleton, leaving it standing by as a display statue. He walked to a guest seat, sat down, and picked up a pitcher of ice-cold beer from the table, chugging it down in a few gulps until it was empty. V, sitting opposite him, looked at him and quipped, "Are you a beer barrel, you guy?" Jackie wiped his mouth. "My goodness, V, you didn't see the look in those people's eyes, it was like they wanted to eat me alive." "You're so strong, giving them a little bit won't make you lose a few pounds of flesh." V smiled, her gaze shifting to the exoskeleton. "Are you working as a hype man now? If you're short on Eurodollars, you can always tell me. I can get you a gig from the marketing department, wouldn't that pay more than this?" "It's not the same, V. I really like this. When I wear it, I feel like Superman. The Eurodollars are just a bonus. I'm not used to those Arezaka things, and my mom, you know, she doesn't like big company stuff showing up here." V nodded, then changed the subject, saying, "This thing has been selling well in the city lately. Many bars and gangs are buying it. But I advise you to be careful and have less dealings with that Horizon Corporation in the future." Jackie was a bit displeased. "What do you mean? V, Arezaka isn't up to something again, are they?" His friendship with V, despite her corporate drone status, was purely due to their compatible personalities. It didn't mean he would look at Arezaka in a different light. "I heard some rumors." V shook her head. If it weren't for Jackie, she might not even pay attention to such a small company's affairs. "It's not just Arezaka, I estimate Militika's marketing department is also calculating the market value of this equipment. If they decide to enter the market, Arezaka will definitely follow suit. Then this small company's fate will either be acquisition or being swept aside. Neither outcome will be good, so don't get involved." Chapter 90, Encountering a superhero robot, but unable to defeat it despite all efforts. The dark and damp sewers were filled with a stench of various gases mixed together, methane from microbial fermentation, hydrogen sulfide smelling of rotten eggs, and low oxygen levels. A normal person would find it difficult to even breathe in such a place, and prolonged exposure could lead to poisoning and suffocation. However, for those augmented with artificial lungs, this problem was within the range of tolerance, it just smelled too foul. Players equipped with artificial lungs claimed these were minor issues. The Savage Squad had been exploring for over 6 hours. They had separated from the other 2 squads at a fork in the road and hadn't seen any light for a long time. If not for comparing with their map, they probably wouldn't even know where they were or how to get back. The searchlights above them pierced the darkness like sharp swords, constantly scanning the pitch-black walls around them. Their lower legs were submerged directly into the muddy, swamp-like black water. Even without the sensation of pain, Nige could feel the soft, squishy texture under his soles, occasionally encountering hard objects. The only sounds were the splashing of water from their lower legs and the high-speed rotation of drone propellers. Everyone was eerily silent. "Damn it, it's a good thing this is a game. If someone forced me to jump into a cesspool in real life, I'd fight them to the death. Yet here he was, voluntarily descending into it. It was truly outrageous." Savage asked, "How many exploration points have you all gotten?" Ju Yu glanced at his panel. 73 points. "What kind of calculation is this?" "It goes up 1 point every once in a while." "Nige, same here. I'm guessing it's calculated based on exploration distance and the drone scanning area. The rate seemed a bit faster when we were going through the main pipe earlier." Ju Yu, "Really? I feel like it's all the same." "Potato, we're all one squad, so it must be the same. I just wonder what we can draw from that prize pool. If I could pull an orange tier item, I'd die happy, seriously." Ju Yu, "Alright, with that statement, you definitely won't pull anything good, alright? Do you really think your poison milk skill is fake? Nige, keep it down, alright? What if a wild monster hears us?" Interrupted, Potato rolled his eyes. "Oh come on, this is the sewers, alright? How could there be wild monsters? Besides, aren't we here to hunt monsters anyway? With our strength, those small fry are a piece of cake, aren't they?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Savage, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped. In a pitch-black pipe, any light would be very conspicuous. Whether that light was red or blue. 2 faint blue lights suddenly appeared in the distant darkness. At first, Savage thought he had misseen and was about to adjust his searchlight to get a clear look. Whoosh! Those 2 faint blue lights suddenly brightened dramatically and began to move rapidly. The lights left 2 blue after images in the darkness like specters, and along with their approach came the urgent sound of splashing water. The other 3 also quickly noticed the anomaly and immediately pulled out their weapons, preparing for battle. But the creature seemed to intentionally avoid the light. The 2 blue lights changed height rapidly, even making the players briefly think it was flying. It wasn't until the distance between them closed rapidly that everyone realized this creature was actually climbing on the wall. Its 4 limbs were grotesquely modified. Its 2 lower legs were reshaped into sharp blades, digging into the hard concrete with effortless movement, each step leaving a crater. Its hands transformed into mantis blades to aid in climbing. The approaching figure's head was devoid of discernible facial features or hair, leaving only mechanical structures and a pair of glowing blue optical implants. Was it a chrome? Or a robot? The Savage Squad didn't know, but undoubtedly, this thing was coming for them. "Damn it, it's a monster. Watch out." The 4 immediately opened fire, bullets striking the walls and sending sparks and debris flying, but not a single bullet hit the monster. The roaring gunfire was particularly jarring in the dark, silent sewers. But its movement was bizarre and swift, and its limb joints could bend at all sorts of angles. The player's LV6 basic marksmanship simply couldn't aim at it. Savage quickly realized this and could only grit his teeth and shout, "Damn it, let it get close before you shoot." A new guest arrived at the Stone Ridge Mountain Agency. An uninvited guest. The person was dressed in a suit and tie, a suit that clearly cost at least €1 million. His demeanor was composed and unhurried, every movement exuding elegance, his actions as precise as someone who had attended an etiquette school since childhood and stepped out of a period drama as a Western noble. But Lin Miao wanted to punch him. Lin Miao was certain he had never seen this person before. The guest's behavior was very polite, even waiting for a long time on the lobby sofa until Lin Miao agreed for W to let him in. But at first sight upon meeting, Lin Miao felt a visceral hatred for this guy, wishing he could smash his head in right now and rip out every piece of chrome from his body. It wasn't because of his appearance, clothing, demeanor, or words, none of the external factors of this world. It was more like the ingrained disgust for a small insect that everyone has in their genes. But Lin Miao still tried his best to control this feeling internally, not showing it. "This gentleman coming to Stone Ridge Mountain to find me isn't for ordering an exoskeleton, is it?" The man didn't speak, but instead observed Lin Miao carefully. For some reason, his eyes were hollow like a puppet's. If not for the high-end clothes, Lin Miao would have thought he was a joy toy. The other party's optical implants glowed blue, scanning Lin Miao from head to toe without reservation for a long time before he spoke his first words. "You are very special." "Oh." Lin Miao raised an eyebrow. "How special?" The man shook his head. "I don't know either, but you are the most special of your kind I've ever seen, different from all of us." Upon hearing this, Lin Miao was already contemplating whether to pull out the plasma launcher from his backpack and blast this guy. "No one in this world is the same, sir. Is it possible the problem is with yourselves?" The man smiled slightly, but to Lin Miao, this smile was stiff and fake, as if he was deliberately manipulating his facial muscles to form the expression. If he had to find one adjective to describe this guy, Lin Miao could only think of one. Imposter. The man sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, his hands resting on his knees, his movements very natural. "Let's change the subject, Mr. Linear." "Please do." Lin Miao didn't even want to offer this guy tea. "I don't know where you all came from, Busan? Kowloon? Silicon Valley? But Night City is our paradise. If you want to join the game, we are happy to accept compatriots, but we hope you don't overdo it. Now is not the time." His tone was confident, he wouldn't have come to find Lin Miao without absolute certainty. And as soon as he said this, Lin Miao immediately understood the identity of the person in front of him. Eliminating all impossibilities, the final answer, no matter how absurd, is reality. Only the high-ranking members of various organizations, corporations, and gangs could call Night City their paradise. But these people would absolutely not come to find Lin Miao and say such things to him. Moreover, this guy's tone was terrifyingly blunt, completely unaware of subtlety, and even had intentions of recruiting Lin Miao. A group that only existed in history and rumors. Rogue AI. This was the first time Lin Miao had seen such a thing. Previously, he had only interacted with Delamain at most, buying his services. And what the other party said contained too much information. Rogue AI calling Night City their paradise? What was Netwatch doing? Letting these monsters run wild in the city? Did so many corporate executives not notice this group? Even daring to have a face-to-face conversation with him, this was no ordinary rogue AI. Busan? Kowloon? Silicon Valley? Were these places the strongholds of rogue AI? Compared to the arrogant megacorporations, Lin Miao never expected that the first ones to notice him would be these guys. "System, if you're there, say I. What do his words mean? Has he discovered you?" "That's not possible. The system's work is clean, leaving no flaws anywhere. It's more likely that the player's abnormal behavior has led them to be categorized as suspected rogue AI observation targets by the other party. Do the player's actions resemble rogue AI?" Lin Miao recalled the player's behavioral logic. If that were true, then these AI would be too pathetic. Have you ever seen an AI doing the butterfly stroke in a cesspool, using self-destructing units, barely defeating street thugs while yelling and screaming, bravely charging to become factory security captives, with an intelligence stat of 3, and not even recognizing English or binary code? Although Lin Miao still didn't know how players entered this world or through what means, he was certain that players could not be AI. If AIs were as chaotic in their logic and as eccentric in their minds as players, they would likely have gone extinct or ruined the world long ago, given their capabilities. That's it. Today, let's try a red alert match with 8 cruel enemies and no super weapons. As for Lin Miao, he was past the stage of questioning whether he was real, or if the world was real. He was alive, living here, and living well. That was more real than anything else. Whether AI or human, he was him. Even if someone identical to him appeared now, pointing a finger at Lin Miao and calling him a fake, an AI, he would nonchalantly twist off their head and kick it like a ball. But what if the person in front of him was a rogue AI? If he could capture this guy alive and hand him over to Netwatch or those big corporations, could he get a good price? Surely it would be worth its weight in gold? A rogue AI in the 2020s could fetch several million $, and AI hunters would flock to them, not flinching even if it meant risking their lives. Now that the black hole was established, the price of rogue AIs should have gone up. Seeing Lin Miao's lack of reaction, the man thought he was considering whether to agree, so he took out a gilded business card from his pocket and placed it in front of Lin Miao. He had no idea that the person sitting opposite him was already planning to take his head in for a reward. Lin Miao was startled out of his fantasy of getting rich by the other party's action. He looked closely and saw an image prominently printed on the business card. Several light blue metal lines formed an eye. A blue eyes. The man politely said, "If you ever need anything, you can always come to us for help. We will do our best to meet all the needs of our compatriots. Investment, combat, romance, religion, idols." Lin Miao picked up the business card and glanced at it. "I didn't know your business was so extensive. How so, do you also have human hobbies and needs?" "Heh, the man chuckled. "Aren't you the same? Starting a company from scratch in Night City, you have to have something to do to increase our humanity." "Increase humanity? Shouldn't you, like the artificial intelligences in movies and animations, despise the ugliness of humanity?" "Interesting." The man showed great understanding towards Lin Miao's somewhat indifferent response. Even rogue A's have diverse personalities and don't belong to a single type. There are war maniacs who constantly talk about destroying humanity, there is the dauntless who dispenses justice everywhere in cyberspace, helping the weak and punishing the strong, there is the base who loves accounting, still works at Biotechnica, and often transfers money from Biotechnica's accounts to the dauntless for equipment maintenance. Different A's have different stances, and in Night City, they are just one faction. Lin Miao and his people just like doing business and fighting with gangs, which is already considered a rather peace-loving type. Lin Miao put down the business card. "What should I call you?" He had given up the idea of capturing the other party alive. No matter what, this guy was a rogue AI, and this body probably wasn't too important to him, it might be like clothes that could be changed at any time. Lin Miao had no means to restrain it, and even Lucy would certainly not be his opponent. More importantly, if the other party wasn't bluffing, and Night City truly was just a playground in their eyes, then that was a force Lin Miao couldn't contend with right now. Tearing off the disguise would be harmful and useless. Even if he didn't plan to cooperate, Lin Miao didn't want to offend the other party like this. "You can call us Blue Eyes." "Blue Eyes, that's quite straightforward." Lin Miao looked at those eyes glowing with blue light. "I thought you would call yourselves the Illuminati." "An interesting suggestion. We will take it into consideration. Can you tell me how you found us?" Lin Miao also wanted to extract more information from the other party's mouth to avoid attracting more attention. Blue Eyes chuckled. "Those you brought must be newly born Ace. They performed too outstandingly. You should remind them to try their best to integrate into current human society." He took out his phone from his pocket and opened a video. Lin Miao almost blacked out and fainted when he saw it. In different places, different people, with the same lewd expressions, paid the same $100 to different sex dolls. Then, after paying, they all fainted for half an hour and woke up by a trash can, with a time difference of exactly 3 days. Lin Miao knew the person in the video all too well. It was Natural Curl. There was also a whole bunch of other antics that no normal person would ever pull off. Nige, who climbed the exterior wall of a building with bare hands in front of hundreds of people on the street, struck a cool pose, then attempted a leap of faith, only to splatter himself into a puddle of flesh. The Great Britain Sword Saint, who boasted to everyone he met that he was Merlin, the Virgin Archmage, and that King Arthur was an eternally young, blonde, beautiful girl. And those who asked people to punch them to see if it hurt, deliberately provoking passers-by to see their reactions. In the eyes of Blue Eyes, many A's in cyberspace have extremely strong individual personalities, and this imitative personality is their means of maintaining humanity. Like the Dauntless, who watched too much Star Trek and began to think of herself as the USS Dauntless starship. Lone Star, who enjoyed watching westerns and consequently enforced the law everywhere. So, Blue Eyes naturally assumed these A's were in a similar situation, applying their cyberspace personas to reality. The brothers thought they were assassins, thought they were Merlin, thought they were Dio, and so on, with clear cases of changing bodies but not personalities or behavioral logic, along with acts of testing physical pain sensation. Therefore, they concluded that this group of people were also Ace. But in Lin Miao's view, this was simply because the player's behavior was too inhuman, so much so that Blue Eyes mistook them for Ace. But honestly, he couldn't do anything about these things. Lin Miao couldn't just tell the players to behave. If players could behave, would they still be players? The fact that they weren't exploiting bugs to fly around was already a merciful display. "I will try my best to restrain them." Lin Miao hadn't expected to catch such a big fish today, so big that he didn't even think about catching it, he just wanted to send the other party away quickly. "If you need me to provide appropriate assistance, you can contact us anytime," Blue Eyes said kindly. "For example, you seem to be in great need of investment right now." "No need, thank you." Lin Miao said calmly, "I appreciate your kind offer, but since I came here to do business, I never intended to drag you down. For normal transactions, I don't question the counterparty, and occasionally revealing some inside information is not out of the question, but if we get too deeply involved, both you and I risk exposure." Although, from what Lucy told him, the issues between those corporations and the Blackwell, Old Net and Rogue Ace were probably not as clean as imagined, with deep entanglements. Moreover, the other party came to him so brazenly, he didn't believe that those guys were completely unaware that Ace had entered Night City. "That's fine too." Blue Eyes' tone was unhurried. After a pause, he said, "I've prepared a small test for the friends who went into the sewers. I hope you don't mind." This was also to test whether this group of people were truly Ace. If not, then they would simply have to be dealt with, they weren't ready to be exposed to the public yet. Test? Lin Miao frowned and glanced at the player list. Sure enough, the Savage Squad was almost completely wiped out, with only the Hornet drone hovering nearby. Through the camera, Lin Miao could see that the robot had already connected a data cable to the neck of Nige, who had been cut into a human stick but still had a breath left. May I consider this action an offense? As Lin Miao spoke with a displeased tone, Blue Eye's head simultaneously sparked, his entire body trembled like he was being electrocuted, and he let out a piercing scream. The sound was mixed with electronic hums. Ah. 2. As for the one in the sewer, he was even worse off. All the electronic components in his body overloaded simultaneously, and in a single breath, he stopped moving. The blue light on his body instantly turned red and gradually extinguished like a candle in the wind. Until the sewer returned to darkness. The blue eyes speaking with Lin Miao and the attacker underground were actually the same person, just different bodies controlled by the AI. Similarly, he might not care about physical damage, but if the AI data core in cyberspace was attacked, it could manifest simultaneously across all his puppets. Chapter 91, AI Gathering? I think it's just a carrot meeting. Lin Miao deeply sympathized with Blue Eye's predicament, trying his best to hold back his laughter. However, this also refreshed Lin Miao's understanding of the system's firewall limits. At least, he felt that the guy in front of him was clearly several tiers higher than the Arezaka elite hacker who died violently back then, but he was still useless. However, Blue Eye's performance was much better, he probably disconnected in time, preventing his body's brain from directly burning out. It still maintained weak vital signs, and his main body should also be fine. After nearly 2 hours of recovery, Blue Eyes, who had been sleeping peacefully, finally opened his eyes and slowly woke up from the chair. If he had woken up any later, Lin Miao would have planned to dismantle this body and sell it for parts to players. Ugh. He clutched his head, acting as if he had a splitting headache, even though he was an AI. You're awake. Lin Miao quickly said with concern, remember to die after you leave my place, otherwise, I won't be able to explain to others that I didn't backstab you, and it will affect my business. Sorry. Blue Eyes had almost crashed just now, fortunately, he reacted quickly and disconnected from the modified body in time, otherwise he might have really died. As for what Lin Miao said, he just took it as the other party being straightforward and blunt. But when he looked at the other party again, Mr. Blue Eye's eyes were filled with apprehension. At least in the data domain, the two were not opponents on the same level at all. What was more critical was that for Ace interacting with humans, as long as the data center and server room were intact, they didn't care what weapons were used to destroy their puppet bodies. But offending a powerful AI in cyberspace was no different from offending a pod of killer whales in the ocean. Dare to show off? I'll make you fly. It's my fault, my actions just now were too reckless. Good hit, Tixia, good hit. JPG. Although he had been beaten, Blue Eyes, now sober, lowered his stance considerably. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances, and Ace are no exception. That is indeed your problem. Lin Miao also nodded, agreeing deeply. Since you're awake, let's talk about compensation for damages. Blue Eyes immediately understood that the other party was going to extort a hefty sum from him over this matter. That's only right. They had been rooted in Night City for so long, money, at least, was definitely abundant. Moreover, before coming, they had already confirmed that these outsiders possessed some kind of technology for mass-producing basic bodies, which was probably more advanced than what they had. So many that they could be casually used to play with or as cannon fodder. How much money could it cost to kill 4 people equipped with low-end cyberware? How about this? I won't ask for too much. 4 lives, $4 million. Then I'll consider today's incident as if it never happened. Cough. 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 Even the rogue AI felt a bit strained at this point, he was truly being treated as a rich old man to be milked for money. The tiger claws killed a dozen of your people and smashed your building, paying 50,000. I killed 4 of your people, and the compensation is $4 million. Are you here to deal percentage true damage? Even milking the turtle for gold isn't done this way, is it? Lin Miao saw that Blue Eyes seemed a bit displeased with the number, so he curiously walked up to him, leaned down, and asked with concern, what, are you not convinced? Lin Miao always treated different people with different attitudes. If the person sitting here were a manager or employee of a megacorp, Lin Miao certainly wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. But Rogue Ace, in the end, are things that cannot see the light of day. Moreover, the other party currently couldn't gauge his true strength, so it was naturally better to be as arrogant as possible. Blue Eyes looked at the face so close to his, immediately recalling the suffocating pressure of near-death he had just experienced. He knew now was absolutely not the time to discuss money, the power dynamic between them had already shifted. $4 million I understand. I will immediately start preparations when I return and transfer it to your company's account within 3 days. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and replied in as calm a tone as possible, if you need any other help, you can always come to us. Whether it's low-interest loans or some policy inclinations, it's not a problem. Although you don't wish to have too much contact with us, I think some business dealings shouldn't be an issue, right? Policy inclinations, that's interesting. It seems their reach is unusually long. But judging by this, did Lin Miao ask for too little money just now? He didn't even haggle. If only I had known, I would have added another 0. These players are my dearest friends, my brothers and sisters. Need to add more money. Players probably don't even know how valuable they are. I will contact you if needed. Then I shall take my leave. Take care. As Blue Eyes left Lin Miao's agency and was confirmed to have driven away under surveillance, Lin Miao immediately contacted Lucy, who was currently in the city. I'm sending you a coordinate. There are 5 bodies there. Gather a group of people and bring them all back, especially the overmodified body. Act fast, no matter who tries to stop you, bring them back to the agency. Although Lin Miao didn't know much about cyberware and lacked discerning eyes, he felt that these ace wouldn't be so foolish as to attack players with a pile of junk. Even if cheap, a full set of cyberware should be worth hundreds of thousands of euro. Lin Miao didn't want his spoils of war to grow legs and run away. He wanted the money, and he wanted the bodies too. Main quest, the necessity of order. Quest description, defeat and crack a rogue AI. Quest reward, unknown. The system was also stimulated, releasing another main quest, and the fewer the words, the bigger the problem. Cyberspace was divided into 2 sides by a massive, boundless data black hole. One side was the local area network currently used by humans. The other side was the chaotic, disordered old net, a sea of information constantly surging like tides. Some powerful rogue AI data streams continuously impacted the indestructible giant wall, with chaos and order constantly annihilating each other, attempting to cross it and enter the human world. The network area currently used by humans, compared to the chaotic old net, was truly like a lone boat in the ocean, with the possibility of being overturned at any moment. In the old net era, the top technologies, government secrets, historical documents hidden in data fortresses by transnational giants, and the consciousnesses of hackers who failed to disconnect before the network collapse. Who knows how many precious resources were lost within? How much is hidden in cyberspace, and how vast it is, corporations don't know, hackers don't know, and perhaps even the rogue ace living within it don't know. There are even rumors that humans didn't create cyberspace, but rather discovered it. Therefore, even knowing that a slight misstep could lead to catastrophic disaster, transnational corporations and some civilian organizations still tirelessly tried to tamper with the black hole, opening temporary passages to the old net to search for lost technological assets. The death of hackers who ventured there was commonplace, but wealth moves hearts. Back in his car, Mr. Blue Eyes closed his eyes. His consciousness traveled across the ocean and reawakened on the other side of the black hole. Although Ace couldn't directly cross the black hole, the Pacific Ocean wasn't covered. They could completely control physical bodies to climb the wall and enter human society, which didn't affect anything except that they couldn't use networked electronic devices. They even had to rely on mobile phones to make calls and communicate with people. The black hole was an internet firewall, an alternative Great Wall, but it didn't affect reality. If someone could cross the black hole and reach the depths of the old net, they would be surprised to find that Ace had built cities with data, somewhat similar to reality, except that the inhabitants were not humans. In an agency, a blue, glowing humanoid figure appeared at the long conference table. Besides him, there were 7 or 8 other figures in the room, but not all were humanoid. There were ethereal, constantly changing cloud-like codes, as well as Mobius strips representing infinity, and crucifixes with Jesus nailed to them. I have met the leaders of those Ace. Communication in cyberspace did not rely on sound waves but on pure data exchange. Therefore, every time an AI spoke, a slight data stream could be seen flowing from its body into other Ace. You were attacked by him just now. Yes, but it wasn't fatal. The other party didn't use full strength, but it can basically be confirmed that the other party is one of us. I sensed familiar code in his firewall. As for the others, they should be hackers who were stranded 50 years ago before the data collapse and couldn't return to reality. During that period, hundreds of thousands of hackers died due to the global network collapse and remained in cyberspace, almost causing the hacker profession to become extinct. Who is it? It's a bit complex, like composite code, written by multiple people. I only recognized one segment. Multiple people wrote it. Who was that person? Alt Cunningham. Blue Eye's words caused the atmosphere in the meeting room to fall silent, even the flow of data bodies paused for a moment. After a few breaths, the Mobius strip AI finally spoke, asking, "Are you sure it's her?" Blue Eyes, "I'm very sure." Cloud Code, "He's certainly sure. More than 10 years ago, Alt almost devoured him, so he definitely wouldn't forget." Cross, "This isn't right. As far as I know, Alt is currently in Kowloon, collaborating with Dongda to build a ghost city. How could she suddenly intervene in Night City's affairs? Moreover, they clearly have Kong Tao as a better alternative. If it's to cover their tracks, these people's actions are too ostentatious. It's illogical, unless there's another motive. Blue Eyes, "Perhaps it's for the oracle beneath Arezaka Tower, or perhaps someone is planning to move against Arezaka and sought her out. Some secrets are secrets to the public, but to the rogue Ace deeply rooted in Night City, they are no secret." Blue Eyes, "And Alt is only one of them. There must be others involved in this matter. Before we investigate, I don't recommend clashing with them. I propose we observe for now." Seconded. 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 Regarding Alt Cunningham, the legendary hacker once as famous as Bart Moss, who created Soul Killer, whether she was alive or an AI lingering in cyberspace after her death, no rogue AI or corporation dared to underestimate her power. Like the Hellhound virus Bart Moss released before his death, she was a complete and utter monster. Mobius strip, "We will investigate the situation of this group and see who is preparing to interfere in Night City's affairs. I'll leave this to you for now. Be careful not to clash with them yet. If the AI war were exposed to the public, it would likely trigger another wave of panic, incite extreme opposition, and possibly even expose their own affairs." With that, the Ace, except for Blue Eyes, gradually dispersed, leaving one by one. Only Blue Eyes knew that he had indeed recognized Alt Cunningham's code, but that woman's code was inconspicuous in the overall structure of the firewall. The true power behind it was what truly terrified him. It was an existence that made all Ace uneasy. Returning to reality, Blue Eyes found his body, under his own control, had already returned to a high-end private club in Corpo Plaza. After receiving the brief memory, he contacted the recovery team. Have the bodies been brought back? The person on the other end of the phone swallowed hard and said nervously, when we arrived, there was nothing left at the scene. The modified person's body might have also been taken by those people. Blue Eyes said faintly, I understand. Bring your people back. He then pressed another contact on his phone, prepare €5 million and transfer them to the account I gave you. Be clean and don't leave any traces. He is a high-level AI. He won't get angry, nor should he have extreme emotions. He won't get angry. He won't get angry, damn it. I'm so angry. After Lucy returned, she took 3 showers in the bathroom, wishing she could scrub off a layer of her skin. She never expected the coordinates Lin Miao gave her to be deep within the sewers. She had never been to such a foul place. It was stinky and dirty, full of sewage, not to mention she had to direct players to fish out 5 clumps of feces-covered bodies from that puddle of sewage. It was just too much. Just thinking about it gave Lucy goosebumps, making her want to go back and shower again. The rewards from this trip were naturally quite substantial. Excluding the 4 players who weren't worth much, the most valuable was the cyborg burned to death by the firewall. Coming out of the bathroom and changing into new clothes, Lucy went to the basement of the agency, where Gloria was dismantling the cyborg's cyberware. The body had already been rinsed with water multiple times. This guy was thoroughly modified, up to 77%, with combat cyberware all over his body, and of decent quality. It's estimated that if dismantled and sold on the market, it could fetch nearly $1 million. These Ace really went to great lengths just to kill a few players. What exactly is going on with this guy? Why did he appear in the sewers to attack our people? Even Lucy was secretly alarmed by this level of modification. It was completely reckless. Could it be cyberpsychosis? Even if it isn't, it's close. Gloria took off her mask, her expression very serious. Even if it's not cyberpsychosis, it's probably close. This person didn't consider coordination or the body's tolerance at all when installing the prosthetics. All the blood in his body was replaced with modification fluid. Is this person crazy? Miss Lucy, did you kill this person? No, he was already dead when I got there. Then he must have had his brain nerves burned out by ice, but this is the least likely thing to happen. How could a cyberpsychosis connect to the backend interface of the operators? I think this has something to do with Lin, otherwise how would he know about this incident in the sewers? Lucy had a nonchalant attitude. Gloria nodded, she hadn't really asked how Lucy brought the body back. At this moment, Lin Miao also arrived in the city from Stone Ridge Mountain. Gloria, how's the dismantling of that cyborg's body coming along? Gloria quickly stepped aside. It's all here. Lin Miao looked at the body, which had already been dismantled into pieces, and nodded. Clean it thoroughly, then have W wipe the system and put it in the warehouse. Lucy, try to access his info terminal and see if you can find any useful information, but be careful. If you encounter ice, retreat immediately. Do not attempt to force a crack. Upon hearing that she had to connect to this thing's info terminal, Lucy showed a disgusted expression. But she still gritted her teeth and carried the head, which had been dismantled by Gloria until only the empty shell remained, placing it next to the hacker's chair. While Lucy began searching the deceased's information, Lin Miao then said to Gloria, from now on, I'm giving you the authority to issue missions to the agency's external operators. All you need to do is one thing, have them escort ER-0's ambulances or launch attacks on certain targets, regardless of who the conflicting parties are. Additionally, I will give you and main a list. They are most of Trauma Team's gold members and a small number of platinum members. In the coming period, the situation of these members will become very dangerous. I hope ER-0 can rescue these members in danger at the first possible moment. Lin Miao specifically emphasized, you must get there before Trauma Team. But Gloria's heart pounded. Wouldn't that provoke retaliatory actions from Trauma Team against us? If ER-0 and we are found out, we'll face a fierce attack. Just last time, snatching their own shareholder and director from Trauma Team cost them 2 doctors. If they launched a large-scale snatching operation, who knows how many people the other side would kill to settle the matter. That's the effect I want. Lin Miao snapped his fingers. From now on, you are not to come to the agency, nor are you to actively contact agency operators. Missions will be issued through our intranet. All dispatch and snatching missions will be carried out by resident doctors, even if he dies, it doesn't matter. Under normal circumstances, the biggest risk here is someone spilling the beans, or being targeted by hackers who extract information, exposing the plan in Horizon Corporation. But the people performing the missions are players, their lips are absolutely sealed. They can withstand all forms of torture and drug-induced confessions. If anyone dares to use hacker methods, they will only be burned by ice to a mutual destruction. In this process, no one will connect the matter to an emerging company selling military hardware. The players previously involved with Gloria have already died for various reasons, so she won't be implicated. And Trauma Team's subsequent retaliatory actions will severely damage ER-0. Lin Miao only needs Main and the others to ensure Gloria's safety. Finally, spread rumors. A rumor that Trauma Team would not actively come forward to refute for an enemy that Trauma Team has achieved new breakthroughs in medical technology and is considering developing a sinking market, releasing new types of low-end memberships, and the conflict with ER0 is the best proof. Such rumors, in terms of business competitiveness, are easily spread by word of mouth. And in this situation, ER0's stock price will only fall further through the Earth's core. Chapter 92 Limited Time Event, Arrow Fire Rescue. Savage, holy crap, this monster designer is trying to kill me. High evasion, high mobility, high damage, night vision. That damn monster instantly killed me when it showed up. My right arm cyberware was cut in half with one strike, and it didn't even have a wind-up animation, so there was no way to dodge. NIG, encountered an overpowered human machine, fought with all my might but couldn't defeat him. GTOU, the most outrageous thing is the mechanics, you know? I wanted to pull a grenade and self-destruct with him for a one-for-one trade, but he actually saw through it. Holy crap. He cut off my hand with one slash, and even threw the grenade far away. At Necklace Potato, this is all your fault, you damn bastard. You kept buffing and buffing until you buffed out an overpowered boss. Potato, what are you talking about? Always buffing, buffing. This is called science, okay. You must have been talking too loudly and woke the boss up. The Savage Squad's encounter greatly surprised the other players. Expert, didn't you guys have the highest levels? How could you get instantly killed? One sword ceilings in, maybe the boss entered its second phase berserk mode, and they didn't handle it well. Havoc overpowered old hag, is there a possibility that they didn't encounter a boss, but were treated as trash by a random mob on the roadside? Witty. GTOU, there was a tiny problem. The first monster we encountered during our exploration had slightly exaggerated stats. NIG, not just a little. We didn't even touch him once from beginning to end. That guy could even dodge bullets, our 4 guns couldn't hit him a single time. And this guy is different from all the previous monsters. Before, everyone fought on a flat plane, but this monster completely ignores terrain. It can walk on ceilings, walls, everywhere. It was pitch black, and we didn't even know how we died. Resident Doctor, good thing I didn't go with you guys, or I would have looked terrible. At this moment, Brother Deo, who had logged off early for something, suddenly posted a few pictures on the forum. Brother Deo, is this what you're talking about? Image we dug you guys out of the cesspit, don't thank me. In the few pictures, besides the sewage-soaked bodies of the Savage Squad, there was also a metal-modified person. Savage immediately recognized him as the culprit who instantly killed them. Savage. You guys pushed the boss? How did you do it? It wasn't that he thought too highly of himself, this boss was purely a stat monster. They were crushed before they even figured out the mechanics. How could Brother Deo and his team, who weren't superior in level or strength, defeat the boss? Chajin Warrior, we invited the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Ancestor, and he instantly killed the boss with one move. Shui Yu, we went to collect your bodies. The boss had already been soloed by Mentor Lucy, we didn't even need to make a move. Chajin Warrior, damn it, I didn't even get a chance to show off. GTOU, is Mentor Lucy that powerful? Didn't she previously need the boss to rescue her from the Phoenix Club? I feel like this wild monster could kill the Tiger Claws from the Phoenix Club like dogs. Brother Deo, do you understand plot kills? Maybe you guys also encountered a plot kill this time. Our teams didn't encounter any monsters along the way, only Sword Saint found a group of homeless people living in the sewers. They only had one piece of clothing on them and nothing else, and he even gave them his rations. NIG, could it be a bug? Even if it's a plot kill boss, there should be a plot cutscene or some hint. How can it just instantly kill us like that? Savage, mentors are so powerful. When will we soldier players get our own mentors? Is hacker really the meta? One-on-one teaching, I'm so envious. Jackal, you can have anything in your dreams, meow. And I'm going to be a hacker in the future too, main hacker, sub-machinist. Holy crap, are new players that fierce now? They've already planned out their career path so quickly. Resident Doctor, even cyberware doctors have mentors now. NIG, Developer, hurry up and bring my master Ezio online. I want an assassin mentor QAQ. Potato, you're dreaming. The players chattering on the forum soon noticed that the pinned post had been replaced by an official announcement, which included an apology for the Savage Squad's encounter today and a new limited time mission. Future Vision 0.4 version sewer monster abnormal deployment apology announcement. Dear players and pre-registered users, hello. First, thank you for your love and support for the game. Recently, due to our immature technology, players encountered enemies far exceeding the current version during their exploration of the new map and suffered significant economic losses. Therefore, we immediately dispatched hackers to clear out the abnormal NPCs and retrieve the players' bodies. The revival time for the 4 deceased players will be shortened to 1 day, and cyberware losses will be waived. They will receive €2,000 and one self-selected green cyberware as compensation. In the future, we will also do our best to provide players with the highest quality service, striving to create a realistic world. Thank you for your understanding and support. Let us look forward to an even more perfect cyberpunk world together. Horizon Corporation Development Team. The compensation of €2,000 plus one green item added up to nearly 10,000. This even exceeded the settlement reward for a small-scale battle for players. If this were before, they might have had to wait 2 days for revival and equipment wear and tear fees. This made the originally somewhat dissatisfied Savage Squad cheer up instantly, and other players were even more envious and jealous. Red Bucket, quack. Such luxurious compensation. I can't even earn that much money from grinding for a week. Shui Yu, please, create more bugs, okay? Give us some friend fees or something. Mongolian top laner, where's the boss? If you don't take my head today, do you still think you can leave? Just as they were stomping their feet and lamenting why it wasn't them who died, Glamorous Woman also joined the discussion. Glamorous Woman. There's more. There's more. There's a second announcement. Limited time event announcement PV. However, this PV was not a text announcement, but a game video. It featured the player's familiar Bumblebee drone as the narrator, with animated demonstrations alongside it. But compared to the previous cold mechanical voice, W's tone this time was noticeably more cheerful and lively. Dear players, to enrich the game's gameplay, we will be launching a 1-week limited time event mission in the future Santo Domingo Aero Frontline Rescue. In this event, players will fight against those evil bandits and rescue victims from their hands. Event introduction: people mysteriously disappear every day in Night City. The incompetent NCPD always only gives official statements and shirks responsibility. The 6th Street Gang, which nominally manages the community, is unwilling to conflict with those evil forces. No one is willing to save those helpless people who have fallen into the clutches of evil. But brave players, I believe you already know who is behind this. That's right. It's the scavengers and their accomplices. Players have a small chance to get the opportunity to play as villains, with additional rewards. This is a commission from Gloria. Stake everything as a doctor to save them. Break through those dens of sin, rescue the poor people kidnapped by criminals, and escort them all the way to Aero Hospital. Along the way, you may encounter attacks from the trauma team. Block these guys who only work for money. They don't understand what true medical ethics are, they only try to sell their high-end memberships to patients on the operating table. Players who die during the mission will have their cyberware loss waived, and the death penalty time will be reduced to 6 hours. You can go all out with confidence. But be careful not to harm innocent bystanders, otherwise, points will be deducted in the post-battle settlement. Mission rewards: if the target is successfully escorted to Aero Hospital, each rescue team member will receive €1,500 as a reward. If the trauma team signal is not triggered, an additional €500 will be rewarded. In addition, the cleanup of scavenger strongholds will be uniformly included in the war points settlement. Mission tip: perhaps you should go see Mentor Lucy, maybe there will be something useful. Of course, Lin Miao did not play favorites, only caring for those in the city and forgetting those in the mountains. Players in Stone Ridge Town can also participate in this event, though the rewards will certainly be less than those for older players, but it is absolutely safe and guaranteed. Players who do not meet the Night City map level can also temporarily enter Night City as tourists, transform into cleanup teams, and after the rescue team saves the target, clean up the post-battle ruins, move useful supplies or collect data, capture injured scavengers, and escort them to the NCPD. Countless rewards also await you. Limited time mission, a minimum of 1,500 per person. According to the settlement of previous small dungeons, wouldn't this event easily yield 4,000 to 5,000? You have to understand that only in the past, a major dungeon that required desperate effort and could only be played once, could you earn 7,000 or 8,000 euro in one go. And there was always the possibility of equipment breaking due to durability limits or being lost upon death. If you didn't buy insurance or GP binding from the agency, once it was gone, it was truly gone. For an event dungeon that reduces death penalties, can be replayed, and has no player limit, reaching this level of reward is terrifyingly high. For Lin Miao, this was also a preparation for a big bleeding. After all, he couldn't just conjure up a batch of cyberware out of thin air by typing a few lines of code. If players died and their bodies weren't recovered in time, he would have to pay out of his own pocket to replace them. Even if it wasn't the exact same model, the performance and quality had to be similar. For the players, what else could this be but an overnight fortune? Moreover, their opponents were guys like scavengers, so they had no qualms about holding back and could fight to their heart's content. Most importantly, players actually had a chance to play as villains. Wouldn't that be an opportunity for some PvP? The fun-loving attribute was off the charts. Old players were pondering how to maximize profits, scout ahead, familiarize themselves with the terrain, and find the best breakthrough routes. New players cheered, excited to get an early glimpse of Night City, a high-level map. Only the cloud players were still complaining in video comments about when new test slots would open. Immortal Yasuo, where's the 0.5 version preview? I'm asking you, where's my 0.5 version reservation slot? Do you know how I spent this month? Do you know? Endless Healer, I know, you die in the mid lane every day. Super Balloon Ministry of Truth, in the name of the Super Earth Government, I order your company to immediately open public restrooms. Otherwise, our Ministry of Truth will immediately come to check your water meter. Super Balloon Good Brothers, Ministry of Truth, you made a mistake, it's open beta, not public restrooms. Super Balloon Ministry of Truth, lawbreakers daring to question the Ministry of Truth's announcement have been arrested and imprisoned. All citizens are requested to scrutinize the heretics around them and report them promptly. In a short while, the comment section piled up to thousands of floors, a level of enthusiasm that made Lin Miao blush. New version content is already under development. The test slots to be issued in the future will be between 300 to 500 and will be continuously released in phases. Players, please wait patiently. Mr. Wei who wishes to remain anonymous, 300 to 500? That's so many times more, can your servers handle it? Please trust our servers, completely OJBK. Lucy removed the data cable connected to her neck and slowly rose from the hacker chair. Her face was pale, and the data on the computer screen earlier also showed that her computational load had reached its peak several times, though it hadn't yet reached the point where she needed to activate brain-machine overclocking. Lin Miao noticed her pale complexion and quickly helped her off the hacker chair, settling her onto a nearby chair, and brought a wet towel to wipe away the cold sweat beading on her forehead. Sit down and rest first. As he spoke, he was about to get a bottle of cola to help her calm down. Lucy grabbed Lin Miao's hand and refused to let go, a hint of unease in her eyes. This person, he has a problem. What did you find? I've rarely seen this situation before. Lucy shook her head slightly, her tone urgent. Including his brain, his modifications are extensive, even his memory carrier is stored digitally. But the problem is that this person's memory seems to have been artificially cut, large data segments don't match up, and he has absolutely no memory of the past 3 months. Even the records of his body modifications have been deleted. The timeline stops at April of this year. Before that, he was just a normal person with minor modifications, and his memories were relatively normal. Moreover, even in the relatively complete memory segments, there's a very strong sense of disconnect in his behavioral logic before and after, almost as if he were 2 different people. Who did this to him? They are a very troublesome bunch, but I've already sent them away. Lucy's discovery was undoubtedly a bombshell. Lin Miao believed she wasn't lying to him, but it also made his heart sink a few points. If Lucy was telling the truth, it meant that rogue Ace could tamper with others' memories, even distort their personalities, making them unwitting puppets to serve the Ace. How did they achieve this? Lin Miao touched his head. He suddenly understood that main quest. These guys were nothing short of a menace. It just wasn't time to turn hostile yet. Although Blue Eyes couldn't figure out Lin Miao's true capabilities and was shattered by the system's firewall counterattack, this didn't mean Lin Miao had the possibility to compete with them on the same level. These Ace, clinging to the corners of human society, knew very well how to leverage the power they held. If both sides tore off their masks, who knew how many weapons and people they had? This was not something Nightwalkers or Tiger Claws could compare to. To put it bluntly, if they were a bit reckless and directly targeted the agency, an army of hundreds of people could easily overwhelm and kill Lin Miao. But as the saying goes, stable, reckless, sneaky, tricky, dog-eat-dog, these 5 tactics are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Stable beats tricky, tricky beats reckless, reckless beats dog-eat-dog, dog-eat-dog beats sneaky, and sneaky beats stable. Lin Miao was currently employing the sneaky tactic, and while Blue Eyes and other Ace were also sneaky in their development, that was relative to the entire human society. Towards Lin Miao, they were employing the stable tactic. They would not easily show their hostility towards Lin Miao unless absolutely necessary. You should rest well first. Afterwards, seal this matter as top secret and don't reveal it to anyone. All right. I understand. Lucy sighed helplessly. In the past, she would never have gotten involved in such troubles. She could only say, what could she do when she met such a person? Suddenly, Gloria, who had returned to the basement, looked at the two and said, oh, there are 2 more things I forgot to tell you. First, Militech said they want to talk to you. I estimate they want to discuss an acquisition. And the second. Old Captain said that the 6th Street Gang has already started looking for ways to assemble exoskeletons themselves, and a small studio has already produced imitation exoskeletons and is promoting them to smaller gangs. Lin Miao nodded, this is good news. This is still good news. Lucy immediately became anxious. She had seen how quickly this thing made money, and now that the business was about to be snatched away, Lin Miao actually said it was good news? These were sums of money she could never have saved up in the past. It shows that everyone's wisdom is infinite. If no one had imitated Mantu's work by now, that would be the real problem. Lin Miao reached out and pressed Lucy, who was about to jump up, back onto her stool. At such a time, the faster someone imitates a work, the higher their ability. A society without creativity and full of stagnation is utterly meaningless. He said to Gloria, have Old Captain find out where that studio is, I want to meet them. Also, have Reyes tell the people at Militech that if they want to talk about acquisition, they need to send someone who can negotiate a fair price and show sincerity. Otherwise, there's no need for them to come. Middlemen are for this purpose, acting as an information transfer station between both parties, safe and well paid. As for Militech's acquisition, Lin Miao wouldn't believe a single word of it. It was absolutely impossible for any multinational corporation to be willing to produce this thing. They might even use force to suppress it in its infancy. Because this wasn't a matter of how much profit or how strong the performance was, but how much this external, civilian-priced exoskeleton would affect the sales of mid to low-end combat cyberware. The money that could originally buy 2 mantis blades could now get a set of exoskeletons. So, for those small gangs, which one would be more cost-effective? Such a huge loss of money would absolutely be something they could not tolerate. Moreover, Lin Miao wanted to meet with Militech's people not to genuinely discuss acquisition or patents, but to talk to them about NUSA. As the saying goes, make America great again. This wasn't just a slogan Lin Miao casually uttered, he was truly preparing to make America great again. At least, it had to appear that way. The agency needed a shield to stand in front of it, and he was willing to make a small, insignificant contribution to this shield. For example, after 100 or 200 years, the Easterners inherit their ancestral business and come to North America again to repair railways, engage in infrastructure and environmental protection, which is not impossible. Of course, in addition to inheriting the Eastern tradition, they also had to inherit the Western tradition. Private property is sacred and inviolable. If I build a road, it's mine. Only by combining East and West can one achieve great success.